This is actually the 22nd most populous city in the state of Texas. And Mesquite, centuries before American settlers moved into the area, Mesquite was an open prairie land and a key trading ground for indigenous people. So see, that Algonquin thing might actually be true, according to Alice Cooper. This is actually, I didn't realize we were this far. Like, we would come this far east. I thought this was, like, still Dallas County, but it's technically situated here in Rockwall County, and not too far from where world-famous Sean Sharif lives in Sunnyvale, Texas.
That's right.
Thank you again for putting all my info out there. I appreciate that. Choppy was texting this morning all these directions and everything, and I thought you were texting the wrong person because I was not seeing anyone interacting. Was that a Bobby disappearance on my phone again?
No, that was, I think he was trying to keep us updated that he may have been late.
Yes, that's what it was.
But he wasn't.
That was
it was early.
That was 5 o'clock.
Yeah, I was on the road already. And
how long did it take you all to get here?
52 minutes. Not terrible.
Mine was
pretty bad.
34, and I had to make a decision. So I have, according to the gauge in my car, about 15 miles until I run out of gas.
Ooh!
And so I was looking at it when I left, and I was like, do I actually have the ability to stop, or do I need to power through? And I'll power through, and I'll just chance that there's a gas station within 15 miles of here.
Okay, what is the standard car rule when the gas light comes on? And what have you learned your car to be? How much farther are you going to take? Because that's one of my high stress points.
Oh, for sure.
I panic. A lot of other people are better at it than me. One time in my life, I ran out of gas near the AAC, and it scarred me.
I wait till the dashes come on usually. And then
the dash lights will come on after the gas light?
No, so when you get the little countdown on the gas tank, once it's just like done registering how much more time you have to, it'll just go dash, dash, dash.
I figure I have like 30 miles after the dashes come on.
I think that's bold. I think that's bold to assume. I would not. No,
because my reading starts plummeting by like 3 miles at a time after the warning light comes on. I'm like, I didn't just go 3 miles. So I'm like, is it really on 20 or is it really on 10?
I assume you get worse gas mileage, more like air in the tank, I guess it is. But yeah, I usually, like, once the light comes on, I'll, probably wait a day. But it's because the light comes on at like 60 miles. So, like
60?
Or at least mine does.
It comes on at 100. When it gets
when
it gets to 100 miles, it'll just say, hey, fill up or whatever. But I usually wait until I'm at 50. Once I get to 50, I'll fill up. I was at 62, so I wasn't at the point yesterday, and then I was like, oh, crap, well, I got to go drive now.
Jake, you ever run out of gas?
I haven't, but I was making a drive, because I used to always run it really, really close, and one time I was making a drive to Lubbock in my Camaro, and my fuel pump went out.
Oh, my Camaro.
Yeah, my fuel pump went out, so that was not fun. So ever since then, I'm usually a 50 to 100-mile guy when I fill back up, but yeah, no, not a good time.
I ran out in Arkansas, pre-cell phone. Kerr Road, just outside of Little Rock. That was 2.5 hours of the worst part of my life.
And Tolo, Nick showing up from Arkansas this morning.
That's right.
Nick Hillman, see him all the time on Twitter, helping us out. So he's coming on over from Arkansas with some family in the area. We are brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, and Colby is giving away 50 free tickets for the rodeo starting tomorrow. So I got it right here, the Tolbert Garage Door Mesquite Championship Rodeo, which is something that needs to be on my local to-do list.
It's cool.
Is it?
Yeah, rodeo in general is cool, yeah. I haven't been in the Mesquite one. I've been in the Fort Worth one, but they're fun.
So Rodeo City Provisions is going to provide breakfast burritos. Stop on out. Look at this turnout already. Kevin Hagelin won't know what to do if he shows up to co-host today.
There's people here. He won't know what to do. He won't know. He's usually doing it in doctor's offices and stuff.
This will be like y'all's World Cup watch party tonight.
Yes, which we got a new list this evening of cold beers and cheeseburgers. I wonder, because when did he stop by? He stopped by another one we did in Garland, was it? I think. I don't know how much time he's going to be able to give himself from here. I'm guessing he's full of it and he's not showing up today. That's my anticipation.
Yeah,
I don't think so.
By the way, you're in trouble.
Me?
Yeah, you're already rolling the sleeves up with the hoodie.
Well, no, I rolled the sleeves up
You're in
because
trouble.
itching.
Okay.
I was itching.
Fraser Roofs and Gutters hooking you up with 50 free tickets to the rodeo tomorrow. Branch and Dillon, and of course Tolbert Garage Door sponsoring the Firehouse Tour. Now you itching on your leg?
Yeah, there's like mosquitoes, I think, is what's going on. I think you caught a mosquito when you thought that was a fly.
Well, I killed it. I caught it with my hand like
he did.
Miyagi.
He was dead serious thinking he was Mr. Miyagi. He like caught it midair. He was like, "Did you see that? Did you see what I did?" And he was very
and left hand. It was offhand.
I love the Tolos that are coming out here. They just get to, they're already laughing and chuckling and smirking. They get to see Bobby live. He's shaking all the knees, all the legs.
They can't see, but we need to lift these up sometimes so they can see how much I move, because it's a lot down here.
You can see his little Warren headphones here.
Yeah, that's right.
I don't have my baseball, though.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on DFW Sports Station. Let's start with the Rangers after a rain delay.
Coming up for the Rangers. First pitch, Corey Seager hits it high, hits it deep to right. Thomas is back, turning to look, and it's gone. Into the bullpen. Corey Seager, his 9th home run of the year. And the Rangers lead 3-0.
Pixie with the call on this radio station. We are your official home for Rangers baseball, and you have a funny look on your face.
The not just the Rangers, the Killer Instinct Rangers, as Skip said. They showed a killer instinct by winning the game on a rain delay. In the morning news, like, oh, man, they showed their edge. They won a game after a rain delay.
Oh, he's attributing it to the rain delay, the killer instinct?
That's a killer. You go out there, you get a rain delay. You don't let it get inside your head.
Oh.
You know that the game did not start on time. Your day's thrown off.
Show your edge.
Show your edge.
They edged the hell out of it.
And there you go. But by the way, is it always windy there in that ballpark?
I know, right?
I
don't remember the wind being a huge thing when I lived there for a year. But, yeah, they're talking about the wind again yesterday.
I mean, Seager's home run, I think it fooled the right fielder a little bit. It just kept carrying and carrying.
I think the wind was so strong it stopped Seager from running hard from second to third earlier in the game. Did you notice that?
No, I didn't.
You didn't? Nimmo hits a double to make it 1-0. And even Raymond. Now, you know, if Raymond says Seager isn't running too hard, Corey may as well have been crawling for Dave Raymond to say something negative. I don't know what Seager was doing, but it caused him to kind of have a little bit of contact at home plate. And I'm like, do you know what I'm talking about, Bob? I guess I'm the only one to watch the Rangers here.
No. I was in
home of the Rangers. Here we go.
Hang on. Mexico is on. So we're back and forth.
Oh, my God. You chose Mexico over baseball?
I chose,
that is so unlike your demo.
You chose Mexico over America's pastime? Oh, my God. In Mesquite.
It was in Mexico, so it was okay.
Oh.
Right.
God. No, Seager wasn't running hard, and I'm like, what the heck is he doing? And it caused it, I thought, to be closer.
I'll just say, I think there's been plenty of times throughout the last couple of years where Seager's just looked like he loafs. So, I mean, that's been an issue for him, I think, a couple different times. That's not totally unique.
Diaz lays down a bunt. That was an awesome play to help the Rangers offense. And then Evan Carter scoring Zeke to make it 4-2. And that's your ball game. Rangers take the series in KC.
7th try to get back to 500 over the last several weeks. After the last 5 weeks, it was their 7th try to be able to get back to 500, and they finally do it. And this is there's a couple of moments in the season when you try to crawl back to a certain threshold. Like sometimes you get over that hump and you have a letdown and you go on a losing streak and it stinks. And other times it kind of catapults you. And you've talked about the schedule several times in Boston. They go to Boston now, and they have Minnesota after that. And Minnesota's nothing special. So you have a chance to rattle some off.
Boston's 12 under, and they've lost 4 in a row. We could be here Monday talking about the Rangers in first place as they're 1 game back.
Could be, no doubt. I got to see who Seattle plays right now, but there's no doubt that you could be looking at a team that's at the very least tied for first come Monday morning.
Yeah, and it's 4 straight series that they've won now, and it's.
Can someone bring Bobby some bug spray?
Well, now I.
Hang on, I got some in the truck.
You got some bug spray?
I think I just scratched my leg bloody, is what I did here.
God.
No, but this being 4 straight series that they've won, that's wild because you mentioned that this was the 7th opportunity to try to get to 500 or whatever. It's with all that ping pong and back and forth, the fact that they still hadn't managed to get up here to 500 is just insane to me. It
really is crazy, right? Every time you get close, you just kind of lose.
Look, this has been the thing. They've had that issue we've talked about against teams below 500. For some reason, they don't win those games. They don't, show up enough. It's the play down to certain competition, play up to others, and they managed to the last at least couple series where they've had that opportunity to beat a worse opponent. They've managed to do it.
I'm going to end up being wrong about the NBA Finals, and I'm going to end up being wrong about the Stanley Cup.
It comes back. Ehlers, beautiful pass, and they score! Another power play goal for Svechnikov.
The great Sean McDonough with the call on ESPN 4-2 Carolina, and they are now 1 win away.
And their power play is working. I thought that was Dick Stockton at first on the call. Their power play is starting to work. Carolina made a goalie change, and that is Gus the Bus. He is rolling right now. Stahl is a man possessed. He is a man possessed when he is the way he has played the last couple of games. He might be stealing the Conn Smythe away if they go win this one. And Bobby he did say that on the deserve to win, the Knights had a 74% chance.
You can see right there.
I think that's garbage.
73%.
That's garbage.
That's garbage.
That's it.
Well, Money Puck's not wrong. It is an analytics website, which means they analytically
they can't
looked
be
at
right. They can't be wrong
it means
or
that
right.
They looked at it analytically over the course of 1,000 simulations, and as you can see right there, Sean, the Vegas Golden Knights actually deserved to win that game last night.
73% for Vegas.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
That shows it's bad luck. You ever heard of bad luck? Sometimes it happens. The Cowboys have had lots of it over the last several years.
Vegas, what has happened to them?
Well, Carolina's better. Objectively, they've been the better team the entire year. And look, they're taking the most out of their opportunities. There's some luck that gets thrown in there, like the Stahl goal in Game 4. There was some luck to that. I mean, he's falling down, and he gets a backhand that goes. It's a slow shot, just goes over the goalie's. It's just he chipped it. It was like a chip shot over the goalie's bit. So they're getting a little bit of fortunate breaks, but those are the kinds you have to have.
Choppy's World Cup update coming up at 6:40 this morning as we are live in Mesquite, Firehouse Station number 1, parking right across the street. Maybe a 6:15 record for turnout. We're flirting with it.
Yeah.
Flirting with it, as I knew the Tolos would represent. Thank you for turning it on, leaving it on. We want to hook you up with our final concert ticket giveaway of the week in the 7 o'clock hour. But Texas Tech joining the Dallas Mavericks and the New England Patriots in terms of Hall of Fame public relations moves and how RJ could be the next quarterback of your Red Raiders. We explain next. But let me go ahead and get you set up with GiveMeTheVin.com. How about making an awesome move before you start your weekend? GiveMeTheVin.com wants to buy your car, whether it's your daily driver, your pickup truck, your SUV, your minivan, your supercar, or your exotic. Say goodbye to dealing with dealerships and private sale tire kickers and get a true buy offer for that vehicle. GiveMeTheVin.com. Put your car right on the money, providing Choppy has not devoured his yet, but I guess he went and got bug spray for Bobby in the car.
I did.
So
and I have to apply it for him.
Yeah.
Right.
Gotta get my legs ready.
Oh yeah, there we go.
Try to get Sean a little bit.
Get me out of the vicinity.
Oh, the fan's coming my way.
There we go.
Applying it to Bobby's sweatshirt.
Yes.
Yeah,
There we go.
That'll be good.
That way they'll just kind of they'll get the air of it off.
Yeah, there we go. Okay.
People are filming this.
Oh my God, it smells like a urinal. Holy cow! That.
Oh, it's in my eye.
Good.
Oh,
I'm glad. And there's a big wind fan that they set up
they
here
did.
that would have shot it right back at
Right
you.
at me.
In case you did not know.
In the face.
Rodeo City Provisions, awesome breakfast burritos. Shout out to the Tolos who have rolled on out. We got Manny, and he is participating in my boys' T-ball league, and he's facing the Army of Nine tonight.
Oh, the Army of
For the championship. The Army of Nine still exists. They need to be killed off.
Yeah.
Let's go, Manny. And
Are they undefeated? Have they lost? Have they been
I don't
taken
know.
down?
I don't know.
Have they
I
been
don't
brought
care.
back down to earth yet?
I'm planning something to compromise.
You should bring an army of 10.
Scandal.
They're gonna have to
Bring
talk.
a navy of 10.
A navy,
See if that works.
a navy of 10. So, and then Rodeo Ron.
Yeah.
I saw Rodeo
Yeah.
Ron, who's been dominating the Wild Fork cooking scene. So the legend is out here himself, and he's been showing off the chef skills in the kitchen with Wild Fork Foods. All right, Jacob Ray, who's been in for Peyton. Nice job, very nice job this week. We haven't heard from Peyton as much as I maybe thought. Right?
He's making babies.
Yeah.
That's what he's doing. He's
Over under.
9 months.
On the amount of.
So she has a child. So she has child.
Oh,
It'll be in a year. It'll be inside of a year.
She's going to be pregnant within a year, or she's going to give birth?
Give birth.
Oh, man. No, I will say.
I mean, pregnant within a year is a lock.
Okay.
That's a stone cold
Yeah,
lock.
that's happening. That baby will be born a year from, within a year of today.
They are fast. They do move fast. And she's a teacher, and I have experience with this. My ex-wife's a teacher. We were pregnant within 9 months.
What is it about a teacher?
Their mother. They're nurturing. They're more nurturing.
How does that make them fertile, though? Just to be
Well, it doesn't make them fertile. But
They want to.
They want to. High want to factor.
Oh, okay. So you're saying just like teachers have a high want to factor.
Yes.
Like in general.
In general,
That's good.
to have children.
No, it's the Peyton has low key been waiting for baby time. He's right. He definitely wants to embrace fatherhood like that. Like, you know how you were like putting it off. You're like, don't do it. Like you'll be giving Peyton all the advice of like throttle back. But throttle back.
Live your marriage. Enjoy your marriage early on.
Peyton is not going to. In fact, I think it'll be him fighting for it more than McKenzie. I think McKenzie will be down, but I think he's definitely the one that will
Thirstier.
be pushing. Yeah, 100%. Which he'll be a good dad.
Yeah.
But I will be. That'll be funny whenever the payload will start getting really wild whenever he's telling baby stories. I think that'll start really changing things.
So Jacob Ray has been in for Pepe, Mr. Texas Tech back in the studio, and Jake, you alerted us to a roundtable idea that the Red Raiders came up with yesterday to address all the noise.
Yeah, before we talk about that, I just want to preface this by saying I think the Texas Tech public relations team is a team full of fourth graders. I cannot say that I've ever seen a situation more poorly managed. But the Red Raiders came out yesterday with a roundtable of the school president, Lauren Skovanec, Joey McGuire, Kirby Hokut, the athletic director, and two other guys that I've never heard of. And the roundtable was 22 minutes of them talking about the situation surrounding Brennan Sorsby. And I cannot say that I've ever seen a team or program or individual that every time they open their mouth, they find a way to make a situation worse. They have yet to say a single thing to make this situation better for them. Now, you could argue there's not much you could say to make the situation better for them.
Now, you said you got angry in the first 2 minutes. Why?
Because the first 2 minutes was just them claiming mental health. I don't know why they came back out with a 22-minute video. And the video started off by them saying, hey, our Tech alum, our Tech students, we know you've been going through a lot on social media. It's like, why are you bringing light to that? Why is that the thing that you want to start your statement off with? That's not relevant. You
know, the last player where I felt it was kind of sensitive and and dangerous to talk about, especially if you went a little aggressive about it, as we're a little bit more kind of cutthroat and we roll our eyes sometimes over people that we think are making excuses for it. The last guy for me was Ben Simmons. That was a long time ago. And I think Texas Tech is saying, hey, when you say mental health, this is, people have to back off.
Oh, for sure.
This is but I think that was more so the case a few years ago.
That's the last guy that was that way. I could tell you the last athlete that you couldn't.
The Olympian.
You could not say anything about Simone Biles and those twisties.
But
that you make even a slight joke at that, people get mad.
I also think there's a difference when you say mental health and you're talking depression, you're talking other things.
Exactly.
But when you start talking a gambling addiction, which to me is like, all right, you weren't addicted to gambling up $500,000, but so all of a sudden you're down $500,000 and you just say I'm addicted to gambling.
Is smoking cigarettes mental health?
No, it's a release. It's a
Again, Cody Campbell's throwing all this money in the program. Why are they holding like these microphones? Can he not get them some lav mics for their like the little lapel mics?
$30 on
this is
on
Joey
Amazon.
McGuire. This is why he sounded like he was like broadcasting from a green.
And look at this: 3 footballs. That's the only thing they've got that's any good. These are only the 3 things they've won. That's why they're the Johnny.
I think this is just a front.
It's a front.
This is not a real operation,
No.
Texas.
And I want to give credit to Jacob Ray, who, unlike sports fans in general, he can be he's being my little junior FAF here. He's being objective.
This is twice this week that he's basically like mocked his own school.
He's supported and mocked. He can do both. You can do both. You can be like, I don't like this move as a Red Raider fan, versus the whataboutism.
You do it to me all the time. You support and mock me at the same time.
So Jake, come of it?
As far as I noticed, not really. I mean, just a lot more mockery on social media as it's kind of been throughout the last week. I know we have a clip to get to here in a second. Allegedly, and there was 2 different stories in the video where Kirby Hocutt came back and said that Brendan Sorsby did this willingly and he came to the school to set this up, but they have a monitoring device on their quarterbacks. A 22-year-old college quarterback making $5 million has parental controls on his phone, monitoring text messages, making sure he's not gambling. It's ridiculous.
It's like me with my ex-girlfriend.
Exactly. Let's hear the Tech AD talking about the monitoring device.
Integrity of the game is sacred, and that's why we've gone to such great lengths to ensure the monitoring and the compliance measures are in place for Brendan's return that Grant talked about. And as Grant described, Brendan is complying with everything. In fact, the morning the injunction was awarded, Brendan immediately came to the football stadium to meet with our IT department, our compliance department, to put the monitoring technology on his devices that allows us to monitor the sites that he visits and block certain sites from him going to. And he does not have the ability to uninstall those programs that are on his phone. This is hard.
Choppy, come on in here for the consultation.
All right.
With the monitoring device.
Well, so there's an app that can be put on your phone that will monitor everything.
Now, I didn't know about this until Choppy, and then you all were telling me about your kids and driving and all that.
Yeah.
But you used to tell me that you can see each other's messages and calls?
Well, it was more of a one-way street.
You set this up for your kids. That's unlike you.
No, I didn't set this up. So I had a crazy. I dated a girl named Crazy Pants. That was her full name, given name, legal name, Crazy Pants. And she put a monitoring device on my phone. I didn't know about it. Text messages, phone calls. I mean, I was having calls drop left and right. I was like, why are all these calls dropping?
He told me one time, they would just hang up.
They were just hanging up.
I'm in a bad service area. No, it was getting hung up on.
No, it was getting hung up on by her from another place. Anyway, guys, just break up with that person when it happens. But be that as it may, yeah, they have all these monitoring devices now, especially like for children, which Sorsby obviously is being treated like one, where it's just called Live 360, or it's if I find my. You could do it. You can share location through your iPhone.
So
like I can share like Peyton shares his location with like all of his friends. Mm-hmm. You know, I can just do that. I could send you a text message right now, request your location. You can do it for 24 hours, for a day, for 5 days, a month. Indefinite. And that allows them to know where he is. I don't know why that matters. There's no casinos where he's at.
Well, like it's also like
apps.
It's internet surveillance.
Like Underdog is on my app.
Yeah. I didn't know you could do the internet part. That's the thing.
Now, how much is this surveillance going on? Like, If he's like first off, hey, like can a VPN work around this at all or no? And then the other thing I would wonder is like, can they monitor all of his internet traffic, including the sexy internet traffic?
Whoa!
I'm just saying, he's a college
Not
guy.
here. Not
well,
here.
no, there's a couple of them that still work, but either way, do they just have it like piped in? Do they have a live feed on his phone, or are they just getting like traffic reports and it'll block certain things? This either way. This is such a bad look for Texas Tech. This looks so weak.
Yeah.
This looks so. I'm not talking about the monitoring device. I'm talking about sitting up there and then like, we wanted to speak to you. That's
It's not Mavs and Patriots PR level yet.
no,
We're not there yet.
and it's different too. It's like so like we were kicking around some new segments recently that maybe we could try to do, and one of them that I had suggested was like, is it Nico? And the idea being like, does this rise to Nico levels, an awful decision that a team just made? And so this is different because I feel like there are a bunch of fans who, if this were to be Nico, there'd be a bunch of fans saying, we wanted you to trade Luka and we're gung-ho about it and it's us against the world. It's not that, because there's people at Tech who clearly want Sorsby to play and are defending this, but
They're being transparent.
yeah, oh my gosh.
Being transparent.
It feels like such a, they've got to be, no matter what they're saying, they've got to be feeling sincere heat about this. I mean, the fact that yesterday the announcement was that the Attorney General has basically been sicked on the Big 12 on their behalf. And basically to threaten antitrust stuff. Like it's literally Tech like getting the help of the Attorney General to tell the Big 12, do not cut them out. Don't do anything to them. If you do, you'll be facing this, which I think is hilarious for an Attorney General's office that has gone so hard at gambling in this state.
Yeah. And it's you need, well, the Big 12 needs 12 of 15 schools to sanction Texas Tech, so super majority. But the Attorney General's office is saying that if you do this, and they are going to expose the conference to more than $200 million in liability, basically in an antitrust lawsuit, and that would, really prohibit them from taking any action against Texas Tech, which, half the time I like when the government gets involved with college sports, and then the other half I don't. This is one of the times where I don't. Like, if you're saying that, like, Sorsby could be irreparably harmed by not playing, then you can also say that the conference could be irreparably harmed by allowing him to play. I think both can be reasonably argued. So, like, how would you try to sanction that? Unless you're just in the bag for the school.
This is that, like, I mean, Sean, you've said it the last couple of days, like, it is so. This sounds like we're talking about a political topic. The way it's like, like, when we talk about sanctions and the Attorney General threatening action and like court rule, like this all sounds like. I mean, I most frequently hear sanctions when we're talking about like Iran or something.
Right.
Like that's where you hear it applied, and here we are.
And then you wonder, like, if Tech was a private school, would they be sanctioned? But since it's a public school, because it's part of the state, does that change that? Is it like, all right, well, now we're going to back you even more?
I think Jacob Ray's point is going to end up being the best one at the end of all this. If you end up with 3, 4, or 5 losses, was it all worth it?
It was all worth it
for this? This is not supposed to be Andrew Luck. This is not supposed to be Trevor Lawrence.
Right.
I'm talking about in college.
Yeah.
So is it all going to be worth it to fight these battles? Because you are the villain now, and you are going to get made fun of and mocked endlessly throughout the season. So there it is, little Tech roundtable. So that is the bright idea they came up with yesterday in Lubbock. Is RJ Choppy going to be allowed at his golf club today? Phil Mickelson isn't. And Choppy's World Cup update after day 1. Let's go Mexico next.
Broadus apparently rocks out to a lot.
What?
Material Girl by Madonna.
Yeah. Yours is the softest of all of ours, but I admit mine. Oldies.
Mine is softest and the hardest. I just listen to everything is what it is.
Okay, yeah, I think that's true. World Cup day 1.
3 red cards in the Mexico game.
Oh, God.
South Africa was playing. He played the entire second half with 10 men. You had Mexico get one very, very late in like the 91st minute. They were in extra time. They were already up 2-0. The game was over. But it started, that was a physical, kind of chippy game. And, South Africa's like, if we're going to beat Mexico, that's how we're going to have to play. We're going to have to play rough. So they win the first game.
So that's what RSA was, Republic of South Africa or something. Okay, I didn't know I did not know who RSA was when I looked at it.
So, you'll see this like they'll spell the team names a lot of times like they are in that country. Now, they don't really do it with, like, Germany, I think, is technically it's called Deutschland, but they don't spell it. They don't do that. They call it Germany. But, like, Turkey, they don't spell Turkey Turkey. They spell it Turkiye, like Turkey or whatever. So there's that. Like, that's part of it. So that was the Republic of South Africa. So 2-0, Mexico wins. The other game last night was South Korea and Czechia. And the Czechs are the ones that are in Mansfield. They took a 1-0 lead.
What a sentence. The Czechs are the ones in Mansfield.
Man, I keep seeing all this stuff on social media.
Go get some kolaches in Mansfield today.
I keep seeing these things on social media, like, all these teams coming over here, and they're staying in these, forgotten towns and stuff. And,
Shots fired Mansfield from Choppy.
I think Spain is in, like, Chattanooga, right? A lot of teams are like, they don't want to stay in spots where there's a lot of, things to do and stuff. But could you imagine, and I've heard people say, like, Prague is so amazing, going from Prague to Mansfield. Like, the Algerian team is in Lawrence, Kansas, staying at a single-story hotel.
Oh.
It's so hilarious, like, some of these things, like, where these teams are staying, because, you've got 48 teams. They don't all want to be in major cities. Some do, some don't.
Yeah.
Depends on, it depends on what you want to be.
As long as they have a Walmart.
As long as they have a Walmart. And I'm glad you brought that up.
And who won the second game, by the way?
South Korea. They came back. They were down 1-0. And they came back with 2 late goals, and they wind up winning the second game. So they have that, the 3 points. It's a big one. Team USA gets going tonight. And where are we going to be at tonight, Bobby?
Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless, 7:30 tonight.
And the interesting thing about Team USA is because they're a host nation, so Mexico, USA, and Canada, the way they did the draw, so like the top, let's say there's 10 groups. The top 10 teams ranking-wise, all get put in the top group, okay, on the top line. So they get drawn one by one. And then the next 10 are all in line 2, and they get drawn one by one. And then the next 10, the next 10. Well, since the U.S. is a host nation, they automatically get put in the top line, regardless of whether they're in the top 10 or not. So there's not a great elite team. They don't have like an Argentina in their group. They don't have a Spain in their group. So it's like it's like a bunch of 2s and 3s in their group. So it's a little bit more advantageous for them. Mexico, same way. They were on the top line.
And can y'all let me know, did anyone go watch Mexico at a bar or restaurant yesterday? Was it packed? Okay, he said it was so-so. I'm just curious, like, because I want to go out and about and watch Team USA and Mexico or, the Final Four, but I don't know how nuts it's going to be in terms of watch parties. I anticipate tonight, partially because y'all are there, it's going to be packed and fun. Like, I'm contemplating a babysitter move for tonight. I don't know.
Past,
to drive to Euless for cold beers and cheeseburgers.
Yeah.
Oh, baby!
Oh.
In the past,
it'd be funny if I just got a babysitter and went somewhere else. You guys are doing your thing.
In the past,
like
the watch parties for USA in the past have been pretty fun. That I've gone to, that we've done. They've been pretty crowded. I don't know if you saw the scene yesterday. The LA Coliseum. Like the old one, right? The one where the Rams played the Cowboys in the playoff game a few years ago, where they had a makeshift press box of
where Jalen Hurts threw the football at the torch.
Yeah, well, that one, yes, absolutely.
The one where Jerry literally had to walk down the stairs with fans to get down to the locker room.
But Mexico had a watch party there on the field, and it was packed. It was packed. But Brent, you mentioned Walmart. One of the best players in the world was at a guy player for Spain. Was at a Walmart, and he came out with a shopping cart full of bags, just those gray Walmart bags. And this is a guy who he cannot go in Spain to a Walmart, whatever their Walmart is. He can't go to a market. He'd be it's like LeBron James. LeBron James, imagine like how liberating it must be for some of these players to come here, because 95% of us have no idea who, outside of Messi and Ronaldo, like we couldn't recognize most of these players. But how liberating it must be for these guys to come to a country that doesn't know who they are. They could go to a Walmart, shop. When was the last time this guy shopped?
Who was the player? I want to hear your soccer cred.
No, I could not pronounce his name at all.
Let me see it. I'll try.
Yamin Lamal.
Okay. I think he might be their best player. Really young kid?
Yes, very young.
Yep.
Very young.
There you go. Thank you. I got my shin guards on today, my Umbros,
Well,
my Sambas.
So wait, hold on. Which one is it? Because the article says Yamin Lamal, but then the tweet says Lamine Yamal.
Lamine Yamal.
Yeah, they
one says
flip it around.
Lamine Yamal. I think they flipped it around twice. They don't even know.
I don't think they
don't
know
even
what
know.
this guy's name
But
is.
he's young.
That's how anonymous he
Two
is.
different names in it.
He's young.
They keep alternating it. They have
But
no idea.
This is a Walmart just south of Chattanooga, because Spain's in Chattanooga. It's in Fort Oglethorpe, Georgia. There's no way anybody knew who he was. He was completely anonymous. He was able to do what he wants. He's never been able to walk since he was probably 16 years old into the apparel section at a store and shop for himself.
Yeah, like 5 of the ESPN voters picked him for the Golden Ball. So they're like, he's going to be
And what is the actual name that since do they have it listed here?
Lamine Yamal.
Okay, Lamine.
Lamine
So
Yamal.
Yamin was wrong.
Lamine Yamal.
Yamin, Lamal. And then in terms of the picks to win it all, it's a mixture of Spain and France. As Dan Hunt came in studio and told us yesterday.
And that's the reality of it. I mean, you've got your upper echelon teams. I mean, there's a lot. People will say like any team in the top 10 can win. So when it's done, people have Germany won or Argentina won. No, but like Spain and France are probably going to wind up being your favorites.
Which underdog teams most likely to make a deep run? Japan, Colombia, Norway, Ecuador. Most surprising team that won't make it out of the group stage: Netherlands, Uruguay, Paraguay, Senegal, Egypt. So this is some of the ESPN previews for the teams that you'll be watching and supporting or rooting against. Most entertaining: Spain, Norway, Japan, Curacao, Uruguay, Spain, Colombia, and Brazil. So how far will the United States men's national team go?
I would say the max is probably the round of 16.
Yep. That's the max that they have on here. 3 people said round of 16, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. You have like 7 out of the 10 say round of 16.
That's look, and I'll be honest, like a country of almost 400 million people, like with all the money that we have to spend, I mean that should be where you get to. That should be the expectation.
How far do they have to get before the country jumps on the bandwagon? Because there'll be a lot of people who are watching it, for the first round that don't normally watch or wouldn't, and so they'll have a bandwagon. And obviously, it'll grow. But when will it be the point where it's like it's fever and this is like taking over?
If they beat Paraguay today.
One game, you
or
think,
as Dan Hunt previewed in a commercial break, if they get the win over Iran.
Oh yeah, well that will be in the knockout stage.
He said there's a possible collision course coming.
Yeah, that should be July 3rd. Be July 3rd.
Would it?
Yeah, it'd be July 3rd.
So fitting.
July 3rd?
Yeah, it'd be fireworks nights, half the places.
Wow.
It'll be amazing.
Fireworks.
But if they beat Paraguay, I mean, like that's one of the tougher teams in the group. That would put them in position to get to the knockout. Like they would have to stumble. They would have to stumble to get to the knockout. So I think that's a possibility.
I think I'm just learning it's pronounced Paraguay.
Paraguay.
I've always said Paraguay, but you guys are both saying Paraguay, so now I think I got it wrong.
Why RJ Choppy has a better chance to get on a golf course than Phil Mickelson.
Yes, that's because I have not made inappropriate contact with a female at the golf course. I mean,
that people know about.
That they know about that's been reported. But
well, if somebody's monitoring your phone, you would have been caught.
Phil is accused of inappropriately contacting a female at this golf course that he has belonged to for decades. And
Wait,
Listen.
he's been inappropriately with her for decades?
Well, it didn't say that.
We found a 50-year-old beer cart girl? Like,
he's been at the golf course for decades.
Okay, oh.
He's been a member at this club
It's
in
like
San
his
Diego.
primary practice and training course.
He's been at this golf course for decades, and word came out that a woman there accused him of inappropriately contacting her at this golf course, and they said, you know what, Phil, you're out.
And they did it quick.
They did it quick, and look, good for them. I mean, you don't see that very often. You don't see.
It's a Phillies game and it's Eskin.
And people don't know that reference. People don't know that reference. Howard Eskin,
because it's a good one.
Philly insider Howard Eskin getting in trouble at concession stands in Filthy. But this tells me, with the way they acted, I'm thinking Phil was guilty.
If he's been a member there for that long, and they were so quick to go, you are not allowed back here, that to me says that they saw something that was like, this is pretty tough to defend whatever you did.
So, according to sources, he approached her at the clubhouse. He made non-consensual and inappropriate physical contacts that she rejected his advances. He returned to the course. The employee reported the incident. Club officials took the allegation seriously, moved quickly, initiated a review, and before locating him mid-round, he was in the middle of his round when he goes there, and they booed him from the club. And
I don't like him. I'm calling creep.
What a
he's a
PR drop for him over the last few years. Like, he was the guy that, the lovable. I'm going to leave the U.S. Open leading because my child is about to be born. That guy. I was going to leave on Sunday. His wife is has some health problems, and he drops out of a tournament, and you wonder why he wasn't in the Masters this year. I wonder if this had something to do with it.
He said he's got a health issue.
Yeah.
And then the gambling.
The gambling, right? Just a giant PR
creepy
drop for him.
And he was the lovable one.
He was. I mean, you either loved him or Tiger.
Yeah.
There were some people that loved them both. I mean, I always liked them both. But, I love his game. I think he is just incredible. But it is obvious that he is kind of a creep.
Fire station number 1 in Mesquite, 410 South Galloway, with an amazing Tolo turnout already. Breakfast, we have Mesquite rodeo tickets, courtesy of Tober Garage Door, Branch and Dillon Law Firm, and Fraser Roofs and Gutters. Come on out and start your weekend with us here on DFW Sports Station. 1 win away for the Knicks. How close would Jalen Brunson's title be to Dirk's? After this.
chance
Sorry,
to win it.
I might have said
Yeah.
game 3.
Yeah.
I meant game
But
4.
yeah, but now they don't really have a great chance to win it. Yeah, Vegas. I mean, Vegas blew it. They really did. And now, do you really think they're going to go win? They've dominated a couple of games, but I don't know if they're going to go win 2 games in a row.
Money Puck says they didn't blow game 2, by the way. Money Puck said that Carolina should have won.
Meanwhile, the MVP goes to Tampa.
Kucherov, right? Yeah, he gets the MVP.
Second one.
Is that his name?
Yeah, and that was a historically close vote against Connor McDavid. Historically close vote, so that's good. But he's a tremendous player. But McDavid is the guy. It's like beating Shohei or Aaron Judge in an MVP vote. It's just so hard to say anybody's better than Connor McDavid every year, right? He's the best. He's McJesus. That's what they call him.
All right.
I call him McLoser, though.
NBA Finals fallout. A couple things yesterday that were going viral. Whenever we get these types of videos, I never believe it anymore. I don't care whether it's for a news story or a sports story. I always assume someone's doctored it or it's not 100% authentic. Karl Anthony Towns waving the Knicks fan over to be closer to Dylan Harper inbounding to try to make it uncomfortable. I don't know how anyone inbounds, by the way, in that situation, period. With the crowd on top of you and Karl Anthony Towns standing there at 7 feet tall.
Yeah, and he didn't. Dylan Harper did not inbound.
That's right, he did not inbound it.
Do we feel like we have a strong decision on whether Towns touched it?
I think he had to have. I don't understand how that pass was 10 feet short.
Yep, I agree.
I think he had to have.
And then you got people still shotting OG Anunoby and his defensive play against Fox saying, oh, he slapped the arm right there. There should have been a foul. So you're going to get all these things. I never fully believe them.
I didn't think foul there. Were you surprised at all there wasn't a foul called on, like, after the inbound when there was that little bit of a scrap for the ball? When they threw it short, like, I mean, they're not going.
They weren't going to call.
They're not going to call
swallowing.
it. But, like, I think that is
I don't even know.
That is 100. Like, that felt to me like it was a foul. It's just one of those ones they're not going to call in that instance.
You thought it was a foul?
Like a loose ball foul, yeah.
Against Castle?
No, I thought it was a loose ball foul at the very end, probably against the Knicks. Like if we're just talking really
defending Castle, Hart versus Castle.
Yes. Like just in terms of, like, realistically, what's the definition of it? I looked at it and said, like, that is they're just never going to end the game on that. But it felt very much like that's the kind of thing that you can get away with in those moments.
All right, so I've been thinking about this question. Could have saved it till Monday because the Knicks may win this Saturday, and then we have a finals recap next week. If the Knicks win this, and right now you got some people, Charles Barkley early said Cat should be the MVP. Dan Patrick yesterday said it should be OG. Brunson, by the numbers right now, is the favorite, probably going to win it because of the points scored. Brunson's title here lines up where on the Dirk scale? You got different sets of titles. You got MJ, and you got Dynasties, and you got the Warriors, and you got Steph, and you got LeBron. And then you got the special individual titles. Dirk with not an all-time team. Kawhi, kind of, when I do buy himself, don't get all mad. Sean Marion living in Rockwall. I'm not trying to totally insult the rest of the roster. It's one superstar.
Yeah.
Kawhi, Toronto. Giannis, Milwaukee. Brunson, New York. Ends up where on the Dirk scale?
So it's interesting. First of all, Dirk's number one, and I don't know that it'll ever be touched.
Well, it is Dirk's scale.
Yeah.
I mean,
because of who he went through?
Because of who he went through. Now, he had look, I mean, the one thing that Dirk had that Wemby doesn't, Jason Kidd is never running a game like that, like the second half of that game 4.
Yes.
Right, Jason Kidd is the adult in the room.
Floor general.
He's a floor general. He is not letting his team chuck that many threes.
Did you see the clip of Mike Brown in Sacramento with De'Aaron Fox?
Yeah, and the next day he was fired.
Yeah, so Mike Brown, I think I remember talking about him and De'Aaron Fox did not get along. De'Aaron Fox had a stupid closeout foul in one of their games, and Mike Brown called it out. He was like, this was kind of stupid. There's no reason. We instructed us not to do that. So Mike Brown talking about De'Aaron Fox's intelligence that played a part in getting him fired, and then, of course, what happened the other night.
So, with Kidd running the point, I mean, Terry was a vet. Marion was a vet. But you had Deshaun. Page. I mean, you had a ton of veterans on that team. So that wasn't going to happen. Kawhi, that was the year, I'm going to go back, that was the year Durant got hurt with the ankle. pretty sure.
Yeah.
So that was a compromised Golden State team.
Okay.
Brunson did not have to go through any elite team.
Yes.
Cleveland's not elite. The Atlanta Hawks are not elite.
Yes.
Philadelphia, I know people picked Philadelphia. Some people were picking Philadelphia to pull the upset.
Yeah.
Yeah, no.
Yeah.
And then San Antonio.
Then they were the underdogs in the finals.
They were the underdogs in the finals, and San Antonio's not exactly some, like, a historically great team with a track record. They
are an historically great team with a track record. The Spurs are, but this year's team is not there yet.
Right, yeah.
Yeah, this core isn't.
This core is not.
Yeah.
So,
And Giannis Milwaukee.
That was Phoenix. That was Durant. That's a better one.
That wasn't Durant. I think Durant was on. Durant never got to the finals.
It was Booker and Paul, right?
Yeah. but what
that was a better Phoenix team.
Than San Antonio?
Well, they had more vets.
Yeah, Durant. He did play Durant because that was that 7-game series against the Nets.
All right. So he went through Durant to
it
get
just
there.
wasn't. Yeah, it was not with the Suns.
I think that Giannis one might be better
than
this one than the Brunson one.
Where are you putting it, Bobby? And fan text 877-881-1053.
So, like, on a scale, it's if that's the Dirk scale, to me, like, Brunson's is a 5 or 6, like, on Dirk. Like if I was to compare
Dirk's
to
a
Dirk.
10.
Yeah, if Dirk's a 10, it's a 5 or a 6. Probably the lowest of those 4, I would guess. I mean, the one that maybe
the lowest.
The one that maybe is.
Does Brunson have the least amount of help? You got to factor in help.
Yeah,
but
look, we've been talking about Cat being like Hall of Fame.
Well, yeah, but none of us think that he. I mean,
right.
So other people are talking about that. We don't think he's a Hall of Famer.
OG is a good player.
And Cat has disappeared. He's completely disappeared in the series.
OG's a good player.
Like Cat's really had like two good games. Yeah.
Yeah. This is like the Knicks are like kind of like that mid-major team that has played together for so long because like.
Kind of like Villanova, maybe.
Brunson's played with half of these guys since he was 18 years old.
Yeah.
So it's like they know each other so well. So they're at that mid-major team that's all fifth-year seniors.
Yeah, I'm going to say that it's maybe it's not the weakest. The weakest is maybe. Man, Bucks were talented. Like, I know it was Giannis, and he was
Middleton was their second best player.
Middleton, Drew Holiday. They had Brook Lopez. Like, they were not a bad.
I think it's Toronto's roster versus this one.
Well, Toronto had Lowry.
They had Lowry and Siakam, but I mean, Lowry was on the back half, and Siakam was not Siakam yet. So yeah, I would say that it's.
I think this
I would probably go. Obviously, Dirk is 1. Number 2 would probably be Toronto, I would guess, and then it's Knicks, Bucks, or Bucks Knicks. It's somewhere in there.
Amazing question by me. 15 years ago, Dirk and the Mavs beat the Heat. So T. Rainey sending us that to go along with the timing of the segment. Let me know on the fan text what y'all think. A Brunson title on the Dirk scale would end up where? 877-881-1053. 877-881-1053
now,
with Game 5 tomorrow night.
This would be, I believe, this is the worst record of those 4. Like the Knicks would have the worst record of the 4,
and the best quote unquote playoff run with that streak.
Yeah,
this playoff run's been amazing.
They were dominant, and that's the thing is that they've been. The only thing was just that it felt like, especially once Boston was out, like it felt like everybody was just like the Knicks are the best team, and because Detroit felt like all right, that's still a little too early, and they were having their trouble with Orlando, so. It felt like
in the East.
Yeah, in the East. That's what I mean. Like them going through the East, it felt like they were the best team kind of pretty quickly.
Because Vegas sent me the numbers. If the Spurs won the other night with a 99.3% probability, the new spread for the series, Spurs minus 180.
60-ish percent.
And New York plus 155. So they would have had San Antonio winning the series.
Yeah.
Now they flip-flopped. That would have been the third time they flip-flopped in the series. So whatever.
People seem to forget, too, that Dirk run that he had. That Game 4 that they blew, they were up like 20 on the Blazers in the fourth quarter or something like that. And then Brandon Roy with one working knee just dominates them. And I remember thinking at that moment, this is going to be one of the more devastating series losses they've ever had. And then they just go on a run from there on out where they won. They lost 3 games the rest of the way.
And then don't forget the Lakers sweep.
Yeah, so the Mavs won the last 2 against Portland, swept the Lakers.
OKC.
And then OKC won game.
So they were 14-3 the rest of the way.
Right.
They won game 2.
Yeah, they won game 2.
And OKC was like this San Antonio in terms of the raw 2 young talent.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. No, and that's
but better.
More talented.
OKC?
I think so. They had 3 guys that eventually became top 10 players in the league. I don't know that the Spurs have 3 guys that are good. I don't think Castle and Harper are
Yeah,
gonna be
but
top
were they
10.
better at the time? You're talking about their future career. Like I can't remember how Westbrook and Harden were then compared to. Hard for me to. I don't know. Harper and Castle are freaking good.
They are.
Russ and Durant were better back then. Harden was the one who was still like he was a 6th man, and he was kind of coming into his own, and people were really starting to see, oh, he could be a star. But when they traded him to Houston, I don't think anybody thought he was going to become who he became in Houston.
They traded him like Jeremy Grant or something.
I don't remember what the trade was, but I mean, that Thunder team had played together longer, and they were deep.
It is cooling off here in Mesquite. Stop on by Fire Station number 1, parking across the street. 410 South Galloway, brought to you by Branch & Dillon Law Firm, Tolbert Garage Door, with free Mesquite Rodeo tickets throughout the entire morning, and Fraser Roofs and Gutters here on Sean, RJ, and Bobby. Can this Dallas Cowboy make you feel that much better about their upcoming season? We go commercial-free in the Expressway inside the Star, our final concert ticket giveaway of the week, and the junk drawer after this. This is Wild Fork Foods. I will see you tomorrow. Rodeo Ron said he's going to be there. Tolo Amy said she's going to try to stop by. We got the 1-year anniversary in Addison, and they're going to have the Pitmasters out
brought to you by the On Time Experts.
From news and notes to the coaches and players for America's team, let us go inside the Star on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. Commercial free in the Expressway with a concert ticket giveaway and the junk drawer coming up here on DFW Sports Station. What are you wearing on the fan cam Bobby Belt?
This is the little tote bag that you can get from the Branch and Dillon law firm that I was just looking at over there, and I was like, "Do you want me to put one of the koozies over there or something?" And Cody said, "No, I want you to wear that bag." And I said, "I think it'll fit over my head," and he didn't think it would, and it did. And I don't know that it's going to be able to come off very easily. It is a right about the circumference of my head, and so I don't know if it's going to come back off. So this may just be my permanent bib for the day. I may wear it all the way to cold beer and cheeseburgers. Who knows?
There you go. I love a good tote bag. Although, do you guys carry them to the do your wives carry them to the grocery store?
My mom does.
Yeah?
My mom saves money at a specific store because they charge you for bags.
They charge you for bags?
And my mom refuses off principle to pay for the bags.
I didn't know what
it is crazy to pay for bags.
Is California? Do they charge us? I remember I walked into like a CVS or something when we were on one of these road trips, and they're like, "Would you like
Spencer Pratt?
Would you like a bag with it?" I was like, "Sure, I'd like a bag." And then I looked, it was like 80 cents or something. I was like, "What the hell is that?" You didn't tell me I was getting charged for the bag.
Although the bags out there, I got to say, and I don't say this very often about California, the plastic bags they have out there, way better. They're so sturdy.
Yeah.
They are the thickest dang bags. I mean, I have bags.
Yeah.
I still.
It also makes you not want to throw it away.
I know. I don't throw them away. I keep them. That's their. I mean, I may use them for dog poop, or like for laundry when I'm on trips and stuff. But I hardly ever throw those away.
All right. So inside the Star, in your home of the Dallas Cowboys, I'm gonna start with two Cowboy wide receivers fighting with each other.
Oh yeah.
This is an all-time great story from our boy Jesse Holley sitting down with Derek Holland. Let's get the name of Holland's pod so we can get Derek some love, some subscribers and likes on there for the name of it. Dutch, if you're listening, text us. This is Jesse Holley talking about the epic all-time...
Is it To the Majors? I think it's the To the Majors pod, right?
Dez Bryant rookie dinner story.
I was a part of one of the most epic rookie dinners in all of sports, the Dez Bryant rookie dinner. God. The famous $52,000 at Papa Bro's dinner. And it kind of correlates to the story because Dez Bryant comes into the National Football League and it's the culture of, hey, rookies, you carry pads. And Dez came in and Dez was dead set on, I am not carrying pads. I am not carrying pads. And at the time, the vet of the group was Roy Williams, out of Texas receiver. And so Roy's like, you're going to carry my pads. Like, you're going to carry my pads. And Dez was dead set, you're not carrying my pads. And so you know how it is. If there's a veteran on the team and you're a rookie, you're kind of like disrespecting the veteran, the other veterans would go like, oh, really? And so there was this back and forth thing between Dez and Roy all year. And so we get to the rookie dinner, and we're at Papa Bro's right over here in Dallas, and Dez is late. He's late.
Yeah, it's a no-no.
And by the time that Dez got there, I'm not a drinker, but they said, well, what's the most expensive liquor you have? They said, we have this bottle of Louis XIII rare cask.
It's always in a light, too.
Yes.
Out in front,
they got to put the white gloves on. They got to wheel it out. They hit a button. This thing opens up. It kind of comes out, this illuminating light. $1,300 a shot. Mm-hmm. And I'm like, hey, I don't drink. I am drinking this. I am not leaving this place with not getting a chance to say that I had a $1,300 shot. I mean, we're buying Wagyu Kobe beef steaks. I got two. They got the shrimp and lobster towers. They bought the biggest bottle of Ace of Spade. They're pouring it in a flower pot in this private room. I mean, it is going insane. Dez finally shows up about 45 minutes late. And he's like, hey, man, we're finished. The damage has been done. And they brought the bill. And it was $52,000. Mm-hmm. And the way that Dez spazzed out, and I'm not paying it. And I was like, Rook. And the way that it goes in the NFL is, first round rookie pays the majority of it. The next pick kind of picks up. So they break it down, first round, second round, third round, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Story goes, I don't know how this ended. I left. Once I got my $1,300 shot, I ate my Kobe Wagyu beef steak and shrimp and the towers. I got my stuff to go because I had steak and eggs the next morning. You know what I mean? everyone left Papa Bros with this bill of $52,000 because Dez refused to pay. Story has it that Jerry Jones eventually picked up the tab because we were there as Cowboys.
So we've heard tales of that story before, but Jesse just talked about it the other day with Derek. Well, Dez has taken exception with the way that Jesse told it. Here's Dez. I get that you have to make it interesting, Jesse Holly, but using the word spaz out, knowing I only showed up to give the waiter my number to text me the check after y'all were done doing the ho-s.
Oh.
You saying I'm 45 minutes late? Why would I want to be around that? I think you and I both know it's no secret I could have spazzed out. One thing I made sure of, I wasn't like any of you. I take pride in being a real stand-up guy. I learned to speak up because I don't want that to get ever confused again. He wrote that to Jesse. Jesse responds, to say that you came there, found out what the bill was, and how the split was broken, was calm as a cucumber would be totally false. You were late getting there, that's factual. By the way, Dez is always late. That's me saying it. Why you were late was never known actually until now. The rookie dinner has been a staple in the NFL since as long as I could remember. I was a part of it my rookie year. I don't make the rules. And then they're kind of going back and forth, and Dez is like, I wasn't going to treat young NFL rookies the way you and everyone else did. I didn't want them to feel discouraged. So this is Dez and Jesse Holly going back and forth over the famous rookie dinner.
Man. You know, this thing always tore me. The rookie dinner, money is one thing. You know, there's two kinds of...
And Dez said he paid it while Jesse heard that Jerry paid it. We got to ask Jerry that. Who ended up paying it?
Yeah. And
$52K.
$52K. And, you know, there was two kinds at the time. There was two kinds of, like, rookie hazing. There was the dinner, and there was the carry the pads. And you remember San Antonio, Dez refused to carry the pads, right? And it was
him and Roy Williams got into it over it.
And that was like one of the first kind of fights. And you know, they had done stuff prior to that, like they shaved the heads or gave weird haircuts to
Paul McQuiston. Tie you up to
Pat McQuiston was the craziest one.
Tie you to the goalpost,
tape you, throw talcum powder all over you.
Yeah,
you know, kid stuff, stupid stuff, kid stuff. You know, the money thing is like, all right, these guys are all millionaires, but that's a lot of money for a guy who's a rookie. I don't care what your salary is.
And I don't know. Well, Jesse also explained first rounders start paying this, then second rounders chip in, and then third rounders. And I don't know whether they punished Dez extra because of the way Dez had rejected his tradition and then also showing up 50 minutes late. I don't know.
It's so odd because, and I love Dez, but like Dez has always been super like big on tradition and what football's supposed to be and all this, and then that was like the area where he wouldn't embrace it at all, and I understand it's like picking on a little bit, but he wouldn't embrace that at all. He didn't want to pass it down at all. Like there were so many other ways of like where Dez was like, this is the way football has done it, and this is the way that football culture has done it in so many other ways relating to practice and things like that, except for that. And I get it. It's probably because early on he didn't want to do it, and then after that he's like, well, I probably shouldn't make anybody else do it if I didn't do it at that point. And so it set the standard, but no, that's
it still goes on around the league. It's just not as bad.
Man,
it's not even close to 50,000.
Some of them are bad.
They're in the 20s, right?
Yeah.
I don't think I see anything.
I guess depending on who's trying to stick it to the kid.
Dez is lame, man. I'm always gonna be Team Jesse on this type of stuff. I trust Jesse. I love Jesse. Jesse's my boy. I'm gonna believe Jesse's account over Dez's. I love Dez's authenticity, but sometimes he can. What's Trump call it?
Weave.
He can weave all over the place on social media. There's two types of hazing. I'm gonna take it to fraternities. In my fraternity, which I regret joining, and my kid will not be in one. When we got hazed through theft and burglary
and elephant walks
and stupid some illegal stuff. So when I then got in and everyone else wanted to get their rocks off by making the freshmen do exactly what we did, I was like, no no more illegal stuff. So I canceled all the illegal stuff.
Man, what a
narc
Sharif. I thought a narc would be like ratting someone out.
Well, it's let's see what it is. It's
you essentially did. You
I didn't rat anyone out. I canceled the policy
with the threat of narking.
I didn't. I didn't say I was
going to illegal stuff. You're going to roll.
I didn't say you guys are.
Hello. Are we back?
There we go.
We're
back.
Yeah.
Jake, talk to me. Are we back on air?
Yeah, you're good to go.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
So
Kicked it.
when it comes to shaving your head, carrying the pad, just do it.
Yeah,
just do it, Dez. You and your principle about it. I'm not going to discourage anyone. Go get the donuts for the morning. Now, if you want to talk
on the demeaning scale, that's a 1.
That's a nothing.
So nothing.
So like on that stuff, I roll my eyes at Dez. Now you want to take it way overboard, and you want to get into stupid stuff. Okay, fine, take your stand. But I'm not carrying your pads, Roy Williams. Get out of here. Come on, stop.
Yeah. When it gets into illegal or borderline illegal or
touching
the sexual stuff,
some of the Micah allegations at Penn State.
Yeah, like that's so far beyond what hazing really is. Hazing is, like you said, it's carrying pads, it's paying for a dinner.
We're hitting you physically. That's over the line.
Yeah,
like
anything that involves physical actions is completely over the line, or illegal activities like with theft and stuff.
I think we should pick up the legal hazing here at the station, though. I do think that the more, like, whenever anybody new gets here, I think we should do something. They should have to bring us something or do something for us, just to show respect.
We're still hazing you with breakfast.
Yeah, I know. I'm still the most recent addition, like, to the full-time lineup, and so I need somebody else to, like, what I really need is, like, I need like Wolchuk to get fired or something, and somebody comes in and replaces him, and then they can start buying everything.
You should be hazing Wolchuk for life, Choppy.
Should be.
All right, so let me have Tyler Smith make you feel really, really pumped. At least it got me pumped about this Cowboys season. The first clip from Tyler Smith is about who is showing him the most excitement this Cowboy offseason, and it's the guy I think that we're putting the number one focus on towards training camp.
I mean, bro, he's been looking great. Obviously we train together, we hang out together. We're together always in the off season. So, I really do think he's poised to have, the best season of his career physically. He's in the best shape he's ever been in, 100%. Sharp mover, extremely powerful. Like, dude has, a particular set of skills and, a particular set of tools that, a lot of people do not have and, like, a lot of people won't have. And so with him being able to work with Tyron, a guy who has, like, who is similar to him athletically in terms of, like, gifts and, has so much of the game to give him in terms of being, like, that franchise left tackle for over a decade and some change, bro. I feel like it's really taking his game to new heights, and he's playing with a different confidence, bro. Like, even at OTAs, like, his set trees, like, just look different. Like, his 3 steps short is super sharp. Like, his sets with chip help, super sharp. And so, like, I've just watched how he's attacked this offseason and, how he's continuing to attack the process of things. And, bro, I'm telling you, I really feel like he's poised to do some big things this year.
Love hearing that, Bob.
I love hearing it. Do we feel at this point...
Glad my mom is hearing the arrest story from college. And she said, I saved the grocery bags for conservation, not to save money. Thanks,
okay.
Mom.
Yeah,
Appreciate you.
Saving the planet, not saving money. Look, here, I'm a little burned out on here. Man, this is the most honks we've gotten from the street, I feel like, in any city at this point.
I feel like Dave Portnoy doing pizza reviews.
Right.
So I'm a little burned out on hearing about what a crazy, like, freak athlete Guyton is when I don't think I see that very often. Like, I don't see him, like, mauling people with strength very often. I don't see him climbing to the second level and, like, getting out in front. And so whatever.
It's kind of like when I kept hearing about the Mozzie strength.
Yeah, it's like, okay, like,
yeah.
I mean, I think I think that he's a good athlete. Schottenheimer talked about it, like, last week. He was like, he's one of the most ridiculous athletes I've ever seen at the position. It's like, oh, okay. Like, I mean, maybe there's just something with the foot movement or things like, maybe they're just talking about the feet quickness, but, like, in general, I don't look at Guyton and think, like, that is the most freakish tackle I've seen, or one of the most freakish tackles, especially not to say it's good for him to work with somebody with similar athleticism or whatever Tyler says as Tyron Smith. No, those are two. You can see it with Tyron. We're not just waiting for Tyler to be more consistent. I don't think we've seen Tyler look like this, like, unstoppable athlete that just needs to hone it all.
Tyron Smith is one of the most unbelievable athletes we've ever seen around here. Like, comparing anybody to him is like, all right.
That anyone's ever seen.
I was going to say, he might be, if you want to just talk about all-encompassing everything and size and taking everything in there, like he might be the best athlete I've like seen up close.
So that's the encouragement on the offensive side. By the way, shout out to Brandon Laurie for getting these clips. This is from the Set Show YouTube. This is Tyler Smith talking about who's trying to keep the defense accountable.
I'm excited about a few guys, but I think the addition of Rashawn Gary, to that defensive side of the ball, bro, is just huge. I feel like, he's a lightning rod in terms of the attitude you should really have, as a defensive player. And I feel like, the accountability aspect that he's pushing on that side of the ball is going to be huge for us. Like, we do a lot of body work together, after OTAs and stuff. So like, even when we doing rehab, like I see him, on his iPad watching practice. And like, I asked him because, we're OTA, so we don't get on. I'm making sure guys ain't, slacking on these drills. Like, I'm making sure guys are, locked in to what we're trying to do and like, what we're trying to perfect. Cause ultimately, like, he owns it. Like he holds ownership, for that side of the ball. To him, like, that's his house. That's the house that he wants to continue to build. So, I'm super excited about him.
That's all really encouraging stuff. Because I think one of the things that has been, I guess, interesting about watching Rashawn Gary throughout his time, like forget even just here in Dallas, but like from Michigan up to Green Bay and then through everything, is that I don't know if I've ever heard much about him being like big time leader guy. Like I feel like a lot of the stuff I see is at Michigan there were people like, did he totally reach his potential while he was here? Maybe not. When he got to Green Bay, was he ever like the guy they really drafted him to be? Maybe not. And then there's all the stuff, the buzz about like, oh, Micah and Gary, and like we talked about the other day of like, was there some tension there? Was Micah calling him out? But man, everything that you've heard so far from people familiar with him, Christian Parker, everything you've heard from Rashawn Gary himself, now you're hearing from Tyler Smith. And Tyler Smith is not one. If you want to talk about anybody in that locker room who's not going to just fluff something up for you and soften it, like this is about, like Tyler Smith is not going to be that guy. He's going to shoot it straight. And I think given the whole broad look, everybody's been talking about Caleb Downs. You're asked about like, hey, which addition really excites you? And it's been easy to default to Downs, and Tyler Smith is telling you, like, man, just from working next to him and seeing the way he holds people accountable, that guy's exciting.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up here on Sean and RJ. We are commercial-free in the Expressway with awesome breakfast burritos from Rodeo City Provisions. And Colby Tolbert is giving away Mesquite Rodeo tickets all morning long. Stop on out. I know it's something I got to get my kids to. So thanks to Tolbert Garage Door, Branch Dillon Law Firm, Frazier Roofs and Gutters here on Sean and RJ. We got Diamond Calves at 8 o'clock, Choppy's World Cup Minute.
Yeah, baby.
At 8:20. Let's hook you up right now for turning it on, leaving it on, hopefully, all week long.
That's right, Tolos. Right now, caller number 10 at 877-881-1053 wins a pair of tickets to see Miles Smith in concert on September 6th at the Pavilion at Toyota Music Factory, courtesy of Live Nation. That's caller number 10 at 877-881-1053.
Okay, we are on a run of very public acknowledgments here at the radio station.
Yeah.
With our last firehouse being in Rockwall. And then Alec Medford getting a water park.
That's right.
Now, do we get like water park access whenever we want because of Alec getting hooked up in Mansfield, I believe it was? We should.
We should. I've at
least skip the lines.
I've got the season pass there.
Oh, you do?
I do, yeah, for the kiddos. Because Julian, it's actually really inexpensive if you buy like the previous years. Julian goes with his friends all the time. They just pop up because there's one right by the house. So you can go. But yeah, I think we should get a season pass, like all of us, just a way to get in.
Yeah. Alex should be able to dictate that. Like, you can't say he's the mayor of that entire facility and then he doesn't get to tell us we're allowed to go in without paying the cover charge.
Let's bring in our next mayor here on Sean and RJ, 105.3 The Fan. Is it Ailman?
Alemán.
What World Cup team?
Spanish for German. That means German in Spanish.
Oh.
It does?
I'm Latino. I'm third generation Mexican-American.
So you're rooting for which World Cup team?
Well, I'm both for Mexico and for the U.S.
Okay.
I'd love to see them really track into there, man, and get into there.
I feel like the World Cup, that's the only place it's like acceptable to do that. Because like you see a lot of people, like they have like European ancestry. They'll root for both U.S. and wherever their family is from. I feel like the World Cup, it like nobody says anything about it's totally acceptable to do that.
Well, you know, so many of us are blessed here in this nation. We're bicultural.
Yeah.
We have two cultures. I have a Mexican culture. I have an American culture. Grew up with my parents. I'm bilingual. So, you know, I grew up, man, being proud of my parents from my grandparents from Mexico and my parents being born here in Texas, you know. So I'm third generation, but I'm rooting for both Mexico and the U.S.
Talk to me about this rodeo, Mayor. I need an education on it because I know Colby Tolbert's out here. He's a humongous sponsor, big in the community. He's giving away 50 tickets to the Tolos this morning. The Mesquite Rodeo is such an institution. Why?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. It's been around for many, many years, going back to Donnie Gay and, you know, the Gay family and Garage Doors. Colby is a great friend, but I went last Saturday night. We had an event there, and it's every Saturday night. They're starting tickets at $10, and you can get in contact with them, and that is a great deal. But to go out there and see this sport and they're truly athletes. They've been around for so many years, and you get to see the bull riding, and you get the bronco busting, and the ladies doing the barrel racing, and then all the entertainment for the family. So yeah, it's a great place, and there as well. Of course, I saw my good friend Leo. Leo is here with Rodeo Provisions. And he's got his barbecue going out there. He's doing an awesome job. And we love that barbecue that he puts out there. On Sundays, he does a $20 rack of ribs as long as they last. And he's right there at the rodeo, right there next to the entrance of the rodeo. So it's a tradition. We are known here in Mesquite, Texas as the rodeo capital of Texas. And we're very proud of that. So we got a rich history, and it started again every Saturday through June, July, and August.
And, you know, it's the rodeo capital. For me, growing up here, it was the...
you grew up here?
No, growing up in DFW.
Oh.
For me, growing up in DFW, this was always the... This is what I always thought of when I thought of high school football, was Mesquite. So it's wild. So Memorial Stadium, which has been here for 50 years now, Memorial Stadium is it's not like, you know, when you think of Allen and it's like all this like multi-million-dollar stadium or anything, it's not that, but it is such a classic.
Yeah.
And like when you walk in, and what's the tower behind the stadium back there?
It's a radio. The stadium
it is one of the most picturesque. I remember it was one of the first football stadiums I'd ever been to as a kid, was walking into Memorial, and you kind of see that backdrop, and it is genuinely one of the most breathtaking like scenes I think that exists in high school football or really anywhere else. And I've always loved Memorial Stadium and watching Poche play
and
there.
Talking about our Mesquite Skeeters, our Mesquite High School Skeeters, this year they're coming up on their 25th anniversary since their state championship that they had 25 years ago. So it's a great thing.
Is that an official Mesquite hat? Is that what that logo is?
This logo is Talia. It's one of our developments that we have southeast. We actually, with our city of Mesquite, we now go into Kaufman County.
Oh, wow.
And there's a great development of homes. Nehemiah Company, the same ones that built Viridian in Arlington.
Yeah.
They've come out here and they've built, we actually got another fire station. And I just have to give them a shout out because we're proud of our firefighters. I believe they're the best anywhere. But over on I-20 going east, 741, got a beautiful development of homes. And right there, we'll have our station number 8. We'll have now 8 stations. That's going to be opening up here pretty quick, probably the last part of July. But Talia Homes, Community of Homes, and then just mentioning them, and that's Talia. This is Talia. And then we also have another development coming up here, Solterra, the Huffine Brothers. They've just built a beautiful Solterra development there, and they're still building homes. So it's great. There's a lot of growth happening in Mesquite.
The mayor of Mesquite, Mayor Aleman.
Yes, Aleman.
Here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, and we want to welcome you guys. We're so glad 105.3 is here in Mesquite, Texas. We're so glad that you've come. And I was talking to Captain Howard and how all this got arranged and everything. And thank you for doing this for firefighters, first responders. You're doing a great job.
Thank you.
I appreciate. And I just want to say I'm a longtime Dallas Cowboy fan, and I'm a Texan, so I'm still rooting for the Spurs, and I want to see them come out of that disaster that they had. I want to see them come out of that, but I'm an optimist. and I think they can turn that thing around. I'm just going to say that.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate you so much. There he is. Give it up for the mayor of Mesquite, Mayor Alimon here on 105.3 The Fan. We got a special guest. He said he was going to show up, and he is delivering here in the commercial-free expressway here on Sean and RJ, and it is the great Kevin Hagelin from the Kansas City Masterpiece. Bobby doubted you, but I didn't know if he was...
Oh, come on, Bobby.
I didn't know if he was doubting you or trying to inspire you.
Well, it worked.
Really,
if it was inspiration.
You didn't hear it.
That's fair.
He doesn't listen to our show.
But I'm here.
Yeah.
Who cares? I just need to convince the mayor and the fire department not to tow my car. I parked in the parking lot where our engineering van is, and there wasn't like a parking spot per se.
I know what you parked.
Was there a wheelchair?
No. I would not do that.
It was double parked behind me, behind Sean.
I parked where the engineering van wouldn't get out, but they're not leaving because you got the show.
That's right. Yeah.
Exactly.
No
You
one's
saw
going
it.
to tow anything. They'll come over here and say something.
I just had my doubts about you showing up, just because I wanted you to see how it feels to be met with, like, have somebody cast aspersions on your character like you did to me when I walked into that Rangers suite that day.
Now,
you told me not to say anything inappropriate around a 10-year-old, like, Big Brothers Big Sisters program child.
I was nervous that he would make some sort of joke. My kiddo Ling is from Burma, and you could see
Myanmar.
Yeah, fair. But you could see how I might be a little bit nervous, but I talked it over with Bobby. He told me my thoughts were misguided, and so I have rectified.
Did you know Burma is where the Burmese python comes from?
I mean, that makes sense.
God,
Yeah.
full of facts.
how far away are you from here?
20 minutes?
You're Garland?
Yeah. So, like, 20 minutes.
I was thinking about, I wish they opened a little bit earlier, but I was thinking about doing a morning show pizza party at that place in Garland that Portnoy reviewed, but they don't open till 11.
Oh.
They're like 20 minutes. Have you been there?
Was it the place right off of 30? Or do you know the name
I mean, it's
of
got to
it?
be the only. I know the name of it, but I'm not trying to give out free advertising.
Yeah.
It's right there by that little park.
Okay, that's a different one. There's one
Pizza
There's
party.
one seriously right in kind of that Kroger parking lot, I think it is,
Okay.
right at 30.
That's not it.
That is tremendous.
Really?
Yeah, it really is very good. And you know what? Not only am I here, I figured it all out. I got an hour for you.
Oh, look at that.
You're here for the World Cup minute.
Unless you're tired of me,
No,
then I'll go away.
No.
We may have to do the creeper quiz then.
Oh, yeah.
man.
Yeah.
Not that you
Not that you are.
brought the word
Right.
creeper to my mind. or
Hey, you're
anything.
here. Let's do
Listen,
the creeper
you can
quiz.
stay here for an hour, but you have to move your vehicle every 15 minutes.
Jake, let's get to the junk drawer.
Did you know that Benjamin Franklin invented the junk drawer? Junkin!
That is a beautiful scene.
That is, oh my gosh, you've been to Memorial Stadium for
Oh,
that.
yeah.
That is
Many times.
That is just, that's a beautiful.
So
backdrop.
fun story. When I was in high school, I was in the drum corps.
Well,
Whenever we would
stud.
go out there, I would always look
He's taken,
up
ladies.
and be like, "That's right," and be like, "There's no way that thing's gonna fall on me, right?" So, like, that was always a concern I had at Memorial Stadium. But it's been standing there for a really long time.
Yeah, exactly.
Junk drawer. Let's clean things up here on the Fan with Kevin Hagelin.
All right, let's get right to it. Canada wants to ban social media for kids under 16. They are introducing this digital safety bill that would ban social media for children under 16 with exemptions for platforms that meet certain safety standards. Now, Australia, as some people might say, enacted the first social media ban for young people, but they are looking to make AI chatbots safer. They set up digital regulators, and, companies could face penalties of 3% of their global revenue.
Oh, dip.
Whichever is more for failing to comply for allowing underage to be on social media.
RJ,
if it was socialism media, they'd allow it.
That's a good point. It'd be equal for everybody.
Sounds like they're trying to make it that way. They're giving 3% charges.
Okay, but
redistributing-
are you worried, because you said unless you meet certain thresholds, that some companies will kick a little cash in there and then all of a sudden they magically meet that threshold?
Perhaps.
I mean, we all give this and applause, right?
I think it's a good idea.
Right?
Yeah.
How are you policing it in your house?
Well, I mean, the thing is, like, my kids are too far outside of this range because they're 3 and 21. So one only
He's
exists.
21?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. Turns 22 in October.
Oh, my God.
So he's going to be a senior in college. So one only exists on social media,
Wow.
and one does not understand the concept
Yeah.
of social media. Would you consider lowering that age to 14? Or do you think 16 is the right?
Maybe.
You shut
What social
shut up,
media
Bobby.
are your kids on?
All social media.
Oh.
They're on Snap. My youngest son, he's 13. He'll send me 200 Snap pictures a day just to spam my account. Just to
Are they
mess
ever
with me.
interesting?
No, it's the same photo. It's the photo of a black screen or the ceiling fan or whatever. They're on TikTok, they're on Snapchat, Instagram. They're not on Facebook. They're on. My older one is on Twitter, but that's only for baseball. I actually like this for a different reason. I feel like when we grew up, like if you grew up in a different part of the country, there was such a thing as called as regional slang.
Sure.
There's no regional slang anymore. All the slang is on TikTok. You just say whatever the normal, like,
You don't think soda versus Coke versus pop?
I think it's shrinking. If you look at the map from like 30 years ago, that was much more distinct. It's shrinking now. We're losing accents. We're losing regional accents faster than ever before. When I was a kid, where I grew up, it was paper, scissors, rock, not rock, paper, scissors.
Oh, no.
Which is a dumb
That's
thing.
what Corey says, too.
Would you say, like, pass me pepper and salt?
Ew.
No. I would say
That's
salt
the
and pepper.
same thing. That's gross.
So, but like,
I've never heard that.
Yeah, and nobody I know, other than the city I grew up in, has ever heard it called that. So
you literally said every single one of them out of the wrong order. That you guys managed to mess it up completely.
Right. So, but I think we lose that. We lose that. You know, we didn't say hella. Nobody said hella if you weren't in California.
So you don't like it?
Did anybody say ill if they weren't in like New York City? No, they didn't.
I did.
Okay.
But
you're on the East Coast, right?
It's Maryland.
So you don't like the homogenization of everything.
Yeah.
He doesn't want the melting pot.
I like the with the South has their own like.
I would have thought you would have liked the homogenization of everything.
And your girls with social media is what?
They're not on any. They're not on any.
Good
so
job.
yeah.
And how old are they?
Addison's about to be 13 and Laura's 10.
Do either of them bug you for it?
Oh, Addison snuck on it at one point and was.
And which one do they want to get on the most?
Hers was like I didn't even recognize this was a social media type thing, but she was on Quora, which is supposed to just be like school. It's just supposed to be like this question and answer website. A lot of kids use it for like school stuff, and I guess then once they get on there, they end up chatting with each other.
The problem is that if you don't this is what we found, like, because we tried to keep our kids off it the longest. If you're not on it, if they don't have a cell phone and they're not on it, you are completely cut out of a social circle, and that like is just damaging to their growth. And that's the problem. It's like if they don't have a social life,
they can have they go to school. They're on teams.
Like phone. That'd be phone, but I don't think social
phone.
media cuts you off of.
No, it's really more having a phone. Like you can cause they have to have a phone. Like they got to have a phone. Once one kid starts, one parent screws the whole thing up.
Yeah,
because then the social circle.
What's the right age?
Gets tightened.
Well, you were just arguing that it should be lowered from 16 to 14, right?
I think 14 is a fair age to get a phone. A phone. You jerk.
877-881-1053. Thanks for being a total. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. Kevin Hagelin is here for the next hour from the KNC Masterpiece. We have awesome breakfast burritos from Rodeo City Provisions. We're raffling off 105 through the Fan World Cup jerseys. And we are in Mesquite, 410 South Galloway, parking across the street. Rangers get it done in KC. Choppy celebrates with some Diamond Calves on the home of the Rangers next.
After.
Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
The 2-0. Nimmo lines one to right. It's a base hit going down the line and bouncing off the side wall. The double carom is played by Thomas, being waved around is Corey Seager. He's headed for the plate. The throw home. He slides and he's safe. The ball gets away from Jensen. Racing for third base is Nimmo. The throw there is in time and Nimmo is out.
You're an idiot and you don't know baseball.
Ranger fans, you're not dreaming.
How can you not be romantic about baseball?
How can you not be romantic about a chance to go above 500?
6.
All right.
Slightly above 500.
They have done it. They have climbed the mountain. They have climbed more like the foothill.
I was going to say.
They have gotten back to 500.
They did it.
And they are at 34 and 34 after doubling up the Kansas City Royals 4-2. And they win the final 2 games of this series after losing the first one. And game 1, I mean, they were in relative control of until a kind of a blown-up 6th inning. But, you know, they come back with 6 runs the next game and then 4 runs in this one. And they wind up winning this series. Kumar Rocker, 4 2/3. He wasn't great at all. You know, you get into the 5th inning, you allow 2 runs. I mean, unfortunately, that's kind of like the standard is nowadays. The problem is that this team there's three starting pitchers in the 3-game series combined for about 15 innings.
5 and dive, man.
Which, you know, I don't have to tell all the math majors out there, but, you know, that's 12 innings of relief that you need. And then, you know, when you go into a series in Fenway, and, you know, Fenway can be a tricky park to where you're going to give up a lot of runs sometimes, depending on how you know, obviously how the Red Sox hit in these days.
RJ,
but you might need a lot of innings from your relief.
I'm so sorry. Can I ask you a scoring question from last night? Do you have any issue with them giving Jake Latz the win as opposed to the save and not giving Alstrom the win? Because since Rocker was 1 out short of getting to the 5-inning threshold where he could have picked up the win, then Alstrom comes in, closes out the 5th, goes out there for the 6th. They don't give him the win. They give it to Latz, and that's great. But, like, Latz is in the business of compiling saves for money, not wins for money.
But did he not get the win?
No, he just got the win. I mean, it's definitely a save situation, too.
It was, but, you know, I mean, you could make a case, you know, that win was also in a save situation. You know, like in the win situation.
Yeah.
Win was in the win situation. Yeah, I don't understand why they gave it to Latz. It makes no sense. The way it is usually the pitcher of record after the starter is out.
Which would have been Alstrom.
Right, and the starter hasn't reached the minimum threshold of 5 innings. Whoever the next pitcher is in, when that pitcher of record takes the lead and they never relinquish the lead, typically they give them the win. So I don't understand that.
It's not normal to see the win stat come after a hold.
Yeah. And so last night there was a discussion that maybe the official scorer could change it. I just thought it was weird. Like, I know what's really important is they got the win, and it took them 6 tries, but they got back to 500. But I just thought that was odd.
Yeah, because, like, you know, Alstrom, I'm sure, and I know pitcher records doesn't mean anything anymore. I'm sure he would like to have his first major league win.
Sure.
You know, that could be something kind of cool.
Alstrom should have gotten the win. Latz did get the win, and then in between them, Wynn was pitching.
That's true.
Right? Yes.
If you just want to make it simple, give the win to win.
By the way, Kumar Rocker is going to he's going to the bullpen. Like he's going to be a closer. That'll be his way in Major League Baseball.
He would have a pretty wide array of pitches for a closer.
Why do you say that?
It's just such a battle every time he's out there. Like even when he's I just feel like there's so much like best white knuckle discipline to try and like just get through the starts. Whereas if it was just like, all right, give him an inning in the 8th or the 9th and just let him go out there and dominate people and worry about throwing smoke and getting out of there, I think that would benefit him.
I don't think you're wrong about that. And RJ, to your point, when you talk about he'd have a lot of pitches for a closer, I think that some of those pitches have just been continually forced upon him because he wanted to be a starter. Right. And maybe if you streamlined it down to the 2, then you could be better off. I realize why he's starting, but
Can you have your second best starter ERA moving to the bullpen.
Yeah.
Is he really? Oh, that's sad.
No, because I mean, like even still,
I think it was the best before DeGrom's last start.
Yeah, and when you look at it, like his numbers have, like, I mean, he's 2-5 with a 3.56 ERA, but like when you look at these starts that he's had, like they're
he's not going deep. He's not going deep.
It's like fighting to get out of it. Like, I mean, even the one where he went 6 innings against Kansas City, 3 hits, no runs allowed. He was upside down on the strikeouts and walks. He had 2 strikeouts and 3 walks in that game. It feels like I admire him for battling through these things like he has, because there were times that seemed to get him down in the past and he would struggle.
Yeah.
And so it shows mental toughness and resolve, and I love all that. But I just think that the repertoire and his style of pitching is best suited for like just late inning closing the door.
What would Dawson and Sandler say about it?
Well,
what, we're being semantical?
I'll tell you this. I was listening to a podcast with Jim Palmer the other day, and he's like,
"Why would you listen to a Jim Palmer podcast?"
It was just it was
crotchety old grouch.
It was more of a clip. It was more of a shortened. It was a short, right?
Okay.
And he was talking about, like, pitchers nowadays as the batting averages per time through the order continue to increase. So, like, your first time through the order, they might be hitting 205, and the second time it's 250, and the third time through it's 320. And no wonder why they don't let guys go a third time through. And he's saying that, one of the things that pitchers do now that they didn't do necessarily as much is they show their entire repertoire of pitches sometimes in that first at-bat.
Yeah.
So if you're going through a first at-bat, and you do what you got to do to get out of the inning and get out of the at-bat, but if you have an at-bat in the first inning and you show a hitter all your pitches that you have working that day, by the time you get to the third time through, they know exactly what what you have that day and what it looks like.
Pitches be crazy.
Or for Jack Leiter the second time through. Like, he's giving up a batting average above 300 the second time through this year.
Yeah, and it's just, and I don't know if it's by design. It's part of the scouting report. They're like, we don't care about the third time through, so just show everything. I don't know, but that is something, because it makes no sense. Like, Rocker does have good stuff. You can see when he's on.
Yeah.
His stuff is pretty good, especially his slider when he's on. But when he's not, I mean, he has to show all these pitches, and that's why he can't get through the third time through.
His percentiles on MLB Savant, they do not match up with what he's been this year. Like, in terms of, like, that looks like a guy who'd probably be a mid-4 ERA guy. He's been very fortunate, and he's battled, and I love seeing that, because it shows something that I didn't know. We were trying to find out if he had the last couple of years, but I think you get that dominant, like, 2-pitch setup that he's capable of, and that plays really well in 8th and 9th innings.
Diamond Cavs on the home of the Rangers from Mesquite Fire Station number 1, 410 South Galloway.
It is also kind of obvious they're done with Brandon Nimmo at the leadoff spot, because even when Peterson wasn't leading off yesterday, they had Langford. And it's pretty obvious. They're like, all right, because I would think, I don't know about you guys, like, I would think that he's the most logical, kind of more classic lead. I don't think of Wyatt Langford as a leadoff hitter.
We asked Skip about this a couple weeks ago, and
I don't think a jock is one.
No,
well, that's true.
Certainly not.
But it's crazy, because that's where he's spent most of his time in his career.
And that's where he's excelled this year. One of the things Skip said, you can call it spin, an excuse, whatever, is he said they hadn't had enough people on base, and so they wanted more people on base when Brandon Nimmo came to the plate, and that's why they slid him down. Now, whether or not you buy into the legitimacy of that's what he told us.
I mean, look, Wyatt, he doesn't look like a leadoff hitter, but he's fast, and you really want that out of a leadoff guy. It just doesn't seem like he is your prototypical one. So we talked the last couple of days about the All-Star team and guys that you could vote in, and we had seen two.
By the way, Zeke's on base. I'll give you the on base for a couple different guys. Zeke's is 349, Jock's is 345, Nimmo's is 334.
And it's 358 in the leadoff spot, which means he is way below that in all the other
that is
spots.
Interesting.
Thank you.
The Athletic, they have the Rangers, by the way, 12th in their power rankings.
Oh, Bobby's point was.
They were doing, so we have talked about Zeke as a possibility. We've seen one publication put him in as the All-Star. Jim Bowden had Jake DeGrom in as the All-Star. But the Athletic put somebody in who we haven't talked about as an All-Star, even though his numbers show he's the most logical.
Josh Young.
And that's Josh Young. And they're like, this is it. Obviously, DeGrom's a bigger name. And the issue with Young is third base.
The position.
Yep. Zeke Duran at second base, you can make you can find who's better than him, right?
Yeah.
It's Ernie Clement, Jazz Chisholm. No, Duran's been as good or better. But we have Junior Caminero from the Rays at third, and Miguel Vargas from the White Sox third, and obviously Jose Ramirez, the guards, at third. The guards. It's really going to be a tough thing to crack. But we all agree, he is the clear all-star. Position,
he's been the best player on this team,
regardless
this year.
of position.
He's been better than DeGrom.
Yeah.
I realize that's a weird comparison. Yeah. The one thing you could say for Ezekiel Duran is and I don't know how much they factor this in, his defensive versatility has been top-notch for this team. So if you wanted to make an argument, he's been the most important person, I would listen to that. But otherwise, it's Josh Young.
Josh Young leads all Major League third basemen in batting average, and he is fourth in OPS. There are 2 AL third basemen, though, that are ahead of him in OPS.
Wow.
Really?
Impressive.
That is very impressive. That's a good position.
Put him on the team.
That's a really good position.
His turnaround is really a stunning story. It's made me look and feel really stupid.
Well, especially considering how kind of up and down mentally he can be, because much like Evan Carter, he's one of those guys that is like really, really tough on himself. He does not feel like the person who's like, well, we'll get him tomorrow. He's like, hey, come on, dude, what the hell is your problem? And so his ability to be pretty darn consistent throughout the year has been impressive.
Sandler interviewed him last year, I think it was, and he had talked about, like, he was going through his process, and Sandler was talking about how, like, when you talk to anybody around the team, they all talk about how your process is, like, one of the most intense and you're the most studious, and it does sound like he almost just spends so much time critiquing himself and reviewing things that it has gotten him in his own head pretty consistently.
Which is why I think the slumps are so slumpy. Is what I'm going to go with.
Well said.
That's your Cavs.
Diamond Cavs on your home of the Rangers. Are you up on them, down, or treading water?
I mean, I guess you have to be treading water, although there are some positive signs in terms of the overall record as of late and the offensive increase, but it does feel like that offensive increase has come with a starting pitching decrease, so I'll say treading water.
All right, Bobby has cooked up something special with Kevin Hagelin in attendance.
This is not the dead guy story, is it?
No.
No, there's a much worse story than that, but that's not what he's cooked up. He's cooked up the creeper quiz.
Oh, yeah.
Who's the biggest creep? Who can take home the award? RJ Choppy, the heavy favorite. We'll see if we can pull the upset on the home of the Rangers next.
105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
What's serviced by the crew here, Fire Station number 1 in Mesquite, 410 South Galloway. As the Firehouse Tour continues, Sean, RJ, and Bobby with an awesome guest stop by from Kevin Hagelin, KNC Masterpiece. Woo-hoo! Firefighters went out there on the road and stopped traffic for my wife and son to cross. I think they do it.
That's nice.
Yeah, I think they do it for everyone there across the street. My son's like too cool now for fire trucks, so he's like, I want to look at the ambulance. I think it's whatever on YouTube, like.
He still had the hat on, though.
Yeah, he was psyched when he was given the hat. He got pumped.
I think it's like whatever's sitting there on YouTube, and he's watching. I think your kids do this, Choppy. Watching an adult play video games with his kid, and I'm just like, how are you entertained by this?
Yeah, they are.
And it's just car chases and car crashes and stuff.
Blows my mind. I have no idea how that is remotely entertaining. But
is it because maybe for him because he's not getting a video game system anytime soon, so he's like, whoa, these video games are cool. But your kids could play them.
Yeah, and maybe they're trying to learn tricks. Yeah, I don't know. Like maybe there's code.
It's like me watching cooking videos.
Yeah, sure,
same
absolutely.
thing.
Yeah, they all reach the age where they're like, oh, they're not. It's not something's not cool. Although my older one told me the other day, I was like, hey, if this whole baseball thing doesn't work out, what do you want to do? He said he must be a fireman.
Oh, wow.
Okay, yeah.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
And you were rocking the Peloton back here.
Yeah, has he been doing that all show?
No, that was the assault bike. That's the worst one. The Peloton, I love. That is vicious. That should be illegal, that thing.
And we may have to ask the fire department for a favor because it seems like Bobby has an issue.
Yeah, I've got the wonderful tote bag on here from Branch and Dillon, which is great. The problem is that I've continued to sweat, and I think I've swollen some, and so I don't know if I'm going to be able to get this off anytime soon.
Are you serious?
Yeah,
break out the jaws of life to get a bag off your
I think
neck?
I'm just gonna have to I'm gonna have to Wim Hof method, and then I'm gonna have to go home and take a cold shower and just de-swell.
Okay.
And
what was that phrase you used?
De-swell.
No.
Wim Hof. The Wim Hof method.
What is it?
It's a hyperventilation technique to control your body temperature.
Oh.
It works too.
DJ just pulled out a switchblade over here.
Oh yeah.
Wow. Would you trust that?
I don't know if I trust it. I would say that if you surveyed the entire group of people here and said who would have a switchblade, if I did not even know DJ, would point at DJ and say DJ has the switchblade.
Really?
Yeah.
You think DJ looks like?
Although I don't know, watching him eat that banana, and maybe I wouldn't think that.
Whoa! All right, Bobby, what have you cooked up?
All right, so this is going to be. You're going to need to have like a little pen and paper out or something, or your laptop or something, because you're going to have to keep track of this. So this is going to be the creeper quiz. So the purpose of this is going to be that I'm going to read a fun biographical note for you, something that would take somebody basically being creepy and having to find this out about somebody, and you're going to have to tell. I'm going to list you 4, and then I'm going to list 4 DFW athletes from the 4 major teams, and you have to logically pair up who that biographical fact is about with the player. So the first list of players that you have here, you have Corey Seager. You have Jason Robertson, Klay Thompson, and Rashawn Gary.
Okay.
And these are the facts that you have to logically pair together. And I've got 2 rounds of this, so you may want to talk through it some. First, he is dyslexic. Second, married his high school sweetheart. Third, played Little League Baseball with Kevin Love. Fourth, was a Kings season ticket holder, Los Angeles Kings.
Ooh.
Oh, I know who that is, I think.
Do you?
Do you think that's Robertson?
So how do we win?
You're going to pair them together. You got to see if you can pair up who all the facts are about.
I know, but do we call it out first? Are we competing against each other?
I would just talk through it and basically say this is your reason. Like you're pairing them up and why logically you think they go there.
I feel like Corey Seager married his sweetheart.
I also think that is correct.
Age-wise, he fits with Kevin Love.
So, but
right?
So you're throwing another possibility into the mix?
Because it is Little League Baseball.
He played for the Dodgers.
Oh, all these facts go with one person?
No. We're saying that You
I think
basically gotta pair 'em up,
Sweetheart
and so
goes
it could
with
be the
Seager.
little league. He could still be the little leaguer that pairs up with it.
I think Sweetheart goes with Seager. I think you're right.
Yeah.
We're nominating Sweetheart Seager.
Okay.
And then I'm going to nominate.
You said you thought you knew the Kings season ticket holder.
Who was the? It was Robertson.
Robertson's a Cali guy, right?
Yes, Robertson, Seager.
I was going to say
Clay and Rashawn.
I was going to say Clay with Kevin Love.
Clay with Kevin Love.
I agree.
Yeah,
Because Clay's brother plays, I don't know, there's a baseball tie there with Clay's brother.
Would that leave Rashawn Gary as dyslexic?
No, I was thinking Robo is dyslexic, but Rashawn Gary could be dyslexic. What did you think?
So I think
Gary?
Robo is the Kings one because he's a Cali guy and
California
he
guy.
loves hockey.
Okay.
Yeah.
He does. He loves hockey?
Yeah. Well, he does.
Sorry. I'm glad I could be here to add to your
Spent a
show.
lot of time on the ice.
Although, does he love the game? But does he love the game?
I'm glad
right?
I'm here to add these insights to your show.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
Rashawn is dyslexic.
Okay.
Seager married to Sweetheart. Robo is the Kings season ticket holder, and Clay was a teammate of Kevin Love's in baseball.
Lock it in. Final answer.
Lock it in.
It's accurate. You got it. 4 for 4.
Oh, yeah! Woohoo!
And
That
then-
was the worst high five ever.
The next round.
Small hands.
The next round of players: Brandon Nimmo, Jake Ottinger, Cooper Flagg, and Dak Prescott.
Oh,
Okay. I find it interesting, RJ. You always write down everything in life, but not this.
I don't have paper and pen in front of me right
You
now.
have a laptop.
Don't you have a
though.
bag?
There's a piece of paper
You don't
sitting
have
right next
You have
to you.
everything. You have bug
can
spray
write
in your
on that.
bag, and you don't have a
You
pen.
also have a notes app.
But
on your
hey,
computer.
we won the first round, so whatever.
All right, so it's Nimmo,
Ottinger.
Otter, Flagg, and Dak.
All right.
And these are the facts. He grew up wanting to be a bull rider.
Oh.
His first job was as a pea picker.
I know that.
His degree is in educational psychology,
Yep.
and he graduated high school in 2 years.
All right, the only one I need help with, bull rider in 2 years. Oh, you know what? I got them all. I can do it on my own.
Nimmo wanted to be a bull rider.
Yep. Flag is
Flagg's
the P's.
pea picker.
Dak is the psychology. Ottinger is the 2 years. Lock it in. Done.
Total confidence.
Wow. I don't even need their help.
Yeah.
Total confidence. Why are you slower on it than them? Why did they not
I
say-
write really slow.
All that brain space devoted
Well,
to
you
math.
write. You're a righty who writes like a lefty.
I am naturally left-handed. When I was in kindergarten, my kindergarten teacher would pop me on the hand with a ruler every time I wrote with my left
Bobby's
hand.
kind of like that, and Jalen Brunson does everything else right-handed
Yeah.
except for shoot.
So the theory behind
Like I
that.
kick with my left foot and stuff. It's very strange.
Wow.
No, that's the.
That's what you call that?
My mom found. My mom always said that it was the. She put the pen in our hands the first time. Me and my oldest sister, and she said they say if you put the pen instead of letting them pick it up to write when you're teaching them, they will just like it's almost like okay, here, this is what I'm committed to now.
Oh,
and so they put it
interesting.
in my. She put it in my left hand. She was left-handed, and the only two who were left-handed were the ones she put it in their hand.
Whoa.
So
Mark
that's how
that.
it ended up being. All right, so final answer. You've got
Yeah.
Nimmo as the bull rider, Flagg as the pea picker, educational psychology for Dak, and graduated high school in 2 years for Ottinger.
Yep.
And you got it again.
Oh,
so you nailed
hell
it.
yeah.
So easy.
Yeah, it is. And so
We need
those
Peyton
were
to
the-
give these clues.
I know. Those were the 2 rounds of it.
Oh, that's 2 rounds.
Yeah.
All right.
That's what happens. 2 rounds
Doesn't,
for it.
doesn't make me feel like a creeper. It makes us feel very qualified to do this
Yeah,
job.
that's right. I was just thinking, I hope you have more content.
Right.
I just got to know how Jake Ottinger ends up graduating high school in 2 years. Like,
yeah, that's interesting.
That is pretty impressive. Do you think Canadian high school is different? No, he was from Michigan, right?
He's from Michigan.
Yeah, I was going to say, he was. You remember we were chanting Otters
maybe
better at
Minnesota.
Hellebuck.
Yeah.
This
we were
story is
so-
this story is the creepy one, and Bobby has been wanting to do it, even
Okay.
with my 5-year-old out here.
Yeah, this isn't great that I think now we have the highest number of children we've had here all morning.
Oh, yeah.
Is this one? But this is a medical thing.
Stay in
This is
school.
this is purely for science. I just want to give that disclosure.
You could use
So
a different term.
it's the okay, fine. LiveScience.com had this report. And Live Science does all sorts of stories on medical research and fascinating things that have been discovered in the medical community. Or the
How often
surgical
are you
community.
on livescience.com?
Actually, often enough that
Okay.
it would surprise you probably. Just
How
because
do you know
it
it's
ends up-
live science, not live science?
I don't.
Because they're going out of business.
I
That's
don't.
fair.
I hate live. So the headline is Diagnostic Dilemma. Man who donated his body after death had rare triple appendage
Tallywhacker.
or member. I think yours is worse
That
than
feels
mine.
worse, yeah, for sure.
So this is called a supernumerary.
Huh?
Something that I had. Not a supernumerary member, but I had a supernumerary tooth. It's like literally an extra like split growth that occurs. But here's the write-up. And there's a question behind this. I promise it's not just me reading a weird story. 78-year-old man in the United Kingdom. They said that he donated his body after death. While dissecting the cadaver, medical students made a, quote, serendipitous discovery in the pelvis. They said inside the skin of the bag and adjacent to a primary external member were two smaller structures.
So I'm kind of thinking about Kylo Ren's lightsaber
in
my mind. I don't know.
It's like, only the primary was externally visible. All three, including a bulbous structure called a glans and a chamber of spongy tissue that would fill the blood to create and so what they say here, this is the problem. In it, they detail in great depth the length and circumference of all three.
Oh dear!
And they are they're not particularly impressive numbers.
I think you should add them together, though.
Do you think he is that what you would do?
Yeah,
I think you should. I mean, like, first of all, you can't. I mean, what do you think? Is to have three that are, sandwiches?
But like, if you have a Siamese twin, you don't put them on top. You can go like, I'm 9 feet tall.
No, I hear you, but I wonder, like, your medical description has left me just the tiniest bit confused. If he's like, hey, you're so pretty, so I know that was really quick, but I got two more ready to go.
No, they basically they basically supply. But those
that's unfair.
It's unfair. And again, I don't know that the main focus of this is they're talking about
driving the kids away.
Wow, we've got the ruler out here.
I bet he urinates like washer fluid.
What are the? Can you give me?
Yes,
the
I'll give you the numbers. Okay, we're gonna go length of the three first.
All right,
3.
Yeah. Oh, that's
1.49.
Oh.
1.45.
All right. So C
149 and 145.
And so those that makes you think like, did you take away from the 3 on the other? Would that have been 6? If I could have
got
gotten
shafted.
it right. Exactly.
Wow.
Exactly.
Well done.
And then circumference 0.9.
I don't know what that's supposed to be.
Around.
I know what circumference is. I don't know like what it's supposed to be.
What's an impressive number?
Yeah, I don't know what an impressive circumference is.
That's true. I don't know. Chop, you know these things.
I
Usually
think around 6, 7.
What? Oh gosh. Okay, that's there you go.
Hey, don't react to that, son.
Why did you give that?
So the circumference, all of them were under 1, Hagee. All of them.
Oh no.
So they're all under 1, and I think like he probably donated and was like, this is an odd thing for me.
Nickname him Ticonderoga.
I think science would like to examine me, and I'm going to donate my body to science. I don't know if in the disclosure form it was like, can we publish it in an article?
Is his name in the article?
I don't believe no. It's
okay.
not.
So at least that's a saving grace. But yeah, that's kind of tough.
Yeah, but I bet I could narrow it down if I wanted to.
To the person?
Yeah.
It sounds like it's already pretty narrow.
78-year-old man in the United Kingdom.
You could figure it out.
Yeah.
Is that going to be your?
You said you were going to track down Aaron Rodgers' wife. You didn't do that.
That's me getting lazy. But like, I mean, that's the thing is that you said Kylo Ren. I think of it more as like those memes like with the Hydra where two of them are just like kind of like dumb looking, but like in this instance, like all three of them would look a little compromised.
So one of them was season 8 of Game of Thrones. I got you.
Yeah, no, they were all the last season, the ABC intern season of Scrubs.
Oh,
all three.
I hate that season.
There you go. That's what Bobby wanted to talk about throughout the entire morning. Kevin Hagelin joining us from the K&C Masterpiece here from Mesquite Fire Station number 1, 410 South Galloway. Question about your show real quick.
Yeah.
And be truthful. How much does Corey work on that little opening segment routine every day in the prep room?
None.
Don't tell me.
No, I swear.
Off the fly.
I swear it is on the fly. I have no idea what direction it's going to go. I swear we do not rehearse like a bit ahead of time.
Yeah. And the comedy, I'm rooting against the Knicks. And I'm annoyed by their celebrity fans, as I said yesterday in Crosstalk. So I was happy to hear that Chris Rock absolutely bombed after Game 4.
So New York City's got comedy clubs everywhere, right?
Okay.
And there's one right outside of Madison Square Garden, and this guy popped in about 11:30 after the game was over. He just like went right from the game to the comedy club. And it's not uncommon on a random weeknight for big-time comics to just go in and say, hey, I want to do a quick set.
Try out some new stuff.
This is how they try out stuff. He said the place was basically empty. Well, in walks Chris Rock, and Chris Rock just bombs. Like he doesn't do very well.
According to this guy.
According to this guy. his last
I
5.
haven't watched Chris Rock's latest stuff and Ben laugh out loud on it.
He said the last 5 minutes were really good. He goes, and then
just like his last special,
right, and then Dave Chappelle comes on and just slays for 2 hours. Just 2 hours. Went through a whole pack of cigarettes in the 2 hours. And then when he is done, Shane Gillis comes on for 20 minutes and does his thing.
How badass would that be?
That's amazing.
That's crazy.
There's like 15 people there. You're like, this is the greatest show I've ever seen.
Yeah.
It costs $8 to get in.
And I've seen big time comics like Nate Bargatze, whoever. They have like this small brick wall behind them, and it's like a 30-table comedy club. They're just working on material.
Seinfeld used to perform in there a lot.
He still does.
No, and that's what.
That's awesome.
The West Coast version of that is the Comedy Store in L.A. And I wanted, like, on the Oxnard trips and stuff, to like drive out there one night, or if we're going to be in there L.A. for Super Bowl, I want to do that because you will get random big time comedians that just drop in to work on stuff.
Mitzi, what's right? Mitzi something or other. That was her name. That ran
Mitzi
it?
Shore, Pauly Shore's mom.
Why the Cowboys need more of this in their offense next, and below the belt, coming out and say what's up to Kevin Hagman before he's got to roll back to the studio on your home of the Cowboys after this.
brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. The #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
The great Bobby Belt.
Bobby knows ball. Hey, let's talk ball. We're the ball knowers and we just talk ball. The Cowboys need more Ryan Flanoy, like Christopher Walken needs more cowbell. Let's talk about it here in Below the Belt, which is sponsored by Window Nation.
Back when SNL was watchable.
It was.
Are you one of those people?
You like it?
No, I'm just kidding.
Kevin Turner's the only person that I know in America that still watches Saturday Night Live.
Oh, yeah.
So it just,
unless a clip comes across my feed that, I really think the Weekend Update's good. I genuinely think
Shay and
Jost are pretty good. That's the best thing they offer.
When they have a comedian who, instead of doing the monologue, just does like a mini set, then I'm in on that too.
So if you've got, like, to me, SNL is very much just, it's hills.
Sure.
So they'll build up a really good cast, and then the whole cast leaves to go do movie careers, like almost in the same 1.5 year span.
Right.
And then they're depleted again, and they're awful for 3 years. And then they slowly start building. It's just been the natural course of the way that SNL's gone for years. They're just right now, they've been drained of all the people that they had there for.
Or they fired one because of a tweet from a few years ago or a podcast.
Yeah, I guess he never actually made a show. But yeah, that was probably a dumb move in retrospect, moving on from Shane Gillis. But they probably would have lost him at this point anyway. But they've got one girl there, I think, who's really funny. But otherwise, like, the cast is pretty.
Have you watched Tires?
I've seen bits and pieces of it.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, no, it's funny, and I like Shane Gillis. I just can never find time to, like, watch it because Kristen's not going to sit there and watch for me. Before we get into Ryan Flanoy, young Emerson was out here
with his mom Alexa.
Yeah, they were out here, and
is his last name Palmer?
It is not, I don't believe. But he was out here, and he made sure to let me know in no uncertain terms that I cheer for the Chiefs because I don't like Dak. I don't think Dak's got it. So he's a big Pat Mahomes guy.
Big fan of off the field issues.
Just like Trayvon's kid.
I'm gonna take great joy, and the next time we see him at a remote, whenever that is, in watching the Chiefs continue to flounder.
And Alexa matched up hands with me, and we matched up hands.
Oh, yeah. Did you match, or was one of you maybe? Like, was it like the?
No, we're the home of the Cowboys, Bobby. I think it's time to.
Was it like the
get to that content?
Was it like the 1.49 and 1.45 situation?
Yes. Perfect analogy.
All right, Matt Bowen over at ESPN has a really good breakdown. I think Matt Bowen's so good, and he has yet to fall victim to the oftentimes clickbait television side of ESPN that can just take people away. Like, honestly, like, Orlovsky was so good early. That's one of the things that has driven me nuts about him is that he pivoted.
He betrayed you?
He just pivoted.
Betrayed himself, Kevin.
He did. He only did it to himself. He just pivoted away from doing a lot of, like, deeper analysis and things like that. He wanted to go up there and be a commentator, and the way you be a commentator on TV is you just say wild S and be super inconsistent. But Matt Bowen, I think, has been really, really good. So he took a look at all of the different personnel groupings in the NFL. And he was trying to see last year who ran the most of it and who was the most effective within it. And so, Dallas had a good offense last year. Was interested to see, are they going to pop up in this? And they do. They pop up in this right away. In 11 personnel, 1 running back, 1 tight end, 3 wide receivers. So whenever you hear the personnel number, for anybody out there who's always gone like, what does that mean? The first number is the number of running backs on the field. The second number is the number of tight ends on the field. And whatever's left, because you got to have 5 of them on the field, whatever's left is the number of receivers. So being in 10 personnel would be 1 running back, 0 tight ends, 4 receivers, and so on. And so you would basically, that's how you are able to judge what that is. So the Cowboys ran 11 personnel last year, more than anybody else in the NFL. They ran it. They had 479 passing attempts out of it, 244 rushing attempts. They picked up almost 5,000 yards. They had 22 total touchdowns out of the formation. They say why it works. He says this personnel grouping forces defenses to use lighter sub-package fronts, 6 in the box, against the 3 receivers on the field, and it gives an offense more threats in the passing game, stretching defenses vertically and horizontally. When running the ball, offenses can reduce alignments on the perimeter by inserting wide receivers off motion to gain more blockers. And the team that ran it the best, not just ran it the most, Dallas was the Cowboys last year by a considerable margin. And that's one of the reasons why some people believe that Javonte Williams had the season that he did, that being able to kind of spread things out.
Do you believe that?
Obviously I think Javonte Williams performed at a level that none of us thought you could even manipulate. So I don't want to just like take it away from him, but I think it was advantageous to his style and then the way that he runs. And when you've got a lighter box and you've got a physical runner like that, then they can take advantage of some of those things. But I think that he was responsible for a lot of what he did. And the run blocking was at times really, really strong. It was the pass protection that really failed Dallas last year at times with the offensive line. But this gives me two things. Two things. We've got the...
Do you know I say that in my regular life now because of you guys?
I'm so glad. I'm so glad. That's
it's
we get
annoying,
that all the
isn't
time.
it? No, you're responsible for better with us. I don't think anyone.
Imagine how annoyed we all were listening to like music for years and hearing 2 Chainz.
I'm not annoyed by that. I think it's great because I know once he says that, it's about to get real.
yeah. That's what I think. Plies was the one who was real. But when you look at this whole breakdown, there's two things that I think are massive takeaways from the fact that Dallas would be one of the better teams at 11 personnel. The very first one, and I made jokes about this before, but it's 100% a something I don't want to see, and they talk it up every year, and I get really frustrated about it, and that is, we got to figure out how to get Hunter Lipke more involved. We got to get Lipke on the field more. We got to do that. And I cannot understand for the life of me where the love affair with Lipke comes from. Because they clearly don't have a strong feeling towards the position itself. Because if you love him that much, it'd be really easy to get him on the field. But when you've gotten him on the field, the offense has run inefficiently. They're so desperate to get him on the field, it sounds like they're talking about running him out there as a single back at times, which he was in college. But, man,
you have a theory for it, Kevin?
Yeah, I do. It's the combo position, much like Turpin, and ability to save for other spots, like when you're roster building. Like that's the only thing I think is because Kevontae Turpin's return yardage has clearly gone down the more you've used him offensively, but that's a combo position. I wonder if they think that exact same thing, and they're like, yeah, it's whether it's Blue or Davis or whoever, and Lipke and Javonte.
This is going to sound accusatory and dirty towards NFL coaches, and I don't mean it to be, but I feel like most of the time when teams have a fullback that they talk up like Hunter Lipke, that is that's like the hipster who doesn't want to be seen like liking something mainstream. It's like their connection to hipster football that I just freaking love the fullback. And there's all these different things he can do. And it's like he is the slowest, least athletic pound for pound player on the team. Like, I don't just mean Lipke, I mean the fullback usually in general. Yeah, if you've got Juszczyk and you're able to run him down the field and do all sorts of like really aggressive things with him, fine, great, get him worked in. Do not force the fullback as a means of being like, we play real football here, which I feel is what most coaches do when they're trying to like force a fullback on you. But go ahead.
So I saw the same thing, and I had this kind of one thing that stood out to me on this article was the yardage to touchdowns, and obviously it's not 1-to-1. You know, nothing's 1-to-1 in this. I know Parcells used to say if you get 100 yards of penalties, that's equal to a touchdown, right?
Right.
But the Cowboys, like you said, they had ran like 4,800 yards out of this 11 personnel. They scored 22 TDs. That means it's one TD for every 220 yards. Now, again, I know it's not doesn't equal that, but it seems like it's poor efficiency.
And that's not the formation though. That's again an issue of the red zone.
Red zone play call.
Right, which that brings
that means you're marching down the field. You're marching down the field and you're kicking field goals.
And that leads to your point of the field goal situation that they had last year. But the Ravens,
bad point.
They had one touchdown for every 170 yards of offense out of the same personnel group.
Okay,
that's a 50-yard gap.
And the Ravens ran it the least of anybody.
Right.
So that I don't think that's like a particularly
So it's not a 1-to-1, but like 220 yards seems like a lot of yards to gain per touchdown.
Yeah, but I mean also if you think about it, if you are running you're running 11 personnel all the way down the field, and then you get inside the 10 and you're running 22. Like, so you're scoring anytime you're scoring inside the 10, you're not very frequently going to be in 11 anyway. And so it's like you use it to move down the field, and then you score out of it. Those 22 are probably some of the longer touchdowns you had is what it factors in. But the bigger thing to me is you've already got Pickens, you've already got Lamb, or you assume you've got Pickens, I guess. But you've got Pickens, you've got Lamb. this to me is like one of the reasons why if you want to operate out of 11 personnel, if that is the thrust of what you want to do, and that's where you have the most success. And a lot of what Shoddy's talked about offensively in terms of how he views the game and how he wants to schematically attack teams leans into and plays into 11 personnel. And so if you want to do those sort of things, then I think it's absolutely critical that they continue to lean into developing Ryan Flanoy, who I thought was so good last year, and especially in the first half of the year. And I felt like they kind of moved away from trying to build on that at times.
Why?
Because honestly, I think there were times where they wanted to get Turpin reps. And Turpin was out there at times where I don't think he should have been. And that had caused, I think, sort of a stunting of the growth that looked really, really, really promising, like when you were talking about the Jets game. And you were missing CD for a lot of. I think CD was out of that game completely, and like Flanoy puts on a show with Pickens across from him.
Does it help that you have the most awesome blocking wide receiver in all of football, in Jonathan Mingo? Man,
Well,
unstoppable.
Is Flanoy in that triplets rankings that you had? Is he like the Cowboys' third?
no, it was
Ferguson.
Yeah, because it was not.
It wasn't just
it was
receivers?
running back, receiver,
Pass catcher.
tight end. And let me get.
I mean, Kevin sounds like he did the topics.
Where they ranked.
I mean, I'm
You
just
don't have
guessing.
to look it up.
I'm guessing. I don't know. I'm guessing.
It was just Dak, Javante, and CD.
Look, they absolutely love like the upside and the toughness and different things like that with Ryan Flanoy. We've told the story on the air before that when he was busting his ass as like a sixth-year senior to try and get in front of NFL scouts, the week scouts were coming into his school, he broke his hand and he couldn't do the drills. And he impressed a lot of people that day by refusing to. I'm not going to sit him out. He stood out there with one hand catching passes and running every drill with one hand working because he's like, this is my chance for them to see it. Made an impression, and the Cowboys have rewarded him. They need to make sure they keep feeding that.
Kevin, thank you so much.
Yeah, man.
Didn't have to do it. Awesome usage of your time.
Can I give a shout out to one person
Please.
real quick then? He was here earlier because y'all's show is very popular, obviously. Kenny Green, one of the representatives in government for the city of Mesquite. He was our cameraman for me and Corey back at the newspaper when we started doing the KNC Masterpiece videos. So that was super
He's
cool.
on that intro of the KRC Masterpiece. He's one of like the pickers, I think, or something on there.
Have a good drive. We'll see you in an hour.
For sure.
The great Kevin Hagelin doing extra radio here from the KNC Masterpiece at Mesquite Fire Station, number 1, 410 South Galloway. Brought to you by Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Branch and Dillon Law Firm, and Tobert Garage Door. One more hour left to go. We need your biggest losers of the week. Is it Texas Tech, Kyler Murray, or Peyton Russell? Worst take after this.
exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas, Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Ever met someone who is so extremely dumb that they don't know how stupid they actually are?
There's been a whole lot of stupid said this week.
You are made of stupid.
That's right. It is time for Worst Take. This is where we take the worst opinions, statements, decisions, and I realized something before we start. It's kind of its own thing. Do I need to put tech in here for like everything? Or is there a specific thing I need to put, or do I need to just kind of separate them out until it settles, and then we can put them in next week once we figure out exactly what hole they've dug for themselves?
We can do it for next week and then give an update. Jacob Ray has something else from their State of the Rash at 9:20.
Okay, all right.
In the red zone.
Yeah.
Then we'll put that in next week once we figure out exactly how many more bad decisions they've made. But this is where we take the worst takes of the week, whether they be sports, life, whatever else, and then we vote on which was the worst one of the week. And the first nominee this week is going to be none other than Sean Sharif.
Oh, no.
And Sean is nominated for worst take for listening to my betting advice when I don't bet. And then for making...
And don't know basketball.
And then for, I've been right so far. And then for making the wrong hedge with the reserves, the reserve hedge that ended up burning you on the comeback.
No, I mean...
It's a combo. It's a combo. You compounded it, is the thing.
I compounded it. You were right about Brunson, wrong about Knicks with the spread, so that hurt. But, you know, I got to take the... Look, my interest level jumps by 2 when I put something on it.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
And I'm setting up win-wins for me. So, like, well, the other night was a loss. But basically I'm trying to I'm trying to bet it so that if my bet loses on underdog, the team that I really want to win wins.
I bet against Tennessee every game.
I love doing that.
Yeah.
Because I feel like I've escaped with an emotional win or a financial win.
Either one I'm fine with.
That was Sorsby's reason for betting against Indiana, I bet. I'm going to bet against them because then I'm happy either way.
But honestly, I kind of lost track. I had to do a lot of extra homework on who was to blame for the third and fourth quarters because when I make 5 or 6 prop bets, I'm just focusing on those players.
Sure.
So I can break down Landry Shamit's game now. I'm in love with Dylan Harper. Like these guys that you're not really paying that much, and it makes me follow it a lot more, and it just increases the enjoyment level. I'm gonna lose $200 on the finals, but $200 and it gets me that much more excited to watch it.
If you have the enjoyment,
I still have 60 left, and I could win the $1 million steal thing.
That's right.
But Brunson's costing me. I'm down 1. I need Josh Hart to get 2 steals and Brunson to get none, and I'll get a share of $1 million.
If you have the enjoyment of it, to me, the enjoyment of watching a game, there's a monetary value on that anyway. Like, you know, if you told me like
it was the Knicks were getting murdered, and instead of just keeping around that second half and turning it off, it gave me enjoyment to go and find the bench players who I thought were going to play in the fourth quarter, so I could win a $10 bet for $90.
Like that game was worth that last game. That was worth X amount of money in entertainment value, just like made up value. Like that, you'll never forget that. Everyone's going to remember that game for years.
Yeah.
All right, next one here, and it'll stay tied to the NBA Finals. And this is a broad one. Knicks fans in general, for their behavior in and around MSG over the last 2 games, they have been just a really awful collection.
Thugs, pieces of garbage. They should be thrown in jail. And I'm trying to tell myself, maybe they aren't Knicks fans, and they're hoodlums. They're
picking up on they're like joining in.
Let's go to a crowd. It's a loud, large event with a lot of partying, and let's act like a fool. I guess that theory goes out the window because they attacked a guy wearing a Spurs jersey. But I really do believe. I really wish Mamdani, whoever else, Giuliani, that you could whip out a nightstick And I would like to see their legs beaten on the street.
Oh, yeah.
These people who go after these poor, innocent individuals, I would like to see them get beaten like the Big Boss Man, old WWF days, and watch them get crippled and their knees get destroyed right there on the street.
It's mob mentality.
I have zero sympathy. It brings a rage inside me to sit there and pick on these. Because Dan Patrick said it the other day nationally with Barkley. He's like, and Charles is like, Charles called their parents losers and their kids losers. I was like, Charles, I don't know if the kids are tied to it. But Dan Patrick's like, these Spurs, there's no way when you go to San Antonio, anyone's doing that to a Knicks fan.
Not a
They're
chance.
just thugs. They're hoodlums and thugs.
And this is like if you were to take all the people that did that.
Sound like my dad.
By themselves.
Hoodlum.
Like if they were just by themselves, most of them probably aren't doing that. But you get people in a crowd.
Yep. Mob mentality.
Mob mentality, man. And it sucks. You know what?
It's like looters.
They were right. Yeah, it's just like looters. They were right to cancel those watch parties. They can't be trusted.
Yeah, but I mean, they didn't cancel the watch parties for that.
No, they didn't.
It wasn't like we were.
Why did they cancel them?
Because of, like, in general, the security stuff and the different measures.
But after
you
Game 4.
you couldn't be near there, and so that
after Trump.
Yeah, Game 4.
They canceled it for Game 4,
No,
too.
I know. I'm saying, like, after they've already, like, swept the area and done different things like that, like, they'd already, the basis for doing it was Trump, and then they've just kept it in place.
But why? Why did they keep it in place?
It wasn't because, it may have been because of after Game 3, the hoodlum stuff.
Yeah.
But I'm saying initially, like, when it was, like, there, it wasn't like they were doing this because they're like, we don't trust you
guarantee you they don't do
it was
it
like
for
a
Game
reaction
6.
for it.
If there's a Game 6, I guarantee you they don't have one.
They're going to be, because where were they? They're down at, like, near Times Square, where they had to have the watch party.
Yeah, they might do it there.
Was.
They won't do it outside the Garden.
So the next, before I get to the last two that I've got, Chop, you have a nomination here.
Yeah, I do. CBS Sports. They rank the quarterbacks who most need a Super Bowl for their legacy.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and they had Dak.
Way to burn a topic, Choppy.
Oh, you want me to say
No,
this?
go
I can say it, but
No,
yeah.
go ahead.
All right. So they have Matthew Stafford at 12.
Okay.
All right. They have Dak at 4. Fine. No argument with Dak at 4. But the whole idea, Matthew Stafford, if he wins another Super Bowl, he has so much more to gain than Dak winning 1, than Lamar winning 1, than Josh winning 1. If Matthew Stafford wins a second Super Bowl, he goes into the conversation for top 10, all-time great.
To quote you, simmer down.
You know what I mean? Like, it's just the reality of it.
So the worst take was you wanted to get that off your chest, that he would go to top 10?
I mean, I didn't say in mine, but in the general public.
I think it's a fascinating question to ask who's got so you're saying Stafford has more to gain than Lamar
being 12?
or Allen getting 1?
If Stafford if you get 2 Super Bowls, that's a game changer. Like one,
not for Eli,
but Eli wasn't like on that.
And
level,
Stafford
right?
wasn't given this praise until
the Rams,
until the last.
Which mattered more, Steve Young getting his 1 or Elway getting his 2nd?
Young, no doubt.
So to me, I think the 1
Young.
matters.
I mean, probably Young. He was still in his prime though.
And I mean, really, Elway didn't get either. He was kind of dragged to them, and he just got to slap his name on the group project, throw his interceptions on there.
Like we used to have this about Rodgers' 2nd.
Yeah, like Rodgers getting his 2nd would have
name the top 10, and I'll tell you if Stafford will get close.
Top 10 on this list or all time?
All time.
Oh, I mean,
okay, right off Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Marino. Brady, Manning, Rodgers, Marino,
Mahomes, Montana. You're going to look at,
that's 6.
That's
Young.
6. Yeah, Young, Favre.
Elway.
Elway.
Not Elway. Kelly.
Breeze. Throw Breeze on there if you want.
Probably up there.
Kelly.
Older generation, United.
Okay. All right, let's just say Stafford gets number 2.
Staubach.
Can he get over Rodgers, Marino, Breeze, or Favre? Or Elway? Bobby, I don't want you to answer the Elway thing. You'll annoy me.
I think he can get over.
Or Young. He can't get over Pat. He can't get over Tom. He can't get over Payton. He can't get over Montana.
No.
He can't, for me, get over Steve Young. He could, for the public, get over Steve Young.
I don't know.
He's not going to get over Marino for me. And he's not going to get over Rodgers for me either.
Favre.
Gets over Favre?
I think he might get over Favre.
Was a
although Favre was
MVP
so good
in the middle of the Cowboys dynasty.
He's not going to get over Breeze for me.
You don't think so?
Man, Drew Brees was a damn machine.
Yeah, he was a machine.
He was a machine.
But, I mean, he would at least be in that conversation, and he's not right now.
No, like, I don't think he would. Like, a second title, like, we're talking about a dude who, like, what, up until when he won his first Super Bowl, he had been to 1 Pro Bowl in, like, 15 years? Like, his career is not going to match up with that. People will remember him as a strong closer. he does not have a top 10 career.
I don't think a second for Stafford means more than one for Allen or Lamar. You agree, Bobby?
Yeah, I would say probably Allen then Lamar. Like both of them, yeah, but I would say Allen even over Lamar probably because Lamar is one who like people just still kind of seem to go like they've just never helped him out.
Yeah.
And he's still got kind of like he's still got some cover for that of people just being like you got to help the guy out. Whereas with Allen, they're like, come on, it's about time, dude. And you've had it directly in front of you and you've not been able to do it. All right, next one here, and Sean will dispute this one. A worst take nomination for De'Aaron Fox. Going up for the layup.
Now look, don't. This calls like
no. I'm just saying you'll dispute that it's the worst.
I won't dispute that it's the worst.
Oh.
I'm just giving. I don't buy that 9 out of 10 guys in that situation don't go up for the layup. I think that people are messing up where he was on the floor and the momentum and the speed. But no, De'Aaron Fox absolutely deserves to be nominated.
It's been a bad series, and again for him to like acknowledge
bad series for him.
Yeah, just in general, there've been too many bad moments that have like built up. If you look at the fact that post game he said I saw him and I just thought he could beat him. Like that's where it's like, yeah, okay, well you knew he was there and you still took a contested layup. That's bad.
Yep.
All right, and then the final one, and personally the one that I think will probably win, we're nominating Peyton Russell before he returns to the air for not opening the dance floor until 3 hours and 15 minutes after I do.
Was that the exact time?
Yes.
3:15?
Yep.
No way.
Yep.
Oh, because then you had the dinner.
Well, because 2 hours and 40 minutes were
the dance
pictures, and then they did their speeches and their dances. So we Peyton ended up he ended up stopping some momentum there.
But what's normal? I think that's normal.
I don't think 3 hours. No, because
the cocktail hour is a little long.
The cocktail hour was longer, but everyone eats and then opens.
I think
the floor.
I think 2 hours is 2 to 2.5 hours is normal. After the ceremony ends, for you guys to be out there.
I think it's 2 hours max. Everything else they did was pretty succinct and fast. I loved it. The ceremony was fast. The speeches didn't drag on as long as I thought. All the stuff that you want to blow by
I did not feel like the actual speeches or any of that. I did not feel like any of that was I felt like that was a good pace, and I wasn't a single time going are we going to hurry this up?
Yeah.
Except for the little lobby wait that we had.
You feel like it dragged down the rage possibility.
Yeah, because I think if we would have gotten going earlier and everybody's able to get out there, everybody's riding this high and they're throwing back drinks, and it kind of because we were all by the time that 3 hour mark rolled around, we're like, rain's closing in, we're gonna have to take off soon, and it just kind of it killed it a little bit for us.
All right, so who are the nominees?
We've got Sean for listening to my betting advice, Knicks fans for just smacking everybody up if they were wearing a Spurs jersey, I guess CBS Sports for putting Matthew Stafford 12 and not having him higher up on the list of guys who could improve their legacy with the title, De'Aaron Fox for saying, I saw him, I just thought I was faster, and then Peyton Russell for just really everything.
Knicks fans for me.
Dance floor.
Knicks fans. Jake, who you voting for?
Stafford's close, but it's got to go to the Knicks fans.
I'm giving it to Peyton. Because Peyton's just had 2 nights a week.
You could nominate his wife.
No, I would never do that because Mackenzie's a gem. But Peyton, I think, is ultimately, I anticipate he was Groomzilla. I think he's the one that
he
really
was
did this.
Totally clueless about everything.
That's not how I'm going to retell it.
He did not skip.
That's not how I'm going to retell it.
That's right. All right, there it is. Worst take every single week here on Sean and RJ for the Biggest Loser on DFW Sports Station. Thanks for being a Tolo. That stands for Turn It On, Leave It On. How Texas Tech is tracking Brendan Sorsby. The Red Zone, your football fix, then crosstalk with K and C after this.
105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, go to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
How many people want to eat a W tonight?
You know what I like about the media? They think you can just dial 1-800 and get a quarterback.
It's the Red Zone, your football fix, brought to you by Just Love Coffee here on Sean and RJ. Shout out to Steve, Gun Barrel City, making the drive this morning, turning it on, leaving it on with his Cowboys gear, and my father-in-law.
Yeah.
Father-in-law, he's watching us every morning on YouTube. Had to come on out and get the awesome Rodeo City Provision breakfast burritos and the hot sauce.
He's trying to implore me to root for the Spurs. Because he says, yeah, you can root for the Mavericks and hold it against them. He goes, but you need to be Texas first once they're out.
This man hates LeBron James so much right now.
As he should.
Because LeBron crapped all over San Antonio. I sent him that clip where LeBron said, maybe an advantage for the Knicks to start on the road because there's nothing. And I mean nothing. And I mean absolutely nothing to do in San Antonio. He got San Antonio deep in his veins. He loves it.
Hey, Rosario's is a good place. It's a good restaurant.
Is that the place that's on that strip?
No, I think that's Rio. Rosario.
There's two of them.
Yeah, Rosario's is not on the Riverwalk.
Okay.
It's kind of on the other. It's kind of near the Alamo Dome.
Okay, no, yeah. There's one famous one on the Riverwalk with a bakery in there, and then there's another one as well. But yeah, he loves himself some San Antonio.
Yeah, he was basically telling me like, don't turn your back on Texas because that's not Mavericks loyalty. That's Texas betrayal by cheering for.
I disagree with that. That used to be RJ's SEC theory, whereas that we root for the conference now. But now I get it because they want to be able to brag that their team couldn't get through the eventual stud.
Yep.
But with this, there's none of that there.
It's what allows Lane Kiffin to say 6-6 is a great football team.
Yeah.
That's one of the best football teams you've ever
And the
seen.
mayor here today was rooting for the Spurs because of Texas.
It's just the any and all things. Any and all things Texas.
Well, speaking of college football, Jacob Ray was all over this yesterday. He was very disgusted over the 20-minute broadcasted sit-down that the Texas Tech leadership decided to put out on all the social medias. Jake, give us a recap of it, and you found something else from it as well?
Yeah, so the 20-minute talk was kind of just a bunch of mental health claims and kind of everything we've heard all week. It was just more of a let's put this all together so our fans maybe feel a little bit better about it, which, spoiler alert, nobody did. But I was scrolling Twitter today, and you guys mentioned it earlier how Ken Paxton put out a note to the Big 12 saying he'd meet them with $200 million in litigation, stuff like that, threatening them if they decided to boycott Texas Tech. Now, I found another letter. Jeffrey Kessler, Brendan Sorsby's attorney, he sent a letter to the Big 12 threatening them with legal talk, and I read the letter. It's a bunch of, legal terms that they didn't teach me with my Texas Tech education, so I'll get to the cliff notes here. But there was one sentence that stood out to me. So this is what Kessler had to say. He said, quote, "There is no defense to a per se unlawful boycott of this type," and this is the good part, "and Mr. Sorsby will hold the Big 12 and its members fully accountable for their actions."
That's what Sorsby's all about. Accountability for your actions.
Yeah.
And he wants to make sure that you are not going to get away with anything. What if the Big 12 just said that? What if Brett Yormark said, this is a mental health thing for me that I can't accept him, and so you have to recognize that, and you can't persecute me for that now?
Look, I know this is going to be a sensitive statement here.
Say it, because I agree.
You're spitting in the face of real mental health.
Yep.
You really, you're insulting it. It's disgusting to sit there and hype this up. And try to make us feel sympathy for a mental health issue tied to Sorsby's gambling. It's a joke. It's disgusting, and it's bull. There you go.
Yeah,
I said it.
It's like the sex addict guy. I'm sorry. Sydney Sweeney came over. You just couldn't say no.
Right.
It's your addiction that wouldn't allow you to say no.
Was your
Sydney
addiction.
Sweeney.
It is, like, I will 100% say that I think, the gambling addiction is a thing. So I do think there is an addiction there, but that's just
It's a thing.
Like, all that is
it's a thing when you start getting down hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Right.
Nobody complains about it when they're winning.
No, but I know. That's what I'm saying, though. Like, when you're still losing and you continue to do it and do it and do it in the face of, like,
You
all
believe
these,
in the
like,
addiction
losses.
of it.
Yeah, I believe it is an addiction, but I also believe, like, there's other things. I think there's tears to it, though. Like, that, I don't think having that addiction is also not the same as having a heroin addiction, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't consider it the disease part of it. You know, like it could be you could be addicted to gambling without. It's just a bad choice. You know, we just throw everything into a disease. It's just a bad choice.
Now, what do you say to the Tech fans who say he didn't do it at Tech and he never did it against his team? Calvin Ridley bet in the NFL. You said yesterday for the Falcons or the other day.
Mm-hmm.
Calvin Ridley's back playing. So what do you say to that Tech fan?
Well, he did get suspended, though, right?
Yeah, Ridley did, yes.
Yeah, and Sorsby's not going to play the first 2 games, they would say. No, I'm just saying that's what I'm telling you, that's what they would say.
Yeah.
But, I mean, there still was a punishment.
Well, here's my bigger question. Does those actions from Sorsby is it still too much of a compromising, questionable possibility that it causes you to question the integrity of a game that he's playing in? Or are you just saying he clearly broke the rules, he should be punished? Or are you questioning a game that Sorsby's going to be playing in and his actions?
I don't question the integrity of the game he's playing in.
Well, you can't claim both. So here's if they are going to claim it is so sincere a problem for him that he needs this treatment and it is a mental health condition, this is something literally he is compulsively driven towards outside of his own control,
that they're tracking his phone,
then you cannot then tell me that there's no risk of the integrity of the game because he's compulsively doing it and he could be
but he compulsively did it never against his own team.
Then it's not that compulsive. And it's stuff that he did that broke the rules, and he needs to be punished. Then, they cancel each other out. In terms of the argument, if you're going to make one argument, you have to be ideologically consistent and say it's a big risk. And I'm talking about Tech has to be. It's a big risk for them then to say he goes out on the football field.
I'm just saying if you're governing college football and he never bet against, he's not going to bet against Tech, right?
Right.
Why should he be gone for the full season?
Because he broke the most basic rule of all sports, which is you can't bet on the games. Period.
I agree with you.
Yeah, they have rules there for a reason.
Yeah, I agree.
I don't think the integrity of his games are in question. I don't think he's going to go out there and throw games. He's trying to make the NFL. He's going to try to play his best.
Because you don't believe that he's got a compulsive addiction, which is ideologically consistent.
I would put
I believe he has an addiction.
But you don't believe he's compulsively unable to control anything, right?
I think he's pretty close to it.
Okay, then he is an absolute risk on the football field because then if you are in that much of a hole, when somebody comes around and goes, if you throw this game, your problems go
Nothing
away.
Is beneath you.
Yeah, then that is a concern, and Tech cannot say it's not, and they've been saying unequivocally. Integrity of the game is not in question. It's okay, but if you're telling us it's this serious and you have to control him this much, you are saying that it absolutely could go the other way at any point.
Jacob, was there anything else from that?
No, that was about it.
All right. Thanks to Alec Medford. You got something else on the chop? Or you good?
Nope.
Thanks to Alec Medford. Jonathan Cooper's been arrested again. This is the Broncos linebacker. He was chewing a phone in the first incident with his girl, but apparently he has violated a protective order with harassment as well with repeated phone calls. So he was arrested again yesterday violating this. They were both arrested on June 4th. Felony second-degree assault by strangulation, misdemeanor third-degree assault. They were added to the charges against them. This is nuts. This is crazy. And I think it's time for Jonathan Cooper to go bye-bye if he did indeed violate the protection orders.
When you start eating electronics, we need to put you into a facility just for some supervision.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about a guy who clearly is just this is the only thing though that's got to be a little concerning for the NFL though is when stories like these pop up where because they've had a couple different instances of just somebody in the middle of their career just
because Tech fans are going to say he's going to play before you're fine with him playing before Sorsby.
Yeah, if Sorsby ate a phone, I would probably put Sorsby back in the field. But because then I'd be he's committed to not using his phone.
Eating
for
electronics is a freshman level course.
What if they told you think Sorsby would accept that? They're you can play, you just got to eat your phone. We got to make sure you don't have it anymore.
You would track it in his abdomen.
Yeah, exactly. So the every so often. And you could look at it and just say, all right, that's the normal percentage relative to society of this is how many players play in your league and these cases crop up. That's a normal amount, you may say. Or does the NFL have to look at it and go, guys are having this happen where they have these snap moments and start acting way out of character in the middle of their careers, and with all the concussion like CTE questions, they undoubtedly start feeling a little bit of like tension whenever a case like Cooper pops up, because it can be very easy in retrospect to look and go, something was off, and something became off when he was in the NFL.
And speaking of legal issues, both you guys sent this, and Choppy had just randomly brought him up as an analogy the other day. Henry Ruggs update and decision.
He got denied his parole. And now I found this interesting because it said there's a mandatory parole release date of sometime next year, like in the summer of 27. But he was denied his parole at this initial hearing, so he's going to go back into jail and spend some more time there. But there is that mandatory release date that happens in 2027, so I assume that means he's going to get out because he was serving a 3 to 10 year sentence, and this was 3 years. This was the third year. So this was the first time that he was eligible, and they just said no.
Yeah, and there was a lot of like media about him in the last year, like just different stories and like, you know, oh, he's really working his way back. There were these different profile pieces about him trying to work back and the things that he was doing, and it felt very much, they were always talking about like he's getting ready to like try and be in front of a team, and they want teams to blah blah blah. They're doing this whole thing, and it felt very much like they assumed he was getting released here, and the fact that he didn't, it did make me wonder, okay, was that PR campaign, did they at any point look at it and go, you're making a lot of assumptions that are not focusing on your rehabilitation, and so we don't think you're there yet, and that's why it got rejected.
Red Zone Football Fix here on Sean and RJ from Fire Station 1 in Mesquite, 410 South Galloway. They're also going to be participating in a Sharing Life food pantry. Sharing Life, one of our top Tolos, Skip P, where they're asking for donations of peanut butter and jelly to the fire stations in Mesquite through the end of July. So if you're able to do that and participate, be much appreciated. All right, what are you? Where are you guys going tonight? Set the scene?
Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. We're going to be out there. It'll be me. You've got Choppy coming out to hang out, but it'll be me, Eric Chiafalo, Alec Medford, Jacob Ray said he was going to pop in. Lucius Alexander will be there. Fred Davis. It's going to be a great time. Come out there, watch some soccer with us. We're going to enjoy it. So cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless.
At 8?
7:30.
7:30. Okay.
You gonna make it,
man?
Come on.
So.
And honestly, it's basically right on 360, so your vehicle doesn't really have to go past 360.
No, it's like 45, 50 minutes.
Oh, yeah, it's a ways.
Yeah, it's a ways. See, the issue is I think Amanda is doing like some type of little mini pool party after this, so I don't know. Yes, you're coming. The Belts. The Belt daughters are coming. Bobby have to go home and shrink out of this. Oh, you got the bag off.
I got it off.
What happened?
I secured the bag. No, I was able to just kind of like force it up over my head. Yeah.
So I think I have a babysitting option in Mesquite, but I think she's listening to me now.
She's listening.
Yeah. Getting her on board with it after a pool day is going to be difficult, but I know that sounds like it's going to be a blast and a packed house. I want to be around one of these watch parties, but then I gotta be in Addison tomorrow for Wild Fork. So I don't know. We'll see if we start drinking at the pool.
I just want to know what would 30-year-old Uptown Sean have thought hearing you talk about how that's so far, and I've got to be in Addison tomorrow, and my
30-year-old would have said don't have kids,
but you already got them, so now it's like, well, you better live your best life with them, and so 30-year-old would be very disappointed in you. I just want to think about the pep talk 30-year-old Sean would have given.
Yeah, but 44-year-old tomorrow morning doesn't want to be miserable working in Addison, Wild Fork from 12 to 2. Let's crosstalk with the KNC Masterpiece after this. And speaking of Wild Fork, it's going down tomorrow from 12 to 2. Come see what the hype is all about. They are celebrating their 1 year
105.3 The Fan. This segment's brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Let's crosstalk with a KNC masterpiece after Kevin Hagman put in a bonus hour plus with us earlier this morning from Fire Station #1 in Mesquite. Shout out to Terrence and Crandall getting the fan World Cup jersey. That thing is sweet. And then we had Patrick as well stop on out. And thanks to all the Tolos, including the sponsors. Colby Tolbert giving away, we had Mesquite rodeo tickets, 50 of them. Rodeo City Provisions with the awesome breakfast burritos, Fraser Roofs and Gutters, Branch and Dillon Law, and Tolbert Garage Door.
I did get my bib off. My Branch and Dillon.
It's good.
And
you've been wearing that since what, 7:30?
Yeah, I had to. Yeah, I swelled up in the humidity, but then I decompressed enough to be able to push it off.
I was worried you were going to have it on during the World Cup game tonight. Still, that you were never going to be able to get it off.
Corey, what's coming up?
You should have let DJ cut it off. Yeah, he has a knife.
Yeah, I don't know. Like, again, if it's tight enough around that I can't get it over my head, I don't know how much space I want to trust DJ with sticking a knife under it to then cut it off.
Well, Sean, to start the show today, we will start with a random question that I've spent hours and hours preparing. At 11 o'clock, former 12-year pro soccer player turned soccer broadcaster extraordinaire, Jamie Watson, joins the show today. I'm really excited to talk to him. And then everybody's favorite segment in the world, Masterpiece of the Week today.
What's the opening topic?
You'll have to wait and find out.
All right.
I don't know either. I did want to say though, Sean, Choppy is right. Rosario's in San Antonio is awesome. The best guisado de lengua I've ever had.
Yeah. Oh.
You eat lengua?
Yeah, I love lengua. It's fantastic.
Wow.
He just wanted to flex his ability to pronounce it there. That's why Corey mentioned.
What's the name of the place in San Antonio that you love? Where do we go for dinner or lunch? Mi Tierra.
Okay, yeah, they got the bakery, right?
That's the one. Mi Tierra, that's what my father-in-law said. DJ lit up. DJ's a foodie, so he knows. Yeah, it's going up and down there. But that is a creek. Charles is right.
It's a creek. Yeah.
No, Riverwalk.
Yeah, there may be a body or two in there. Kind of dirty.
My dad found a body there one time. That's serious.
Right, yeah, you told us that.
What?
Yeah, they were walking along the Riverwalk and they saw something and they ended up calling. They called it into the police.
ESPN erased the YouTube part where Barkley was talking about the Alamo. Because I wanted to go get the audio. No one pulled it on social media during that pregame.
They didn't remember.
With the mayor there, I think, and she was not finding it entertaining or funny. And Charles was making some Alamo jokes, and I went to the YouTube, and they erased it. Yep.
Wow.
Scrapped it. Corey, how much World Cup did you take in yesterday, and what are your plans, if at all, for the weekend?
So I do have a couple of petite shoulders from Wild Fork. I went to Wild Fork last night and grabbed some stuff as well.
My man.
And now that I know they're hiring, I'm trying to tell my son. I was like, hey, maybe you go get a job over there. But,
I thought you were talking about your own shoulders, and I was like, you're wearing sleeveless.
Yeah.
You can't have petite shoulders with those.
Man, Corey's biceps they're crushing it lately. He was showing them off the other day. They're looking fantastic.
Thank you very much, Bobby. No, I got a couple of steaks and that I'm going to throw on the grill tonight for the U.S. game. Last night, we had 20 18-year-old boys watching the game at my house, and it was
18's legal.
They're all
goodness.
all my son's friends.
Men at that point.
They all were excited about it. They pirated the game on the TV somehow, and then
pirated the game. It's on FS1.
The other one was Telemundo. But is that free?
That was on Peacock. Is where I got Telemundo. Yeah. But we had a great time last night. My son, a few World Cups ago, he got just enthralled with it. And so every time the World Cup comes around, he gets excited. As soon as I got home yesterday, he was like, we got 10 minutes, Dad. Are you ready for the game? And I was like, yes, let's do this. So it's a really fun thing, man.
That was a good game. That night game, it was 2-1. Czechia won that one.
Every game is 2-1.
Jacob, where was that game played at? Jacob, where was that game played?
Why are you yelling like he's across from you?
He doesn't know.
Yeah, he's
Guadalajara.
Is that Russo?
Yeah. What?
Yeah, what was that one thing he did that one time? The mojitos.
The mojitos.
Corey, you mentioned the 18-year-olds. What do you think about Hagee's take earlier on the year that the age should be lowered from 16 to 14?
What?
For the social media ban.
Oh yeah, we were gonna discuss that later today in the C block too, because my kids, like, I don't think that Carter doesn't have any social media, and Adrian and I were discussing last night that we're not going to let him have it until later on, because Avery said he was like, I shouldn't have had it as young as I had it.
Oh,
so
why aren't you guys on the fan cam?
Yeah, the camera doesn't work on this computer, so I am not a cat, and so that's me.
Corey?
Oh man, I just saw the link.
Aiden and Alec were fans of my display name today.
Aiden, sorry. Aiden.
That is pretty scandalous,
Bobby.
buddy. That is
it's been the whole show.
Pretty scandalous.
Chris, come here. Look at your husband, what he's doing on the fan cam. I'm putting Bobby's wife on the fan cam, y'all. Look at his nickname on here. Look at that. Yeah.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Huh? Would you like to grab a mic?
She knows.
She knows.
I didn't mean for your oldest daughter to come and look at it.
Oh, no.
Yeah, that was inappropriate.
No.
It was, yeah.
Do you know what he's talking about?
Man.
RJ!
Dude, sometimes Aiden just puts that up there, by the way. So be careful with that.
Are you going to play golf?
I don't know.
You should make a decision at some point.
I really should.
12
Probably about now.
Time?
I really should make a decision. One guy already backed out, but they found a replacement for him.
Phil Mickelson?
Mickelson. And the rain. It's not going to rain. It's not going to rain. So looks like it's going to pass. So I'd be in the clear. But I got some things I got to take care of today.
Like what?
Okay.
Well, I don't want to get into it.
Okay.
What's the hottest heat you've ever played in, Chop? Because
this is nothing.
But what is like you ever get?
Well,
into
we're
one of
also
those?
inside the firehouse in shade with
that's true.
a wind tunnel.
I played in Vegas. It was 117, but it was dry, so it didn't feel that bad. There was,
Did you shoot higher or lower than the temperature?
I shot lower than the temperature. I played. The summer of '98 is always the worst. That's always the worst summer I've ever experienced. And that was probably somewhere in there.
Because it's showing 87 and 76% humidity. It's the humidity.
That's high.
So is this what Houston is like all the time, but
Yes.
worse?
Houston's worse than this.
water.
Yeah, Houston and Orlando, I think, are like the two top humidity. So New Orleans is pretty bad, but no, this is the that '98 summer. It was like 50 days in a row where we were over 100.
Yeah, and I was working for the Parks Department all summer. Awful.
Kevin, my NBA Finals question was, if the Knicks win the title, where does this rank for Jalen Brunson on the Dirk title scale? Right, when we separate the titles, Dirk is not, in any dynasty conversation, but many people think is the most impressive individually. Then you can go Kawhi, Raptors, Giannis, Bucks. And does this fall on that scale, and where?
Where do you put the Jokic Nuggets one in there?
Ooh.
He had Michael Porter Jr., dude.
Yeah, exactly.
And Jamal Murray,
nobody.
Those are studs.
Jokic doesn't even register for me, to be honest. I think the supporting cast around there was really good. It wasn't a bunch of all-stars, but that was a really good team around him.
You don't think Brunson with Cat qualifies?
No. I didn't put Brunson at the top. I put Brunson he was out of those four was either last or third.
Yeah, I would probably still put him last just because an easier road to the title, and it feels like Cat is a better player than most of, if not all of those other players
OG's a really good player too. I don't know where he ranks on. Would you make him a Sean Marion guy, or would you make him a where would you put him in that category?
For Anunoby?
Yeah.
I think Marion's a good category. Really good category.
Yeah.
What did y'all say?
I almost feel maybe he might be a little better at that stage.
Marion's a rock wall listening.
But because at that stage, isn't OG much younger than Sean? Well, I had to go back and see how old Marion was.
Anunoby was
about 8 years.
Was he
8 years younger?
No, 8 years in the league.
Yeah. Okay, maybe not.
Where are you putting it? A Brunson Knicks title on the Dirk scale?
5 or 6. I think.
Who's he in front of?
The Kawhi title, because Durant got hurt, and it wasn't. I think if Durant played, I would have just given it to Golden State.
Yeah.
So I would have put that one last. I think the Giannis title. I mean, Giannis had to go. I mean, Phoenix was not a bad team.
Anunoby was on that Raptors team too, right?
Yep, he was a rookie.
And then what did he
Or
with
second year,
Indiana? A couple
Was he
years
on Indiana?
Indiana University.
when they lost.
Yeah, IU. Yeah, with IU.
Am I wrong about this? I'll go look.
What?
We'll wait.
No.
Indiana.
I
Yeah.
don't know who I'm thinking of, dude.
See, I was trying to look at that. Yeah, Anunoby was second team all defense this year.
Hey, did you guys get a clarification from the bosses on World Cup highlights?
No highlights.
We cannot use them.
Wow.
It
Can
is
we talk
illegal.
about that for a second?
Yeah,
Let's do
those
it.
greedy bastards.
What's
Yeah, no wonder why
happening here,
nobody's
FIFA?
going to your games. You have all kinds of empty seats last night
Where?
in Guadalajara.
Oh my gosh.
Where they at?
In
Where the empty seats?
Guadalajara, yeah. All kinds of empty seats for the Czechia and South Korea game.
Kevin, explain this. What's the ban? What's the restriction?
Yeah, Kevin, explain the legal thing.
So
more like
usually,
fiefdom.
usually the licensing and stuff like that only occurs, and it's only an issue when you get into commercials. That's why you hear the big game or the world's biggest soccer tournament. But so I've never heard of this. I mean, like we play Super Bowl highlights ad nauseum, and that's never an issue. So I'm not sure what the legal standing is on this.
Corey, what do you think?
What do I think about we can't use it or?
Yeah, like is that your understanding? Like we can't
bull
play
crap.
Yes, we were
highlights?
told that legal said that FIFA has not cleared it.
This is so. I'll tell you something, man. FIFA.
I don't know if I believe it.
If this is
What?
true,
I'm not.
the bosses
I'm not,
just
but
don't want us using highlights.
way to
then?
grow a sport. Way to grow a sport.
I think the bosses are being overly conservative over something that will be
There's no
playing
such thing. There's no such thing. Okay.
And Jacob, I just sent you my play-by-play call from last night. If you can open.
So this is what we're gonna
Whoa.
do. This is part of Bobby's brilliance. You know, we come back with audio cuts as you guys do as well. So if they're not gonna let us play the FIFA highlights, Bobby is going to voice the
I like
highlight.
this. This is a good
The actual highlight.
Yeah, like I
Tremendous.
watched the video. Like I watched the first goal scored in the World Cup last night, and I just did like play-by-play for it.
Jacob, when
Really
you get
sarcastic.
And
I'm ready.
Let me know.
The broadcast. I
Yeah.
mean, they had to explain. They had to explain what a red card meant on the screen that they're down to 10 players, down to 9 players.
Was this the Mexico game?
Yeah, this
All
is
right.
the first.
So if this supposed FIFA ban is still in place,
Lord.
these will be the return clips on our show.
RSA, not sure what country that is. Their goalie kicks it out. The ball gets stolen, and number 16 from the free throw line shoots it, and he scores. Boy, he does not look Mexican.
Whoa!
Oh my
I don't know. Maybe that's
gosh.
like how Kyrie Irving says he's Australian or something. But Mexico scored.
Holy
there it is.
moly.
Bobby
Wow.
will watch the video highlight and then redo the play-by-play.
What happens first? We get fined for playing a actual World Cup
Would the
highlight?
bosses rather get fined
or Bobby do this?
or have Bobby do this?
Look,
I'm honestly not sure anymore.
Which is more dangerous?
Hold on. Choppy's going to watch the video here, and he's going to tell me if my play-by-play call was wrong. Watch right here.
With the way
No,
you identify
listen,
the
does
guy?
not. That's
Hey, give
Back
it
me.
I reserve the right to not comment.
tonight.
Cold beers and cheeseburgers, and you let's
Holy
start at
moly.
7:30. You can see just about everybody from Everyday Park.
Thank you, Mesquite. Thank you, Fire
Holy
Station number one.
moly.
Everyone have a fantastic weekend. Go USA! Everyone's saying bye on the fan cam, Twitch, and YouTube. The KNC Masterpiece is next.
Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, asking the questions that matter. Like, do you ever equate the personality of an actor or actress to roles they have continually played? That's probably
Sometimes
not
I
fair.
do.
But do you ever think, like, that guy's a jerk, he's going to cheat on his wife because you saw it in 3 different movies? Not necessarily true. You got me, Kevin Hagelin. You got, Corey Majors.
Oh, man.
And, of course, the famous I'll see you at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers tonight, Alec Medford. Gentlemen, how the heck you doing today? How the heck is everybody out there in Radio Land? 877-881-1053. Franklin Injury Attorney text line, or the Twitch, or the YouTube.
Have you ever seen a man disappear right before your eyes?
No. Have you?
I grew up watching Chris Angel and people like that, so yeah.
Oh, no, you just got mind freaked. Remember when he was on our plane?
Yeah, but wasn't it not him? It was the other guy?
There was a lot of confusion about whether it was Chris Angel or the other
David
guy.
Blaine.
Oh, yeah.
It was so...
nothing alike.
But my theory was it was David Blaine, and then I got changed into Chris Angel, and that was the mind freak.
We were on our flight out to Oxnard, and Kevin and I go to, economy class or whatever it was. And Derek is like, hey, guys, y'all have fun. I'm going to hang out up here in first class. And we were like, of course, former Major League Baseball player.
Right.
And he texts us and he goes, guys, the mind freak Chris Angel's on our flight. And I was like, what? This is crazy. We never got up there because, they don't want us up there. And so we get off the plane. I never saw him because first class gets off the plane first. But then Derek was like, midway through the flight, I realized it was David Blaine. He was really cool. We sat and talked the whole time, and I was like, this is really wild. But I think Kevin's idea might be right. Here's what happened this morning.
Question.
Okay.
Do you think a low-key important part of first class is they close that little curtain to also make you feel like you're better than everybody else?
Oh, absolutely. I've been in first class before. And once that curtain closes, I'm like...
We got midday money now.
Those people can't come up and use this restroom.
Oh man,
they're on the other side of the curtain. Somebody will stop them if they open that curtain and say, "You're going to have to go over to the back of the plane and you're use this one right here." And they do it quietly because they don't want to disturb us first class people.
They don't want to cause a scene that will ruin your enjoyment of first class. Corey. All right.
It is first class is a wild place thanks to Kevin though. But this morning, I was driving to work, listening to Sean and RJ and Kevin.
Yeah!
And we have, in this general vicinity near us, there are some unhoused folks around here. And
do you think Ben Stiller would walk right past that person?
Probably so. And there was a guy walking in the road at my exit, like near the... I was watching this guy walking on the road, just about a foot into the road off the curb. And I'm like, I'm going to have to go around him. I knew exactly what was going on. I never took my eyes off this guy. And then all of a sudden, he wasn't there. Like, just out of nowhere, the dude's he didn't step to the side off into he just disappeared. And so I have 2 schools of thought here. One, Harry Potter exists. Like, this is a real thing. 9 3/4 is right over here off the exit at Midway or Mid Park or whatever.
Is that your leading candidate for likelihood?
No.
Okay.
I'm losing my mind. So that's my leading candidate, but I want to believe 9 3/4.
Right.
And then option 3. Oh, actually, I don't know. There's no option 3. It's one of those 2. So what I'm hoping is that some people have seen somebody actually disappear right before their eyes so that I can be like, okay, this is not me. This is something that actually happened. From 972, my dad, I grew up and watched him disappear right before my eyes.
Cosign.
Oh, no.
That happened with my dad, too.
Dude, Carter's always like, when I say I'm going to go get some milk, he's like, no! And he screams and comes and hugs me.
Yeah,
I'm
come
like,
on, Carter. Everybody knows it's cigarettes. You're going to go out and get a pack of cigarettes, and you're going to leave your family.
Yeah, one day.
That's common knowledge.
One day I said that, and he was like, you don't smoke? And I was like, yeah, I'll be back.
Yeah, that's the thing. You do drink milk. It's you need to be on the lookout for a thing that you don't normally do.
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And like if you said you're going to go ride horses, I'd be like, hold on. Are you leaving the family?
He doesn't ride horses.
Exactly.
'Cause he could die.
Exactly.
So yeah, that's I just was hoping, because I did see a guy disappear right before my eyes today. So
do you think there's any chance, Alec, I'm going to ask you this, that this is one of those situations where if he asked around about it, they'd be like, oh yeah, old Joe, he's been dead for 10 years.
Oh.
You think that's possible?
Yes. And now I want that to be the story so Corey goes even more insane.
Yeah.
is that what happens after that? That person goes more insane?
I don't know. I've never specifically been in that situation, but I like to think that is what happens.
He hasn't lived here for 15 years.
I've always wanted somebody to tell me that, although, to be fair, in my situation, don't you feel like I would be the guy who'd be like, don't listen to him. She was just here a couple days ago. Like, I would be the person to probably ruin that fun, right?
From the 858, haven't had anyone disappear before my eyes. Had a dozen donuts disappear into my tummy. And from the 469, that was a lizard person that saw you. He shed his skin and skedaddled away. That's I like this from the 469. Floating planes, man. Remember when Dawson was saying floating planes?
I do remember that.
That was...
What was it that Rod Stewart made disappear?
Dude, I don't know how many people know who Rod Stewart is.
Alec, do you know that urban legend?
I don't.
Just type in.
No.
Okay.
Don't. Make sure you're logged in as Aiden or Jacob if you're going to do that.
I'll tell you later. Can I ask you a quick homeless question that I've always wondered?
Unhoused.
No. So, yeah, I mean, you know what? Actually, that kind of makes sense because I guess a home is more of an abstract concept as opposed to a. All right, I kind of get you there. Does it ever weird you out when they have a cell phone?
Dude, this goes back to the time I was at 7-Eleven.
Okay, yeah.
Over off 30-ish, somewhere over there. I was working at Channel 33, and I stopped at the 7-Eleven, and this dude walks up to me and he's like, hey man, let me borrow your cell phone. And I was like, I don't have a cell phone. And he goes, how the F do you not have a cell phone? I was like, how the F do you not have a cell phone?
Oh my goodness.
And then I went inside and got stuff, and I walked outside and he was getting punched by another guy who I guess he'd gotten really...
What?
Yeah, he got aggressive to a guy.
Oh no.
And so I pulled out my phone and shot a video of it, and he was like, I knew
Shut
it.
up. That is... Please tell me that last part didn't happen. That's so
It's on
rude.
World Star.
Okay.
But yeah, no, it does. There are moments when I'm like, those are some really nice shoes, or I have no clue. And I know some people have theories that I saw a guy, he was trying to ask for money, and then he went and got his Cadillac, and I'm like, okay, I don't know if I've ever seen anything like that before.
But we've all heard that urban legend, right? Or maybe it's not, and they're like, they make $70,000 a year doing that. I'm like, I don't know.
I don't know how. Like, I don't know how. Maybe they go and get a burner phone, and what are they connecting to? Who are they talking to? I have no clue. I don't know what that community's like, but I know that there's a lot. Think of the network we saw in San Francisco. We've seen a lot in other states too, and it's not an easy thing to deal with. But there you go.
Alec, did you get to tell us how you're doing today, or did we just go right into all of this?
We kind of just went into it because, the intrusive thoughts of the major's mind always prevail, especially on a Friday. But no, I'm doing great because we get to chant and get rowdy tonight at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless.
So I want to talk about that. And this is not just about Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, though obviously I am expecting that place to be loaded with people and be super rowdy. But beyond just tonight or beyond just that location, do you get the sense that the United States is ready to really embrace this tournament? Now, in Mexico,
because it's on our home soil.
Exactly. And so in Mexico, we already talked about it yesterday, is they let everybody out of school for traffic purposes. You've seen all these public watch parties and everything because they were already playing. And I'm sure you'll see some excitement tonight. I have no doubt about that. But the tournament as a whole, or soccer as a whole, is this country ready to embrace all of that?
A couple things. Mexico, you brought that up. Did you see the amount of green jerseys at both matches last night, yesterday?
Right.
Obviously having it in their place and it was their team playing right then to open things up. That was awesome for them. But then there were even more that night, and that was awesome too. So I hope to see some events in the U.S. like that too, where it's like, oh, the American people are still here supporting this because they want to be around this, and they were able to get tickets. Obviously, that's been the big fear for everybody, right?
I mean, by the way, I went to the official FIFA site, and the cheapest tickets I saw for any of the Dallas matches were $750 per ticket.
Was that the secondary market?
No, that was odd. Yeah.
Dan Hunt said yesterday there's also a secondary market on the FIFA site.
Right.
So I don't know if that's any cheaper.
I just feel like if I'm going to go that way, it's going to be the night before or like the morning of, and hope you get a price break, because those are the cheapest ones, $750. And while I even consider that, somebody picked them up, and then the cheapest for any of the other matches was $1,190 per ticket.
Then I think that the answer to your question is yes. I think they are ready for it. But one of the we've discussed this for years. For the U.S. team to be really good at soccer, Mike was probably one of the first people I heard say it. The guys like LeBron and CeeDee Lamb have to not play football or basketball.
Right.
They have to decide that soccer is the most important sport because those are the most athletic dudes in sports.
Yeah, like you look at I'm not saying they're the exact same size, but you look at somebody like Yamin Lamal, who next face of soccer, probably currently the face of soccer, everything like that. That does kind of feel LeBron-esque, where he was the next king, but it was for basketball. And for Yamal, they're like, you're going to play basketball? Get the hell out of here. Come on, dude.
Yeah, and that's the sport of soccer here, which is growing. The MLS is growing. And Messi being here is a good thing for it.
I definitely think that helps.
Like Messi continues to keep that intrigue, but football, NFL is king. Everybody wants to play it. Americans want to watch it. Like, we talk about the ratings for it all the time, and the MLS is slowly getting there. But this could be similar to the Four Nations or the Olympics. This could be something that it seems, Kevin, that the younger people want these experiences of going to these sporting events.
Right.
They want the experiences of watching these, but they also they're craving it more because you talked about the ratings for the finals for both are up.
Yep.
And I think that there's something about right now you might be capturing the bright audience in America for this. I think so.
Is there an inherent disadvantage, just kind of based off of what you're saying, so you mentioned Messi, but his team's been really good. They set the record, I think, 2 years ago for most regular season points, and then last year, I believe, they won the title. So they're really good. You mentioned Olympic hockey. The United States men's and women's teams both won gold. You mentioned the Four Nation. You were in the final. If you go back to what felt like the peak of the World Baseball Classic, it was when the final was between, one of those key at-bats was between two Major League Baseball players, and America was in the final. Whereas with this World Cup, don't you feel like if the United States made it to, let's even say the quarterfinals, that feels like that would be pretty astonishing. And so that's what I wonder is, I'm not disputing any of what you're saying, but I wonder with all of those other examples, the United States is very good at those things, whereas this tournament, they're decidedly mediocre.
No, you're right.
And so that's what I wonder, because we love winners. So,
But what have we done every year to prepare for this? We've done a little thing, or every 4 years we do this. We go find a generator that we answer questions and it helps us select a team.
Sure.
So because we know the U.S. doesn't have a chance, so let's find interest in something else. Whereas I think, Kevin, if the U.S. was better, you might have less people going, what is the World Cup? And less people and more people that are that invested and not trying to find another team to root for. That's probably one of the reasons that there isn't more intrigue in it sometimes from the people in the U.S. because they're like, I don't know any of these players.
Yeah.
I don't know, who am I supposed to root for? Well, the U.S. is in it. Root for them. Hey, give them a shot. They might not win it all, but you're right. We do love winners, but let's see how far they can get in this thing.
Because the success of the women has carried over to a certain extent to the NWSL, but if the American men went on a run on their home soil, it does feel like that would really have a lot of ancillary benefits for MLS and other things like that, or maybe even streamlining more athletes beyond soccer in high school or when they were younger and saying, okay, this is what, forget basketball, forget football, this is what I want to do with my life.
We need to tell the kids they can't play soccer because then they'll want to play soccer.
Oh, yeah.
Stop taking them every Saturday and giving them orange slices and Capri Suns. You know, tell them, hey, you can't go play soccer. What are you talking about? And they're going to be like, they're going to hide under their sheets and like watch videos of soccer at night. And then that's the way to do it, dude.
Yeah, and to really make the game grow, you can be like, and your girlfriend can't play soccer either.
Yeah.
And they're like, you never keep us apart. We're going to be soccer's power couple. And all of a sudden, we have like our 8 best players on either side, or, you know.
And then they have soccer babies, and then, yeah.
Oh, soccer babies. That is the next generation of excellence. You know what? I've never really tracked, like, do people in Spain and France, do their best soccer players have babies with other really good soccer players? And you're like, yeah, that's why we're going to win the World Cup in 20 years, because we got this new army of soccer babies coming up.
I might have an answer for you on that.
Oh, I look forward to that. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Vegas, Carolina, Game 5 leads off our NBA and NHL Finals. Super segment right here on The Fan.
When your friends say, hey...
brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
He has goals in 4 of the 6 games since he came back. 2 in this series. Down low, they score! And it's Jordan Staal again on the tip-in to tie it at 1.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, it's time for our NBA and NHL Finals Super segment. Are you okay if we start off with hockey since we just played that highlight?
Yes.
So for the second time, I believe in as many days, or perhaps the second time in the last 3 days, we have a fun and wacky stat for you. Jordan Staal has now scored a goal in 5 straight Stanley Cup final games. Only 5 players in the history of hockey have done that, including Cyclone Taylor from the 1918, you guessed it, Vancouver Millionaires.
I did not guess that.
Okay, but you did know about the Vancouver Millionaires.
Yeah, because they have an amazing sweater.
Do you think it's really weird, probably if you're like a Montreal Canadiens fan from the 50s to the 70s, because 3 of the 5 players are from them, 51, 56, and 73. And the other 2 are the Vancouver Millionaires and the Carolina Hurricanes. Can you imagine explaining to Montreal that Carolina was going to have a team, let alone a thriving team?
No, I didn't. I never thought about that at all. No, back in the day, I was like, man, the fact that Texas had a hockey team,
right?
Was
that would
kind of
probably,
a surprise.
and we won the cup. That would probably be like, what?
Yeah.
And Canada hasn't. So you look at this game, the Hurricanes take the advantage. They win 5-3 yet again, dominating in the third period. We have talked about this. I'm sorry. I said 5-3. That is not accurate. 4-2. And they take the lead 3-2 in this series.
5-3 would have kept up with what has been going on. This is the lowest scoring one so far.
Is that right? 6 goals is the lowest.
It was 9-7, 9-8, and 6.
Wow.
Yeah.
That is, I mean, it's been a really fun series. No doubt part of the reason that the ratings have gone up. Now we get to this. And this is why, I was probably rooting for Carolina because Vegas has screwed us over plenty of times. But now I'm definitely rooting for Carolina because John Tortorella, who has already cost his team a second-round pick by being too scared to talk to the media, he said they'll be back for Game 7. Specifically, he said, we'll be back here. I'm going to leave my clothes here, that's for sure. They'll be in the hotel.
Really?
First of all, I don't really think that's how hotel rooms work unless you have booked them all the way through, to which point, good job for your team's budget.
Did he say he was going to leave it in the room at the hotel?
He said they'll be in the hotel.
Well, they might just be at the hotel.
That's true.
You can just leave stuff downstairs.
Just keep them up on that stand
like, hey, hold
for
on
a few days.
Hold on to this for me for a few days. I'll be back.
I mean, possible.
Like that's what we did at that hotel in San Francisco. We dropped our luggage off and said we'll be back for it later on this afternoon. I did that. I don't know if you did.
Yes.
And we've done that before, so maybe you can do it for a few days.
Okay.
Like Herm Edwards. I got to ride the elevator with his Hall of Fame coat and his other luggage. And what?
That's how you know you've really made it.
Yeah, getting to ride an elevator with a coat.
With a jacket.
And they put some of those coats. Like, I watched them go back in there, and I was like, how long are they going to keep those?
Right.
So maybe that's what he's talking about.
Well, he was also asked about the status of his goaltending and if he would consider going to Aiden Hill in the third period. Because if you look at Carter Hart, I believe he's given up 4 goals in every single one of the games, and they were already down 3-1. And he said, quote, Christ, that could be the stupidest question I've heard.
Well,
I mean, Hart has a sub 870 save percentage. I don't think it's that dumb of a question.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think it's that dumb of a question either. I do understand.
That guy's kind of a jackass.
When you're like, we've gotten to this point like, why am I going to change my mind about it like right now?
You know what my response would be to that? Because Carolina had the best player in all of the playoffs, and they switched goalies, and now they're beating you.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
I don't know if he was given a
It sounds
follow-up.
like a coach who's just not happy they're losing.
Right.
You know, and
But is still confident enough to say, I'm leaving my suit in the hotel.
It's weird leadership right there, dude.
It is. All right, so my question then becomes this. Are we just going to get one more game of this series? So game 6 is set for Sunday night. Do you think that's the end of the road now that Carolina has built up a little bit of momentum and for the first time in this series they have taken the lead? Or do you think with the dizzying highs and lows of this series it feels inevitably destined to go 7?
I think it's destined to go 7.
I could see that.
Just because, you know, third periods haven't been super nice to Carolina anyway. And I don't think any lead is really safe with Carolina or Vegas.
Definitely Vegas. Vegas has had some tough third periods.
But like, I just don't think that there's a safe lead at all.
Okay.
You can have a good start to a game, and then all of a sudden things aren't going well for you the next period. And so like that, and because they've been making these adjustments back and forth. Now here's the thing though. We always used to talk about DeBoer. Game 7, he had the extra adjustment for you most times, right? He always seemed to have that. I got you. I figured it out. We had something in our back pocket the entire time, and we got you. And I don't know how many coaches always have something like that. Usually, after you get past 6, it's like, okay, we're just going to throw everything out there tonight, guys. We don't have anything else left, so we just go do what we did and hope we win this one.
Now, winning Game 5 is huge, but it's not as definitive as you might think in the Stanley Cup Final.
It's pivotal.
It was pivotal. You're right about that. But when the series is tied 2-2, the winner of Game 5 goes on to win 74% of the time. So essentially 3 out of 4 times, which if you're Vegas, you're like, okay, well, that's not the most overwhelming odds I've heard. So positive potential for that.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's been a very fun series.
True.
And it was
so true.
Yeah, it was everything we kind of asked for out of the final.
Has it already been better than you thought it would?
For sure.
That's what I think.
Because the scoring, like, it hasn't been boring. Again, I still can't figure out if it's good, opportunistic, or bad hockey. But it's been exciting no matter what. Because you know, I was talking about shows that keep tension.
Right.
These games have kept tension throughout each game.
Absolutely.
And that's been the intriguing part of it.
I love this comparison for the 2-1-4. John Tortorella looks like one of your one dad of your friend that when he comes home from work and sees you over, he audibly sighs. I could totally see that. By the way, one more NHL note for you. Nikita Kucherov won his second MVP, beating out Connor McDavid and Nathan McKinnon. All right, let's go from that to, hey, it's the super segment. So let's do some NBA. And we have to start with
Is this MNBA?
It is MNBA.
Okay.
Thank you for clarifying on that. And one of the things that sucks with the 2-2-1-1-1 now is you don't get the 5th straight day of finals. You have to wait until Saturday. So NBA Finals Game 5 on Saturday, NHL Stanley Cup Final Game 6 on Sunday, and then there's a big gap again. It would be Tuesday and then Wednesday for the respective 6 and 7.
It's ridiculous.
If those
Fix
series
this.
go on. Yeah! Now, I want to take you to this amazing wager because it took place on Kalshi. And Corey, you can make a lot of fun plays, have a blast on Kalshi, or you could make this play.
Oh, no.
A person has bet $448,000 that OG Anunoby will not win Finals MVP. The payoff for that is $9,500. They bet $448,000 with the hope of making a profit of $9,500. If OG Anunoby shows out on Saturday and the Knicks win the title, there is a real chance that he could be named Finals MVP.
So this is okay. A lot of times, Kevin, I've made this decision. When Reggie was on the show with us, Reggie was our old producer. Now he's down in Houston, rocking radio. Has his own show.
That's true.
Successful show. Just got back from Italy, I believe.
Oh, he's fancy. He's got that midday money.
We used to discuss these ridiculous bets, and it would make us all angry, right?
Right.
Here's what I've decided. This is whenever you and you have some money, okay? You have some money.
I am gonna assume that as well.
And his friend has some money.
Okay.
Right? And his friend, they're arguing one night, and he's like, dude, OG's gonna win MVP. And he's like, no, he's not. And he's like, yes, he is. And they start arguing back and forth. And they're like, all right, fine, go put some money on it that he won't. And he's like, all right, fine. So he goes and instead of having the 400,000, he puts it on there, and he's like, there you go. All right, see, I did it now. And so I think that's what happened here. That's ridiculous thing though.
We are perilously close. At worst, he's the third favorite to win MVP, and if the Knicks win, he's the second favorite to win MVP right now.
Has he not had two of the most impactful plays?
Absolutely.
Positive plays? Because I would say negatively, De'Aaron Fox and Wemby and Castle have combined for two of the worst plays.
True.
So I would say that he's had two of the most impactful plays in this series.
Now let's talk about those impactful plays. So they happened in the game on Wednesday night. The day before, so June 9th, 186 items of OG Anunoby sold on eBay. All right? 186 for the whole day of any kind. That game ended at what? 10:20-ish?
Mm-hmm.
The next day, by 8 a.m., 2,639 items of OG Anunoby had sold on eBay.
You serious?
So what is that? 15 times as much in the span of probably about 12 hours during and after that game.
I think I have some of his rookie cards, dude.
Well, if you were ever going to sell them, I would do that for a buy it now before Saturday's game.
Okay.
Because
buy it now.
I was looking at it, and I have a fairly run-of-the-mill, but it's an Anunoby autograph, and it's been $30, and you look in the last 3 days, $40, $50, $78, and I was like, all right, so if I were going to sell it, now's the time you'd want to immediately jump in on that. Now, what is the crowd going to look like for this game? Keep in mind, these are on secondary ticket sites. But right now, the top billing states for Game 5 of the NBA Finals, Texas at 12%, New York 37% of secondary ticket sales have come from somebody who is registered in New York. So to our point about discussing it, the people from New York feel like maybe not overwhelmed, but they're going to be a hefty presence at this game tomorrow night.
I'm kind of curious about this. How many of those people get down here and go buy a cowboy hat and boots immediately? And they're like, oh, we gotta go get a cowboy hat. And how many people that have never been down here? And they're just like, this is a great chance to go to Texas. When are we ever going to have this opportunity again? I could see that. But this is just a great chance to go down to Texas and hang out. Also, it's so much cheaper if you want to get to the game. That's a key. But while you're doing it, make something of it, right? Make it a trip. Make it fun.
The get-in price, by the way, has gone up $1,000 because of this.
Yeah, in San Antonio?
It was at about $1,500. Now it's about $2,500 because of that. But what's the get-in price going to be for Madison Square Garden on Game 6? Even up to the last minute, it's still going to be $8,000 or something crazy.
I do. So, Taylor Swift showing up, they have the private entrances for VIPs at Madison Square Garden.
And then they get to sit on the celebrity row.
And big security stuff, too. I don't know that they have that, the same kind of security in San Antonio, so I wonder.
Right.
They're still, Chalamet's been there, Ben Stiller's been there. They're still there. Are they still going to make it down to this one? Why would you miss this one at this point?
Yeah.
Unless you have filming to do or something.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for Baseball Nuggets, where the Rangers win their 4th straight series. We'll do that next right here on The Fan.
price to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
3-2 again. Hit hard, right side, base hit out into right field. Duran being waved around third. The throw going to third, play at third, and out there is Berger. Nice throw from Lane Thomas in right field to chop Jake Berger down. But for Evan Carter, it's an RBI single, and the Rangers lead 4-2.
Yeah, good job, buddy. You got an out there. Way to go. Your team still lost the game. So the Rangers are victorious 4-2 over the Royals. They win the series. That is now 4 series in a row. Serie, if you prefer. Probably not that. So they win 4-2. And it put the Rangers back at 500. And I know Skip the other day was like, hey, we're not going into these games going, man, we really need to get to 500 today. But this was their 6th opportunity to get back to 500 since May 1st. And obviously they had lost the other one, so they are now at 500 for the first time since May 1st. Also, they turned not 1, not 2, but 3 4-6-3 double plays. And I know you can never just take the double play for granted, especially with the speed of so many hitters out there, but 3 4-6-3 double plays. A neat day for that.
Yes, neat is a good word for that. It was, we were 3 going into the 4th inning, and maybe it was around the 4th inning. I heard Mike and Dave Raymond going, man, Rocker's been really good today. You know, like they were really ecstatic about it, and all of a sudden, like next thing you know, he loads the bases.
Yep.
You're like, dude. Wait, like what was going so well, and then what happened, and why couldn't you adjust and get back out of it? But just kind of listening to Matt Hicks before the game too talk about the growth of Rocker this year. He's like he's the pitcher for me that I think has grown the most this year, like in developing into what he needs to become. And he's still got a trajectory that has the arrow going up, but there's still a lot of work to do.
And that was at least where you got one of the double plays, right? Because single, and then walk, maybe strategic.
And sometimes you need to get bailed out like that, you know?
And then you got the double play. I think what was disappointing to me about that was you get the double play, so of course 1 run scores, but now you have 2 outs, and you don't have to particularly worry about the base runners just as much in that moment that you did before, and then the very next hitter gets a single. And you're like, dang it, I felt like it was set up for you to get out of this jam with bases loaded, no outs with only 1 run, and you were already up 3-1. Now it's 3-2. Now I know obviously they ended up winning the game, but shout out to that audio that we played to make it 4-2. But you would have loved to see that be 3-1 and have just a little bit more breathing room, right there.
Oh yeah, for sure, absolutely. It was nice that Corey Seager launched one yesterday. He's been pretty good in his career against Michael Wacha.
If only we had the audio that we could play that. Give me cut number 4.
Right, top half of the 3rd, it's Seager, Young, and Nimmo coming up for the Rangers. First pitch, Corey Seager hits it high, hits it deep to right. Thomas is back, turning to look, and it's gone. Into the bullpen. Corey Seager, his 9th home run of the year. And the Rangers lead 3-0.
Now, one other thing to go along with this game, because you heard those highlights or listened to the game right here on 105.3 The Fan. But then, of course, it was the fact that the game was set to start with a first pitch of 1:12. There was more than a 2-hour delay in the start of the game because obviously in Kansas City it rained buckets, except there was literally no rain. Evan Grant tweeted out, the grounds crew is coming on the field. Not a drop of rain has fallen at Kauffman Stadium. They will prepare the field and we will play. A nearly 2-hour delay for no precipitation. Got it. It was a bad look for everyone. And then Jared wore a rain jacket / poncho in the postgame, even though it wasn't raining there either, just to openly mock the ridiculousness of what the Royals did. And Alec, as you and I were talking about before the game, it feel like strictly a strategic thing because they're like, well, we don't want to burn Michael Wacha to get out there, pitch 1 inning, and then have to sit. And he did end up pitching 7 innings.
Yeah, I heard them. I heard Jared say that too. I was, we were leaving the Specs yesterday, saying goodbye to Ken Hill and Darren Oliver, and I was listening to Dave Raymond and Jared talk, and Dave Raymond goes, and I just got a little whisper in my ear that we're in a delay.
Yeah.
And Jared goes, ha ha ha, that's funny. Like he was like, there's no, it's a good joke. And he even was like, David is joking now. He's like, no, I'm dead serious. Like, they're telling me that. And Jared goes, there's a cloud in the sky. What's happening right now? And then all of a sudden, I called you up and was like, Kevin, this is crazy. What's happening right now?
Yeah, it made me nervous. I was like, oh, crap, do I need to turn back around to the Specs? And he goes, well, we're tearing the table down, so not really.
This is the Joe Girardi. Remember the Joe Girardi game where it was late on like a Thursday night, and Joe Girardi, they were in a rain delay, maybe after the 6th inning or into the 6th inning, right before it. And Girardi's like, no, this is against the Rangers. He's like, we're going to wait this thing out.
Yeah.
And it's 12 o'clock, 12:30, heading into 1 o'clock in the morning. And he's like, okay, now we can finish playing this game. Everybody's like, what are you doing right now, dude?
Yeah.
Why would you do something like that? But that's what they decided to do. It worked out in the Rangers' favor.
Yeah. Now, somebody asked this, and it's probably always helpful to reset this from the 469. Can you guys explain the difference between the numbers behind a certain double play? I followed baseball for most of my life, never understood that. It is strictly in reference to the positions that make the double play.
Yep.
So pitcher is 1, catcher is 2, first base is 3, second base is 4. They tell the shortstop to suck it. Third base is 5. Shortstop is 6.
That's always been weird to me.
It is.
I never understood
The other thing that's weird is then they reverse the order in the outfield. And they're like, hey, I know we started over here, but now for the outfield, we're just going to go the continuation, except we bounce back to shortstop, and then we go back again. And so then left field is 7, 8, and not left field 7, center field 8, right field 9. And that's why your most classic double play will be the 4-6-3, because you'll hit the grounder to second base, flips it to the shortstop, who's got momentum on their side to not only touch the bag, but fire off probably a better throw.
Yeah, no, and it does 4-6-3 sounds a lot cooler than 4-5-3, so maybe that's the reason they did that.
Okay.
It does. There's something that scratches my brain a little bit about it.
No, I think you're right about that.
So maybe that's why they decided that. I have no clue why they decided to go 6 for shortstop.
Yeah.
It doesn't make any sense, but who is on first?
I mean, to be fair, I didn't look into 1880s baseball when they're like, well, hold on, Abner. We probably need another guy right there, don't you think?
Oh, man, that's
good. How's the second baseman supposed to handle both sides of that bag? I actually don't know the answer to that. By the way,
right now.
Shout out to Jacob Latz.
Oh, the position originally played in the outfield rather than the infield.
Oh,
I don't know if they had 4 outfielders or like what's the rover?
Okay,
if they had a rover, but the shortstop wasn't like there were 3 infielders and then 4 outfielders. So that's why it was a 6.
It almost feels like a shift before it was really a shift.
Yeah, it was a rover.
Okay, well, come on over. So Jacob Latz.
Because remember, you needed a rover. You needed like an official cutoff man because the stadiums were 900 feet to center field. At
and everyone wore a suit, and your glove didn't even close all of the way. Baseball used to be crazy.
You just left your glove at your spot.
Yeah.
You would get done with the inning and just throw your glove down on the ground and run off to the dugout.
Baseball used to be wild.
Prance back out to the outfield.
Jacob Latz had pretty much as much of a perfect appearance yesterday as you can. He pitched 2 innings and threw 15 pitches.
Yep. 7 in the first inning that he threw.
And then
8 in the next one.
Really labor for 8 in the second one. He threw 1 not strike. So there's that. And he had 3 strikeouts. I talked about this in the morning show. It was a curious bit of scoring there because they gave Latz the win, as opposed to Alstrom, who came in after Rocker and didn't then give Latz the save, which, I mean, I'm sure he'll tell you, like, hey, we won the game, who cares? But for somebody who, like, usually people in that position will get paid by the save, kind of feels like the save might have been better off for him. Now, it's not just Rangers, it is baseball. Nuggets wanted to throw this out there as something we need to keep track of. Shohei Ohtani left the game for the Dodgers yesterday with left knee inflammation. Now, the Dodgers are optimistic, but when you have the best player on planet Earth and he needs to leave the game, obviously there could be reason for concern there.
Is this something that like Advil can't fix, or
I don't know, but probably
just take two a leave and we'll see in the morning?
Probably like Shohei doesn't operate under the same things as like we got to suck it up. Yeah, they're like, hey, buddy, we paid you $700 million eventually.
He's also not like you Darvish too, right? Where
Right.
it's like constantly you're like, oh my gosh, is this guy okay?
Yeah.
This dude, he's seemed about the stuff that he's dealt with has seemed serious. That's kept him from pitching or kept him out for a while. Like those are the kind of things. He's one of those guys that he's like, I would like to be out on the field because I like playing baseball.
And then Brent Doyle for the Colorado Rockies, he went to the kebab stand. It's like a dessert kebab stand at the Rockies game in full uniform and was dishing out treats and signing autographs for people. Which
too cool.
Yeah, that is pretty cool.
Too cool.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, former 12-year soccer pro turned broadcaster extraordinaire. It is Jamie Watson next on The Fan.
It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. And right now, former 12-year pro soccer player turned soccer broadcaster extraordinaire, it is Jamie Watson, and today's Insider Calls are presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. Good morning, sir.
Hey, good morning, guys. How are you? Thanks for having me on, man. I'm from Coppell, Texas. I'm excited to be on the station, man.
Nice. So you really are a Cowboys fan. All right, I like it.
Absolutely.
I like it. So one of the questions that I was thinking just immediately about yesterday, honestly, the first match of the entire World Cup, you get 3 red cards in Mexico's match. Now, I realize a couple of them were really, really late. Was that specific to just that match? Do you feel like the World Cup automatically turns up the intensity? Maybe the refs were calling a little tight. What do you think?
I mean, I saw some stat that said in the 2022 World Cup, there were 4 total red cards, and then there were 3 yesterday. I don't know. I got to fact check that one, but it just goes to show you, man, yesterday I think was an anomaly. That doesn't happen normally. You had a couple of really dumb mistakes that were made, and 2 of them for the last defender denial of an obvious goal scoring opportunity. So I think it was a more of a one-off than an indicator, but who knows, man? We'll see what day 2 has in store. But we started off on a high yesterday, and the U.S. and Canada kick off their campaigns today. Hopefully it just gets better and better and more entertaining after a good start yesterday.
I'm trying to figure out exactly like how far away the U.S. is from some of the top teams in this World Cup, and so I wanted to use restaurants as a way to gauge this. Let's say Spain is Nobu and Malibu, all right, and and France is like the French Laundry. That makes sense. Where would America be?
Where's America? Let's see. Are we Papa Brothers? Are we Papa Do's?
I was going to say Chili's, but I got what you're saying. Yeah.
Because it's so American. We're Triple Dipper and we're cookie skillets and all that. No, I mean, in all seriousness, we're not there. We're not there at the top of the food chain yet, are we? Right? We're still a ways away. But I think the one big question I keep getting is what's success in this World Cup? And the World Cup for the United States men's national team this year, they're 17th in the world coming into this. If they get to the round of 16, that's the bar. And then you need to have a good performance. You need to entertain. You need to be fun to watch.
Yeah.
If you get past the round of 16 and you get into the quarterfinals, you earn house money, right? And you're happy to be there. It gives more opportunity for fans to catch the momentum and get the excitement for a few more days in the World Cup. Anything less than that round of 16 with a good performance and a real competitive one with a fun game to watch, then I start to think it becomes a failure if it's less than that.
When you talk about being fun, it felt like I believe it was the last World Cup we were in. It felt like the team was like, we're content with staying back here on our side and playing a defensive game and not really pushing a lot forward. What is the strength of this group right now? Because that front 3, does it feel like that's the one for you, or does it feel like you're still midfield defense?
Brother, you just nailed the analysis from last World Cup to this one. I think you're absolutely right. I think that was maybe the big complaint in 2022 in Qatar, was that they were just not exciting. They were not entertaining. They set in, they defended too much, and ultimately the game they got knocked out in. It looked like they didn't know what to do, how to attack. And I think this version of the U.S. men's national team is actually fun to watch because you've got Christian Pulisic, you've got Weston McKennie underneath Flo Balogun, who I think when it's all said and done, that's who we're going to be talking about the most from this tournament, because he's going to be the goal scorer. He's the one I think that's going to lead this group in goals in the tournament. And when I talk about being exciting, you got to attack. You got to get numbers for it. Serginho Dest plays on the right side, and he is a fun guy. It's like this. He's wired differently, and I mean that in a complimentary way. He tries things. He has flair. He has excitement. He's fun to watch. Defending is optional sometimes for him because he likes to be so far forward. But this is a group that can give you some excitement when you watch the game. And we need that if we're going to continue to grow this year over year, tournament after tournament. U.S. men's national team, they have the chance to grab the hearts of the casual fans and say, hey, I like this, but they've got to do it in an entertaining way and also have success because everyone loves a winner.
Well, that I was telling my co-host that I watched the friendly on Saturday, and it did feel like they were a little more aggressive on the attack. Is that kind of a preview of what you're expecting to see from these guys then?
If, you know, going back to that match on Saturday in Chicago against Germany, it was a send-off match. Germany is a top 10 team in the world. If they play, the United States men's national team, if they play like they did in the first 45 minutes against Germany, no hyperbole, no exaggeration, we can compete with anybody. They were that good for 45 minutes.
Yeah.
They were not Chili's. They were not Papa Do's. They were, I don't know, Three Forks, right? Or something. Whatever,
Nick
what's the restaurant in town? There we go, right? Nick and Sam's. You know what I mean? They were that good. And so that's what gives you the optimism. I think this group has a higher ceiling than maybe any other U.S. men's national team before heading into a World Cup. But you know what they say about pressure, it either makes diamonds or it bursts pipes. Having a home World Cup is a lot of pressure. We're going to find out if this group comes out sparkling or if this group is a complete bust.
Well, I'm going to do the reset in the style of what I chose to believe you just said. We're here with soccer broadcaster and man who believes the United States will win the World Cup, Jamie Watson. Find out what you need to get projects done from brands you trust at prices you'll love. Lowe's, we help, you save. Now, with all of that in mind, obviously, every group stage match is going to be vitally important, but this match tonight, how damaging would a loss be for, honestly, either side's hopes of advancing to the knockout round?
Well, you know what? In previous World Cups, you'd say, man, you lose the first game, mountain of a hill to climb here.
Now you got a buffer.
Yeah, exactly. With the World Cup expanding from 32 teams to 48, not only the top two teams get into the knockout rounds like we used to see before, but that's where it used to stop right there. It used to be just 16 teams getting to the knockout stage. This iteration of the World Cup means that the top two teams still get in, and then the 8 next best third place teams can qualify. So this is not a must-win game because you still can get through with results in the second and the third game. But momentum is everything in sports, guys. You know how this goes, right? You get a team that starts to win. They do it convincingly. Now all of a sudden you start to think, yeah, we are standing with our shoulders back a little bit more, and the opponent also has to go, oh boy, we just saw them play the other night and they were good. They were really good. It can be detrimental to the next opponent in Australia, and then ultimately Turkey and the group stage 3. So it's so important. I mean, I think it's one of these matches you should win. We did play against Paraguay in the fall of last year. We won 2-1. So, less than a year later, we're playing them again. This is a team that you should beat on paper, but also with every momentum you have, hoping a home World Cup, guys, let's not sugarcoat it. You have to get 3 points in this just because of everything is going your way. Anything less than that, you start to go, Paraguay's thrilled.
Field and kind of the 8 advancements from the third place teams that you were just talking about. Does that feel like that waters down the World Cup at all?
I've gotten that question a lot. And what I'll say is we don't know yet because we haven't seen what it's like to have an expanded field in the World Cup in quite some time. So when you get that, I understand why that question comes into play. But having said that, you also give an opportunity for some of the other teams that haven't gotten a chance to get in the World Cup, some of the lower ranked teams that get into the World Cup, they get a chance to try to prove that maybe they can belong at the bigger stage. There just has been a path. There hasn't been a path for them in the past. So we could walk away from this World Cup when we're talking July 20th, the day after the final. We could say, this was the most entertaining and enjoyable World Cup because we had upsets and there were more teams that could provide that. We don't know how it's going to shape out yet, so I think that story is still being written. But I think we'll find out when some of these lower-ranked teams start to play some of the big teams. And who knows, man, there could be a few Cinderellas at the ball this year.
Now, you have done World Cup broadcast stuff for TNT, DAZN, international friendlies for ESPN, MLS matches for Apple TV. Do you still get nervous calling matches at all, and does all that ratchet up for the World Cup?
It's a great question. It'd be like this. Let me put it to you this way, guys. If you got a chance to call the Super Bowl, right? Like how would you feel heading into that? I mean, you've done a lot of radio, you've done a lot of sports coverage, but if you get that opportunity to do your sport's biggest game, how do you feel going into that? Would you have some nerves? I'll put that back on you guys both.
Yeah, I would throw up before that game for sure. Yeah,
I'd probably have unreasonable confidence that would come back to bite me. So yeah, I definitely yeah. So since you were talking about, or since you have the experience with the MLS, another person I kind of wanted to ask you about, because Weston McKennie is from the Metroplex, you're from the Metroplex. Ricardo Pepi also was like quite the phenomenon when he was here at FC Dallas. What kind of expectations are maybe on him going in?
Yeah, he's a player that I think impressed in this last window, coming off the bench and showing that he can really provide a spark. And this guy, he lit it up at FC Dallas, and he did it through the whole system with FC Dallas. I mean, he was awesome. Weston McKennie was only up for a short period of time because he was just so dang good that he moved on quickly, and Ricardo Pepi just developed over time. I think there should be a lot of expectation on both of those players, Weston from the starting lineup and Ricardo Pepi from the bench. And if Pepi starts to score a goal or two in the group stage, this could flop or flip-flop, and Balogun could be saying, well, now I've got to come off the bench, and Pepi has caught fire. You ride the hot hand in these tournaments, and that's what I've learned from playing in these tournaments, from commentating in these tournaments. It's about who is just in good rhythm and in good form, and who has the best 39 days from start to finish of the World Cup, whether that's individual or as a team. But yeah, man, North Texas, it's a hotbed, and I appreciate you guys putting me in the same sentence with those guys, because they're the ones on the field. I'm way up in the comfy press box talking about it, but you're kind for putting me in the same sentence.
A lot of pressure on you now.
Right?
A lot of times we'll look at like the NCAA tournament, and we'll see, this region actually suits well for this team specifically because geographically it works well. Is there a geographical advantage for any specific team that you've kind of been looking through going, oh, actually, they get to stick around these areas, not too much travel, and that's going to be beneficial to them?
It's a great question because travel and the heat is something that's going to be a factor, and it's adversity. Look, there's all sorts of adversity in a World Cup, injuries, results that don't go your way, heat and everything. But I'll invite you, if you want a good laugh, go look at the England national team's media day pictures. They're based in Florida right now. They played some friendlies in, I think, Tampa and Orlando. Those English boys were not ready for some Florida June heat, because all of their pictures are just sunburnt and red, and they look like, I used to live in Orlando. I can say this. They look like a lot of the English and Europeans that would come over to go to Disney, and they would be super sunburned by the end of the day, So England players are not immune to that as well. So, yeah, it'll be difficult, man. It is going to be a factor in it. So, all sorts of adversity, though, and they're going to have to figure out how to navigate that and figure out how to put on some SPF 50 or something like that along the way.
Is there any less pressure on the English national team knowing that they won't actually get past the semifinals, because that's where the road stops for England?
This is the same answer I'm giving my English friends in the text message. We're just airing it out across the entire Metroplex right now. I love it, man. They'll tell you it's coming home. That's what they're saying. But England haven't won it since 1966. But those same English fans will hold on to that one World Cup trophy that they have and hold it over the United States fans like myself whenever I try to give them a hard time. So, man, I can't wait to see how it's gonna. As
a Cowboys fan, we get it. As a Cowboys fan, we totally get that.
By the way, I was at the Buffalo Bash with my dad, 94, 95, where we were celebrating, and I think they were giving away tickets. I don't know, like a Minyards, I think it was, maybe like a Tom Thumb. Yes. And there's going to be a niche audience that has to be above 40 to get that reference right there.
That's us.
We were trying to win tickets to fly out to the Super Bowl that day, and I tell you what, man, I haven't lost faith in the Cowboys. And just like my English friends haven't lost faith in their team since they haven't won in about the same time frame.
That's the spirit.
There's I think one of the things I love about soccer is there is a lot of pageantry. The fans get heavily involved. How cool, like for us around here at AT&T Stadium, how cool is it going to look when Netherlands does their march over to the stadium with their fans?
Dude, it's going to be incredible. And there's a reason that AT&T Stadium got 9 games, the most out of any venue, right? It's incredible. And there's a world in which you can kind of feel disappointed you didn't get the World Cup final. I mean, you just competed against New York. And I think ultimately that's what ended up, being the slight edge over Dallas getting the World Cup final. But the international broadcast centers in Dallas. I mean, It's a wonderful venue. I feel so lucky to have grown up there. I can't wait for the world to get to see just how amazing Dallas is. Hundreds of thousands and potentially even millions of people travel in to work or to enjoy the tournament. I hope that everybody in Dallas shows the hospitality that we have, and we get the chance to show off our incredible city to the world. And yeah, man, whether it's the Netherlands, whether it's the Japanese fans, whether England, Croatia, Argentina, Austria, all the teams that are going to be playing. I mean, you're hosting Messi for a couple of games. This is your favorite player's favorite player, whatever sport it is. I mean, he is that legit. And I tell you what, man, it's something special. And I hope that we saw what it did in '94 at the Cotton Bowl and what it did for soccer. I can't wait to see when we're talking about this, 32 years on since that's the last time we had the home World Cup. I can't wait to see what it looks like. And we look back at 2026 and say, look what it helped launch or springboard this sport in this country for both the men and the women.
Is FIFA going to make it up to us by putting the 2031 women's final in AT&T Stadium?
Ooh, now we're talking. Why don't you put a call in? The president of FIFA has not returned my call.
I know Dan Hunt. He'll help.
That would be something special right there, man. That would be incredible, wouldn't it? And tickets are on you if that happens.
Okay, perfect. All right, Jamie, thank you so much for the time. Best of luck throughout the tournament. We appreciate you.
Thanks, fellas. Look forward to chatting with you soon. Keep up the great work.
There you go, Jamie Watson. And today's Insider Call was presented by Lowe's. Members get more at Lowe's. And like I said, I heard him say we're going to win the World Cup.
Yep. That's what I heard, too.
Or we might make the quarterfinal, which that feels like that would be a pretty big freaking deal.
Look, we have one goal. One time I had a boss. He said, "Drive for 5." All right, that was the goal. But you know what we're trying to do right now? Round of 16.
Okay.
That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to get to the round of 16. That is success.
Okay.
So if we can cheer our boys to there,
okay,
we've done something this year.
And I like that you said goal. Mm-hmm. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, stop it. It's AM on the FM.
We got the question of the day plus another Oregon man story next on The Fan.
Tolo.
33. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Don't forget, in the next hour, we will give away a 4-pack of tickets for Rangers Twins. That game is set for Thursday. But yes. But set for right now, it's time for this.
What does this button do? Please, please, do not push the button. You have no idea what it...
Alec, you be quiet.
Alec, that was awful.
1 for Alec, 0 for Peyton.
Don't you dare touch that dial.
Don't you dare do it. It is time for AM on the FM. My name is Alec Medford, the man that they call the pride of Mansfield, Texas, and the mayor of the Medfordplex. 877-881-1053. That is the Frankel and Frankel Injury Attorneys text line to answer today's question of the day. Plus, I've got another Oregon man story. I told you this is going to be the new Florida man story. I've got an Oregon man story, and he is tired.
Can I ask you a question of the day?
Yes.
Are you feeling more patriotic because the United States is playing today?
Not going to lie, I am.
Hell yeah.
None of us are wearing any red, white, and blue.
Because I'm saving it.
This is blue.
Aiden is.
I'm saving it, Majors. I'm saving it for cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless tonight at 7:30. You can come hang out with me, Bobby Belt, Lucius Alexander, Eric Chiafalo, Fred Davis is going to be there. I've heard Jacob Ray is going to be there. I'm trying to convince and kind of bully Aiden Butler into showing up as well. So it's going to be
what's the story, Aiden?
Absolute party.
Matter of fact, Alec is saving it so much that he is just showing up in an American flag. That's what he's like, nothing else but wearing an American flag.
How much do you think that would spike attendance?
With the moms?
All right.
Stop. I'm sorry. Go ahead. I'm so sorry. Go ahead.
So, yes, I guess. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless. We're going to have a bunch of USA giveaways as well.
I have a secondary question of the day for you. Is there any chance, and I want you to be honest, you could meet just a delightful woman, but because she has a kid, you might have a higher standard for her because you're like, I can't let these people be right.
Yes.
Oh, no!
100%.
Oh, that makes me
1,000%.
sad.
Sorry, mommies.
Oh, my gosh.
Saving that. Thank you. But yeah, 100%, because I don't like proving y'all right in these assumptions about me and my dating life. Yeah. So, but yeah, that's going to be fun tonight. Looking forward to it. The question of the day, gentlemen, and also real quick shout out to the person that just used my phone number at Washmasters. I hope your car is clean, I guess.
Oh, no. This is a scam situation happening?
No, I haven't been to that place in months, and I just got the text saying, how was your Washmasters visit?
Dude, so hold on. Well, yeah, that's interesting because but the other day I went to Racetrack, and you can put your number in for like points or whatever.
Yeah.
And I put in the wrong number and hit enter, and I was like, oh no, now somebody else gets those points.
All right, so they score.
So maybe that could have happened where somebody just hit one number wrong.
That's probably what happened.
Because it's like, do you get discounts or anything or what?
I don't know. I have no clue. I don't really go there. So, yeah, we'll find out next time I go. I don't know. That used to happen to me a lot of the time with Sephora because I don't wear makeup. I don't go there a lot. People would accidentally put in my phone number, and I would get a bunch of rewards points, and they would not make small purchases there. It would be like $100+ purchases. So I'm getting a ton of points. So I'm like, if I ever need to do like birthday or Christmas shopping there, I'm set. And sometimes I get cologne there. So I'm like, I'm getting discounts, baby. This is awesome.
So my buddy, Ryan Flooring, we used his phone number at Kroger when we all lived together. Like we were three dudes living in the same house.
Shout out to Jamie for that Minyards drop.
Yeah, exactly. When we go to Kroger, we all use his phone number, and then we would use the gas points together.
Oh, yeah.
Well, I'd been using that for the last 20-something years, almost 20 years, because Adrian and I have been married that long, and then I stopped using it, and he the other day was like, hey, man, for some reason, my gas points aren't accruing as fast as they used to.
That's amazing. All right, the question of the day. Today is National Red Rose Day.
Oh.
National Red Rose Day. So the question of the day, what is something that you're super picky about when you purchase it?
Ooh, okay. I'm going to answer your question, but do you agree when they're like a rose by any other name would smell as sweet? Like if they were like, here are some stinkweeds, do you think it would still really smell the same?
Stinkweeds.
Or here's a fart monger.
I don't love the way roses smell.
Oh,
I think they smell fine.
Yeah.
Like not good, not bad.
There's
It's
other
just
stuff that smells better.
okay. I am really specific about the pens that I buy.
Yeah.
I want them to have a little bit of weight to them, and then I also really like the kind of fine tip felt pens.
Okay.
Those are my Sudoku and crossword pens because I am 1,000 years old.
Like the Sharpie felt tip ones?
Yeah.
Interesting. Huh. But you don't use those here.
Correct. Those are reserved for the puzzles.
Huh.
That is definitely...
That's the oldest thing you've ever said.
I know. I probably should be working at the ticket.
Jeez.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I mean,
they can take shot. Gotcha.
Hey, no.
Oh,
I'll tell you to stop when you're wrong.
I like you
Keep
here.
going.
No, yeah.
You're really
I like, hey.
You're really good on this station.
I've heard our show on that station so many times, like 2 or 3 days after the fact, so it's fine.
That's valid. But for me, with the pens, Kevin, it was always, and it still is to a certain degree, is the Pilot G2. Because in high school,
yes.
I swear, it's just like how the 1/4-inch headphone adapters are like currency up here. That's what it was in high school, was the Pilot G2 pen. If there was one laying on the ground or it was unattended on a desk for too long, it was gone. It was gone. It wouldn't be me because I had morals, but I was usually the one that would get stolen from.
Yeah.
Yeah, if I got up and left a pen somewhere, it was gone because I always needed the black Pilot G2 pen. I always wrote with that, always took my notes with that, and I went through so many of them because people took them.
It's interesting that you mentioned that, or like the 1/4 inches around here. It's these little things that you can just take for granted, but when they are gone, man, it is a nightmare.
Yep. Corey, what are you super picky about when you purchase it?
I have a top 3 list. Avocados.
That's a good one.
Because you don't want to have an avocado and be like, I have to wait a month to eat this thing because it's so hard. My friend, I can't say this on air.
What?
He said when you grab, we had a bunch of very fresh avocados at the restaurant one day, and he was like, Corey, I need you to go over to the store and I need you to get new avocados because we need some that we can make right now. We can't use these. He goes, it would feel like Jessica Alba. And I was like, all right. So that was kind of gave me a mindset of exactly what I was, looking for.
Holy moly. That's what see why you were nervous about mentioning
there was
that.
more that he said there, but you understand?
Yes.
So avocados,
I do.
you just want to make sure you get the right one. Steaks. I'm very particular about the marbling I want on it.
Yes.
Each cut, I'm like, all right, I want this. I'll sort through them all. And if I don't like the cut that I see, I'm like, all right, I'll go to another store. But usually it's just Wild Fork, and I'm good there. Toilet paper.
Oh.
Very particular. Charmin. Is it Charmin or Charmin?
Charmin.
Charmin.
Charmin Soft.
Charmin. Ultra Strong.
Stop.
Ultra Strong.
Sure.
That's the one. It's the red label because it cleans better.
You feel like...
I feel like I need to get a bidet, though.
Why do we still make the regular... Like, if you see somebody who just bought Charmin Strong, are you like... Pfft, dumb.
Yeah.
Your fingers going right through
Are you
there.
even wiping, bro?
I want that on a bumper sticker. I don't know why.
It's a good question.
I feel like that would be perfect.
The Charmin, because recently Adrian got Angel Soft, and I was like, never again. You know better.
Wow. Okay.
She was like, I'm sorry, I know. So yeah, I'm very particular about the toilet paper.
You hit the nail on the head with all 3 of those. That was a great power ranking. I can't even lie.
Thank you.
Let's see. 877-881-1053. What are you most picky about when you purchase from the 214 single moms? Okay, we get it.
Hey, you chose to read that.
From the 817 audio equipment, I am the same way. I would rather invest in nice stuff than cheap stuff that I'm going to replace, in a matter of months. So work-related stuff, 100% I will spend good money.
Yeah.
But let's see, from the 214, they agree. Roses don't smell that great. And I made this question of the day because whenever I buy flowers for like a family member's birthday or a date or something, I spend way too much time observing each individual flower in the bouquet because if there is a slight wilting, I'm putting it back.
Yeah,
I overthink the hell out of it.
Yeah.
Do you ever buy the flowers that, like, I know Corey couldn't wait for those avocados. They needed to go now, but the flowers who haven't bloomed yet, is that the way to go?
Yes.
Burst.
Yeah.
Yes, sometimes that's absolutely the play. Like roses, if they're like a really pretty vibrant color, you know they're going to last a little bit longer because they still got some work to do.
See, I understand, though, why people think roses smell good. Because back in the day, whenever people started talking about this, roses are red, violets are blue, when that poem was probably created, there weren't a lot of things that smelled good. Like,
yeah, you lived with garbage around you.
And now we have
stuff.
candles that can smell like anything. It
That's
can smell
right.
like a tortilla from H-E-B.
Yes.
You know? So, like, there's all sorts of things. We like,
Dude.
everything smells good. And you can pass up on roses now.
And I literally just got an aromatherapy diffuser from Amazon yesterday, and it has now changed my life. My bedroom smells like lavender and any kind of floral scent that I can imagine from a tiny little vial of some sort of scent-infused liquid. And I'm just like, this is amazing.
Did you know that there was a battle in World War II where, this is not a joke, where they got cut off from their supply lines and they were so short of food that soldiers had to eat parts of the leather of their shoes and candles?
Oh, no. That's not great.
That doesn't sound functional.
You're right, but they didn't have any food.
And then, Kevin, this is a stat just for you. I feel like you would appreciate this and run the numbers on this kind of thing. Deja Hodge broke the NCAA record for the women's 100-meter dash. I believe yesterday this just happened. And it is the 5th fastest in all time. But she is now the fastest woman of all time in the 100-meter for non-hyphenated names. All 4 names ahead of her in the all-time rankings in the 100-meter are hyphenated names.
Jackie Joyner Kersey.
It is Florence Griffith Joyner has the all-time record, followed by Elaine Thompson-Herah, Shelly Ann Fraser-Price, Melissa Jefferson Wooden, and then Adija Hodge.
Wow. That is
I'm not going to lie. This is kind of rocking my world, all right?
I
this
feel like
is
that's
awesome.
That's a Kevin stat. And then the Oregon man story. He's tired. His name is Contran. He purchased a 1.2-acre lot in southeast Portland with the intention of cleaning up the property, doing some construction, maybe flipping it at some point. When he bought it in February, there was a pile of about 40 tires on it that he would have to discard that was just left behind by the previous owner. Whenever he returned to the property for the first time since purchasing it on June 6th, ready to begin construction, there was a significant change. Hundreds of tires had mysteriously appeared on his property. The majority of the property was inaccessible when he arrived due to tire walls that were built by somebody that were at least 6 feet high. Plus, at least one person was living on the land without authorization. So, somebody had made a makeshift room with a table and chairs by stacking tires near one of the property's entrances. So, somebody made a pseudo fort out of tires on the property that he had purchased, and he has no idea how, where, when, why, or anything. So, he's real sick and tired.
So, obviously well done, but yeah, Oregon's getting crazy, man.
It's been crazy.
We're the K&C masterpiece right here.
Trail, you know?
Yes.
Oh.
Do you think people in Oregon ever still get dysentery? Like, I know not at the same rate, obviously.
They're
but
like, we got to eat squirrels again because there's no bison.
Yes! Coming up next, it's time for Gridiron Gravy, ranking the NFL divisions by the talent of their starting quarterbacks. Next on The Fan.
Coming up in the next G-Bag Nation, we've got
To upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine, the #1 Chevy dealership in the world 3 years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone, all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
Well, with 1:14 to go, it's Daniels. Pressured. Floating one for the corner. Deebo Samuel. He's got it. That's the exclamation point.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now, powered by Men's Tea Clinic. It's time to go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy.
Dip it and rip it. Kevin, I just want to point out, it is thank you to the Tolos that showed up to Specs yesterday.
Boom!
And whenever the dip happened in that room, to see the people that work for the Rangers look at us like, what is happening right now, is the coolest thing. And the other people that had never experienced it, that were just like, hold on. The fact that we have Tolos that do the dip with us, Kevin, I heard you this morning say that you do two things in your own world now.
Yes.
And we all say better.
Two things. Yeah, all the time.
I do a lot more now than I used to. The dip, people say they do the dip all the time. Oh Man has made its way around. See me, this station has created its own little universe of terminology, and I love it.
Yeah, absolutely. And hopefully we're always here to reset it for anyone who's new to the show. We do not want to box you out. We want you included in our universe. Now, NFL divisions ranked by starting quarterback talent for this season. Which division? Let's start with the worst. If you had to look at the starting quarterbacks and you're like, you and your division are the worst.
Well, I mean, Arizona has one bad quarterback in that division.
The rest of that division's pretty darn good.
I would say the AFC North.
The AFC North comes in at number 5 on NFL.com's list.
Joe Burrow and Lamar elevate that a lot for sure, right?
And then the Deshaun Shador combo and Aaron Rodgers, which is probably getting inflated just a little bit. Mr. Medford, would you like to take a shot at the worst division in all of football per starting quarterback talent?
I'm going to go with the polar opposite of what Corey just said. Opposite conference and opposite cardinal direction. Give me the NFC South.
The NFC South, dead last on the list.
What are you talking about?
They have Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, who's going to command a lot of money soon.
Bryce Young.
Who just was in the playoffs.
Tyler Shuck.
Who is the future in New Orleans.
Tua or Penix.
Said his name wrong.
So,
he said you said his name wrong.
No,
Michael Penix.
No, it's not Michael Penix. But at least I'm better off than that one person who, when he was doing a press conference, put Michael Penis. That's what he wrote on the little chyron.
That drop has to get changed now.
Oh, son of a God.
You just said it out loud on a 100,000 watt radio stick.
Right when we were just talking about all the people who listen and join in. Well,
that's what you're getting, guys.
There you go.
Well, look, man, I think Bryce Young is going to take another step this year.
You think Shuck, same thing?
Dude, we all know Kellen Moore is a good play caller.
And he's already played better than I thought he would.
Yes. So, I think the reality is that it's not proven yet. So that makes a lot of sense. But you're right. Their best one being Baker. He's, in the top 15 quarterbacks?
I'd agree with that.
So, makes sense.
Now, from there you go AFC South, Stroud, Jones, Lawrence, and Ward. That feels like that has a lot of volatility to it, even though there are already 7. Number 6, the
and
AFC.
Daniel Jones isn't as good as people think.
I mean, that is hard to argue against. AFC East is number 6, which is interesting.
Josh Allen.
And Drake May. But the rest of it is Geno and Malik Willis. Surely bottom right now, 8, 9 quarterbacks in the NFL?
Malik Willis is one of them?
I mean, he would have to be right close to the bottom for now.
Listen, man, somebody out there is loading up the Malik Willis hype train, all right? Somebody is.
Right.
Nobody's gotten on to it yet, but somebody out there is doing the Tom Hanks, standing there going, are y'all getting on? Where's your ticket?
Right.
Somebody out there is. I will not believe it at all. There's just so much that has to be proven to me before I believe it at all.
So, gentlemen, I want y'all to figure this out. That leaves the top 4 like this: NFC East, NFC West, NFC North, and the AFC West.
Okay.
How would you shuffle those up? And sad representation by the AFC right there, only having 1 of the top 4 divisions.
I mean, Drake May just made it to the Super Bowl.
And they were
the other.
6th.
What happened to the other team? They had Stiddy.
Right.
So, I'll say the NFC West because you got the MVP.
NFC West, number 1 on the board, Sam Darnold. God bless Sam Darnold. Now I really wish I wouldn't have called his name first. Sam Darnold. That was unfortunate for me. Why didn't I say Jacoby Brissett? Matthew Stafford, Brock Purdy, and Sam Darnold. Those are 3 pretty darn good quarterbacks.
Brock Purdy, I don't believe in. He is in one of the most well-constructed offenses that you can find out there, and he, does a steady job of it. But I'm still waiting for that one thing to make me go, okay, he is Sam Darnold, if you will.
I kind of thought that the AFC West would be number 1.
But Mahomes, is it coming off the injury?
It's probably, but Mahomes, Herbert, Bo Nix.
You don't believe in Herbert.
You're right, I don't. But people, especially of the NFL.com ilk, seem to. And then the Nandalorian or Cousins. They're second on the list.
Do you believe in Bo Nix?
I mean, I guess Alec would tell you I don't because I just sold an autographed rookie card of his numbered to 50. Yeah. So if I really believed in Bo Nix, what's that?
For a good price?
Yes.
I have one.
For a good price. Really?
Uh-huh.
You can sell it for a good price then.
Okay.
All right. So obviously I don't believe him that much or else I would have just held on to that card and I was like, you just wait. This is a thousands of dollar card.
So I'll wait. All right, I got you.
Okay.
I believe in Bo Nix, but I think a lot of it comes from the play caller more than anything else. But he's in a system that works for him, and he's got good receivers. Oh my gosh, he's got Jalen Waddle this year. Holy crap, dude! You sold too early.
The NFC East is 3rd with Dak, Dart, Hurts, and Jaden Daniels. And then the NFC North is 4th with Caleb, Goff, Love, and then the Murray, J.J. McCarthy combination. By the way, speaking of the Vikings, they said, hey, we're not going to name a starting quarterback before training camp. Now, you always want to be like, it's so competitive, but really it's because they're like, I don't know. And then the Rams have canceled their mini camp. Sean McVay informed the team yesterday Monday will be the last day of the off-season program. So just remember that when everyone tells you how mini camp is just the most important thing, that 2 NFL teams have already just canceled it because they're like, yeah, I don't care.
Dude, you're the one that's been pushing the agenda for OTAs and minicamps.
Oh, is that what we would say? By the way, the Bucs say they lost an offseason practice for having too many people on the ground because you have very strict regulations.
Shotty talked about that on like day 2.
So they got the day off on Tuesday, and then on Wednesday they got a practice taken away by the league because they said they had too many guys on the ground.
Get up, guys.
And then Jalen Coker signed a 3-year, $35 million extension.
469. Thanks, Kevin. Just turned that on the radio, and all my kids hear is that. 2 of them just started laughing, and my 5-year-old asked what it is.
Okay. They don't... What do you call it? I just want...
Didn't Choppy say tallywhacker this morning?
Yeah, and I felt like that was way worse than saying the actual thing. I just want to know, text back, like, what do you call it then? Because they have to have some word for it, right?
What do you call it when there's 3 of them?
But, sorry. Look, Stephen Jones called my bluff, and I was like, guess what? Wasn't bluffing.
It's like, I don't know what that quote is. And you're like, fine, I will read it for you verbatim.
It was just such an outrage that he would claim that he didn't hear that CeeDee Lamb said...
there was Trayvon Diggs.
Yeah, Trayvon Diggs. I'm sorry. Trayvon Diggs said D's nuts to a reporter. There is no way he had not heard that. And I apologize once again to the person with the 5-year-old in the car. We're the Can't See Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, Dallas Cowboys news of the day at the end of those just pivotal OTAs. Next on The Fan.
The more time. Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. I would love it if you guys would indulge me with one NFL overreaction or reality before we move into the Cowboys. Just because we just don't have room for it today. We've had a lot of fun, a lot of good content. Hopefully you guys agree. Overreaction or reality? Henry Ruggs will play in the NFL again someday.
Overreaction.
So yesterday, I believe it was yesterday, his parole was denied. However, I also learned that he's going to be eligible again for parole on August 24th of next year. And I think that's not that long before his mandatory release. And so at that time, he will only be 28 years old.
Okay.
So that's why I was curious. Will you say no dice?
Yeah, and my reasoning is, like, we saw, was it Maurice Clarett and Mike Williams? They were off for 1 year. And their bodies never recovered to be NFL caliber. Like, these guys that are coming out of college, they've been training some of them since they were in middle school for this, progressively loading on their body to become elite athletes. And when you're not training as an elite athlete for 6-8 years, it's very difficult to get back to that.
That's what I thought about Kaepernick at a certain point. Like, I don't know all the team's motivations for him not getting another shot, but we got to a point when I was like, well, I don't think it's racism anymore as much as you've been out of football for 4 years.
At some point, it definitely is like you're not the same dude you were when you were 19, 22 years old.
Right.
So, and I think I think it's just too far away. Now, will somebody... I don't know that anybody would give him a shot either. I think they might do what I'm telling everybody, like what Sorsby should do. I think, like, if you want to try that path, go prove it in another league.
Yeah.
And then,
and you got to think,
get cut like Paxton Lynch.
Man, surely he can be better than Paxton and Lynch, right?
But yeah. And then if you're actually still good, somebody will grab you.
Alec, what say you? Overreaction or reality? Henry Ruggs will again play in the NFL someday.
Overreaction, because everything Corey said about the physical aspect is 100% true. He's been away from the game for way too long. But on top of that, what did he do before he got in trouble? Not much. I mean, like, obviously he was in a bad situation with the Raiders, so I guess you could argue that we didn't get to see his full potential, but it's not like Randy Moss just left the game for an unfortunate situation. I think teams are going to, if he gets out and if he even looks like he's in shape, they're going to be like, well, I don't know if it's worth the PR hurdles that we're going to have to clear for a guy that really didn't do all that much before he was forced to leave the league.
I think the other thing to add to it is, like, you have a consistent crop of newer, younger, faster, more athletic dudes.
Good point.
Constantly coming into this league.
That is a good point. Now, to the Cowboys news of the day. So, Lance Rensel passed away at the age of 82. I first found out about him because obviously he played before any of us were born, from King of the Hill, because they made a joke about Lance No Pants Rensel. And I was like, oh, that's funny. But then I looked up, like, what was behind that. After his second season, Rensel exposed himself to 2 young girls on a playground.
Oh, no.
So he pled guilty but served no jail time after he promised to seek psychiatric treatment. So then the Cowboys traded, so the Cowboys got him, and then, like, even in his autobiography, When All the Laughter Died in Sorrow, he talked about how he battled mental illness throughout his life. So certainly
he was traded for a third-round choice, Mike McGill.
Oh, that I did not know. Let's go from that to... in his presser on Tuesday, Shoddy mentioned this, and we talked about this some, but I wanted to follow up because Jaden Blue talked about it.
Good.
So you remember Tuesday, Shoddy talked about, hey, look, we had a man-to-man conversation, and Jaden Blue, I feel like this is a quote that's got to make you feel good about the responsibility aspect of it. He was talking about his career, and he said, I didn't start off like I should have. whether it was not practicing the right way or on a maturity level, I think I wasn't really there. But now, learning from all the veterans and having the offseason that I've had, I think I'm ready to go. I want to make sure that this year and in upcoming years that it's not a problem for me.
I
love that quote.
And, you and I, during that press conference, had our own thoughts on, like, what the suggested conversation and tone was. And based on what we know of Shoddy, he's very direct. He doesn't want to spend too much time with you, wasting your time or his.
Right.
Because he wants you to learn as quickly as possible. And then, as he said the other day, and not have to tell you to do it again, because if I have to tell you to do it again, you should have listened the first time.
And he did say that in the presser before that.
And so like I appreciate that at the end of the season he took a guy aside. And if you're a professional and you didn't get what you wanted in your rookie season, and you've probably been pretty, because he was a highly touted dude all the way up. Probably kind of given whatever he wanted all the way and was just like, I can rely on my speed to do this. And then things in the NFL are a little bit different. Look, man, we saw what you're capable of, but here's what it's going to take for my team and my expectations. I hope that's what the conversation was like. And based on everything we heard throughout the year of why he wasn't on the field yet, what he just told us was the exact same thing we kept hearing, was he wasn't prepared to start this year. So I hope that this year at training camp we see a different version for sure.
And then I took a look back, since we were already talking about Tyler Booker. He played more than 1,000 snaps last year as a rookie. He was flagged for 5 penalties. And so he started 14 games, more than 1,000 snaps, and only had 5 penalties. That is just remarkable. Now, for the defense, and Patrick Walker was talking about this at DallasCowboys.com. I think it was part of their mailbag. Even if we all feel like the defense is actually going to be better, whether that's a number of things, the whole combination, it's probably going to take a while to really learn and improve, right? I fear like, not necessarily you, Corey, but I feel like Cowboys Nation as a whole maybe has gotten ahead of themselves in terms of how fast you could see these improvements.
Yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm not being too negative about that.
But then there are other times you'll see a dude, a coach walk in and all of a sudden they're a completely different team. And you're like, why can't we be like that? Well, I think it takes a couple things. A really good teacher. We've been told Christian Parker's a really good teacher.
Right.
And because teaching isn't just about instructing people to do something, it's about giving them the instruction on how to do it also. Not everybody's the same kind of learner. Some dudes, you get them in a classroom and they're just like, this doesn't make sense. Let me get on a field and see it. Some guys, they are better in the classroom and they can apply it immediately. And so that's got to be something that Parker has to figure out, is which guys can figure these things out quickly and which guys, he's still got to figure his leaders out.
Yeah.
Sounds like Rashawn Gary wants to be. Sounds like...
Man, it does. He got called a grown-ass man in the most positive way.
Sounds like
Shoddy.
You should listen to those beefy dudes in the middle, too. Those dudes in the front. So, like, the leadership is starting to flesh itself out, and that's a good thing. But then, yeah, I have... Because you can only install so much at camp. You can't do it all at once. So over time, you're going to see new wrinkles added to based on what the talent is, too. Because you might find out that Jalen Thompson can do something you didn't realize your team could do. And then all of a sudden, Christian Parker's defense gets a little bit better. So, yeah, I say give it a little bit of time, because that week one, everybody's going to be like, okay, show me. And if we walk in on that, next day and it's 24 points got scored, everyone's going to be like, see, it's no different. Be like, all right, let's give it about 6 games to figure it out.
Now, the next Cowboys question.
And again, Kevin.
Oh, no.
If we come in on week 1 and they pitch a shutout, have a few turnovers.
Look, I will also disproportionately jump into the hype.
Will we say it was just the Giants, or will we say Super Bowl?
If they get a shutout or like 3 turnovers, look, it's stupid, but I'm probably going to fall into at least a little bit of that trap. All right, next question. Do you believe that George Pickens, whether it's contract year or whether it's just because he's 25 and naturally getting better, can take his game to another level with the Cowboys? Because he objectively took a step up, took a tier up in 2025. Do you believe he still has another level up for the Cowboys potentially this season?
I think there's more to his route tree.
Okay.
Would you say that?
Yeah.
I think there's more to the connection with the quarterback. I definitely think there's an ability to have a step up for sure.
Okay, what is that? So since you just kind of mentioned it, is that just the variety of
routes? Can I be completely honest, Kevin?
Yeah.
I was replying back on a text, and I'm guessing that you said George Pickens.
I did say George Pickens.
I did it! That's why I kind of looked at Alec and was like, I'm going to send this to Alec real quick.
It's not exactly the enthusiasm
Yes! This is awesome. I guessed right.
I would want.
We did it, dude. Look at us.
Did we?
All right, let me elaborate more now on George Pickens.
Could you see a statistical jump in addition to using his route tree better? Because you're coming off of 14, 29, and 9 touchdowns.
Throw me do you have CeeDee Lamb's numbers up by chance from
I can have them
from
up
last
very
year?
quickly.
Because CeeDee Lamb was still a really good receiver last year. And I'm wondering if, whose production has to take a dip down for Pickens to have a tick up? Or can both of them level off and still be effective? Because I don't want to take away from what CeeDee does.
Right.
Their balance is what makes this a good an explosive offense.
And CeeDee Lamb, by the way, he'd missed the 3 games. I think he was averaging-ish 75 yards a game. So if he doesn't miss those 3 games, does that get him closer to his 1,300 yards? But CeeDee Lamb has peaked out at 135 catches, 1,749 yards, and 12 touchdowns. But he's a number 2 wide receiver.
That's big production, and having a dude like that across from you should be able to get still big yards. I don't know that it's I think you're going to get similar production. You're going to have different stuff you can do with him, and he's going to be a different threat each week to the defense.
Yeah.
But what I would love is to see a tick up in some of his touchdowns. He's a big target that I think can take that number up even more, and that would be a huge advantage.
And man, I know we talk about the defense, but that would help. A huge flaw on this team as well is mediocre at best red zone offense. Now, one more thing to tell you, it's not about the Cowboys, but Jonathan Cooper, the linebacker for the Broncos, has been arrested again. You might be like, no, I already heard this story.
Yeah, we heard it already.
Okay, well, so his first arrest did in fact happen. This is now his second arrest this month. And do you know why? Because he violated the protection order that his girlfriend, maybe ex-girlfriend, had filed. So remember, the protection order got put in place for his girlfriend. He has now violated that protection order and been arrested again.
That's not good.
And that is scary.
Yeah, because especially if you're her.
Oh, my gosh, yeah. So, and the Broncos kind of stepped out just a little bit from the usual boilerplate statement. They did say at the end, we will continue to review this matter. But they started it with, we are disappointed to learn of Jonathan Cooper's arrest. And then they said, we'll continue to monitor this matter. So you did not just get the generic statement.
The boilerplate.
Yeah, you got the little bit of extra.
Hey, we're letting you know. Not cool, bro.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the Combo Platter, Being a Kid Again edition.
presented by the On-Time Experts.
Svechnikov again. Back to Gostisbehere. Sissons pressures. Svechnikov scores! Andrei Svechnikov! A power play goal! And a 2-1 Carolina lead.
Can't see Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where the Carolina Hurricanes take the 3-2 lead in that series. They will look to win the Stanley Cup on Sunday. Right now, it's time for the Combo Platter, 877-881-1053. Give us a sports opinion. And then, what was your favorite movie when you were a child? 877-881-1053. Now, part of the reason this has come up is we just watched The Rocketeer.
Dude, good movie.
It is not.
Yes, it is.
When's the last time you watched it?
When I was like 8.
Okay, then I get it. So that's what Jess said was like one of her favorite movies. And so we watched it, and I told her, I go, hey, I thought this movie would be like more fun. And she goes, yeah, I really don't understand why this was my favorite movie. She thought maybe it's because she thought the Rocketeer guy was dreamy, which I could see.
His hair.
Yeah, man, his hair is nice. But otherwise, I thought the movie was meh. So give us a sports opinion, and then what was your favorite movie as a child? From the 817, they said this is football country, not football country, and they're ready for this World Cup and all the hype that comes with it to be over. Their favorite childhood movie was Angels in the Outfield.
Oh, that was a good one. Dude, we were kind of spoiled with some of these movies, too. Like, because Little Big League is a really fun movie. Jared contends to this day that should have won an award, an Oscar.
Oh.
He's like, look, man, third grade Jared thinks that, okay?
Sure.
We had, what was the other one? Pitcher's Got a Big Butt.
Rookie of the Year.
Rookie of the Year. Like, we were spoiled with some of those movies. They were directly aimed at us. Our age demographic in sports.
And you're going to see some of those represented early on from the 214 Sports Opinion. OU is going to win the College World Series. I believe that begins today. And their favorite movie as a child was Little Giants. From the 940, Cowboys and Eagles will both miss the playoffs. Whoa! And Mighty Ducks was by far their favorite movie. Interesting.
Do you mind if I go first?
Please.
My sports opinion. Getting back to 500 is a hurdle that is now cleared. We will not have to worry about it again this year.
Oh, we will not be
the
below
Rangers
500?
will stay above 500 for the remainder of the season.
Hell yeah.
For that is, whereas Skip Schumacher is a manager, whereas I don't know how the rest of that goes, but it's going to be one of those things where he said it the other day. I was really just focused on this. He's been the same about that since the beginning, hasn't he?
Sure.
Chase winning. Don't chase numbers. Sure, you know that exists, but the real focus is how do I win the baseball game today? And if you can really get your dudes focused in on each inning and those kind of things, it takes away the distraction of everything else that goes on in that. And it allows you, as a player, to focus on your at-bats and to focus on those like those are the things that really do matter in the moment. If you're on the mound and you're thinking about, being 500, that's useless to you. So I think that he's kind of getting, as you were discussing with the Cowboys defense in the last segment, getting this team to think like the manager has probably got to be the most difficult part. And then once they finally do, it's a good thing. So that's what I think that we're not going to have to worry about it anymore.
Okay.
Also, Kevin, our guest from earlier today, Jamie Watson, said that he's a big fan of the show.
Oh, yes!
So really appreciate that, Jamie. Love you. Favorite movie.
We'll be back on.
Favorite childhood movie. Play it for me, Alec.
Quack, 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 quack.
I have seen every iteration of the Mighty Ducks franchise that they have ever put out.
What do you think think about part 3?
Don't worry about that.
Okay.
All right? Kevin, I just said The Rocketeer was a good movie, so...
Ha!
And that's the thing is, like, I just watched it for the first time as an adult, so I don't have those, like, nostalgic feelings for it.
I'll be honest, though. I think I was just saying good movie because you watched it. I was like, I think I remember that being a bad movie. It do be. Part
Don't
3
forget
was
G-Bag coming up at
Part
2.
3 was fine.
Stop.
The show that they had on Disney
the first season
was fine. Like, it was. I loved it though because it just has all those things built into it that I like, and there's a nostalgic effect that still to this day Mighty Ducks stuff has for me. So it was a team of misfits that came together and was able to overcome somebody that was a bad guy. And that's ultimately what wins for Corey every time.
Okay. Had all kinds of redemption stories in it. I get that.
Cake eater. You know? Was he gonna be a dude that went out there and fought for them or not?
Oh no, from the 281, they said Pickens will get, air quote, hurt this season and will not play. And the Goonies,
Josh Hamilton, like the idea that like Josh Hamilton had done enough to get his contract elsewhere, so I don't really need to do anymore. Is that what they're kind of suggesting?
I am a little worried.
I'm scared of that.
About that. And then from the 469, I know they mean Luca, but I want to read it as it was sent in. Getting rid of Lucha was not a mistake. Which, getting rid of Lucha is always a mistake. And Smokey and the Bandit was their favorite as a kid. Fascinating. A little bit more, I haven't seen Smokey and the Bandit in a long time. Just my thought is it's probably a little bit more intense or risque than like some of the movies that we've talked about.
Who was your favorite, Smokey or the Bandit?
Was the Bandit Sally Field, or I thought Burt Reynolds was doing this, just him and her. So I guess I'm not really sure. Like I said, it's a long time since I watched it.
I watched Smokey and the Bandit, Kevin, all the way through one day. And then I was like, man, that was awesome. And my buddy was like, that was Cannonball Run. And I was like, okay.
Oh, no. From the 817, Rangers are fakes and will finish third in the division. Ooh. Their favorite childhood movie is the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. I was alarmed and disappointed to learn that you cannot stream that for free.
What?
They were like, yeah, it's on Philo or something. And I was like, will I power through those commercials? And then it was not the original Ninja Turtles. I think it was like the newer Ninja Turtles, and it was in Spanish. And I was like, so you just missed on all of this in terms of your description. Luckily, I have it on DVD, so we're going to have to break out the DVD player, but I like that answer.
Have you seen your DMs on Twitter? Our buddy Skip sent us a video.
I have not.
Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Pizzeria has opened in Santa Monica, California.
What?
And these pizzas, Kevin, I got to see the cheese pull, because remember Michelangelo would pull a piece of cheese off and it just looked like it was stuck to the pizza.
It was amazing.
But the crust and everything looks big and puffy like the ones that you used to see there. So I'm very interested to maybe we can swing through Santa Monica and go get some.
Ooh, okay. I'm excited for that.
Maybe that's the trip we make
all right.
This time.
I like it. Now, Alec, let's go to you. Give us a sports opinion, and then what was your favorite movie as a kid?
Sports opinion, gentlemen. This is becoming just a weird place and a weird conversation to where I say this. The Brennan Sorsby thing, Texas Tech is handling it the complete wrong way. The university,
is that what everybody from the station thinks?
No, not at all. Shout out Brennan. He's doing good work on the weekends. Not so much on Twitter. But that's not a shot from me. That's the 500 plus replies that his tweet has gotten this morning.
He is getting ratioed for sure.
Yes, he's getting the OKC Thunder fan treatment like I got a couple weeks ago. So I'm glad I'm not the only one. But yeah, it's a weird place, right? Because I don't know what the right way of handling this situation is if you are Texas Tech Athletics. Clearly, they don't either.
Yeah.
Because Joey McGuire going out here and comparing sins and saying it's not like he killed somebody. Like, okay, hang the banner, guys. We didn't commit murder.
Yeah.
Yay, let's go. It's like the bar is on the floor. I will say this is just going to get uglier before it gets any prettier or there's any sense of a resolution. The whole 20-minute video that they put together and put it on social media, and then TCU proceeded to ratio them by posting that meme that said congratulations or I'm so sorry, whichever one applies. I'm not reading all that. The way they're going about trying to justify keeping him on the team and whatnot, I get it. You invested millions of dollars into the player. You want him to play for your program. You want to win a lot of football games. Two things can be true at once, where you can say all of those things, but we also don't agree with what he did, and we don't agree with the fact that he's going to play college football as it stands right now. He should not be able to play a single down of college football again.
When you have somebody with the moral character and standing in the community of Ken Paxton on your side.
Oh, my God.
I want
him to shut the hell up. We'll file a $200 million lawsuit. Shut up, Ken Paxton. Shut up.
Saving that as a drop. But yeah, again, I don't know what the right way of approaching this is. If I was in the lead seat of Texas Tech athletics, I wouldn't know how to handle this. Clearly, they haven't figured it out, and they have a lot more power, and they have a lot more resources to figure it out than I do. The fact that they haven't found a somewhat neutral way to go about it yet is mind-boggling to me.
If
it bottles the mind.
If I was part of the Big 12, my response to Ken Paxton would be, maybe we can just continue to try to move the venues for years and years and years so we don't ever actually have the trial. You know what I'm saying, buddy? And just leave it at that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what people like to do.
Not a fan. From the 469, the Stars will match Robo's asking price, and we are going to win the cup. And they said their favorite movie was We're Back, A Dinosaur's Tale. I'm assuming that's an animated movie. I don't think I know that one.
You never saw A Dinosaur's Tale?
I don't know. Maybe.
It's about the backside of a dinosaur.
What?
I believe. Yeah, the tale of a dinosaur.
From the 713. Pitchers hitting is good for baseball. Man, I'm with you on that.
What was that
And
dinosaur's
School of Rock was their favorite movie as a kid.
Was one of the dinosaurs named Plucky? Is that what? Am I wrong about this?
I thought that was Ducky, and that was
Ducky.
Land Before Time.
Is that Land Before Time?
Yeah.
Okay, I got to go find out.
That movie is very sad.
Dinosaur's Tale.
Do you guys think that pitchers hitting is good for baseball?
No. But here's the thing. I grew up watching a designated hitter team. I grew up watching the American League.
Right.
Whenever I flipped on TBS and saw Tom Glavine swing a bat, I was like, that's the dumbest thing.
Yeah.
There are some dudes that can, but most of these pitchers are solely focused on their pitching, and that's the way that they're going to get out of it. So no, I prefer having the DH in the game.
Okay. Now, from the 817, Ezekiel Duran will make the All-Star team, and their favorite movie as a kid, Pete's Dragon. I definitely remember that movie. And then from the 817, I feel like for the first time, the Rangers really are starting to turn the season around, and their favorite movie as a kid was Top Gun.
Dude, Top Gun's an amazing movie.
It is.
But I also left the Nintendo on whenever I had that cartridge, and it played that song over and over and over.
I told you one of my proudest moments in life was on vacation with Jess. We were on the deck of an aircraft carrier, and I started to play that song, and this guy walked by. He just looked, nodded his head at me, and I did the same, and we went about our time. But
that's awesome.
He appreciated it.
That is really cool.
Now, for me, my sports opinion is this. This is the biggest sports weekend of the year.
Whoa. We've had some we've already this year had some big sports weekends.
Indeed we have, but it wasn't the Super Bowl, wasn't the beginning of March Madness, Kentucky Derby, any such thing. Think about what you've got. Today, the World Cup continues in North America, and the United States is playing. Tomorrow night, you have the chance for the end of the NBA Finals in Game 5. The next night, you have a chance for the end of the Stanley Cup Final.
Don't forget
in
also
Game 6.
on Saturday, the Wings are at the Fire. So,
hey, the Wings have been rolling, by the way. Shout out to...
Paige had a great game last night.
Yes, she indeed did. And you know what? We should probably mention that real quick. The Wings beat Phoenix 85-70. Paige scored a season-high 31 points. 24 of those she scored in the first half.
Yeah, dude.
And one of the things that Paige said that I really liked is you're not going to win every game in this league, but it's all about how you respond. The Dallas Wings now 8-4. Remember, they had won 4 straight before they lost to the Lynx again. So that is a great point. But biggest sports weekend of the year for me because World Cup for the United States, then the NBA Finals, then the Stanley Cup Final, and both of those could end, and the Wings, and it's all on back-to-back-to-back days.
You got Rangers rocking all weekend, too.
And you can hang out at cold beers and cheeseburgers tonight.
Dude, Alec, how much sportsing are you doing tonight?
I am sporting my pants off. It's going to be amazing.
Ladies?
All right. No, I saw Chiafalo in the hallway, and he was like, "Are you ready to get the grub on tonight?" I'm like, "Absolutely." So many cheeseburgers are about to see this face.
Dude, I still contend one of my favorite moments, Kevin, was the dinner in San Francisco. Because in that moment, there was a bit of an argument happening amongst the group. And without saying a word to each other, Eric Chiafalo and I realized that nobody was eating the food that was on the Lazy Susan thing in the middle. And so we both just kind of gave the, hey, spin that thing around here to me. Like, we just started going, this is our time to really dive in on this Peking duck here. And so we did.
Did you say Peking duck?
Is it Peking duck?
I believe so. Keep that phrase in mind.
Dude, that was a brilliant, like, the nonverbal moments in life are some of my favorite.
What if I told you that my favorite movie as a kid involved a Lazy Susan?
That's weird.
You'll see. So I told you
Not
my
a
sports
dumbwaiter,
opinion. This was my favorite movie as a kid.
Don't kill me! Don't kill me, man!
I'm not going to kill you. I want you to do me a favor. I want you to tell all your friends about me.
What are you?
I'm Batman.
Now, that movie rules then, rules now. But Batman has essentially a Lazy Susan in his Batcave that turns the Batmobile around because he doesn't back it in off of that like very treacherous road. He pulls in and then the Lazy Susan spins so he can just drive right back out. So when you said a Lazy Susan,
it's funny.
I was like,
that.
Hold on, does Batman have a Lazy Susan?
You want your own car Lazy Susan?
Oh, totally. Because I always think like the people who have the kind of half-arched driveway are super cool because then you could just drive right back out. But then I also wonder, do people use that driveway to turn around?
Everybody hates it.
Do you view that as an encroachment of your property?
I do. Our neighbors just put one in, and I'm like, I just want to drive through it to irritate them. I just want to. I like the neighbors. I just want to be that dude that like you see that all the time.
By the way, this is a great point. Now I feel really stupid. Burt Reynolds was the Bandit, and Cops are the Smokies.
Oh, okay.
So,
but what about Cannonball Run? Because I was still confused. I was like, I'm pretty sure this was Smokey and the Bandit. And they were like, nope.
Man, that could be a fun segment. So 2 future fun ideas. What movie have you misidentified for the longest time? And also, I was thinking about putting in NFL overreaction or reality. The Jets will get an interception this year, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Reality.
Okay, good.
There's no way you can go 2 straight seasons without it.
I know, but going in, wouldn't you have said there's no way you can have no interceptions all year? Even by like luck, it feels like you should have gotten an interception.
Yeah. From the 214, Lazy Susan is my DJ name. Oh, that's a good DJ name because the records are spinning.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I like that.
We're the KNC Master. 877 881-1053. Caller number 10.
Go! go. Call
will win
now.
a 4-pack of tickets to go see the Rangers play the Twins on Thursday at Globe Life Field. Hey, we'll be out there for that game as well. The first 10,000 Rangers Twins fans that day will get a 2008 sleeveless Ian Kinsler jersey presented by Dairy Max. You can buy tickets from Rangers.com, or you can win them for free right now. 877-881-1053. And can you give me cut number 8? Because it's time for Forgiveness Friday.
Let's try to pull off the greatest comeback in NBA Finals history. Missed them both.
Does Victor Wembanyama need to ask for forgiveness? In the fourth quarter of Game 4, he was 2 for 8 from the field and 1 for 4 from the free throw line, including, obviously, already famously missing those back-to-back free throws with a chance to not necessarily ice the game, but make that comeback more difficult.
Dirk was an exceptional big man free throw shooter.
Right.
And through this playoffs, I've seen Wemby have these moments, like where he just is not shooting free throws.
He is better than Mitchell Robinson.
Mm-hmm.
They're not doing a hack a Wemby, and because he usually shoots, I think it's like an 80%. He's like an 80% free throw shooter.
80 lends itself to that kind of moment being not a good thing.
But 80 is still
it's good. But 80 means to me that in a big moment you might miss.
Yeah, and he did.
91. That's like, hey.
But don't foul that guy.
But don't forget, Dirk missed too. Remember? He missed those
actually,
too.
I did try to forget that.
Well, Kevin, let me remind you. It was the NBA Finals against the Heat.
Nope. I don't need to be reminded.
And I was so nervous that I told Adrian, Dirk's going to miss these free throws.
Okay.
And then he missed the first one, and she goes, "Why would you do that?"
That's
and then
a
he
good
missed
question.
The second one,
Why
and she
did
goes,
you do that?
Why did you do that? And I went, and now we're going to lose the finals. And then she was like, "What are you doing right now?" And I was like, because it was pain in my soul, Kevin.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I said it.
Okay.
Because I felt it. I didn't know I could predict the future.
Okay. Or you can only predict the future. You can't change it.
Yeah. I'll give him some forgiveness for right now.
Okay.
But he needs to stand up and make some big plays to get this thing back on track.
Does Phil Mickelson need to ask for forgiveness? He has allegedly been expelled from a golf club after inappropriate physical contact with a female staffer. Golf Digest said it was, quote, non-consensual and inappropriate physical contact prior to a round. That sounds pretty bad. That is an allegation. We do not know.
At the moment, I will say no, he doesn't get forgiveness.
Okay.
Because I don't know the circumstances beyond that. And if that's the facts that I have right now, then say, dude, don't do that, man.
Do you want the facts per a spokesperson from Mickelson's camp?
See, this is where the facts because it'll get skewed.
Man, I appreciate they added this last part in to really make it feel more heartwarming. Quote, any misunderstanding has been cleared up. Phil continues to attend to a family health matter and is uncertain when he will be able to return to professional golf. But he's still able to golf at the golf club.
Mm-hmm. But just not professionally.
Yeah, because of a family health matter, which may be true, but it is also frequently a cover.
Look over here, and don't you feel sorry for us?
Yeah.
The 682, it's not a lazy Susan that Batman has. It's a roundhouse. In old days, many railroads used a roundhouse to turn their locomotives around on the tracks.
See, but that's Corey's fault because he didn't say roundhouse. So I had to.
Chuck Norris.
And you're right. But you can also view it as a giant lazy Susan, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
All right. Now, the Red Sox are at the front of a couple of these. So let's start with Aroldis Chapman. Aroldis Chapman, who plays for the Red Sox, specifically said, well, I'll walk you through it. So he ended up with an issue with the Yankees when he was on the team. He was kept off a playoff roster for the ALDS because he missed a mandatory team practice. Chapman says he was given permission from the team to go to Miami, and Brian Cashman accused him of insubordination. So Aroldis Chapman was asked, hey, you might get traded. What about the Yankees? And he goes, what happened, happened. If something like this were to happen, I believe someone from this organization should apologize first. So a savvy reporter followed up and said, do you mean Cashman as that someone? And Aroldis Chapman said, yes.
Nice. Direct, out in front.
So he is specifically saying, hey, I need forgiveness from you. You need to ask for forgiveness if I'm ever going to come back.
Yeah.
Now, speaking of the Red Sox, let's go to Red Sox CEO Sam Kennedy. This was yesterday on his weekly radio show on WEEI. It is part of a longer clip, but I think this will give you the idea.
It's important here at the outset, Greg, just to acknowledge before we get into all that, just how embarrassing and unacceptable, maddening, frustrating, whatever words you want to use, the past 2.5 months have been. There's no way to sugarcoat it. It's been awful.
Do you think he deserves forgiveness for being upfront with the people and pointing out that his team is awful? They're 27-39, 13 and a half games back of the Rays and the Yankees. That's the biggest deficit in the American League.
Well, once I have forgiven you for that, now you need to tell me your plan.
Okay.
How are you fixing it?
Okay.
Because if that's where it ended, hey, guys, I'm sorry. It's been terrible. All right, thanks for having us. Talk to you next time.
Right.
Then that's what's your plan? How are you correcting this?
Yeah.
And like Chris Young, the plan has not, been other than we got to get better from within. But at least it was a plan. It was like, all right, then we know who we need to put it on. It's the players. They got to play better. And then guess what? The players have played a little bit better. Some of the schedule's been a little bit easier too.
Yeah.
But yeah, like that's the feeling there is at some point we need some direction from you rather than just an apology that it stinks.
Okay.
And then I'll forgive you even more. Now I will forgive you now.
Ooh, so there are levels of forgiveness.
Mm-hmm. Kevin from the 972, I need to ask for forgiveness for losing my mind on my coworkers. I'm not going to stop because they're idiots, but yeah, sorry you bums. And then from the 214, Corey, Tolo, Stevan, and Judy, or Stevan.
Not Stefan.
Can we get a shout out? We are officially homeowners now in McAllen. You guys are welcome to do a remote show from our game room anytime. Also, shout out to our realtor, Dante. Good job, Dante.
Be careful, because Corey will just show up at your house.
Yeah. Any Tolo going happen in the McAllen house?
Oh, no. You don't want to be around for
They're
that,
a couple.
right?
They just bought a new house.
Uh-huh. Okay.
You have to christen the rooms.
Okay.
Before you get all the furniture in there.
Oh.
Doesn't everybody do that? Everybody does that, right?
No. I can't handle that. I need things to be in the place that they need to be, and that's a lot of doing it before I can have things in place. See, because I need it to be in the right place, or else not happening. Does that not get people going? Oh, well.
Bluetooth helps.
No, it's not that.
So you're saying, like, if the comforter's not right?
Yeah. Like, if I came home and we moved and Jess is like, I set up all the living room and the kitchen, I'd be like, oh, honey. Like that's hot.
Do you go in there, like, move the pillows around?
No. This is from like a move.
Hold on. You got to move the pillows to the right stack.
No. I mean, sure, that has happened. But this is from a moving perspective. When people could just have boxes everywhere, I would go insane. Unless you built me like a little throne of boxes, then I would be like, okay, that's pretty sweet. But other than that, you know. Get things in their place. From the 817, can I get a shout out for Toloing from freaking Canada at the World Cup game right now? Whoa!
Nice.
We're about 66 minutes away from the start of that game.
They're showing the bus driving to the game.
Oh, Team USA. I was like, if Team Canada's not there yet, that match starts, like I said, in about an hour.
Yeah, that's the Team USA bus.
Okay.
It looks like they're driving through DFW right now.
I don't need the whole...
Where is that game?
Yeah, it's not in DFW.
Man, it's going to be a while before they get there.
Okay.
Not DFW.
Man, he's like, I'm pretty sure they just passed the Hurtado.
That's the HOV lane right there.
Okay, other cities have HOV lanes.
Name a city.
Denver.
Oh, he did it.
What? I almost said a bunch, and I was like, nope, I'm going to get made fun of. And then, probably, by the way, I don't know if Puma and Mercedes F1 need forgiveness because multiple athletes have sued them saying that their shoes are terrible and have resulted in severe and permanent injuries. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, it's time for the C Block starring Corey Major.
Our hydration break soft and an update on the cigar news next on The Fan.
Sea Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan from the 956. Kevin, this is me saying it. This is your pillow. I want my pillow. Well, as we went through a couple weeks ago, that's what happened with the run sheets. I was like, or the cut sheets. I was like, that is Corey's cut sheet. I would like my cut sheet. So
from the 214, Corey, Steve Ann, and Judy here. We do have pillows that say we had sex here to mark our Tolo Go spots.
Oh, my goodness.
And don't forget, Tolo Go means turn it on, leave it on, get it on.
There you go. Right there. There's nothing we can do about it because it's time for the C Block starring Corey Majors.
Thank you very much, Kevin. I really appreciate that. Don't forget to head out to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers tonight. See all of our guys, but most importantly, Alec Medford, who will be draped in an American flag only.
Oh, neat.
And looking for love in all the right places.
What do you think of the odds he finds love tonight?
100%.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Great.
I've marked it. Dude, World Cup has that effect on people.
Does it?
Oh, yeah.
I'm sorry. I was not aware of that.
Yeah. It's you didn't know?
I guess
I'm pretty sure I
know.
got engaged in a World Cup season.
Oh.
And so did the rest of the world.
What? Okay.
I don't know if that's true or not, though.
Okay.
I did love Adrian, though, during each of the World Cups.
Okay.
And I still love her right now. So
that is delightful.
Guys, I got a question. Are hydration breaks soft? 877-881-1053.
They are. Especially if you're going to say you're the most well-conditioned athlete on the planet, keep running.
Okay, all right. So I can't defeat this argument because
exactly
this
is an argument you would make.
The water polo people, they definitely have to be well conditioned.
They drown when they drink all that water. It's because they're at the bottom of the pool dead. You could just stop running.
They also don't have to deal with as much gravity. They float.
But people are like hitting them and elbowing them and trying to pull their legs down.
But they float in the water.
You got to do something.
These soccer players have the impact. Who do you think, Alec, because you ran track, are soccer players more well-conditioned than cross-country runners?
Ooh.
Cross-country runners can't stop running.
They'll just lose.
Exactly.
That's why I say it's water polo. You could die if you stop.
You can float.
If you don't move your arms at all, you could.
Dude, little kids always just get in the water. They're taught to roll on your back and float. Do the star.
Truly, we've never heard a story of a little kid drowning.
Oh my gosh, Kevin.
We have.
I was amazed.
It's sad.
Adrian's aunt used to train babies to swim.
What?
It's not like it was training chihuahuas.
I don't care if you can't talk. Get in the pool.
I would watch them throw these kids into the water, and they would just like go underwater. I'd be like, oh my God, I would panic. And these kids would just roll over on their back and float up to the top and just lay there. It's like, what is happening?
Hold on, pause. Does that mean you just went to this to watch her teach the baby?
She taught Avery.
Oh,
also
when he was a baby?
Yeah, when he was a baby. But I had also, so she would do it at their pool.
Okay.
And Adrian would babysit her cousins. And so I would go over there sometimes whenever they were younger, and I'd sit there and watch and be like, this is insane to watch her just toss these kids in there, and all of a sudden they knew what to do.
Right.
I was like, that kid can't even talk, but it knows how to roll over on its back.
Man.
Wild.
Good job, babies.
But yeah, all right, so when it comes to the hydration breaks, evidently sometime they say at the 22-minute mark, but we know how soccer is, right? You're not just going to be in the middle of a scoring chance and be like, guys, we got to stop for a 3-minute hydration break. There will be a 3-minute hydration break in each one of the halves.
Right.
And so, because it's hot in this country.
You know what? I am willing to get over all of that if they will stop their ridiculousness with their stoppage time. How in the world is this the biggest sporting event? And you're like, it's going to be 6 minutes. ish will determine if you're making an attack run at it or not.
Yeah.
Like, think about how crazy that is. You go back to the Spurs collapse. No, there's only 1.2 seconds. Or whenever you stop making offensive progress to take a shot. That's insane.
Yeah, it is wild.
It should be, we have 6 minutes and 27.2 seconds left in stoppage time.
That's actually wrong, too. It should just be 6 minutes.
Fair.
You know, like, what are we doing with the 27
then you
seconds?
stop it at 6 minutes. I don't care if someone's trotting over there to take a corner. You should have picked up the pace, buddy. The match is over.
We're going to give them one more corner kick, guys.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Because you want something amazing to happen.
Yeah, great. Then, you know what? Give me a better time.
From the 972, it's not hot, Corey. It was 73 degrees in Mexico yesterday. That's absolutely dumb. Man, that is amazing weather for soccer.
No need for that hydration break then, right?
You did love soccer whenever we were covering it, though, right? Because you knew exactly how long we were going to be there.
Oh, yeah.
Because in high school, we didn't have the stoppage, right? Did they?
You would.
But it wasn't like 9 minutes.
But that's what I love, because you'd hate being at a basketball game where it's an 8-point game with a minute to go. You're like, oh,
and all the coaches
Lord.
had their timeouts still.
This is going to be nothing but free throws and timeouts.
And the volleyball games when you were like, I have no clue how this could go very fast or it could be forever.
And they're like, oh, team that lost the first 2 sets is ready for a comeback.
Mm-hmm. And in baseball, you know, that first inning could be 14-1, and you're like, oh no.
Yeah.
It's going to be like this for the rest of the day, isn't it?
Soccer, they do it right.
But I think that it's smart to have the hydration breaks for these things. Guys, we want them to be hydrated. So you're going to sweat. Are you trying to say soccer players are soft?
I mean, sure, to a certain extent, I thought that. But there's 2 things that could clear that up. 1, I know it's not their fault. Fix the stoppage time. 2, you didn't blow out your Achilles or your ACL every time somebody kicks you. I'm sure it does hurt. I'm sure it does. But you don't have to act like you just got point-blank shotgunned every single time.
It is the most fun. Yesterday, it was when Mexico drew the last red card. It was the most fun to watch that dude from South Africa in slow motion spinning to the ground. I was just as soon as it happened, I was like, that's a red card play right there. I was like, he was the last one. Like, there's no reason. Everything was a red card. But then you watch it in slow motion, that guy's just going as he hits the ground. It was so much. Watch that. That's the thing, Kevin. Stop complaining about it. Enjoy the slow-mo replay. Maybe pause it on whenever his face looks stupid.
Yeah, and he's like, oh, I better act like I'm hurt.
From the 972, no, Corey, the hydration breaks are literally ruining the momentum of the flow of the game. It is kind of like football, right? That's a quarter. It's what the quarters are. Soccer's just always been halves. And everybody was mostly confused about that for a while. So there you go. That's our update on hydration breaks. Next story.
Oh, no. Did you lose it?
One of the best soccer players in the world.
Okay.
I pulled one of his cards. Lamine Yamal.
He's the man.
Was seen walking around Walmart in Georgia.
Because he'd seen everything Chattanooga had to offer, and he's like, might as well get to the Walmart.
Oglethorpe, Georgia is where he went shopping, loaded up his shopping cart, and took it out to the car and went back to the hotel, I'm presuming. I have no clue what he did. But he's got all of his groceries, Kevin, in a shopping cart walking out of Walmart.
Did you say Oglethorpe?
Oglethorpe.
Spain's going to win the World Cup. So I'm going to go off of the Brian Broaddus theory. Oglethorpe, Georgia had a population in the last census of 995 people.
Holy
so
cow.
when Broaddus was like, hey, we're going to Nowheresville and we're focused just on soccer, he's like, I'm going to go to Walmart at the town of 1,000 people, and then we're going to focus right back up. So Spain, look out.
Here's my thing. How many... If you were out at Walmart, going over to the lobster tank, and if you remember, they used to have lobster tanks at Walmart. We used to let the lobsters out and run them around the store at 3 o'clock in the morning.
That's the only time. Because if you did it at 2 p.m., I'd be like, what is wrong with you?
Yeah, 3 o'clock in the morning makes a lot of sense, doesn't it?
I get it.
if you saw a soccer player, how do you think you could 5 soccer players you would recognize and be like, because I don't think I would recognize Yamal out in public.
I would know Yamal, Pepe, Messi, Cristiano Ronaldo, I think Weston McKennie.
But do you think you would like see Weston McKennie and be like, I know who that is? Messi, I can see that. I've seen him enough. I've recognized him enough. Maybe McKennie, because I have seen him enough. Pulisic, I probably wouldn't. I'd probably be like, that's just some regular white dude walking around the streets.
But to your point, I will readily admit, not the most. Like, Pedri could be walking right next to me, and I wouldn't be like, sorry.
Pulisic's walking in the noodle section of the pool area of Walmart, and I'm like, I have no clue. He's getting some pool noodles.
I'm going to look up what he looks like. Oh, okay.
Just a regular white dude, right?
Yeah. Oh, I looked up Pedri. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Yeah. From the 214, Yamal has 43 million Instagram followers. He's probably going to get recognized. Yeah, that makes sense.
I mean,
43 million?
I don't know what the Instagram penetration is in Oglethorpe. I just told you they only have 1,000 people.
What about Beckham?
Yeah, but he doesn't play anymore.
No, he's too old.
I thought you were just saying like current players.
Well, Mbappe.
Oh, yeah, I know Mbappe.
You would?
That's a good one.
Not in his kit?
Well, I mean, that's usually what he's in.
He's just dressed.
Not his kid.
He's
the Anthony Davis of soccer.
The Canadian government, Kevin, as the matches are getting ready to start, introduced a digital safety bill that would ban social media for children under 16. Now, you said this morning
is that a little high?
That 16, it should be moved down to 14.
I'm asking the question. Do you think maybe that's a little high?
I don't love social media anyway.
Really?
I've told you many times, if I did not do this, I probably wouldn't do that at all. When it comes to, I was talking to Avery about this, and he was like, Lucy should never have social media. And I was like, what are you talking about? Like, and he was like,
it can be a terrible place.
And
sure.
He is the one that's out in front saying his younger brother Carter should not have social media.
Yeah.
And Carter's also the one though that I would be like concerned about, if he had social media. He had a YouTube channel that was awesome. Him and his brother had a YouTube channel. We went back and watched the videos. I was like, dude, these were great. The Major Bros. And then he went and did his own stuff for a while. And he would put some videos up. I was like, these are really creative things, but he's a creative kid. But I could also see him doing something that'd be like, dadgummit, Carter.
I worry about, and this morning Sean was like, hey, they still go to school and stuff. I worry about those kids getting isolated and ostracized if you're not on social media. I totally understand all of the negatives that can come along with social media, but there's also going to be some times where like everyone's like, yeah, and so we did that TikTok together, and you're just like, I can't, or I didn't get to see it, or whatever.
I understand that too. And also, what about the part of like, I don't need that. I don't need your approval.
If you don't, good for
learning
you.
That
look,
is a skill.
And you're right. But it's a fine line, I always feel like, between if you have that confidence in everything, you're way ahead of the game. Congratulations. You keep doing what you're doing, no notes. But I just wonder how many people like want that, but they can't because they're young, and then they feel isolated, like they don't have any friends. And
I also know a family member. Some hackers got through their Snapchat and went to their Instagram and had all these pictures that they're digitally done. And they're like, we're going to send this to everybody in your contacts if you don't give us this money or kill yourself. And like that's where, fortunately,
those are just evil people. Yeah,
he was comfortable enough going to his parents going, I don't know what happened, I need some help, like, right, instead of being like, oh no, my parents are gonna be, these people are right, like that's the thing, like they're getting these kids. So I'm trying to keep him away from it, but also talk about it with him so that he kind of knows what to expect. Sure. So when he makes his own decisions, he can make his own decisions. But Adrian is very adamant. Avery said that he doesn't think, he was like, I wish I hadn't got on it as early as I did. And but now he's navigates it pretty well.
She's against them having social media?
She is.
Okay.
And now I'm like, hey man, I don't care.
Yeah,
live real life first.
Sure.
You know?
I think that's a good idea that they're following. I really do. I just wondered if maybe 14 would be more viable.
I got you
for that.
But one thing I will always say is Adrian's always pointing out the frontal lobe. She's like, development of the frontal lobe at 18. Like, we need to get closer to the full development before we let them make the dumb decisions.
Right.
Kevin, the plot is thickened. Last thing here. On the Ipswich High forfeiting a lacrosse playoff game, as the parents say the kids' cigars were fake. So it's fake news, because as we discussed with Bobby the other day, if somebody points out information that you don't like, you just say fake news, and it was all retaliation. Obama did it. It was all retaliation, and I don't know exactly who was retaliating, but it's fake news. Those kids were not smoking cigars.
Then they should have been allowed to play, right?
I guess so, man.
Maybe they should have been allowed to play either way.
That's the C block, ladies and gentlemen.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, our World Cup update, plus your U.S. Paraguay predictions and Masterpiece of the Week. Woo! All coming at you next on The Fan.
Personal injury lawyers, Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
A bit forward to McGlynn down the left. McGlynn's ball back into the path of McDormand. Hebek! He gets his goal! A wonderful flowing move from the United States.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Got Masterpiece of the Week in just a few minutes. But first, your World Cup update and your U.S.-Paraguay predictions. Now, you might notice that we played a highlight that was not from Mexico, South Africa, or South Korea, Czechia yesterday. And the reason for that is the World Cup and FIFA they're not releasing authorization just quite yet to play some of this audio. And so Bobby has come up with the idea that he is going to reenact the goals that they would otherwise play, which makes me very nervous for his show and our station. But yesterday, South Korea gets the goal after falling behind 1-0. They get goals in the 67th and 80th minute to get the win. And then Mexico scored really early. First World Cup match of 2026. They get a goal in the 9th minute, and then they tag another one on in the 67th minute, and then red cards galore in the last, probably 10 minutes or so. But Mexico gets the win 2-0 to start off.
Do you have a secondary team that you are pulling for?
Yes, I do. Norway, the Netherlands, and Spain, because those are all plays that I made.
Why Norway?
Norway just feels like they've got not only good numbers in terms of the betting odds, but also a good shot. And then what is it, the Netherlands that Alec and y'all told me I need to pick?
that was definitely Alec, yeah.
Alec told me based off of the mathematician. And then Spain is the favorite, but they're still 5-1 or something like that.
Yeah, I think I did a trade on Kalshi for France and a trade for the Netherlands.
France makes sense as well. So tonight, you're about to have it start in 33 minutes. Canada and Bosnia-Herzegovina will start at 2 o'clock as all of the host countries get to kind of start off the World Cup. And then tonight, 8 o'clock, United States, Paraguay. You can get in on the watch party with cold beers and cheeseburgers. But you were just saying, Corey, that you are unreasonably excited already for this match. Is it the bus tracker that they've been running?
No, it's not that. I have been looking over your shoulder all day, and Rebecca Lowe and company have been doing their jobs. Henri is up there. I think, is that Alexi Lawless? His hair looks different than it usually does. But they're all doing their pregame stuff. I will say this, dude. I love the pregame stuff for World Cup. Every single one of these people that they have on, it's the most important thing in their life. They're just like, oh my gosh, this team has to do that. They're so excited about it. having Jamie Watson on earlier, and we nailed a lot of the things that he was like, yes, you guys are right. So we know soccer ball also, Kevin.
Hell yeah.
It appears. And so I'm really excited because we've been talking about this for years now. Like, seriously, we've been discussing it's coming here.
Yeah.
But on top of that, the U.S. being back in it is a big deal. Our opportunity to go show something different. The last World Cup I did not love. As I was talking about this morning, they sat back and they just played defense and boring soccer.
Man, and we can only hope to get a final in this World Cup anywhere near as good as that World Cup final. Obviously, I know you're talking specifically about the U.S., but man, that final was crazy.
France-Argentina won with the shootout, and I remember I was at our friend's birthday party, and there's 50 people all sitting there watching this together. We were supposed to leave the party. The guy who ran the restaurant said, "Don't worry, we'll stay open a little bit longer for you guys," because it was Sunday morning and they weren't open yet. He goes, "We'll stay a little bit longer for you guys to finish watching this," because he was a huge soccer fan. And so but I do hope, Kevin, if what we saw Saturday, their attacking style that they went with in that first half was something that I'm not used to from the U.S. And I hope if they go like that we will get a little more of an exciting brand of soccer that makes us go, this was fun. And that ultimately, we're really pulling for these guys to get to the round of 16. That's success.
Yeah.
That's success for us.
In my mind, I keep wondering if the quarterfinals are...
Is that success for you?
Are doable. I think if you made it to the quarterfinals, that would be a massive success.
What if you win one game, one match?
Then it is a tremendous disappointment.
Great.
I kind of agree with this from the 806. The first game, jitters, home pressure. We'll kind of keep it close for the U.S. Paraguay has some injuries, but the U.S. still wins 2-1. I think that makes a lot of sense, but 2-1.
Do you think hosting is really that much pressure?
I do, because it's become a referendum almost on the progress of U.S. soccer, right? Because you're looking at it as how much progress have we made in terms of filling the stands 32 years ago to today, and that feels like that's going to be very positive. But then also, how much progress have you made as a soccer organization? And I would argue some. But you saw some of those highs, like the quarterfinal match. Maybe it was against Germany years ago where you beat Mexico, I believe, in the round of 16. But you haven't been able to replicate anything like that. And so I think you've had disappointing progress otherwise.
I think somehow your manager and your leadership on the team has to figure out how to not take that onto the field.
Sure.
The adrenaline's going to be there. But it's the panic of, well, I can't do that because it's going to cost us in front of all. You got to be able to figure out how to level that out and not take that to the field with you and just play your game. And that's the fun part that we got to wait a little while to see.
The United States has not made it past the round of 16 since 2002. So. You made it to the round of 16 in 94. Then the very next one, group stage, nothing. 2002, the high water mark. Then the next year, 06, group stage. Next 2 World Cups, round of 16. Next World Cup, you didn't even freaking qualify. And then last World Cup, round of 16, yet again. So we need to get to the knockout rounds. And now that there's going to be 32 teams in there, win a match or 2.
Or 3.
Oh, sure.
Or 4.
Because you know what? Then you get to the semifinals, and one of those semifinals is at AT&T.
Let's get to the final.
Hell yeah. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, and right now, it's time for Masterpiece of the Week.
She said, list this.
Gentlemen, happy Friday.
We did it.
We did it, and I get to ruin it for you. It's time for Masterpiece of the Week. We're going to revisit the wild, wacky, odd, and oftentimes very concerning things said on this very program throughout the week here on 105.3 The Fan. Now, we have a tradition of picking on people who are not here to defend themselves, and it's kind of a tragic tradition today because I think the winner might be going first. His name is Gavin Dawson.
Oh.
And he had this to say.
So you give me 4 inches of leeway on either side, I'm in that thing.
Oh, good job.
When it happened, the entire room knew exactly what happened.
It happens.
That was amazing.
All right.
I kind of think he knew what he was doing, too.
We'll call that one the 4-inch pinch.
Okay.
That's what I'm going to put down as my shorthand for that.
But he was talking about parallel parking. So I just
allegedly.
That's what I do remember.
I didn't hear anything about parking in there.
Yeah. I just heard about that's all the space he needs.
Get the garage door.
Well, we have equal splits outside of that of Kevin and Corey this week. It's not lopsided like it was last week. We're going to start with this because I think this is awesome.
I don't know if those are B's. They might be Cardi D's. That was Charles Barkley.
Kevin, I'm going to be honest, dude.
Oh, no.
I heard you say that off air a couple times and on air maybe a couple times. I did not know what it meant until I got into the car.
It's about her boob size.
And I was like, oh, that's what he was talking about. I don't know, man. I don't know what my brain was doing.
I do D's a lot on this show.
Yeah, you do.
Because we can't say the other ones, you know?
Yeah.
Oh. Well, Corey said this.
I'm going to make you dance for this candy.
Oh, no.
Just makes me uncomfortable.
Those
yeah.
candy.
I don't know why.
What kind of candy?
Actually, you know what? That would make me feel more comfortable.
What kind
otherwise,
what kind of candy would you dance for, Kevin?
Twix.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll bring some Twix on Monday. Men's tea. We'll be at Men's tea on Monday.
Oh, yeah, that's right.
In Fort Worth at Alliance.
Nice. Kevin, you said this.
You should be off putting because you're fat. That was...
Okay, listen.
That was from Between Two Ferns. That's what Jennifer Lawrence said.
Between Two Ferns with Zach Galifianakis is one of the funniest things. Like, the bits are really good. And Zach Galifianakis tells her, she says something, and he goes, "You shouldn't say that. That's off-putting." And she goes, immediately, "You should be off-putting because you're fat."
And he's got so many that are funny like that. The one...
And that... Like, I played it for Kevin, and we lost it for like an hour before the show.
And then the one he's got with John Hamm, and he's like, Don Draper's suit hangs in the Smithsonian. And he's like, that's right. And he goes right next to the Cosby sweaters. And John Hamm has never heard anything funnier in his entire life.
Nothing could have prepared me for the direction that this was going to take, Corey.
I have a video of my mom from Galveston last year. She fell into a hole. What's even funnier is I'm singing Amarillo by Morning. All right, because we're up on the like the balcony, and we're watching as she just went to go pick something up. She's walking and she's dancing to me singing Amarillo by Morning, and then as I watch the slow collapse of her legs. You can hear me in the background go, "O-S, O-F, oh no!"
Okay, I'm glad you're concerned and you're not just going, Amarillo, Bob Moore, and your mom's like, "Get me out of this effing hole!"
Have I showed you this video?
I don't think so.
Yeah, you can hear me go, "O-S, O-F, oh no!" And like my sister said she wants to get shirts made for our trip this year of a silhouette of our mom following in
my
the
God. I might
and on
want
the
one
back
of
it
those
says
shirts.
"O-S,
Yeah.
oh no."
Oh, man.
I still don't know how I didn't go more viral on TikTok. Maybe I just do need to. Does anybody want to see that? If you want to see it, I'll tweet the video out in just a minute.
I hope everyone else votes yes, but I would like to see it, so please, yes.
Kevin has a statement about a quarterback.
Brett Favre was going to show his D to people who didn't want it, whether or not he was on the cover of Madden. It's fact. I stand by that statement. Remember, fellas, never unsolicited. I even question whether it should be solicited and you send it or not. Just it's not the same.
It's just not. But,
never unsolicited.
Corey has a point to make.
Yeah, but in a pair of jeans, he looks amazing. That was what they said in the movie Moneyball, which I suppose is about a pair of jeans.
That's how you know whether or not you should be on your team.
Kevin, you know that sometimes I'll hear things and I'll say, I'm not going to do that to him. And then the second I say that, I get an email from Bobby Belt telling me to play this. This happened while you were at the firehouse.
Oh. Would you consider lowering that age to 14?
I could say that was about the social media ban, Bobby, but I knew because he looked right at me.
Of course he did.
And I was like, come on, dude.
Corey is in a thankful mood.
Well, thanks a lot, horses. For real. Horses have screwed my life over.
Yeah.
I'll never be able to be a cowboy unless I get one of those robot horses. Have you seen those?
No.
Bro, have you seen it?
No.
Dude, it kind of looks like a saber-toothed tiger. All right? I'm not going to lie. But it is a robot horse.
It's not a horse.
That has four limbs, and it can go up and down mountains. It can jump down hills for you, like cliffs. It'll jump off a cliff, and you just sit there and ride that thing.
One of them is hydrogen-powered. That's neat.
Okay.
Like the old locomotives?
Yeah, I'm looking at it right now.
Well, I am. Hey, everybody's asking. You can go to @InTheMajors on Twitter right now, and here is the video of my mom falling in that hole.
Okay.
All right. While you look at that, I've got like 3 more here. Kevin, I'm not even going to set it up.
Hey, Phantom, show me the gross side of your face. that
was really funny.
Okay, so that is what I figured if they did midnight Broadway showings after a Knicks game during the finals. That is exactly how I think that would play out. By the way, I kind of want the Knicks to lose because their fans have been so just awful to San Antonio.
Be better people.
Well, Corey, rather, was a great people here. I like this. Supportive Kevin. How about supportive Corey?
Desirable body type.
What are you talking about?
That's
dude?
true.
Look at those guns.
But still. Thank you.
And humble Kevin. Just being like,
trying to bring it down.
The hotness factor is definitely here, but, you know.
That aside.
And then Kevin.
I have a mind, too.
We end with a bang.
But if you want to post your stuff on Facebook like that or DM it to us, knock yourself out. Oh, man. Not your stuff like... I don't want this to be a reverse Brett Favre situation. If I can stick with that.
What is your favorite reverse, though?
It's the Uno reverse where I know I can spend the rest of the game just trying to ruin the game of the person who ruined my game.
It's always when on Friday after the end of the show, put it in reverse and head off to Mince Tea.
And I can't do that anymore because the freaking parking lot patrol here at our building is like,
here he goes again.
Found a screenshot and video. Oh my goodness gracious. Well,
I posted the video for everybody asking, so it's out there on Twitter.
It was really fun to listen to all of that, but obviously I am going to vote for Gavin Dawson in the 4-inch pinch.
So you give me 4 inches of leeway on either side, I'm in that thing.
There is no other winner for this week. That is a landslide victory for the 4-inch pinch.
So you give me 4 inches of leeway on either side, I'm in that thing.
Jeez. You know what? Just to give an honorable mention, I'm gonna vote for something different. I'm gonna vote for Kevin's analysis.
I don't know if those are B's. They might be Cardi D's.
Congratulations, Dawson.
And there is Masterpiece of the Week. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, we will chit-chat with those fellas from the G-Bag Nation right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Coming up.
years straight. They've got more new Chevys than anyone all priced to sell. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023 through 2025.
The 1-0. He shows bunt here. Bunts in between the mound and third. Waka can't get it. Neither can Lofton. Everyone's safe. Duran scores, and the Rangers lead 2-0.
Fancy masterpiece back here on 105 through the Fan right now, courtesy of DNN Leasing. It is time for our chit chat with the fellas from the G-Bag Nation. Gentlemen, how is you today?
Terrific, Higgy. How are you?
I am doing very well. What do you think about the prospect of this right here is the biggest sports weekend of the year? You've got the College Baseball World Series beginning today. Obviously, World Cup started yesterday. The United States plays tonight. Then on Saturday night, you could have the closeout of the NBA Finals. Sunday, you could have the closeout of the Stanley Cup Final. And also, UFC Freedom 250 at the White House. It is a stacked weekend for sports.
It is. Rangers looking for their 5th straight series victory.
That would be awesome, too.
Maybe not one of those that's predictable, like wild card weekend or divisional weekend, right. Or things that fall in the calendar with the tournament and the Masters and
this just all
NBA
came
playoffs.
together.
Yeah. But this is definitely appreciated.
It's all the other stuff's going to keep Dana White from getting those Super Bowl numbers, though, probably. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
He wasn't going to get those anyway.
His own delusion.
Unless it does start pouring rain, as is projected right now, but you never know. The weather's weird, and now these guys are just fighting in the rain. That could be kind of crazy.
Dude, that would be kind of cool.
I mean, I will watch either
but lightning's
way.
Dangerous, so they should probably
I think the lightning would probably. I mean, we've never had a rain delay at a UFC fight. I mean, could you imagine this?
What about a rain delay that it actually didn't?
It actually does rain.
Yeah, how stupid was that?
That was
maybe y'all thought it was.
Man, it was
maybe you thought it was awesome.
I thought
cool.
baseball in Kansas City did one of the best things they've done all year.
Show's going to start about 4:15 or not.
Yeah.
Or not at all.
I was just sitting here like a schmuck, just waiting, watching the World Cup.
Did you see Jared in the post game still wearing his poncho?
That was awesome.
I was like, is it actually raining now? No.
Yeah, no.
You're doing
I thought it was a great bit.
It was a great visual with the bright sun in the background and him wearing the raincoat.
What are your anticipations for U.S. Paraguay tonight, but also the atmosphere at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers?
It's going to be incredible. I heard we might get a little bit of a Pierce nipple situation showing.
Oh, yeah.
With Medford tonight. He was teasing it.
He's just showing up wrapped in an American flag. That's what he's been saying all day today. So
like if we win, you get a glimpse kind of thing.
Yeah.
So extra love on USA tonight.
Calls it freedom.
Freedom for all!
Some totals are pumped.
I got the USA winning 3-2.
Ooh, okay, high scoring. I like that. What is
I like our attack.
Okay.
I don't like our defense.
Are they going to pull their goalie? 3-2? What do we got going?
Pulisic Hattie. Wouldn't that be something? Are they going to pull their goalie? I don't, they've just been scoring, but they've been giving up goals.
Yeah.
And for a long time, we've been known as a pretty solid defensive team, but we lost it. We lost it a couple World Cup cycles ago, and now I would expect. I'm not familiar with any of the Paraguayan attackers, but I assume they got some guys that can put it in the back of the net. They have managed to beat Brazil, Argentina, and Uruguay in their World Cup qualifying.
Yeah.
So this is and I guess they got some hot coach. So I don't think it's going to be easy. It's going to be hard fought, but in the end, red, white, and blue.
And I feel like the closest you ever get to the pulled goalie is the goalie just about sitting up at midfield.
Yeah.
Well, you get that. Sometimes I've seen some EPL matches where goalie ends up in the box for the header. The extra attacker in there.
It's always fun on FIFA when that happens. Then if you're able to get the rebound, you just launch that thing the other side. Ooh, it's like a 90-foot goal.
Yeah. I does it take any, not urgency away, but are you less concerned about even a tie or a loss because of the expanded knockout round, and they're still going to be taking a handful of third place teams and everything like that?
You just can't lose this one. I think Australia is probably a must-win game because they're bringing one of their worst teams in. Turkey's a game you could lose. So if the idea is let's go 1-1-1 and advance in this new format one way or another, right? I'd feel very good about it. So tonight's just can't lose, or you're going to have to get points against Turkey, which might be tough.
All right, what do you find, fellas, got coming up on the program today?
Pure Gold as always. Thanks for asking. It is just a 3.5-hour show. NBA Odyssey Insider Nick Friedel joining us coming up at 3 o'clock, and Eric Nadel at 4:40.
Ooh, roll home with the G-Bag Nation. Don't forget, tomorrow, Rangers-Red Sox pregame at 2:30, first pitch 3:05, and then on Sunday, Rangers-Red Sox 5:30, first pitch at 6:20. Cold beers and cheeseburgers tonight for the watch party. We have been the KNC Masterpiece. We'll be back on Monday, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Say goodnight, Kevin.
Good night, Kevin. Go USA.
and HD1 Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It's hour number 1 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan on a Football Friday unlike any other. It's U.S. World Cup game day. We'll talk a little bit about that. We'll give you the very latest on your baseball team, your football team, and the NBA Finals. Maybe some Sorsby in here as we're off and running. General at your service at ease. There's Brian Broaddus, the former Cowboy scout, the Super Bowl champion, with you here. Krusty's Corners coming up at 3:40. You have Lucius Alexander, the Pimp Cup Master Control here, 75 and 635. Fix it to go 3.5 flawless. Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30. Of course, Wolchuk and Chiafalo, your Nosebleed brothers, are here. Aiden Butler's coordinating your video. And along with you, we are the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. And, yeah, how about those Texas Rangers, man? Turns out 7th time was the charm. For the first time since 16 and 16, the Rangers are back to 500. 2 hard-fought nail-biters against the Royals. The game Wednesday night, and then yesterday's game, their 4th series in a row has been clinched. And in the spirit of summer vacation, I have a question for you boys. Are we there yet? And by there, I don't mean 500. I mean back to being a respectable baseball team that you can believe in. Are we there yet?
They're a respectable baseball team. They can beat anybody any given night. But they can also lose to anybody any given night. So the belief... Yeah, ish. I think we need to. They're back at 500. Let's go take care and win 2 out of 3 in Boston. This is a bad Red Sox team. Just keep stacking up series wins, and let's just give yourselves a little bit of a cushion to where you're not fighting to get back over to that 500 mark again. So now's really a good stretch to go ahead. If they can go ahead and win these next 3 series, I think the belief mode will be fully activated again, Gavin.
I mean, they just needed a normal schedule after having to run that murderer's row. What have they done here? From 26 and 31 to 34 and 34. They're 8 and 3 in their last 11, Chief. And maybe it's a small sample size, but
they're playing good teams though too.
I think it's enough to make me believe. Yeah, and they beat St. Louis and Cleveland.
That's a good thing is they've actually been doing this. They finally. I think going into this series. Remember, I asked CY this. Or 13 and 19 against teams that are below 500. This is the first time I think in a while. I mean, you swept the Royals, so you basically took 5 games from them, right?
Yes.
Out of the 6 that you played.
Yes.
So that you need to do that more.
Absolutely.
You don't need to let the Angels
and the Astros
beat you like that. You just need to find a way to get those games against bad teams done, and if you do that, I think it'll take care of itself.
Yeah, it is. In the process of taking care of itself, I hope that we can continue on this trend and talk about in the next couple of weeks this team being a half dozen games over 500. Like just getting back to 500 is one thing, but they got healthy. Their pitching definitely stabilized. Their bullpen has stabilized after a couple of blips on the radar, and I think what we've done here is just avoided becoming a bad team. And at 25 and 31 on just May 28th, just 2.5 weeks ago, that's what I thought we were watching, this team devolve into a squad that they would definitely have to blow up at the trade deadline.
Yeah, I think now is to prove that you're not just a 500 team. I mean, this is they're still kind of what they are, in my opinion, which is they can get to this point. Maybe they can get a couple games over 500, then they'll have another skid where they're back to 500. Now is really the time to give yourself some breathing room. Can you get to 5 to 7 to 9 games over 500 and really make this to where not only are we easily going to be a wild card team, but we are now surpassing Seattle to win hopefully the American League West division for the first time since 2016. But I think having your full team together now whole again is big. I mean, Skip was talking about it yesterday. It's the first time they've been healthy really in 6 weeks altogether. Ezekiel Duran has really put a stranglehold in the starting lineup now. You've got your second baseman, Josh Young. That is not clearly just a flash in the pan. He's been fantastic for the entirety of the season, and hopefully Seager can continue to do what he did yesterday, and Wyatt can get his swing figured out.
Mariners have dropped a couple of now here. They're 36 and 34, so the Rangers have a shot to be back in first place. It'll be lighter and sunny gray tonight. Sunny 7-1 on the year. Mariners are in Washington against the Nationals, and you have Jalen Beeks going on the 10-day and Jock Peterson day-to-day with a little bit of a hip issue. Sands is going to join us a little bit later on in the show in the 4 o'clock hour and give you the very latest. Bosnia and Herzegovina are underway against Canada in Group B action up there in Toronto. I find the European teams hilarious because so many of their dudes in this part of the world, and it was the case last night with Czechia, they rock like the 80s cul-de-sac hairdo like it's nothing.
Yeah.
They don't care. They don't have a hair. They haven't had a haircut in weeks. They got a cul-de-sac, and they're just running around out there hooping like they're...
Yeah.
Like
you think they're kind
the
of
NBA
old dudes?
in the 80s.
There might be old dudes out there doing that,
I think
right?
there's a combination of being old dudes, but also
old dude that doesn't care,
just having a different fashion sense.
The Clyde Drexler look?
Yes, absolutely.
Oh, God,
the Clyde
I
Drexler.
hate that look.
Yeah, with the mustache.
Especially if you're like really whooping that other team and you look like that, I hate you.
Yeah, it is kind of funny.
That was a hell of a match, by the way, last night.
Oh, it was awesome. The
That
second
was-
half was incredible.
Yeah.
QAI brought us, though. Like, do they find that attractive over there? The hairdo?
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
What's with the cul-de-sacs?
Okay,
I thought these soccer players had style.
I'm just saying.
They're hanging out
Yeah.
with supermodels and they look like me. Can they not?
That's great. I think in America, in Italy, in a lot of these places they do, but in some they don't, and I feel bad for them. If you happen to be in town from one of those countries and you're listening, just go ahead and take it back with you and say, hey guys,
with you.
Maybe we just need to commit to bicking it. Like I get it if you're in an economically depressed place and you don't want to drop $60 every 2 weeks on a haircut. I'm with you.
Yeah.
You'll see some of my lettuce get unruly. Okay, some George Pickens content last night. Nick Harris Star Telegram. He went to Pickens camp in Corpus. 7-hour drive, he said. He's done a real tremendous job, and his Cowboys content alone is worth $1.99 a month that the Star Telegram's hitting you up for. Asked George if he'd be at mandatory minicamp, and George shrugged and said, and then one of his media relations assistants cut it off. How do you guys receive that?
Not positively. It didn't seem like that's a glowing answer. He didn't say no, so I guess if he wasn't going to be there, he could have just said no. But I don't think it does him any good to not be there. I don't really see what the positive spin is from his representation. You now have to prove not just to the Cowboys, but the rest of the league. Like, you're going to show up. You're going to be accountable. You're going to be in attendance for this stuff.
Kind of felt like
I don't get why you wouldn't.
Yeah, it kind of felt like by him signing the tag that he was going to be a part of things like this.
Yeah.
I can understand the voluntary things that they have to do. I get that. But the mandatory stuff, then don't sign the tag. Just don't sign it. Just don't sign it so you don't get fined.
I was about to say, because then you don't get fined for missing it.
Yeah,
but
right.
it would make no sense to sign the tag and then punt on, I guess it would be $100,000 for missing all of the mandatory minicamp.
Yeah.
It just wouldn't really make sense. So maybe he's just trying to keep the story alive a little bit, keep whatever pressure he can, I guess, put on them. In a negotiation tactic, like, this is really all I have, so I'm not going to commit to anything until you see me there. But I still do expect to see him there because, like Wolchuk said, there's just no upside in punting on that.
Yeah, the only upside is for the agent that's in this tit for tat that's going to play out maybe over the next 2 decades with the Cowboys or that agency.
Right.
Like, we want to make sure they know that we're going to make life a living hell on them at every turn.
This is the precedent we're setting.
Yeah. But I don't care about the mandatory minicamp. I don't even care about training camp. Just tell me George Pickens is going to be there week 1 and I'm good.
Well, training camp, just because of what happened with CD, and CD acknowledged, yes, missing training camp hurt his season. I do want him at camp. I'm with you on the mandatory minicamp thing. Like, I'm not.
It doesn't matter.
No, especially since the offense is pretty much the same. You got your same play caller, the continuity. I mean, it'd be great if he's there, but I do think him being at training camp is important.
Okay, 443 says, imagine cheering for a 6-6 Cowboys team that will go nowhere. That's what you guys are doing, and you sound pathetic. pathetic doing it. Well,
that was in reference to the Rangers.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that wasn't me texting in, guys, just so you know.
I would expect that from you because that's a false equivalency.
Wow.
Wow.
Burn.
False equivalency.
It's all right. I'll have something for him later. Don't you worry.
I mean, you kind of walked into
We're only
that
on until
one.
5:30 today. Better make it quick.
Touche.
Yeah.
But no, in baseball, like a 90-win team is great. The football equivalent of that of a 9 or 10 win teams, that is dead on arrival. You're not going to go on a run unless your star quarterback was hurt for 8 games and just got healthy in December. That'd be a very unique set of circumstances. In baseball, as we saw in 2023, if you get there and your lineup is just hot for a couple of weeks, like the randomness in baseball is microscopic. And then if you have the best starting pitching staff, then it sends your chances of succeeding and almost smooths it out, almost equalizes it with the absolute best regular season teams. So, I think the Cowboys still feel like they are in a world like baseball, where just get into the tournament and it could be our year any year, but
get hot.
In football has just flowed the other way in a hurry over the last decade or so after that brief wild card era from the late 90s to the early 2000s. But George Pickens is absolutely crucial. And there's no way after being a second-round pick you would not play for the $28 million. But I guess I'm trying to prepare myself mentally and emotionally for them to go where Micah Parsons went last year. And all offseason we said, no way will Micah blow this up. No way would he lose money. And no way would the Cowboys trade him. But because that happened, I think we have to be prepared for anything.
But Micah didn't lose any money, right? Because he went to training camp.
Yeah, he hung out.
And he just didn't do anything.
He was threatening to fake an injury.
Well, he basically
Well, he didn't practice because he said his back hurt,
his
right?
back hurt, yeah. And everybody go, really?
Maybe that's the route Pickens takes for training camp. Because, again, it doesn't make sense to sign the tag and then you actually forfeit the money.
Yeah.
So if he didn't sign the tag and he wanted to punt on training camp, he doesn't lose anything. You could go through training camp and then, right before the season starts, you sign the deal and you didn't lose out on any money.
Yeah. Yeah, I hope Pickens goes to his agent and says, man, we're riding this thing way too hard. I don't want to be anywhere else. Like, what can we get, and what do I have to do to make sure I get that here? Because life with the Cowboys is so much better, and he is one of the few players on the roster that understands how bad it can be if you end up with a team in a city that doesn't have your back, a coach that doesn't have your back, and a quarterback that can't get you the football. I want nothing to do with that. And I have a pretty good feeling that this Cowboys offense is going to be strong for a long time.
There's people that believe that with George Pickens, he's represented really by 2 guys, with David Mulligetta and another guy named Trey Smith.
Okay.
Are the 2 guys that do his work. And there's George, from what I've heard over the year, is that they work for George. George doesn't work for them. And if George decides that he wants to do this, if he wants to practice, he's going to practice. That's just the feeling that.
So he's driving this ship?
He's driving this ship. So I was trying to think, well, he's a Mulligetta. Well, these guys are saying, well, wait a minute now. He's represented by 2 guys. It's David Mulligetta, who we all talk about every single day, and another guy named Trey Smith. And George, from what I understand, is kind of his own guy.
Yeah.
But see, that's my hope. My hope is George is his own guy. See, the lady stepped in and I talked to Nick Harris on his way back. I said, Nick, I go, did you get any gut feeling one way or another? And Nick's like, I think he wanted to answer the question, but the lady stepped in and he kind of gave me that look, So we'll see. We'll see how it all plays out. But like I say, just talking to folks about George and about the way that group works for him, it sounds like that he's the one. If George holds out or if George doesn't show up, it's because George.
But what you just described kind of indicates that he's being advised.
Well, he didn't want to. I don't think he wanted to put the girl in a bad spot. is what, but I think he was going to answer the question until.
And where was this gal from?
This is a PR guy with their firm. Okay. This is a lady that works with David Mulugeta, and this Trey Smith. So there are a lot of these guys that have agents. It's supposedly like it was, he's represented by David Mulugeta, but there's really another guy doing the deal.
Mm-hmm.
It just happens.
Like it's Mulugeta's agency.
Bingo.
At the top.
Bingo.
But there's a day-to-day
Yeah,
worker.
we like kick David Mulugeta in the what. But really there's another guy maybe pulling the strings. But just kind of some of the vibe that I've been getting about this whole thing is George is kind of his own dude.
Very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. What a sports weekend, as Hagee said in Crosstalk, and we'll find out tomorrow if the Spurs can recover from the worst collapse in finals in maybe NBA history, and still make this thing interesting. Game 5 tomorrow night, 7:30 on ABC. Spurs, the only team in NBA history to have 76 or more points in the first 30, in the first half, and 30 or fewer in the second in any game.
Amazing.
Regular season or playoffs.
Incredible.
I mean, it truly all-time collapse.
I couldn't believe it. Practice was going down, and I was keeping up on it. We jump in the truck, and I tell Abby, I'm like, you won't believe this. The Knicks are down 27 points. It's 81-54. And Brian was, probably 18 minutes of game time away from having his we're going back 2-2 prediction.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Dead balls on.
Yeah.
And then absolute chaos happens. I would just say if they were so close to winning the last two, and they have gone off to double-digit leads early in all 4 of these games, I think they have something for New York. Maybe playing less De'Aaron Fox in critical situations
that
would
might be something.
I mean, that's an all-time brain fart.
I have a lot of respect for the adjustments that they showed to put themselves in position to even up the series, and I think it's realistic they could win games 5 and 6 and force a 7.
Yeah, I do think it's realistic just based on the games that you've seen and how close they've been and how the Spurs really should be at worst case tied in this series. But you just never know how a particular team is going to bounce back from something.
They can't close games.
Yeah, they've
had double-digit leads in every game in the fourth quarter, and they're down 3-1 in the series.
Yeah.
That's on them.
For sure.
They can't close.
So
they don't have a finisher like Brunson.
Can they correct that? Or, I mean, mentally, does this just completely break them? You just never really know how a team like that's going to react.
Honestly, I thought this game was over when Wembanyama missed the 2 free throws.
Yeah, that's brutal.
That's when I went.
And he's been bad down the stretch in games.
That's when I went, there's a shot they're going to lose this game. When a guy like that who's really generally pretty clutch when it comes knocking those down. You could talk about Fox and not dribbling it out and all that stuff.
That's bad.
But I think Charles Barkley was absolutely right. You're not making threes and you continue to, fire them up. They needed to have a different plan of attack. But honestly, like I said, Dawson, I appreciate you bringing it up because I was sitting there thinking, come on, man, win this game. I want to look good. I want to look good. 2-2. Seriously, it was selfish on my part. But when Wemby missed those 2 free throws, I said this thing's going to be out to be 3-1. This is not going to end well.
And then the turnover happens, and I think Fox was thinking, I want nothing to do with these free throws. I'm just going to try this layup.
He thought he could outrun him.
The ref misses contact on the shooting arm, by the way.
Yeah.
I felt that was fairly clear. Or body.
Yeah.
I mean, how is that not called a foul in today's game? But you want to swallow your whistle and let them play.
That was very NHL hockey-like, the last 8 minutes of that basketball game.
Yeah, we don't want to get involved in this. And the Josh Hart missed layup dunk. That would have been, like, if they lose that game, he now is like, wow, you go down as one of the worst moments in New York sports history, but he gets bailed out by OG Anunoby.
What a terrible shot, too, by Brunson at the end. I mean, that far, it wasn't even a good shot. But
a put-back jump hook.
It was perfect.
It goes right in. There's less than a 15% chance.
And then a bad call for a shot. Let's go for the 3 when we need just one.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. I'm like, what's he doing? I mean, I know there's not a lot of time, but
there's De'Aaron Fox once again not boxing out OG Anunoby.
Oh my gosh!
Oh, that was just a straight line run.
Everybody was ball watching, bro.
Beautiful, unbelievable. Okay, so
we got a goal.
Or do we?
Oh no, the Canadian coach was losing it. I thought we may have had a goal.
We got
Sorry about that.
We got the champ on the other side. Then the top 10. Woolchuck, where are you taking us?
Well, where does OG Anunoby's tip-in now rank in the top 10 NBA final moments since 2020 or since 2000? Excuse me. We got that next.
we got, I'm hanging on to 60 seconds on soccer. Reasons to believe maybe the U.S. could go on a run. Okay, we got the top 10 here in a moment. We got the champ. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas, and into the Pimp Cup we go. Here's Lucius, champ.
Okay, this piece of audio will be going for 3 on Monday during G-Bag of the Day at 5:30, okay? It is Coach Steve Spurrier's favorite little rapper from Baton Rouge, Lil Boosie badass. He's not a fan of the new Madden cover with Bears quarterback Caleb Williams on there with his nails painted. It's a slippery slope in Boosie's opinion, and he wants to express his opinions about it. Oh, damn, wrong button again. Hold on.
I come up under Tecmo Bowl. I never thought in a million years that I would see a Madden cover with one of the best players with his fingernails painted. A game that sold to billions of little boys. What kind of message are they sending to these little boys? I never thought in a million years I would see this. Next is gonna be lipstick on the cover, thongs. Man hiking the ball with a thong in his ass.
With a ball, thong. Knees.
Thong is it? Pretty hard T. Kind of sound like a D. That would be a shocker.
that would be a shocker.
Oh my God.
Run it back.
I have no problem with running that little piece of audio right there back.
In a million years I will see this. Next is gonna be lipstick on the covers, thongs. Man hiking the ball with a thong in his ass.
I wanted to hear it that time.
I forced it that way too, Paul.
All righty. Tonight, 5:30, we'll be in Rangers baseball.
Yeah, we will. I was about to say, whoa.
They're in Boston. So Monday. Boosie's going to face his challengers. Here's Wolchuk with his top 10 to 220.
All right, we're going to get to the top 10 finals moments in the last 25 years here in just a second. 877-881-1053. What's been your favorite finals moment? 15 years ago today, by the way.
Say it.
Dallas Mavericks, NBA champions, beating the Miami Heat.
That was awesome.
Oh, glorious moment. Day we'll never forget. 15-year anniversary.
That's the best finals moment, right? Is it Dirk singing "We Are the Champions"?
I think it's his left-handed.
The left-hand finish.
In game 2 to get the comeback there. That was unbelievable. I mean, just when you think, oh my gosh, you've got the Heat are doing their chest bumping, they're high-fiving, they're taunting the Mavs bench like, haha, we got you. Here come the Mavs on a massive rally.
Yeah, that's the best. Is
sealing the deal.
Dirk waking up with, I guess, the flu or whatever. It's like, we're still going to figure this out.
Here we are. We're here. And we're the champions. Yeah, incredible moment 15 years ago today. We did get news that ESPN is zeroing in on splitting its extra NFL games between longtime play-by-play broadcasters Dave Pasch and Bob Wischusen. Wischusen, who's the play-by-play voice of the Jets and friend of the program, also does a great job with hockey. And then Dave Pasch, who is the play-by-play voice of the Arizona Cardinals. So Chris Fowler would no longer be an NFL game caller for the network, and they'll go ahead and still eye Jason Kelsey as their analyst, but he's unlikely to call all the games. They're going to consider Kurt Warner, who's now joined ESPN because of NFL Network, and Louis Riddick for some broadcasts. So I love that. I mean, I think whichever way they go, Pasch or Wischusen, both are awesome. And no disrespect to Chris Fowler, but I think that, I mean, they do football for a living, so they're probably better at it anyway.
He always seems like he gets sick.
Yeah, he loses his voice.
Because they're asking him to do too much. I mean, he's doing all the college football stuff, and so they're just going to say, hey, Chris,
tennis,
it's okay.
All that stuff.
Chris Fowler's
just rock college.
He's the secretly super jacked, ripped broadcaster guy.
Very healthy guy.
Yeah. So we'll see who ends up getting that duty between Pasch and Wischusen. And I thought this was crazy. This story that a third of soccer fans think they could score a World Cup winning penalty kick if given a chance. They polled 2,000 soccer fans, and a third of them were like, yeah, I could do that.
Doing bits.
Come on. You really think game's on the line? You got to go up there. It's a penalty kick to win the World Cup. You're sinking that shot?
I mean, yeah, absolutely. I think you give him 10 chances, one would go in.
You got one chance.
Oh, could. No, not. I mean,
one shot.
There's a shot. I would say
greater than 0, less than
much greater. Yeah.
Much greater.
Much greater than 0. Yeah.
Okay.
So is it like a free throw in the NBA? And not like trying to hit a pitcher in the MLB or trying to run for 5 yards in the NFL?
It's much closer to a free throw. I think it's easier in a free throw probably for a lot of fans.
Maybe a yard.
Yeah, maybe a yard, bro. You get destroyed.
I mean, the goalie can't get to the other side. If you hit it hard.
That was the big thing. A lot of them believe I can trick the goalie into going to the wrong side, so I can kick this in.
I feel like I could toe punch one through.
You think so?
I think I could.
There we go.
Galto or
people like Brian.
Yeah, no, Galto's left foot. So yeah, I feel like I could
just bunion toe that thing in there.
I could just everything. All my problems were on the left foot, all of them.
Okay, so you're still
I could dial it in. I think I could punch one by him.
You probably think you could have made that Wemby free throw too the other night.
No, there's no way.
With Fat Joe freaking truffle shuffling.
No way.
10 feet from you.
There's no way I'm making a free throw. No way.
Yeah, I think his probabilities. Maybe the best players in the world are good 80% of the time. And you and I would be good 10% of the time.
10%.
But I think like soccer players under 30, if you're around the world and you play pickup soccer because that's what you do in your community and you don't have any injuries, I'll put you 50-50.
All right. Yeah, 14% think they could score at least one goal if they replaced their team's captain for the entire tournament. So they're subbing themselves in.
That's not happening.
And
that's not
I
happening.
could definitely score a goal.
When would you stop running? When would
come on, this is crazy.
How quickly would you stop running in a match? Like, okay, you're put in, you're subbed in.
Oh God!
And there's like
you're out of gas.
Like you're out of gas. Yeah, like you've just completely stopped playing. Because you can't keep up.
It'd be under.
Is that like
under
3,
5
4,
minutes.
5
Once
minutes?
you kick that ball 50 yards, you run all the way down there to see that ball just pass you and go all the way back another 90 yards. You're like, I'm done.
How would you like to be the guy that
I survived to the 6th minute?
You're playing like on the left side and like your dude takes off on a run and you have to chase him to the other
you're
end.
like, oh crap. I'm going for the slide tackle. I'm going to get red carded and ejected, and now my day's done. Thank God.
It's like the left tackle last year who was just calling his quarterback's name. Look out for him. Yeah, guys,
Jordan,
save yourself. Little help.
I screwed up again, man. I'm sorry. It's not my fault. Shout out. Yeah.
I think you'd run in like 30 or 40-yard increments and then save your energy for your next run,
like short spurts.
Yeah. But I gotta have the element of surprise, you know.
Just sneaky.
So when they think I'm just standing around, that's when my next 20-yard run happens.
You're like George Pickens running rounds, lulling the defenders to sleep.
I'm just going to save it for the
this is part of my game.
What you do is just like fake.
This is who I am as a player. Watch
Don't
this.
you watch tape? I do this every
fake
week.
an injury, like you go down, like you're holding your quad, and you're kind of like rolling around on the ground, and then you get up, and then you show a burst.
Slide tackle.
Everybody's like, "Oh, he's really hurt."
Yeah, no, he's really hurt. All right, here are your honorable mentions, and we'll get to the top 10
By the way,
of the best finals moments since 2000. What do you got?
Real quick, anybody else watch the Mexico play yesterday?
It was fantastic.
Yeah. I'm already a little tired of Mexico's flopping dudes.
Oh, okay.
I'm a little tired of them.
They didn't even need to be flopping.
It was getting physical.
I'm just saying, every time they hit the deck, it seemed like they lost a limb. I'm against this. Come on,
my leg's broken.
Just pop up.
Yeah, get used to that. That's not going to get any better watching the tourney.
That club is hard to watch when they're doing that.
Yeah, and so
they're a talented group, but that is hard to watch.
All right, number 10 is Kevin Durant's deja vu daggers in both 2017 and 2018 as the Warriors knocked off the Cavs in the NBA Finals. They were trailing 113-111, and here comes KD with a 32-foot snipe shot to put the Cavs up. Number 9 is Dirk's winning layup in 2011 as the Mavs rallied to beat the Miami Heat. The Heat were up by 15, and they rally. Jason Terry doing a lot of the heavy lifting there, but then Dirk with the clutch bucket to put the Mavericks up in the final seconds of the game.
We do just have to acknowledge J.J. Barea. Playing defense
stopper
on LeBron.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Being inserted into the starting lineup.
LeBron was incredible because J.J. Barea just was the LeBron stopper, and he sucked, and J.J. Barea was amazing. Big Shot Bob's clutch 3 in Game 5 of the 2005 Finals. Number 8 on the list.
Ouch.
Man, that was crazy with 9.4 seconds left in the frame. Robert Horry inbounding to Manu Ginobili, who was quickly doubled in the corner, and then bam, back to Rob. Big Shot Bob at 5.8 seconds left. Snipe. Ron Artest series clinching 3 in Game 7 of the 2010 NBA Finals comes in at number 7 as the Lakers beat the Boston Celtics. Number 6 is AI hitting the clutch fadeaway step over Ty Lue in 2001.
Oh, yeah.
I think that was the Sixers' only victory in that series. I think it only went 5.
Yes.
We go to 2021. Giannis, Game 4 block, and then the Game 5 Valley Oop is what they called it, as they were down 0-2 in that series against the Suns, and then they're able to come back and win. Bucks are trying to protect a 101-99 lead. Devin Booker drives to the right, trying to get around P.J. Tucker, and here comes Giannis, bang, with a big-time block, and then he ends up getting a game winner the following night. But number 4 on the list is OG Anunoby's tip-in to cap the comeback with the Knicks rally. Largest comeback in NBA Finals history. 29 points they scored in the third quarter, 20 with under 10 minutes remaining in the fourth quarter. Crazy that they still won that game. That's unbelievable. 3 is Ray Allen, keeping Miami alive with the game-tying 3 in Game 6 of the 13th Finals.
Yeah, that's the one.
Yeah, I mean, that everyone remembers where they were when that happened. Our guy Kyrie, the Game 7 winner against the Warriors in 2016, that three-pointer, that's number 2.
Nice.
But number 1 is LeBron James, the
block.
chase-down block in Game 7 of the 2016 NBA Finals. So the top 2 are from the same series.
Blocked by James.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, it was absolutely unbelievable.
Isn't it the same game?
Yeah, no, the LeBron block it said was Game 6, and the Kyrie shot was Game 7.
Oh, okay.
So, I mean, but the same series, the top 2 moments right there. I mean, it's the only time that you've ever had a team come back from 3-1 down, and now that's what the Spurs are trying to do.
Wow, what a Sports Friday here with you in the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Bosnia-Herzegovina leading Canada 1-0, 35th minute. USA taking on Paraguay coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. We got L's and Dubs, Chief.
Yes, sir. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Biggest L, biggest dub next right here in the nation.
I have to chat with you about the Frankels before we do anything else, though, because live...
Black, #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. We have NBA Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel coming up at 3 o'clock. Here's the Chief.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. 877-881-1053. Where have you taken some L's this week? More importantly, where have you gotten those personal victories? Here's British Ian.
Oh, yeah. Now listen here. It's time to toss things over to that silly twit, Eric Chiafalo, to give us this week's L takers and dub makers. On and off the field, no one is safe from this imbecile's tongue. It's biggest L, biggest dub.
Well, the Spurs hold the biggest L of the week and the biggest L in NBA history. Okay, so we start with them. You got Wemby taking eggs to the back of the dome thanks to some Knicks fans. I don't know if you guys saw that. They're going back. Why are they going back to the hotel? It's like you're done now in the city. You leave the game and you board the flight and you go home. Why are we going back to the hotel when we're no longer staying in New York?
It's one of those things where they feel like that the rest after a game is more important.
Oh, go back to the hotel, sleep, wake up the next morning, fly out? Okay.
Yeah. Since you have, I think they have 2 days.
Yeah, they got 2 days.
They got 2 days. So to them, it was easier just to go back to the hotel. You're getting back late from the game anyway. Go to the hotel, get some sleep, and then get up and head back.
So somebody threw an egg and hit Wemby in the back of the head?
Yeah.
Dude, they threw a few eggs. They got one.
Yeah.
And it couldn't be a better hit either.
It was perfect.
Yeah, it was perfect.
I'm like,
smack.
Credit to that guy, who I don't believe has been caught yet either. I think they're trying to figure out who the guy was that actually threw it. But to be able to have the ability to, in a crowd of people, like a crazy pocket, you throw it, you nail the back of his head, and you're not even caught at this point. Impressive execution from an absolute bleep hole.
Mm-hmm. So, that came up from up high.
Yeah.
Are they trying to figure out the angle? It must have been at a hotel balcony?
I think it was across the street. There was just like a crowd of people, just kind of a lob.
I'm just saying, man, that's a hell of a shot, bro.
Really good. Yeah. Really good. And then now you have the Spurs. It seems like they're taking an L here because all the tickets, like you seeing the ticket sales for Game 5 in San Antonio, and more than half of them are coming from New York and New Jersey.
Oh, yeah.
So
it's going to be a takeover.
Are Spurs fans selling their season ticket? Like, are the season ticket holders flipping their tickets like that?
I would think at 3-1, if the price is getting high enough, we can make a couple of grand, we can make a mortgage payment, or we can watch our team lose the finals on the home court. I'd much rather have the money.
I guess you get the money, and then you're like, hey, if they surprise me, I'll be back here for a Game 7 at home.
There you go. Yeah, you got to earn my support.
But, yeah, I think it's going to be even the first 2 games, there was a lot of Knicks fans there in San Antonio. And I guess Game 5 is going to be even more so. So I guess
I always find
it for the Knicks fans right now.
I'm one of these weirdos that finds it more satisfying winning a big game on the road.
Really?
Yeah. I'm one of I used to love when we were with Dallas and winning games at with New York or Philly or those places. I those games were just, it's so much better just to listen to, you see the people leave or see, hear the crowd.
Quiet, shut them up.
Yeah, it's just, I can see why the Knicks fans, I wonder if some people that said, you know what, we couldn't afford the tickets for the Knicks games there at Madison Square Garden. Let's just spend half the money and make a trip down to San Antonio.
I know, it's crazy that for flight, room, board, tickets, it's all cheaper.
Cheaper.
Just going to a game at MSG.
Yeah.
Big dub for tonight. Watching USA at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. Be Lucius. Yes. It'll be Bobby Belt, Alec Medford, Fred Davis.
Wow, that's a crew.
And I'll be there as well. So I'm looking forward to that. Our buddy in the 214, Woody, he is going to be there. Looking forward to that. And he's hoping for a successful weekend for OU. And he's
congrats to them, man.
Still clean off the benzos and the opiates.
Congrats to them, because that's College World Series he's talking about. And Oklahoma was one of the last teams basically to get into the tournament. And but man, great job by the Sooners, and now in the College World Series, it's a little bit different lineup in the College World Series now. The West Virginias and Troy, and it's some of your powerhouse schools are aren't to be found.
It's a new landscape, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
469 biggest L is the USA Soccer start times. Are they consistently playing the late night game? Is that what their schedule is? Is it just too late?
I don't know. I'm a day-to-day kind of guy.
I mean, 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock.
It's terrible on a Friday night.
Especially on a Friday night.
Can I say this, though, about soccer?
2 o'clock next Friday, and then 9 o'clock the following Thursday at night. Go ahead, Brian.
Let me say this about soccer. The one thing I've learned watching it, you know exactly when it starts and when it ends.
Mm-hmm.
You know you have to commit 90 minutes. Maybe you have to commit a little bit extra, some injury time. But you know once that thing starts, that clock does not stop. And when it gets to 90, you're done. So I think it's a little bit easier for a late start time for a sport like soccer because you know exactly when it's got a good shot to end.
Yeah, you'll be good by 11 p.m., even if it's a 9 o'clock start.
Yep.
Well, you have the 469. What time is the party tonight? 7:30. 7:30 is when we start at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers, so we look forward to seeing you there.
What time's the game start?
8 o'clock?
Oh, yeah. Okay, perfect.
Heck yeah. Yeah, I'll have a couple cheeseburgers down by the time.
Stuff my face.
Yeah.
Can't keep up with you, but yeah, stuff my face. Then watch the game.
Get a couple tequilas in.
Yeah.
It's going to be a good night, folks. 903, biggest L, lost my boss to another role. Bigger L, didn't get the spot, and they brought in someone else. So boss is leaving. He's thinking, okay, I'm going to take over for the big man. I'm the dog now. Nope, they bring in somebody else coming over the top. That sucks. Sorry, 903.
We had Darren Woodson on today at Crown Global Media, and he talked about when Barry Switzer came in. That all those coaches like Joe Avezzano and Butch Davis and all those guys think they were going to get that job when Jimmy left. And then they bring in Barry Switzer, and they were like, oh, that was not good.
That hurts, man.
That was not good.
Might be a challenge to not let your ego sabotage you here in this situation if you're the texter. You know? Can you actually, capitulate and give authority to the new guy? Or are you going to walk around like you're the big swing and you know what?
Could have a little office rival.
I think so. Be careful. Tread lightly.
Bobby Belt is trying to draw us off sides today, but we caught him.
Of course we caught him in real time. Yeah. What was it? What did he say?
Go after yourself, Bob.
There's a new cider at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers.
Yep. Okay.
But I'm not going to read the first part of the cider.
We're not talking about the Cayman Islands, okay?
No, we're not. No, we are not. Not tonight. Not today. Hey, huge dub to the Knicks fan. Did you see the Reddit post? And you just hope it's legit and real, but I think it is. The guy who after this is after the game the other night, okay? And he says that I must have hit the lottery. Caught the 11:30 Comedy Cellar show last night. Honestly, not even sold out. Place was kind of dead due to the Knicks game. Well, about 4 comedians come in. The host calls up Chris Rock.
Man.
The place goes wild. Wow. He says, in all honesty, Chris had the place electrified with just his presence. He then proceeded to eat S and just bombed. Okay, so, but then he says...
That's when they're usually working out things.
Yeah, working
this is a crowd
out.
We don't realize that they're putting jokes out that they just came up with, and they're trying to see where they put them at.
Absolutely. Then he says he did recover in the last 5 minutes, but then all of a sudden, Dave emerged from the stairwell. Dave Chappelle. No. Place goes absolutely wild. He lights a smoke, grabs a drink, and hits us with just shy of 2 hours of comedy. Wow. Just kind of riffing and talking S. He brings up a drunk guy, but a drunk but funny Shane Gillis for the last 20 minutes. They totally slayed together. Basically, the three were at the Knicks game and just swung in and dropped an impromptu set. I still can't believe this has happened.
Incredible.
That is a phenomenal night, dude. You're a Knicks fan. Win. Huge win. You walk into the Comedy Cellar, and here's Dave Chappelle, Chris Rock, and Shane Gillis.
My goodness.
Let's go.
And more tune for your head top, so watch how you speak on my name, you know?
Big L to Texas Tech with their PR situation, doing a round table for 21 minutes that nobody wants to watch. But apparently Brendan Sorsby has like his phone on full security mode. They can track everything he's doing, every website he goes to, every app he opens, every text he sends or receives. Wow. That is what is happening with Brendan Sorsby right now. And I guess they're leaving the door open that he might not be ready. I guess they're banging the drum that the mental health issue is so much so that we can't promise that he's even going to be ready for the season. That's part of the reason why I guess they were hinting at the idea that it's a stretch to even consider that he will be ready for week 3. So I don't know. We'll see how it plays out, but Texas Tech keeps kind of making a fool of
Cody
themselves.
needs to. I mean, he's kind of relishing this moment to be able to, make the rounds here. You just stop talking.
Yeah, that's probably the best plan, best course of action.
So you can't even trust him. You got to monitor everything, and it's still totally worth it. I think this comes down to the old Texas feeling of you're not going to tell me what I can and can't do with mine. I think that's what this is really all about. And I hope Tex doesn't do themselves and their fans irreparable damage for a quarterback who can't even win in November.
Yeah.
And by the way, I am 100% on Sorsby's side for taking down the NCAA. I think there's a lot of different angles to approach this story from. I just don't think it's worth it at this point after hearing what the Big 12 has planned and how confident they are that they're going to be able to get through these sanctions.
Biggest L of the week, though, congratulations to Phil Mickelson.
He got kicked out.
Kicked out of a San Diego golf club over allegations.
Phil Mickelson.
Yeah, Phil Mickelson. Unwanted physical contact with a female employee, according to Golf Digest. That's a bummer for him.
Sounds
that
like
out.
Handsy with the car gal.
Yeah, the way it goes,
probably
man.
drinking.
He always said he had soft hands around the green.
Yeah. Get a feel for this lefty. Okay, we got to run. We got one down, 2.5 to go. C-Note coming up at 3:20. NBA Odyssey insider Nick Friedel joins us next to talk finals here on The Fan.
Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Here we go. It is hour number 2 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. And joining us now, Odyssey NBA insider Nick Friedel, brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026. As Nick joins us now here on The Fan. And a good afternoon, sir. How the heck are you?
It's great to be with you guys. I'm doing great, and I am looking forward to seeing if the Spurs have anything left after that meltdown the other night.
Yeah, that was going to be my first question. Do you think it was a critical blow that they can't recover from?
I do. I think they can get through Game 5, but I'd be surprised at this point if it gets past 6. Because if you have had control in all these different games at various points, and you have that game where you're up 29 in the third quarter and you lose, you can be a mentally tough team, but I don't think anybody is recovering from that kind of meltdown. Because, guys, that was one of the worst chokes that we've ever seen in the league. And in that moment, on that type of platform, as great and as talented as that team is, I don't think they can win 3 in a row off that kind of mistake.
How do these finals compare, the quality of these teams compare to others throughout the past in your lifetime covering the sport?
I think that both of these teams offer balance, the likes that we haven't seen, at least that jumps out to me, guys, since I know that last year went to Game 7 with the Thunder and the Pacers, but there just wasn't a lot of interest, and I didn't think that the talent on both sides matched up. I mean, as far as evenly matched teams go, the series I go back to is when the Cavs came back down from 3-1, and LeBron led them by the Warriors, and they won, and there was such an outpouring after that game because they ended up seeing the Warriors a lot of times, but in those years and in that year specifically, it felt like both of those teams were right about the same level. So I'm still surprised that the Knicks got to this point where they're a game away from winning the title. The Spurs are going to be here several more times, assuming they can stay healthy and Wemby continues to progress. But as far as how evenly played these games have been and the talent on both sides, I think this matchup jumps ahead of many over the last decade and a half or so.
Wemby's been really good in stretches, Nick, but obviously he's getting a lot for the lack of fourth quarter production and the 2 missed free throws. What's your assessment overall of how Wemby's played in his first finals?
Guys, I grew up in Orlando, Florida, and when I was 10, 11 years old, I was lucky enough to see a lot of those Shaq and Penny games. And I can't tell you how many times I have thought back to that team in that moment as I watch Wemby now. Because I think, to me, as far as impact goes, and certainly they don't have the same type of game, but as far as their impact, Wemby's the closest thing I've seen to Shaq in just the ability to take over in a different way than we've seen before. I mean, we haven't seen a guy who's 7'5", shoot it like Steph, and be the defensive menace that he can be. But if we've learned anything over the last couple of weeks of this series specifically, he's just not ready yet. There is something you've got to go through it, and you've got to have those moments where you do fail on the big stage, and you do learn from those experiences, and he's going through it right now. So I think the future is incredibly bright for him. He's only going to get better, and he's going to enjoy learning from this in his own way. But he reminds me so much of Shaq on that 95 Magic team, because everybody thought that he would come in and be able to dominate, and it just hasn't worked out that way. And in a lot of ways it hadn't worked out because he's 22 years old, and he's still trying to find his way in his own career.
Is it time for Dylan Harper to be the man above De'Aaron Fox here at this point? I mean, what are we dealing with Harper? He's unbelievable.
He's unbelievable, and the answer is yes. I mean, guys, I'm sitting there watching that game the other night in the fourth quarter. I'm like, why isn't Dylan Harper on the floor? Why don't you just let him do whatever he's going to do? De'Aaron Fox, those meltdowns and the plays that he not only made but that he didn't make late in the second half just leave you scratching your head. The hope was that as a veteran, he has been able to see a lot more things than a lot of his younger teammates. But this is where you have to remind yourself, he was in Sacramento. I mean, they didn't play in a hell of a lot of big games. He's trying to go through it in a lot of ways and figure it out for himself on his own. So absolutely, I am, as far as who needs to show up and produce in Game 5, to me, guys, there's nobody I'm looking at more than De'Aaron Fox. I mean, there's going to be, what will Wemby do, and can Jalen Brunson have another big game, and can he be the MVP? Although right now I'd probably give it to Anunoby because of what he's been able to do. But Fox has got to show up because he had a total meltdown, and the Spurs on the whole did. But the plays that he was making in those final stretches, I mean, they were just really, really bad. And if he's any kind of real player that you're building around, he's got to be the guy that helps set the tone in Game 5.
Nick, and you mentioned watching that game. When did you think that the Spurs were in trouble? How far into that second half were you like, man, this thing could maybe go the other way? Is there a particular play or moment where things started going bad in your eyes?
I think in later towards the third quarter, when they kept jacking up those threes, guys.
Sure.
That's where I started to go, what the hell are they doing? Yeah. On a basic level. Now, I say that they were still up like 15 going into the fourth. So to sit there and tell you, I thought that could happen, I was worried. No, I didn't think that was a real concern. I think when you came down in the fourth and you're at 7 or 8 minutes and Brunson starts knocking down shots, then you started to go, is this really going to happen? And I think what would scare me if you're the Spurs is not only did you have that game wrapped up, but it was like they didn't even know where to turn. It wasn't like, all right, well, let's get Wemby down on the blocks and get an easy couple buckets, or let's get somebody free for a jumper. They just completely bleeped themselves is what they did. So I think with 4 or 5 minutes left, I started to think, I think this is going to happen. And then it did happen, and that's why it goes back to the top. I don't see how, after blowing the game in the manner in which they did, that San Antonio could come back and win 3 straight. But I say that knowing that if you're Mitch Johnson and the coaching staff, all you're telling your guys is, hey, I mean, this thing by rights could already be over because you've had it every single time. You just haven't found a way to close. If they close, things can change. But they're a really young team. They've made a ton of mistakes, and I don't know how you can overcome them at this stage.
Insider Calls brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, like our next generation EV, the Ioniq 9, Hyundai official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026.
Nick, what do you think that Greg Popovich was thinking when he was watching that game?
If you're Pop and you're sitting up there as somebody who has had the success and the control, guys, that he's had over that program for so many years and watched so many teams and been able to adjust on the fly, you just got to feel sick to your stomach because you're sitting up there and you can't do anything. And I think that Mitch Johnson in the regular season, he proved that he's a really good young coach. But we're sitting here talking about Wemby and De'Aaron Fox, the guy who has gotten absolutely run around in this series is Mitch. I mean, that he looks like he's out of his coaching class with what's happened at various points in this series and the adjustments that Mike Brown has been able to make and the adjustments the Spurs haven't made. So if you're Greg Popovich and you're sitting up there and you've watched your team and your organization have all this success for so many years, and then you continually see, and it's not just Game 4, I mean, the end of Game 2, when he's throwing the ball off his back, and you're going, what is happening? You've got to just feel like, man, I wish that I was still doing what I love to do because you had, in theory, the control to change things up.
It's Nick Friedel here with you on The Fan. During the West Finals, I was convinced OKC was going to win and that Knicks fans were going to lose their bleep when they probably got swept and SGA was flopping all over the court. Then San Antonio won. So I guess, Nick, my question is, do you think New York would have done this to OKC as well?
No, because I thought exactly what you thought. I thought that the Thunder would find a way, that SGA was that good that even without J-Dub and some of the pieces that weren't available, that they would still be able to overcome all that. And what we found in this series is that San Antonio, because of Wemby and the matchups, they just provided an especially difficult matchup challenge for the Thunder. And they're going to have a lot of battles for a lot of years to come, which I think on a broader note is much better for the league because we so desperately need to see rivalries again. Teams not like each other. That is a good thing. But to the point about the Thunder and the Knicks, I think the Thunder would have wiped the Knicks out. I know the Knicks have played very well, and they've been on this unbelievable hot streak, but the Thunder have all kinds of size. They can hit offensively from all these different places, and they have that championship experience that we're talking about. I think what we've seen is that San Antonio's youth has just really, really hurt them in this moment on this stage. So the Thunder have got to be sitting there going, oh, my gosh, how did we not just close this thing out and make it happen? They didn't. That's pro sports. Things can change in a blink, but I would be really surprised if the Thunder and the Spurs aren't back there next year and aren't facing off again to see what's what if everybody's healthy.
A lot of buzz around what could happen with Giannis. What are you hearing regarding the market for him, the trade conversation, and are you hearing anything about the Mavs also possibly moving Kyrie? Minnesota, I guess, they're throwing their name in there.
As far as Giannis, I would be surprised if he was still in Milwaukee to start next year. I think the writing has been on the wall for a while, guys, in that what he doesn't really seemingly want to say publicly is he's just kind of done. He's had it in Milwaukee. It doesn't feel like the fit is there. And that team is years away from being in any kind of contention again. Now, where he lands, that's what the entire league's trying to figure out. I think the most intriguing place for me as I'm watching it unfold would probably be Miami, because if they got the pieces back, Milwaukee did, that Miami can offer. If you plug Giannis in Miami and you've got Bam Adebayo, I would like to believe that there are lots of NBA players that are like, hey, I can live in Florida and I can play with those two guys, sign me up. So that is interesting, at least from a basketball standpoint. Now, whether it happens, we'll see. Now, specific to the Mavs, it would surprise me if they moved off Kyrie at this point, just because I think they want to see what it looks like and what it looks like with Cooper Flag and try to kind of build a rhythm between those two guys. But if I've learned anything through the years, guys, as it pertains to Kyrie, anything is possible. And I know he's coming back off the injury, and there are question marks there, but we'll see, especially with Messiah in place and that new front office, how everything shakes out over the next few months here.
Terrific report, Nick. Enjoy the rest of these finals, and we'll try to catch up with you real soon.
You got it, guys. I appreciate you having me.
Salute. Nick Friedel, Odyssey NBA Insider, brought to you by Hyundai. Discover what's next at your local Hyundai dealer, official partner of FIFA World Cup 2026. What a game that's going down right now. Canada almost equalized. Backside defender basically swept it off the line and knocked it off the crossbar and out. Then Bosnia came back down the pitch, had a one-on-one with the Canada goalkeeper. He came out and made the save. And it's 1-0. Bosnia, 55th minute, second half of World Cup game number 3. You're gonna want to join the fellas tonight. If Fred's going to be out there, Chief, Wolchuk, Lucia's going to be out there. Cold beers and cheeseburgers in Euless for a USA watch party starting at 7:30. Game starts at 8, so they'll see you out there. Coming up next, it's time to hit the C-Note. Cowboys news of the evening and everything rattling around with America's team as they get set for minicamp is next year on The Fan.
I got to chat with you, baby.
fan. Thanks for making us part of your day. It's time for the C-Note, Cowboys news of the evening. What did we learn at OTAs? What else is shaking around out there? The George Pickens news from last night continues to be top of mind for Cowboys fans, and probably the top story in the NFL next week if he does not arrive at mandatory minicamp and accepts a pretty significant fine in order to just not be here. It definitely make me curious about what his training camp plans are and his regular season plans, and if he could be plotting up as anything as extreme as what Micah Parsons did last year, suggesting that he would exaggerate his injury to withhold services from the Cowboys. That might have been the straw that broke the back for Jerry Jones. So I can't imagine thinking we could have all of this lined up with everything that we've done this offseason to let it swing on not giving George Pickens a contract that he wants. But we know the Cowboys look at things significantly differently, especially Stephen Jones, who is still trying to win the Super Bowl by managing the cap conservatively. And it's a tough place to be for Cowboys fans, so we will hope for the best and that the George Pickens saga does not play out like Micah's did last summer. Segments brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Yeah, if you missed it, Nick Harris was down there last night at his camp in Corpus Christi. It went off great, and he asked him if he was going to be at mandatory minicamp, and George said, and paused, and then a representative from his agency kind of cut off the questioning at that point. So maybe he's being advised to not talk about it, just to make the Cowboys sweat as much as possible. I don't think he would have signed the tag if he really wanted to hold out. So
I agree.
I think he's going to show up and just say, I just didn't want to get hurt. And I would love it if he would say that right now. Like, I'm going to totally play and I'll see you at training camp, but between now and then I'm not going to do much, and I just don't want to get hurt. I think we could all understand that because we know the Sean Lee situations. And hell, the Giants have 3 torn Achilles.
They do.
Since OTA started. Mm-hmm. So there's plenty of justification, I think, for making sure you don't get hurt if you don't have the long-term deal. We just come up short again with the equalizer for Canada.
Yeah, just wide of the net there, trying to get a pretty nice shot outside the box as Canada's really trying to push now as they're in the 66th minute down a goal.
Yeah, it's this would be a pretty big upset. I think Bosnia ranked 65th, Canada ranked around 30th, and as the host nation, that would be a massive disappointment. All the buildup and excitement, and you're trying to build momentum up there, just as we are here in the USA. That would be a tough loss to take. USA and Paraguay coming up at 8 o'clock tonight. Join Wolchuk, Chiafalo, Lucius, and Fred at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. The best yak wide receiver in the league. Maybe the stats don't agree with that, but my eyeballs tell me he is. He's also the best contested catch player last year, tied for second in the NFL in total contested catches, second in the NFL in contested catch yardage. It'd be a massive blow to this offense. I'm pretty confident that what you saw last year is what you're going to get with George Pickens. I don't know that his training camp participation or lack thereof would be a massive scale tipper one way or the other. I don't think practice and film is his game. I think his game is, I'm going to go out here and get open and throw the ball up. I'm going to grab it.
So the CeeDee Lamb situation from a couple years ago doesn't frighten you, or just the general history of some guys that end up getting some type of soft tissue injury?
I mean, Lamb's 24 was great. It was actually 25 that's kind of the outlier over the last 5 years when you look at the underlying metrics and like yards per route run. Like, his yak took a hit last year, and maybe that was injury related, but I felt like, CeeDee Lamb was really good in 2024, and the full training camp last year. It can, I think you can struggle, and maybe you're looking for something for the explanation as to why. And, I think once you have figured out your position, you're good. Maybe if it happens very early in your career when you should be learning, but if you're established in the league and inside the offense, I think they have a pretty dang good idea how to get you the ball. Okay, listen to the latest Athletic Football podcast. They were talking about what offenses could do to be better, and there were a couple of things for the Cowboys that we hadn't talked about. Number one, being able to better run the ball in heavy personnel. The other day we talked about how the Cowboys were the best team in 11 in the entire league. But you come up against a team that can defend well in nickel but are vulnerable in base. You don't really have the ability to punish them on this football team. You become very, very average or maybe even below average when it comes to running the ball in heavy personnels. And they did not add physicality to the offense. No tight end, no fullback, no more physical offensive linemen. So how do you get around that? And I think that goes to what Dak Prescott said this week, which was what he believes is the number one place they can improve, and that would be inside the red zone.
Mm-hmm. Sure.
The top three teams in red zone efficiency last year were three of the best running teams in football. Tremendous offensive lines. I don't know how you snap your fingers or even scheme it up to make yourself better in the red zone without becoming more physical or having a better running back weapon. I think all their runs inside the red zone for touchdowns, there were 11 of them. They all came from with inside the 10. Mickey Spagnola had that in his story this week on DallasCowboys.com.
I think a lot of it is winning your own individual matchups. And, one thing that they've struggled with is how oftentimes are they now first and goal at the 7, and here's a holding penalty or here's a false start. Penalties are an issue, but it also comes from one, better offensive line play, more consistency. Can you stay healthy? You dealt with injuries last year. But I think also being able to keep Javonte Williams a little bit more fresh probably goes a long way to that as well. That's the impact of Jaden Blue. Actually, we're buying into this. We're buying stock. Everything we're hearing about him right now in Kool-Aid season ends up coming to fruition. Phil Maffa, can he give you a little bit of something there? But I think the tight end's blocking. I think Jake Ferguson has shown you a willingness to block. I think consistency's been a problem. I think Brevin Spanford is a guy that they're going to give a lot more opportunities to this year, and he is a good blocking tight end. And then it comes down to who is the third guy that you trust if you want to play 13 personnel. Is it Michael Trigg? Does Michael Trigg emerge as that undrafted rookie free agent who I think could be an absolute red zone weapon for you based on his size and his ability to high point the football? But if that doesn't happen, then who is that other tight end for you if you want to go heavy with 12 or 13 personnel sets?
Yeah, I have a lot of confidence in Spanford, as a blocker. And I think there's some gold to be harvested in the passing game as well. I think Schoonmaker should be athletic enough and strong enough to be serviceable. And going into year 4 in the league, this is like your last chance of having a breakout. And you're not asking for a lot. Just be the threat. We want to get into 12 and 13 and run it a lot. And then when you're convinced we're going to run it, then we're going to go play action and pass it. And I think Scooney can do that. If you're gonna try to target, let's get 50 or 60 catches out of Scooney and 700 or 800 yards and a bunch of touchdowns, that's going to be a fail. Mm-hmm. But we saw in the draft the influx of drafting guys, and they're not thinking these are stars. They're thinking these are 300 to 500 yard players who are serviceable in the blocking game and will punish your ass if you want to play light in the box. That's all you need to do, and it seems that. At least that part of it should be something that with an entire offseason of focus they could pull off.
They just had the sprinklers turn on during this match.
Oopsie.
I guess, they didn't set the timer or turn the timer off. But, yeah, I don't know. I think in a perfect world, Luke Schoonmaker's not even on the roster. Because that means that I think that, one, Brevin Spanford's taken another step, and I'm really hopeful that Michael Trigg can just take that third spot because he gives you something that none of these other tight ends have, and that's a legitimate field-stretching down-the-field weapon as a receiving type of tight end. To me, Schoonmaker just hasn't shown it as a blocker. Like, that should have been what was his bread and butter coming out of Michigan, and it just has not been there.
Not at all.
But if you're inefficient when you're in 12 and 13 and your only other guy is Spanford, Schoonmaker knows your offense. He knows your guys. You know what he can do and he can't do. If you are going to say we're going to roster build with 2 physical tight ends that can block, taking Scooney off the team takes you out of that mix. And if you're already struggling in heavy personnel to be efficient, I don't know. Has the blocking been that bad, Brian? Let's hear from you on this subject.
Yeah, I think to me, what you were talking about with Scooney. Oh, it's there's times where, and listen, I'm not trying to ride the fence or make it good for him, but at Michigan, he is not the same guy that he was at Michigan. He was a much better point of attack, hip to hip, get push, get to second level, turn guys, get guys out of the hole. The NFL is a lot different for him. There's a lot of times where he doesn't stay connected. He's not able to get any type of movement. He gets thrown off blocks. His footwork's bad. It's been a struggle for him overall just to try and be even serviceable at that.
Well, if that's the case, maybe he's got to go, and I would be looking at plucking somebody off another roster. Now, how about Lipke? Can he be more of a force?
See, I think Lipke is kind of a one-shot blocker to me. There'll be times where you see him go up in there. He doesn't always hit square. I call it a little bit of half man. He'll go up in there and he'll just get half of the defender instead of, you watch the guys like the really good ones, and it's probably unfair for me to do this to him. But you watch the Kyle Juszczyks and guys like that, and they play on the move. They hit you square. They keep their feet going. They're climbing blocks. It's been a real problem for him to have any kind of sustain.
Well, I mean, they paid you, and you're not a dominant runner. You're not a dominant pass catcher.
I think they paid this guy because he never comes off the field. Well, in a way, if you look, he plays all the special teams. When they use him, and and I'm not saying that in a nice. I'm saying that is probably why. Oh, we'd love to have this guy because if they don't figure out how to get the second or the third running back as a good blitz pickup guy,
that's where Lipke
he's likely going to be your second running back because they're not going to put guys in there that are going to be liabilities as pass blockers.
He could be a guy, though, to your point, that I think could be, an option in the red zone. I mean, he's a tough downhill runner. He had that fumble against Miami at the 1 yard line, 2 years ago, and it's like they've never really given him a chance since then. But then why did you pay him? So I wouldn't mind seeing if you could. Can you be creative at all with ways to use Hunter Lipke maybe down there in the red area?
Yeah, the red zone's huge. If you could just get to the top 10, you would add 3 more touchdowns. If you would get to the top 6, you would add 6 more touchdowns based on last year's numbers. If you would, have an uptick in your efficiency. Cowboys had the second most yards in the NFL last year, but were 16th best when it came to red zone efficiency. And if you're looking for how you get better at that throughout Dak's career, it's always been through a dominant offensive line and running game, and that's not a shot at Dak. That holds true for pretty much all the best red zone teams year in and year out. It's what you got to do to be better down there. And I would also add this: the Cowboys in red zone EPA per play passing the ball last year, 26th. Dang. Running the ball, that's 19th. So wow. and you had a heavy split towards passing the ball and not running the ball. So I'm not acting like they were awesome at running it, but they were significantly better. And sometimes you have to be able to look your star receivers in the eyes and say, guys, we're not forcing touchdowns to you because you're not good enough at it. We were 26th in the NFL in EPA per pass in the red zone. How are we continuing to think that's a path to glory?
Yeah, that's crazy, and it's really inexcusable when you have Dak playing at that level. You have Pickens and Lamb.
Yeah,
that should be a huge priority for Clayton Adams to try and figure out what are we doing schematically that's not working for us, because there's no reason why the trio of those guys shouldn't be able to be dominant as a passing offense in the red zone.
And Jake Ferguson's a good tight end. Javonte Williams was very good at catching the ball and running it in. Like, how are defenses able to slow down your passing game to that extent, and you're not feasting in the run game? There's big opportunity there. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Brian, where are you taking us?
Yeah, let's play the game of, will these guys be pros, all pros? We'll do that next.
Well, let's play the game of getting you that brand new vehicle this weekend, Tolos, courtesy of our friends at the
back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-prices sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
Thank you very much, Lucius. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105 through the Fan. Canada equalized there while we were on break, and they are tied at 1 with Bosnia-Herzegovina in the 86th minute. It's time for Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. Here's the king.
Hey, kids! Your old pal Krusty's gonna teach you 5 new words.
You're not wrong about that.
From Dallas, Texas, number 55, Brian Brothers.
Thank you very much, Lucius. Always appreciate you playing that. Thank you to Greystone for being a part of this one as well. Just want to shout out, say congratulations to Juan Hernandez. You guys are asking me who Juan Hernandez is?
QNS.
Who's Juan?
Juan Hernandez. He's a man working as a welder at SpaceX.
Oh.
For $28 an hour, he just became a millionaire.
Wow.
Juan, who came from Mexico, welding rockets for SpaceX. At $28 an hour, SpaceX gave him $10,000 in stock when he went full-time in 2015. He bought more with every paycheck for 10 years.
His stock was probably like $2.15 or something like that when he got it, too.
His stock is now trading at $167, making his share worth over $1 million.
That's
the streets got to eat, baby.
Yeah. We forgot our first trillionaire, right?
Yeah.
Are you part of this one, Lucius? Were you part of this?
No. If I'm not in that initial phase, I'm not going to go chase this part.
You're not going to chase this part?
I'm not going to chase it.
Most valuable IPO since Aramco, which would be the Saudi American oil company, but the most profitable one, I guess. So we got a trillionaire in this world. One Elon Musk. Still can't fix my Twitter though.
You still can't get those rockets to do what they're supposed to do.
Yeah, those rockets.
Every time I look up, they're exploding.
I think he's doing better than Bezos, though. I think Bezos had one blow up on the pad the other day. I think it was like all of a sudden that thing
not fun.
Launched and then it just his mat. Like there was video from airlines, like people flying over the area.
Yeah, I see.
And you could see the explosion on the pad of these rockets. So anyway, but we had an IPO offering today for SpaceX.
Wow.
And so congratulations to that crew. All right. I'd like to play a little game with you guys. Not a guessing game or anything like that. Well, maybe it's a guessing game. Let's go through the Cowboy. I got some names, these Cowboy players. A little preseason June football game. You know what I'm talking about?
All right. Love it.
The heading is All-Pro, Pro Bowl, or No Pro. That's my heading.
No Pro.
All-Pro, Pro Bowl,
No Pro.
No Pro. Okay?
Not a GoPro.
Yeah, and I want.
No Pro.
I'm going to give you these players, and I'm going to keep score on this one because I'll keep the sheet. And I want you to tell me when I name this player if they fall into the category of Pro Bowl, All Pro, Pro Bowl, or No Pro. Okay?
Okay.
Is that cool? Dawson, we good on this one?
Yeah.
You make the rules, bro.
I make the rules.
Is this in their past or 5 more minutes?
This right now. This is next year in
right here.
Right here, right now. Right here, right now. How about George Pickens to start the day? Go for it, Wolchuk.
I'm going to go with All-Pro. I think George Pickens, he's coming off an All-Pro caliber season. I don't see why that's going to change this season either. I mean, regardless of him and CD, I think both on the field, clearly they can be productive. I'll go All-Pro for GP.
All-Pro, and then that would lead to probably a Pro Bowl too, right?
100%.
Okay. How about you there, Wool? Chieftain? I was looking right at you. I said, Wool.
All-Pro.
Yeah, I mean, I will go All-Pro here as well. I mean, there's just so much on the line for him. I think he is going to play like a madman, and I think Dak will also try and assist him in being able to get him paid in a big way.
Dawson,
I'll just say Pro Bowler.
Okay.
You know, what do we have? Three receivers on an All-Pro team?
I think it's 3. Yes, sir. I think
it could be second team All-Pro, right?
Yeah. Well, yeah, second team.
You got 6 in total.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess I don't believe the media or the league respects George as much as I do, and I don't expect that to change after a holdout they're going to be saying so unprofessional. I don't think he's going to change many of his habits.
Yeah.
So I think he's the most underrated receiver in football.
Okay.
How about Cooper Beebe? Let's go with you, Dawson. All-Pro, Pro Bowl, no Pro.
Man, it's possible, but I'll just say solid starter. No, is that a no Pro?
That's no Pro.
Okay, no Pro.
No Pro there. How about you there, Wooly?
I'm going to go Pro Bowl. I think this is a breakout type of year for Cooper Beebe where he puts himself in the conversation for best centers in football. And I'm going to say that starts with the Pro Bowl team, and hopefully we look at all pros, in the ensuing seasons.
Chieftain?
Yeah, I'm going Pro Bowl as well. I do think this will be a really nice year for Beebe. Healthy Tyler Smith next to him, Tyler Booker as well. Just that trio is going to be so dominant. I think Beebe will be a Pro Bowler.
Wooly? Tyler Booker.
I think Tyler Booker's an all-pro. I think Tyler Booker had an outstanding rookie season. I think he was just a step below kind of what we've seen from some other Cowboy rookies in their first years, the Tyler Smiths, the Zach Martins. But I think Tyler Booker is going to put himself as, him and Tyler Smith right there. That's the best guard duo in football, and Tyler Booker is going to be viewed as already one of the best guards in all of the National Football League.
Chief?
Yeah, give me Pro Bowl.
Okay.
I don't know that we're getting to the all-pro level in year 2, but I got a ton of respect for him.
Dawson?
Yeah, really good player, but I agree with the Chief. I think some of those things we talked about last year around this time as we were getting to know who he was as far as the mobility and where his shortcomings were, it's a big challenge for him. It's not something that just a year of experience is going to solve.
How about this one for you, Chief? Dak Prescott.
Pro Bowl for sure.
Okay.
All Pro will be tough, but because you're talking about, is he a top 2 quarterback in the league?
Sure.
I'm not going to go that far with it. So Pro Bowl for sure.
Dawson.
Yeah, I'm comfortable saying Dak Pro Bowler. Some stuff's going to have to line up for All Pro.
How about you there, Wooly?
Yeah, I think Pro Bowl's fair. I don't know that. In the NFC, he's got a chance. Matthew Stafford was the All-Pro quarterback. Does Stafford have the same season? But I think Pro Bowl is probably the safe bet.
Is there a chance anybody thought he would no pro?
Yeah, I think there's always a chance.
I think only if he's injured. I think the health is the only thing that'll ruin that. But if he's healthy, he's gonna put up really solid numbers.
Rashawn Gary.
I'll go no pro.
How about you, Dawson?
I would tend to agree with Chief. That's a glamour position. That's a star position. And he could have a great year with 6 sacks, but not get recognized. So I'll go no pro.
Wooly?
Yeah, I agree. There's just too many other edges that you would, have above him to even make probably the Pro Bowl team. So that's a no pro.
How about DeMarion Overshown?
Ooh, I think Pro Bowl is definitely possible if he can get back to the 2024 version of himself. There's just too many questions about his health that will lead me to the no pro.
Dawson?
Man, I guess if this green dot thing works out perfect, I could see All Pro with his athleticism and his ability to make plays. He's going to, maybe get a fumble and an interception and some sacks and some pressures. But I also think there's maybe a better chance that it swings the other way and fans are frustrated with Overshown and seeing him as part of the problem and not part of the solution because they're asking him to do something that's not natural for him. So I would go no pro on DeMarvion Overshown.
How about you, Wooly?
I'm going to go Pro Bowl for him. I think that the football gods smile on him in a contract year. Weird things kind of happen like that, and he finally is healthy for a full season, and he goes out and puts up some really good numbers and balls out to get himself a nice payday. So I'll go Pro Bowl for Overshown.
My last one for you guys, Caleb Downs.
Wolchuk, is there a Hall of Fame option here? Can he make the Hall in year 1? I'll go Pro Bowl. I think I'll have a Pro Bowl season.
Pro Bowl with Caleb Downs. Wooly?
Yeah, I think Pro Bowl's good for Caleb. I think that he absolutely has a chance to be sniffing All-Pro, but I'll say year 1 as a rookie, we'll go Pro Bowl.
Dawson?
He's going no pro, guys.
Yeah, I'm gonna say no pro just because not him, but I think the Cowboys defense would have to be significantly better, and one of the worst defenses in the NFL is what I'm getting ready for. So I don't think he could be individually recognized unless he gets a ton of picks, which he doesn't do. So, I mean, you have now gotten this great accumulation of safeties that are being recognized for their Swiss Army knife capabilities, and for you to emerge as a rookie and like overcome them in the voters' minds, I think is a lot to ask.
Gentlemen, thank you very much.
Thank you.
There it is, Krusty's Corner, brought to you by Greystone Roofing. Go to greystone-roofing.com. We got 2 down and 90 minutes to go. Jared Sandler is going to join us and tell you what you need to know about Rangers Red Sox this weekend coming up next to the Fan.
I'm really looking forward to quitting time and pouring a delicious glass of some new vodka, because we all know what the 2 best words in sports are. That's Game 7. We might be able to get it in at least the hockey finals. But the number 7 has even more meaning in vodka, because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth premium taste that's unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than New Vodka. That's NUE vodka, which is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and it's bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything is costing more, New Vodka is the best deal in town. Pick up a bottle of New Vodka at your liquor store today and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
Our goal is to have you winning every sports debate with your buds. We'll do the homework. You just listen and enjoy. Turn it on and leave it on. The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, or TuneIn apps.
The final is here and both teams are set, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. Last week, New York was trading at 54% to beat San Antonio, meaning a $100 trade could pay out over $186 if they take the title. Want to know what they're at today? Check Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk. It may not be suitable for all investors. Prizes, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more. USPS, official shipping sponsor of the NHL.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Big things are happening at the District at the shops of Willow Bend Plano, but Mexican Bar Company and Knife are open and serving every day. So stop in for margaritas, tacos, or one of the best steaks in DFW. Mexican Bar Company and Knife, open and ready for you.
It's a Root on USA watch party tonight as we all chant and get rowdy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. We'll have USA swag and a 50-inch 4K TV to give away. Let's chant and party together tonight as we fan hang at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless with the Fan.
Hi, I'm Colby, owner of Tolbert Garage Door. Join us this summer every Saturday at the Mesquite Championship Rodeo. Concerts on site, giving away free genie openers, and live rodeo entertainment. See you there, Tolos.
So, you're ready to propose, huh?
Yeah, man. She's definitely the one.
What are we thinking about the ring? I got my wife's at Hellsberg. I couldn't recommend a better jeweler.
I could use some help with that.
Man, go to Hellsberg. I had no idea how many details you need to consider. Did you know you can get a natural or lab-grown diamond? I didn't. Figure out what she wants. Trust me, they'll make it happen.
Start your story with Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
It's game day.
Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Hello, it's Pete Thompson from the Consumer Team. If your air conditioner breaks down, don't get ripped off. Call the On-Time Experts. They'll be at your home same day, or the service and diagnostic fee is free. And their #1 goal is to fix your air conditioner and not try to sell you something you don't need. Go to theontimeexperts.com and set your appointment time today. Theontimeexperts.com, the choice of the Consumer Team.
When you own your own business, you need to keep things moving. Need to book a last-minute flight? Earn a $300 travel credit to cover that. Need to take a meeting before takeoff? Do it from the comfort of the Chase Sapphire Lounge by the club. Need to catch your breath before you board? Done. Chase Sapphire Reserve for Business, the business card that gives back all you put in. Visit chase.com/reserve business to learn more. Cards issued by JPMorgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC, subject to credit approval. Terms apply.
Polo, celebrate America's 250th anniversary with Starter Pro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, and you can trust Certa Pro to get the job done right because they take pride in what they do. The process is worry-free, free estimates, reliable communication, and professional painting, all at the right price. They took care of me. They will take care of you as well. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C, CertaPro.com. Each Certa Pro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station.
Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios. You're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Yeah, buddy, it's hour number 3 of the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. Rangers going to get back to action coming up in 90 minutes. They're in Boston, and so is Jared Sandler. He joins you now here on your home of the Rangers. And a good afternoon, Jared. How the heck are you?
Yeah, it's great. We're debating whether or not Ted Williams actually hit a ball to the famous red seat, which is like 17 miles away from home plate, back before there was reliable data and footage. And some people believe that science has proven he did. Other people question the verity of that messaging. But it would be like the farthest home run that anybody living has ever seen hit. So maybe he did it back when technology wasn't as good as it is today and guys weren't as strong as they are today, even though David Ortiz never came close to it.
Was Ted known as an elite power guy?
Well, I mean, the 500 home runs probably would have hit more if he didn't lose years to the WAR, some prime years. So, I mean, yeah, he's one of the greatest hitters of all time for a reason. He could do it all. So, yeah, I mean, he wasn't necessarily known as a power first guy, I guess, just because of the way we talk about him as such an elite hitter. And, he was a guy that was ahead of his time in terms of not giving a crap about going the other way and just playing to the strength of the hitter, which is to pull the crap out of the ball. But, yeah, I mean, he was definitely a guy that could hit some dongs.
Yeah. Hey, did you have your name in the inside wall at the Green Monster?
Yes. Yeah, I did. The first time I ever came here, 6-7 years ago maybe. And then I actually went last year when we took Jack Leiter and some of the other rookies, guys who had not been here previously, inside the wall. I was surprisingly able to find it, which was kind of cool. But that's a really neat thing. There aren't many features at a ballpark like that have maybe not any, where there's like shared history that dates back decades and decades and decades. It's a pretty cool thing, and you definitely you definitely feel the history of baseball when you're in this ballpark. And understandably, we got, a lot of new, beautiful ballparks around the league, but you just don't have a whole lot of ballparks that, that reek of history in a good way, the way that Fenway does.
Hardest ballpark to call a game in?
Are you're asking?
I'm asking.
Ballpark?
Fenway Park, hardest ballpark to call a game in.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. This is a really unique view. This is definitely not it, but you're like over the top. You're like right on top of home plate, so it's definitely a different vantage point. I think Pittsburgh's a little difficult just because, at least in my years doing this, Pittsburgh hasn't been very good, so the atmosphere kind of stinks, and you're up with the birds. And but yeah, I mean, I'll tell you this: any ballpark where it is like 32 degrees, where it seems like we've had a bunch of those games the last couple of years, that sucks. That's not a whole lot of fun. But I don't know that they're brought us. I don't know. There's some minor league parks these days where you're down the line.
Yeah.
Like weird vantage points. Alexandria, Minnesota, in the Northwoods League, you're ground level. You're like my legs or below the ground.
Yeah.
My chin was basically even with home plate, and so and the sun was shining in. That's the hardest place I've ever called a game in my life.
Well, I was asking you this because of all the weird bounces you get in the outfield and the way the ball just caroms around out there, that you're trying to kind of figure out, is it going to be a home run or not because it hits off the wall, or just those weird, the doors and stuff, the ball bounced around all over. You hit that ball past third base and it just stops in the outfield, stuff like that.
I think that's a part of what makes it fun, because if you think about it, like as a fan, like think about, when you watch a football game on TV, or even when you see them in person, you see a quarterback just launch one 40 yards, and it feels like, it's 5 minutes from the time he releases the ball to the point the play is or isn't made. But like during the flight of the ball, you're like, what, is he going to make the catch? Like what's about to happen? And there's that excitement of the unknown. And in baseball, I think those plays where an outfielder's going back, is he going to make the catch? Is he not going to make the catch? Or there's a ball that bounces off the wall. Is the guy going to get to third? Is the guy scoring from first, from first on a gapper or whatever? Like, that buildup of anticipation and excitement of the unknown, that to me is like incredibly fun. Not that I don't love a good no doubt home run, but the ones where it's like, is Julio Rodriguez about to take this one away because he's going to go 3 feet above the wall at T-Mobile, or is it going to somehow evade his reach? Like that stuff to me is what makes this fun. I love this ballpark really fun. It's just the uncertainty of all the nooks and crannies. This is not your standard symmetrical, boring foul pole to foul pole, curved wall. Like there's a lot of uniqueness here.
See, you're not in the lineup. Is this something that's just, hey, it's maintenance? This is what we're going to try and do to keep him healthy for the remainder of the year?
Yeah, I think after the collision he had at home plate yesterday, he took a shot to the ribs and to the face, and I think they just wanted to give him a day instead of push him. And again, they're in this stretch right here where you got 20 whatever games, and with just one off day, and he took a pretty hard shot at the plate, scoring from first on Brandon Nimmo's double. And, obviously stayed in the game and hit the home run. But how you feel that next day, sometimes a little bit different than how you feel in the moment. And I just wanted to be safe.
Looks like, what is it, just 5 games, but he has 5 hits and 2 home runs, and the OPS in at 800. Do you feel like the time off did him good in what you've been able to witness so far?
Yeah, hopefully. I mean, it's tough to know, how much the time off. Like, did he need all that time off, or was he naturally just going to do this because he's Corey Seager? I don't know. But either way, he's definitely, he definitely looks like he's inching closer. I would still tell you, Gavin, and again, he's held to a super high standard, but there's still pitches that we're used to seeing him absolutely tag that. He's not consistently doing that yet, but I think, his game yesterday was definitely a great step in the right direction.
Jared, was that a little bit of Corey's fault at the play of the plate? Should he been runner? Did he think he was going to get held at third?
Is that Ragsdale?
Was that on Ragsdale, or was that on Corey for not?
No, that's a good question. I don't know. I didn't see if Rags had given him a stop sign at one point, or Corey just didn't think that the ball was going to get away long enough for him to have a real scoring chance or whatever the case might be. Corey, in general, just with all the soft tissue injuries, they have it, that they tend to play it a little more conservatively with him. And but yeah, I'm not sure, who was at fault or anything, but obviously, he did slow down at one point before turning the Jets on, and thankfully was able to score. But yeah, definitely it took a little bit of a hit to do it.
Jared Sandler here with you on the Fan. So, how bad are the Red Sox, man? Is this a team that's hit the skids and is primed for dominating?
Well, I hope so, but the Rangers don't win here. This has been a haunted house. I mean, here, T-Mobile Park, maybe the two toughest places for the Rangers to win here the last 5-6 years. I don't think the Rangers have won a series here in quite some time. So. And then the Rangers are facing two lefties this weekend. And I know they did well against Joey Cantillo, their best performance against a lefty this year, last Sunday against Cleveland. But, the lefties have given Rangers problems. So you'd like to think so. I mean, Leiter, DeGrom, Eovaldi, that's the trio the Rangers are throwing out there this weekend. So you'd like to think great opportunity to win a series. The Red Sox have struggled. It's been a really bad year for them. And, unlike the Phillies, who also got off to a slow start and fired their manager, the Phillies have turned things around. They're like 6-7 games over 500 or something. Hasn't happened for the Red Sox. They're dead last in the AL East. But, the Rangers have not had a lot of success here. And so hopefully they can change that.
How's this matchup against Sonny Gray?
Yeah, it's an interesting one. Sonny Gray's, he's had an identity shift over the years. He's not a big strikeout guy. I think the Rangers, the beginning of the year, would struggle against a guy like Sonny Gray because they were maybe patient for the sake of being patient. And when you got a pitch to contact guy like Sonny Gray, you're too patient against those guys, and they're throwing strikes. They get you on your heels, and they get you to, really miss the barrel of the bat with the way they're able to manipulate the ball, change speeds, change locations. But the Rangers here in general of late have been, it's interesting, Zach. I was looking at their numbers, with the offensive uptick. And, you think, all right, well, maybe they're just not chasing or maybe they're not striking out. Their chase rate is actually a little bit higher during this last, 3 or so week stretch where the offense has really picked up. Not significantly, but, in talking to people, it seems like it's more well-placed aggression. It's not being patient for the sake of being patient, right? It's not being patient because, they're hearing in their head, well, we're too aggressive. We're going to be patient when it makes sense to be patient. And so I think with a guy like Sonny Gray, he can definitely bait you into a lot of early bat contact, weak contact, and have quick innings. But when you got a guy like Sonny Gray who, is more of a pitch-to-contact guy, he throws a lot of different pitches, maybe that best opportunity is early. And you just need to be ready to pounce. And so we'll see how he attacks the Rangers. I don't know that this is necessarily a matchup where you're like, oh, gosh, you're scared by it. But Sonny Gray exists and has success at this point in his career because of what he can do between the ears. He's a very smart pitcher. He knows what he has. He knows what he doesn't have anymore, and he's able to try and leverage that. The Red Sox also defensively are not very good, and I don't know if the Rangers will be able to take advantage of it, but that's also something to consider.
What's the confidence meter Jack Leiter can make it through 5 innings?
I feel pretty good about that. Yeah, I feel pretty good about Jack getting through 5. Love for him to get through 6, especially after a little more taxing day for the bullpen yesterday. I'll be curious to see how he does against this Red Sox group. I think, it's weird with Jack. The strikeout rate is up from last year. The walk rate is down from last year. But the fastball is getting hit a little bit more, getting hit a little bit harder this year. The changeup, which that's a weird one too, because he gets a lot of swings and misses, but it's a really volatile pitch. He gets swings and misses, but he also, gets a lot of damage done against it when people make contact. So be curious to see how the fastball changeup combo plays tonight.
Well, have a great weekend there in Boston, Sands, and we'll look forward to catching up with you next week and talking about this team possibly getting into first place. What do you say?
Yeah, I would love it. Hey, it can be tied for first place after tonight with a win and a Mariners loss.
Let's go. Have a great night, Jared. Thank you.
See you, fellas. Yeah, have a great weekend.
He's at Jared Sandler on Twitter, a must-follow for Rangers fans everywhere. We have Eric Nadel coming up at 4:40. We're not going to have what you're drinking and what you're thinking tonight if you're getting ready, because we're going to be right into the pregame at 5:30. So we'll hit the top sports stories of the day coming up here at the top of the hour with you. Eric Nadel, 4:40. What are we doing next, Wolchuk?
Let's do a little mixed bag. What history tells us about the league's worst defense the next year, and 3 bold predictions for Team USA. That is next in the nation, but it is time for the World Cup. And Dallas, get ready. The 2026 FIFA World Cup is coming to Cosm. Experience the World Cup like never before in shared reality. You got to see it to believe it. Trust me, it's absolutely incredible. Enjoy reserved seating and witness history pitchside as you immerse yourself in every pass, save, and goal of the world's biggest tournament, or catch every match of the round shown simultaneously on those wall-to-wall LED display, and explore the venue with general admission tickets. Secure your spot now at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
When your friends say, "Hey, did you hear?" you can proudly say, "I heard it on the Fan." Keeping you sports informed with some quality laughs along the way. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan, the Odyssey app, iHeartRadio app, and TuneIn app.
Shop the all-new 2026 Hyundai Palisade today. Every new Hyundai comes with America's best warranty. 10-year, 100,000-mile limited powertrain warranty and owner's assurance. Plus, you don't need an appointment for service. Come see us today in person or visit us online at alliancehyundai.net.
When shopping for a new auto insurance policy, AAA could help you customize your coverage to fit your unique needs and budget. Trust AAA Auto Insurance to help you find the balance that works for you. See how a simple switch could make a big difference. AAA, we're always with you. Visit AAA.com/insurance. Insurance provided to qualified AAA members by Auto Club County Mutual Insurance Company. Membership requires a separate payment.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
Well, we might not have what you're drinking, what you're thinking, but I'll tell you what you should be drinking. That's a Michelob Ultra, and you should be thinking about that FIFA Team USA game tonight as the biggest sporting event in the world in a superior light beer to match it. It's Michelob Ultra for every match, every goal, every superior play on the world's biggest stage, because from the pitch to the pour, superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Please enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Brewery, St. Louis, Missouri.
You love your land. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love all the great deals. With versatile compact tractors, professional-grade mowers, and durable utility vehicles, Kubota equipment can help you turn dream projects into reality. Kubota Orange Days is here, and so are the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com or stop by your local dealer for more information.
TXU Energy is the trusted 5-star provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Jake from State Farm. I just beat my running PR, so I'm celebrating with the Banana Bonanza smoothie.
Hey, and you can keep celebrating when you create an affordable price just for you by bundling your home and auto with the State Farm Personal Price Plan. Go bananas.
I will. Hey, make it a large.
Bundling, just another way to save with the Personal Price Plan. Like a good neighbor, State Farm is there.
Prices are based on rating plans that vary by state. Coverage options are selected by the customer. Availability, amount of discounts and savings, and eligibility vary by state.
From back
backyard barbecues to homegrown herbs, the best parts of summer start at Lowe's. Right now, get 3 Fairy Morse 1.3 quart vegetables and herbs for just $12. Plus, get 4 bags of Miracle-Gro 0.75 cubic foot garden soil for only $10. Whether you're planting something new or giving your garden a refresh, now's the time to make the most of your outdoor space. Save more on what you need this summer at Lowe's. We help, you save. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location. Excludes Alaska and Hawaii.
Summer is coming. Are you ready to look and feel your best? If you're dealing with low energy, weight gain, muscle loss, or low sex drive, your hormones may be holding you back. BioT certified providers help treat men and women for low testosterone, low energy, muscle loss, and low sex drive. Visit myhormonelevels.com to see if you qualify for a reduced cost program or call 817-518-4580. That's myhormonelevels.com or call 817-518-4580.
It's time to warm up that scoreboard and get ready to bring home the win with Specs. Specs has you covered with lower prices on all your favorite fan fuel. From craft beer, rare spirits, and world-class wine to chips, dips, and gourmet finer foods. And with same-day delivery when you order online or through the app, Specs is your MVP for the biggest score of the game. At Specs, the fun starts here.
Here's to you, cheers to savings.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, Babe. You know, we're America's #1 Chevy dater. Well, we're celebrating America 250 with a Classic 250 sales event. Every fleet and commercial vehicle priced below market value with one-time pre-holiday savings.
America's #1 Chevy team celebrating America with one-time savings for American business owners. I love it. How much can we save?
Upgrade to a new Chevrolet Silverado 2500 HD work truck. Over $13,000 in total savings.
See all the savings at ClassicFleet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic, your Chevy Business Elite dealer. Together, let's drive. Classic Chevrolet Fleet Commercial, driving business since 1978.
Based on 2023 through 2025 new Chevrolet deliveries, stock number RF267595. MSRP $47,268. Dealer added equipment and accessories $16,003. Classic discount $13,276. $49,995 sales price plus tax, title, license, and $225 dealer doc fee. Expires 7/7/26.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by ntccog.org/game plan.
The big event is finally coming to North Texas this summer, and that means increased travel activity. Consider using transit, carpooling, shifting travel times, or working from home if possible during busier travel periods. Travel tips, schedules, and maps at nctcog.org/game plan.
All right, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on 105.3 The Fan. We got Eric Nadel coming up in 15 minutes. He is live in Boston getting ready for Rangers, Red Sox. Can you believe it? They hit rock bottom. Now they've won 4 series in a row, and they're sitting at 500. Okay, let's make a move. Nadel's coming up here shortly. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Frankels are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Here's Wolchuk with his mixed bag.
All right, let's go ahead and shake it up, and let's get into our mixed bag.
You want a chocolate? Mama. Mama.
Leave the gun.
Mama.
Take the cannoli.
Mama always said life was like a box of chocolates.
How do they get them out?
Just throw it in a bag. You never know what you're going to get.
We're going to start with your Dallas Cowboys and what history tells us about the NFL worst defenses the next year. And this is from one cool customer on Blogging the Boys, doing some excellent work here. Now, the Cowboys, we know, worst defense in the league last year. They allowed 511 points over 17 games. Woo! Even Caleb Downs was like, what the hell? They gave up over 30 points a game. I didn't even realize how bad it was. Here's the thing. History tells you, as we go back to 2010, every single one of those defenses that were bottom of the league were much better the following season. In fact, on average, those teams improved by 3 wins the following season.
The worst defenses?
Yes.
Wow, that's
Every
nice.
single team in those last 15 years that were the worst defense the previous season reduced their points allowed with an average reduction of 100 points.
Every one of them?
Every single one. Wow. Okay? So, in fact, none of them got worse in terms of record, and none of them got worse in terms of allowing more points the following season. The only defense that did not produce at least a better result was the 2020 Lions, who their defense was better in terms of they allowed 52 less points, but it didn't result in their record overall was better. They were 3-13-1 in 2020. The following season, they were 5-11 in 2020. The following season, they went 3-13-1. Otherwise, every other team on this list got better, including in most recent years. You had the Jets in 2021. They went from 4-13 to 7-10. Their defense was worse than the league. They allowed 188 less points the next year. The Bears were 3-14. They went from that to 7-10 the next year. Their defense allowed 84 less points. It's a 4-win change. And then Washington was the greatest leap. They went from 4-13 to 12-5, and in the NFC Championship game, 8-win differential and 127 points difference. Last year was Carolina. They went from 5-12 to 8-9 in the playoffs, and their defense gave up 154 less points. Now, what do they all have in common here? Well, the new change on defense. They also put in a lot of draft talent, which the Cowboys did. Now, some of these teams also spent a ton in free agency. The number one spenders on this list, the 2020 Dolphins, the 2012 Bucks. You also had the Jets in 22 and the 2017 49ers on this list. But what does it tell us about this Cowboys defense? Well, those overall, you go from 7 wins to 10 wins. That's probably your playoff team. And if you reduce your points allowed by 100 points, that would mean a reduction of almost 6 points a game. Those 6 points would have been worth 3 extra wins last year for this team. So they should be able to capitalize on just overall, based on the last 15 years of data, the worst defense. They could be at least 3 wins better this year.
That's something. So you would go from 30 to giving up 24, still a little bit below average, but very reasonable.
Yeah. And if your offense is as good as it was last year, then you should be pretty good.
That's the Bears.
Yeah.
You're jumping quickly, and if your offense can make an improvement into the top 3, maybe you are that contending team.
Yeah, crazy. I mean, those numbers were pretty jarring. I was like, damn, all right, that makes me even more optimistic about how good this defense could be. Now, Drew Bledsoe just jumped on Up and Adams with Kay Adams, and gosh, he was bringing they're talking about Tony Romo. And the know-it-all Tony Romo. Here was an old trip down memory lane as Drew Bledsoe shares his thoughts in this story about Tony.
How was it with you and Tony?
With Romo, well, Romo was, I've said this before, like Tony was pretty sure he had all the answers already, but back then he had
like really like day no. Tell me something we don't know. Like day freaking one, he's got like his trapper keeper, and he's like, I'm good.
He'd been with Vinny Testaverde for a couple years before me, and I'd learned a lot from Vinny, and then I was there, and he was certainly watching and learning, and I hope Tony watches this someday, because screw you, kid. I love Tony, and but he did have a little bit of a sense about him that he was pretty sure he knew what was going on already. But he also was a sponge and would listen and learn as well. Don't get me wrong. But then once he thought he knew something, he was going to tell you about it. But he was still actively learning, and he had between Vinny and myself, probably 35 years of NFL experience that he got to watch and learn from his first few years.
Did we call that like the what not to do from Vinny and Bledsoe? Just at that stage in their careers, But man, how about that from Tony Romo? Just already, Tony Romo, big Tony Romo. What's he done? He knows everything.
It's amazing to have that kind of confidence.
Yes,
when you're undrafted rookie free agent.
Yeah.
You're not even sure if you're going to be on the roster, but I got the answers to the test, baby. Put me in, coach. Hey, some of that moxie, I guess, is how he made it.
I think if you got a bunch of these kids together at the radio station, they probably assume that they went to broadcast school, and I'm not talking about you guys. I'm talking about guys like 8 and 9 years younger than you. But it's amazing. Salute to those folks that don't need any actual experience having success to be confident.
Yeah.
Confidence is key.
Did you guys see these Seahawks Super Bowl rings?
Saw the little video of him. I didn't read any sort of write up of all the different details.
More gaudy than gaudy?
Did they make him into a necklace? Did they put a chain on it?
I think there's like all kinds of crazy things they can do with this. It was created by Jason of Beverly Hills, which I think does all these rings now. The centerpiece includes a pair of Lombardi Trophy replicas in honor of the franchise's 2 Super Bowl wins. They sit behind a Seahawks logo, which has 50 round white diamonds in a nod to 2025 being the team's 50th season. The trophies and logos are surrounded by blue sapphires. On one side of each player's ring is their name and number above the letters MOB, a mantra the team adopted last season that stands for Mission Over Bull Bleep.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Money over.
Yeah. Yeah. On the other side is another saying, 12 is 1. Above the Seattle skyline and then the Super Bowl logo. It also has 17 wins, which is engraved inside the ring, noting the team's combined regular and playoff season victories. One of the special features is a 12-flag button that when you press it, it releases and expands the lumen field arches that sit on either side of the centerpiece to reveal the words World Champs. That's probably the coolest thing.
It's a battery-operated ring?
It's freaking nuts. And then you can take it apart just like the Rangers rings where you can like look inside and there's all kinds of other things.
Looks like it turns into a pendant?
Yes. It's crazy what they're doing with these rings now. And it's huge.
Yeah, no, this is great. You know, and we all freaked out when the Rangers one came in. It was like, it looks like the stadium now. Everybody's doing that.
Yeah, everyone's doing it now.
I'm wearing mine today, and it feels tiny.
Yeah, compared to that,
that's 1996.
That's still gorgeous.
It is beautiful. That's like classy.
That's just 1996, and I think when did we start? When was the first time that we just started like the rings were just crazy big? I know
unwearable.
Mike Lombardi was like his New England Patriot rings look unwearable.
Yeah.
You know, like they don't look comfortable.
So when we see which ones did you win with New England? Was it like the first dynasty or the second one?
The second one.
Okay, so maybe like 2010 did we start this?
Let's just look them up.
I don't know, but yeah, they're crazy now.
There was a time when they said, you know what, let's make these things as big and gaudy as we can. And
it jumped in 2010, but then again in 2020.
Were the Ravens the first one? Did I remember the Ravens ring being like the 2000 Ravens ring? Was that kind of big and gaudy, or did I miss on that one?
It had definitely classed up or gotten bigger by the time we got to the 2000s.
Yeah.
But there's been a couple of moments where the bar was set higher, and every ring that followed it,
crazy man,
attempted to at least capture that kind of standard.
It looks badass. All right, here is Sports Illustrated. All right, they've got 3 bold predictions for the U.S. men's national team at the 2026 World Cup. You start off with this bold prediction.
We're going home early?
I don't like this one. But it says a lackluster opening atmosphere. Now, so far, Mexico's done it big. Canada just did it big. I mean, it seemed crazy there.
Was that a draw? Did I miss that one?
Yeah, 1-1.
Okay.
Canada and Bosnia.
But tonight it's going to be SoFi Stadium in Inglewood. I mean, I just can't imagine for the first match on home soil. I get it, like we're not a soccer nation. That's not our number one sport. But we're an event country.
Maybe I'm going to be wrong about this, but I've seen highlights of matches played in L.A., for their professional teams. And so I think they got 2 of them out there, by the way.
Yeah.
And so I've seen those matches. The crowd really gets into it. Big time get into it.
So I'm hoping it's going to be nuts tonight, right? I hope this is not a bold prediction that's accurate. I'd be so bummed.
Maybe our Hispanic friends out there, too, that live in the city will show up, because they make a lot of noise.
The other bold prediction, you agree with this, they get 4 points in the group stage.
Makes sense.
So Australia, they think, that could be a tough one. They can keep the game close, but they like their possibility of advancing as a second-place finisher on 4 points.
Dawson got me nervous about this Turkey game.
Yeah, Turkey's good. But I think you win tonight, draw against Australia, and lose to Turkey is the most likely.
That's perfect. That's what
scenario.
They're
Okay. And yes, I think 4 points should get you through. The cool thing about this format with the expanded groups is they will take 8 third place teams.
Okay.
So you don't have to be one of the top 2 finishers anymore. You just have to be a third place team with more points than the rest of them.
Okay, so if you're like host nation, do you automatically get to go through?
No,
I love it if they did that.
Everything is on merit.
Go on, boys.
Like, listen, hey, we're going to take you because you're host nation if you're third place. Right?
They should, but I don't think they will. But I fully expect to get any benefit of the doubt when it comes to the whistle. I think FIFA knows what to do here. FIFA is a very corrupt organization. Very corrupt. It knows how to make the money.
They sure do.
And it knows what the USA being eliminated as compared to advancing could mean for the future of revenue globally.
Here's the third and final bold prediction from SI. Lucius, we were actually talking about this yesterday as we waited for our 30-minute show. The U.S. men's national team beats Iran before Argentina ends the journey. So if the U.S. men's national team finishes second in its group, it would set up a matchup with Iran, which is expected to finish second in Group G, which also features Belgium, Egypt, and New Zealand. That would make it the round of 32 match before ultimately the U.S. could knock them off and then go into the round of 16 in which they would lose to Argentina in this prediction. But could you imagine that in Arlington? You've got Team USA versus Iran.
The flag!
Crazy.
It's going to get intense, bro.
That would be politically heated.
It's going to get political.
It's going to get hot. I kind of feel like we need to be out there if that happens.
Wild. That would get crazy.
Yeah, sometimes that happens where there's international tensions and the players meet, and it's possibly a beautiful moment.
Like Haiti versus France or something like that.
Maybe it is. Yeah, maybe it is.
We can see the human in each other.
Yes, I love that.
Hopefully heal.
Yeah. All right. That's it. There's
Thank you, Wolchuk. Terrific job.
Tonight. Let's go, boys.
Terrific job. We got Eric Nadel coming up next here. It is the G-Bag Nation here on your home of the Rangers. Pregame coming up at 5:30. But yes, DraftKings Sports is live in all 50 states, and that means us, Texas. The whole world is watching. One tournament right now. Group stage chaos already underway. Knockout drama before too long. Stoppage time heartbreak. The DraftKings Sports app is now live in Texas. So whether you're catching the early kickoff before work or the late match at the bar, you're in on every minute, every match, every moment, all in one app right here in Texas. The world's biggest stage in the palm of your hand. And check this out. New DraftKings customers. Sign up with code DFW this fan. Spend $5 and get $200 in total rewards. That's code DFW the fan in partnership with DraftKings. The crown is yours. Event trading offered by DraftKings Predictions, a CFTC registered introducing broker. Trading involves risk of loss. Market availability varies. Eligibility restrictions apply. $50 every 7 days via click to claim, issued in non-withdrawable predictions dollars that expire in 1 year. Ends June 28th. Terms dkng.co/predictions promo.
Coming up on the next KNC Masterpiece, we'll be live from Men's T Clinic in Fort Worth, 3132 Capitol Way. If you want to stop by and see us, we'll talk Rangers weekend that was, plus the NHL and NBA Finals super segment. Join the show 10 to 2 or come see us at Men's T Clinic on The Fan.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here, helping you beat the books with Westwood One Sports. Coming up tonight in pro hockey, Game 2 of the Finals, Carolina down 1-0 in the series, a -165 favorite over Vegas. Total in the game is 6. And Game 1 was really high scoring, 5-4 in favor of Vegas. I think we get a lower scoring game tonight. Give me under 6, and I like Vegas to win. Bet smarter and beat the books. Download the BetMGM app today.
My dad passed away unexpectedly. Of course, it was awful in every way, but we are very grateful that he had life insurance. So even after he was gone, he was still able to provide for us. And that's why I have life insurance for my family. Ethos.com. They make it fast and easy to get covered. It's 100% online. You get a quote in seconds, and you can apply in minutes. You get covered the same day.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required. Rates may vary.
You cruising around the Metroplex, you're like, man, I really need to get a new car or truck. Well, if you're in the market, you know East Dallas Diesel is the only place you need to look. They got every single vehicle on that lot. It is custom. We're talking wheels, tires, trim, no cookie cutter rides there at East Dallas Diesel, and they've got every single brand you can think of. So in the truck game, Ford, Chevy, GMC, Ram, Toyota, you name it. When it comes to the motor cars, they got all the luxury vehicles as well, and the family rides. You got Range Rovers, Bentleys, BMWs, Corvettes, Escalades, Tahoes, and the best part about East Dallas Diesel, you don't have to break the bank. So whether you're looking for that budget-friendly ride or the dream car with all the bells and whistles, they're going to make it happen with great financing options to match. They are a family-owned dealership. They got new inventory coming in daily, and owner Tony Alberti, he is personally choosing and inspecting each vehicle, so you know you're getting the best. So before you go anywhere else, go to my friends at East Dallas Diesel. Check them out, eastdallasdiesel.com, and see what they've got today. Trucks, luxury, value. East Dallas Diesel and East Dallas Motor Cars has it all. Tell them old Chuck sent you. East Dallas Diesel, where custom comes standard.
Boomer Jacks is sending 3 lucky fans to see the action live at Dallas Stadium this summer. To enter, download and sign up for the free Boomer Jacks Rewards app. Dine in, spend $20, and you're entered to win tickets plus a VIP watch party for 4 at your favorite Boomer Jacks location. Visit boomerjacks.com for details.
You love your land, and you have plans for it. During Kubota Orange Days, you'll love the great deals on our versatile, reliable lineup, helping you turn dream projects into reality. Visit your Kubota dealer today for the best deals of the year. Now through June 30th, get select compact tractors with 0% financing available or save up to $5,500. Sale ends soon. Go to KubotaOrangeDays.com for more information.
TXU Energy is the trusted 5-star provider with plans to help you save no matter how you use energy. Whether that means you're a work-from-homer, a stay-up-all-nighter, a newfound EV driver, a solar panel adopter, or a recent mover, they've got a plan just for you. And a total satisfaction guarantee means they stand behind every single plan. Discover why more Texans choose TXU Energy than any other provider by visiting TXU.com today. TXU Energy. Energy for everything.
Visit TXU.com for more information. Rep number 10004.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
If you own a business, you've heard it all. From fast funding to easy approvals, everyone says the same thing. LendSeek is different. We show you what you actually qualify for. LendSeek's AI-enabled platform matches you with funding options with no guesswork. Up to $5 million in as fast as 24 hours. If you've been in business over a year, doing at least $50,000 per month, apply for free with zero out-of-pocket costs and access to over 100 lenders. Start ready, stay ready. Lendseek.com. LENDSEEK.com.
Hey, Mom, now that I have an after-school job, I think I want to buy a drum kit.
Okay, Rockstar. Let's look at your account.
When kids start making money, Chase has easy-to-use tools and expert bankers to help them learn how to manage it.
And next month, I'll buy the bass drum and the cymbals. Oh, and maybe some noise-canceling headphones for you.
Aw, you've thought of everything.
Help kids save, budget, and build financial independence, all with Chase. That's good for kids and good for parents. Visit your local Chase branch and get started.
Account subject to approval. JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by Blue Cross Blue Shield.
Put a spring in your step with HealthSpring Medicare coverage. Whether it's helping you choose a plan that fits your needs or guiding you along to make the most of your benefits, Medicare coverage from HealthSpring empowers you on your health and wellness journey.
Hear from your favorite Rangers each Tuesday afternoon at 3:20 with the G-Bag Nation. This is the place for Rangers coverage right here on The Fan.
If you're in the market to upgrade your vehicle, get to Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. Back-to-back #1 Chevy dealership 3 years straight, and they've got more new Chevys than anyone in their all-price of sale. Silverados, Tahoes, Blazers, Malibus, Equinox, and more. Visit ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, and enjoy the difference. Based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023 through 2025.
All righty. Thank you, Lucius. Welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation here on the Fan. We're now 45 minutes from Rangers pregame. They're in Boston with lighter against gray, and it's time now for the Eric Nadel Show, brought to you by Kubota and by TXU Energy. And a good evening, sir. How the heck are you?
I am doing just great. It's been a really hot day in Boston, and we are in an air-conditioned booth right now and really enjoying it.
How do you like working there in Fenway?
It's probably my favorite place to work. You know, you've got the history, built in 1912. We have a fantastic view. We're looking almost straight down at home plate, and we're not that high. It's probably the closest to home plate we are in any stadium. And you've got the friendly Fenway faithful. So it's just wonderful. It is baseball paradise. And they have Dell's Frozen Lemonade, a treat that helped get me through college.
There you go.
They sell it here at Fenway. I just finished my first cup of it for the weekend, and it will not be the last.
Hey, Eric, I don't know if this is a question that I don't know how much experience you get to have outside of a ballpark, but does Fenway Park have a similar vibe to like what Wrigleyville is in Chicago with the outside, the bars and the restaurant kind of stuff? Is it that kind of thing, or how would you evaluate that?
Yeah, it's very similar. It is surrounded by restaurants and bars, literally bordered by restaurants and bars all the way around. The comp is really good. You know, this ballpark's a little bit older. I think it's been maintained a little bit better than Wrigley.
Mm-hmm.
I personally like it better. I think it has more idiosyncratic tendencies. I like Wrigley too, but you know, this is a park I've been to far more times, and when you walk out the door, you don't have to walk very far to find a bunch of baseball fans congregating in a bar.
Do you like how the out-of-town scoreboard is right out there for you? I found that so cool when I used to go to old Arlington Stadium. I love the out-of-town scoreboard. That was like my favorite thing to watch and see what was going on. And I always tried to guess who the umpires were because they'd have the umpires' numbers, you know, who the home plate umpire was. So I was always into that stuff. So the old scoreboards and stuff I think are so cool.
Yeah, and you know, there's so many new scoreboards where you can't even find the out-of-town scores. They're not up there all the time.
Right.
And this one, they're staring at you all the while, and you can watch the scores change. You watch the pitchers change. You know, they have the numbers of the pitchers up on the board. It's great. It's the way things were in the old days, and it still really works.
Any threat of rain delay?
Threat of rain or threat of rain delay. You don't need rain to have a rain delay, as we found out yesterday. Earlier in the day, they were actually showing the chance of a shower around 8 o'clock, but they've taken it out of the forecast. So it's hot and it's muggy, but I think we're clear for tonight anyway.
How bizarre was that situation? Was that really, you think, just gamesmanship on the Royals' part just to make sure Walker could get through the game?
Yeah, I don't know if I'd call it gamesmanship. You know, they're protecting their pitcher and their relief pitchers, and I guess I understand it. But, how the forecasters could be so wrong is the question. And what they kept telling us was, these pop-up storms can hit at any time. There were so many of them in the area that they just didn't want to take the chance. And so it cost us a couple of hours of our life, but it's all right, especially since the Rangers wound up winning the game. Had the Rangers lost, there would have been quite a bit of bitterness, I believe.
Absolutely. Eric Nadel Show here on The Fan. They did win. They won their fourth series in a row. What do you like the most about the way they've been playing for the last couple weeks?
Well, they're actually starting to score some runs. The pitching's been good all year. Starting pitching has gotten even better. The bullpen has maintained its high level of excellence. But all of a sudden now you're seeing the Rangers score 6 runs every now and then. You're seeing them score 4 runs consistently. Particularly on the road, they're still needing to get it together offensively at home. But the offense is starting to produce. They finally are averaging over 4 runs a game. They're starting to climb up in some of those team offensive statistics, and more guys on the team are starting to contribute, and they're getting good contributions, from the bench players, from the role players. Obviously, Zeke has come off the bench and just been sensational, but yesterday you had Elias Diaz in a heroic role. Nicky Lopez has helped win games, so it's been more of a depth situation that the Rangers have going now than they had earlier in the year.
Eric, is he the best bunting catcher you've ever seen?
I said yesterday when he came up, he's in the National League. He should know how to get a bunt down.
Sure.
And he certainly did. It was a beauty.
How you feeling about Jack Leiter tonight, Eric?
You never know with Jack. I don't know what to expect. 2 starts ago, he was brilliant. The last start, he had really bad command problems. We thought early in the game maybe the game plan was to pitch all the hitters on Cleveland up in the zone, but as it turned out, he could never get the ball down. And as a result, the Rangers lost that game badly. Gave up 5 earned runs in 4 2/3. Tonight, to me, is really interesting because it's 2 very similar pitchers. Jack Leiter at this stage at age 26, to me, is very similar to the way Sonny Gray was at age 26. Sonny's now 36. They both came out of Vanderbilt. They are both short major league pitchers. I know Jack is listed at 6'1". That's totally absurd. Sonny Gray is listed at 5'10". I'd like to see them stand next to each other. My guess is they're exactly the same height. But you've got Vanderbilt guys 10 years apart, and I think it's really interesting.
Indeed. Eric Nadell here with you on the Fan.
I can't believe they're listing Jack at 6'1". I mean, if you go into the clubhouse and you see him, that dude there's no chance.
Yeah, in elevator shoes, maybe.
I don't think he'd dare do that on a dating profile, much less a baseball card. Eric, what do you make about the Rangers' struggles in Boston and why they haven't had more success there? Is that just because usually the Red Sox are good? What are your expectations there as far as Boston and Fenway being a bit of a house of horrors for these Rangers?
Yeah, not only were the Red Sox usually good, they're usually very good at home, and they really take advantage of the home field. They have a very good defensive outfield. They all throw well, and they handle their positions well. This is a very tricky outfield. It's not just that they have the monster in left field, and a left fielder needs to be able to deke the runners on balls that are going to go off the wall and that sort of thing. But you've got that triangle out there, 420 feet away in right center field. Is actually the deepest dimension in any major league park right now, and for the center fielder to have to play that, it's difficult. The right fielder has the rounded corner in right by the pesky pole and the short wall out in front of the bullpens. It's a really difficult outfield, and the Red Sox tend to play it really well. They've got 3 potential Gold Glovers out there.
Eric, I'm going to take you back, and I hope you were working this night on July 16th of 2010, and it was at Fenway Park, Benji Molina's cycle. Were you working that night?
I was calling that play.
How crazy was that? That is not on anybody's card. Benji Molina hit for the cycle at Fenway Park?
Absolutely
what are we doing?
Insane.
Yeah.
And this is probably the only park where he could hit for the cycle because of that 420-foot triangle out there in right center field. And I remember the call. It was just so astounding. Josh Lewin had the call on TV. And we all just looked at each other like, that didn't really happen, did it? And, of course, it did, because it's baseball, and you don't know what to expect when you come to the ballpark.
Should we expect more Corey Seager days off?
Well, this one is not just a planned day off. Corey apparently woke up today pretty sore. He had a collision at home plate in the first inning yesterday, and although he stayed in the game yesterday, he woke up today with sore ribs, and according to Skip Schumacher, also with a sore jaw. So after a long day yesterday and a flight that got the Rangers into Boston after 1 a.m, they felt that it was best to just give Corey the day off. Hopefully he feels better tomorrow, and maybe this will avoid one of the planned days off actually occurring as a day off. If he's okay tomorrow and ready to go, maybe they can skip the next scheduled day off.
It is a Friday, Eric. We'd love to know what you're drinking and what you're thinking.
Well, again, I just finished my first Dell's lemonade. It is frozen. It is like lemonade slush. They also make it in watermelon flavor, which to me is totally sacrilegious. I'm not in favor of the watermelon Dell's. I want the real lemonade. So that's what I'll be drinking all weekend long. I'm going to get as much sugar in me as I can. And what I've been thinking is that people who aren't aware of a band called the Fruit Bats need to check them out. They put out a new album today. They're one of my all-time favorite bands. They are from Chicago. They're kind of a power pop rock band, and I just love them. The Fruit Bats with a new album today, so check it out.
Love it, Eric. Have a great weekend. We'll catch up with you soon.
Thanks.
There he goes, Eric Nadel, brought to you by Kubota and brought to you by TXU Energy. Remy loves to get up on the monkey bars on our indoor play set, hang upside down and say, Dad, I'm a fruit bat. So I love that.
It's a hell of a band.
It's home
bats,
for me,
bro.
Freaking Fruit Bats. I got to check it out on the way home on music or something.
I wonder if they're better than the fish baskets.
Okay, we got to run. We got Sorsby and Pickens and finals and Rangers, and the sports world is just so juicy right now. With the pregame coming up at 5:30, we're back at the Fan.
Sean and RJ, the KNC Masterpiece, G-Bag Nation, and Fan After Dark. Live and local. Turn it on and leave it on. 105.3 The Fan and our Odyssey, iHeartRadio, and TuneIn apps. This is an Odyssey Sports Minute.
Game 5 tomorrow night in the NBA Finals, and for the first time since 1973, the New York Knicks have a chance to win an NBA championship. Teams are 37-1, went up 3-1 in the NBA Finals. That one, the 2016 Cleveland Cavaliers that came back and beat the Warriors. The Spurs are 5.5-point favorites in San Antonio tomorrow night. I'm Adam Abdallah.
The final is here and both teams are set, and now you can trade every game on Kalshi. Last week, New York was trading at 54% to beat San Antonio, meaning a $100 trade could pay out over $186 if they take the title. Want to know what they're at today? Check Kalshi. On Kalshi, you're trading against other people in a live market, and as the odds move, you can buy in or out anytime. For a limited time, download the Kalshi app and use code UPDATE to get a $10 credit when you trade $10. KALSHI Kalshi. Trade on anything. 18 plus only. Must be present in state where it is legal to trade. Event contract trading involves risk. It may not be suitable for all investors. Prices, values, and available markets may differ from those mentioned. $10 free credit with no expiration. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply. For more information, see Kalshi.com/regulatory.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest. The last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
The Colonel's cooked up a new $10 bucket of the day just for you. Monday, 24 nuggets for $10. Tuesday, 8-piece fried chicken for $10. Wednesday, 10 wings for $10. Thursday, 8 tenders for $10. Friday, 24 nuggets for... Ooh, you guessed it, didn't you? $10. The $10 bucket of the day deal. Every weekday. Only at KFC. It's finger licking good.
Prices and participation variable. Supplies last. Not available on third-party ordering platforms. Tax extra.
Another app for inventory. One for CRM. Oh, don't forget accounting. Wait, which login was that?
Or you could use Odoo, one fully integrated system that does it all without the hassle. Ditch the app overload. Get everything your business needs on one platform. Try Odoo free today at odoo.com. That's ODOO.com.
It's a Root on USA watch party tonight as we all chant and get rowdy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless. We'll have USA swag and a 50-inch 4K TV to give away. Let's chant and party together tonight as we fan hang at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless with the Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here to tell you about my friends at Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're celebrating America 250. America's #1 Chevy dealer is pricing every new Chevy with pre-holiday savings below market value. It's a Classic 250 event. Upgrade to a new Chevy Silverado 1500 with $15,000 off MSRP. That's a winning drive. $15,000 off. Making the right trade is always the game plan. Right now, trade values are up. You could trade into something better than you thought and lower those payments. Get a check on the spot. I know winning teams, and I can say with confidence, Classic Chevrolet is the very best at delivering winning drives. The clock is ticking. 250 new Chevys are priced to sell fast. First come, first served. So don't wait. Shop now at ClassicChevrolet.com. This is Texas. This is Classic. Together, let's drive.
Classic Chevrolet. Relax, enjoy the difference.
2023 through 2025, stock number TC302500, classic discount 9,000, customer cash 4250, GM bonus cash 1750, plus tax title license and 225 dealer doc fee, expires 7726.
Staples presents Celebrations Made Easy.
I went to Staples for a custom printed graduation banner and invites and saw that Party City is now at Staples.
Wait, what?
Party City is now at Staples.
So now Staples has balloons?
Yep.
Decorations?
Yes.
Streamers, cups, table covers?
Yep, Staples has everything for a party. And now buy two, get one free on select foil balloons.
Holy confetti! So the best party started Staples.
That was easy.
In 613 select stores, exclusions apply. In-store or buy online. Pick up in-store only.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
This is the exclusive home of Dallas Cowboys football. KRLD-FM and HD1, Dallas-Fort Worth. Let's go, Cowboys.
An Odyssey sports station. Driven by our D&M Leasing Studios, you're rolling with the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan.
Welcome back. It's hour number 4 of the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Thanks to Eric Nadell for joining us. If you want a Rangers conversation, you can hit back on the Odyssey app there. Okay, let's get you caught up on as much as we can here before the Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30. If you missed it, Nick Harris Star-Telegram went to Pickens Camp yesterday in South Texas in CC Corpus Christi. We used to call it CC, so we'd sound local when we were working at the Fishing and Hunting News.
Ooh, I love it.
But some great fishing down there. I've gone fishing myself in Rockport. But that's neither here nor there. What was there was Nick Harris Star-Telegram doing a tremendous job, and he asked George if he's going to be at mandatory minicamp. He shrugged and said, and then one of the media relations assistants that works for his agency cut it off. So that's interesting. You know, I think it is ripe if you want to panic a little bit, but I think we can be fairly certain that as a second-round pick, he needs the $28 million. But he could go full Le'Veon Bell, or the Cowboys could go like they went last year with Micah Parsons. If things deteriorate, we know Jerry can get emotional, but right now it does seem like eventually. But you're gonna have to deal with another annoying summer of this. Speaking of annoying, Texas Tech leadership video last night defending their integrity, reiterating their plan to stand with Sorsby. I don't know if this story is annoying or just fascinating. I think it's the hottest thing smoking right now, and I don't know what's going to happen. I support Sorsby for taking the NCAA down. I love that. But at the same time, I think the other topic, and we'd love to hear from you on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. Leave your name and city you're texting from. 469 knows Rockport has great fishing. Yeah, my buddy Brett had a condo down there until it got wiped out from one of the hurricanes or whatever, but we had a hell of a time. Do you really want your university fighting this? How would you play this?
Not with a 23-minute video of them explaining themselves.
Yeah.
That was a long video, bro.
Yeah. And I get it. Like, a lot of universities would do the same thing up to this point. It doesn't mean it's right. It does, just because you would greedily act in your best interest while maybe putting the integrity of the sport at risk because you want to win. I get it. A lot of people would do that. I don't think it makes it right. But I think from a Tech fan perspective right now, I'm like, guys, are we slitting our own throats for a slightly better chance of winning in the playoffs and maybe winning a national championship? If you could guarantee me championship, I'm taking that.
Right.
I'm taking that.
Right.
I will sever our relationship with college football, and we'll fight them tooth and nail on every front that we have to between now and the end of time.
They might take it if you just guarantee scoring a single point in the college football playoff.
And that's kind of what they're leaning towards right now, right? Because they do think he gives them the best chance to compete for a national championship. And if it weren't for that, then you don't go through all this hassle.
But it is going to be so loud if they miss the playoff or just inevitably
any
lose
bad
a
game
game
he plays.
Yeah,
it's going to be crazy. But you know what? It probably would have been it would have been loud regardless because of Texas Tech and all the money they've put in. But this is going to be on a new level, and whatever the first game he starts, it's going to be good for ratings for college football as a whole. But gosh, I just can't imagine the amount of pressure, and for a guy who's dealing with anxiety, as they're saying, like mentally, how's he going to handle all this?
I wish he would have just declared for the supplemental draft.
Maybe, I guess he still could, right?
He still could.
I wish he would have. I just wish he would have said, you know what, that everything. I need to move on. I need to let me get a year's jump on what's going on in the NFL. Let me get settled as a backup. Maybe somebody will select me. I'll get good money because they'll select me in the second round. I could go learn somewhere. Maybe I get to play. But there's just every time he lines up and takes a snap at Tech, there's going to be some type of scrutiny on him. And maybe there's scrutiny on him in the NFL. But to me, I think that's just like, at least he's probably not going to play his first year in the NFL. And he can kind of get himself right and then compete the following year for a job wherever he's at.
Yeah, I could see that, and maybe it's going to require, if they did want to go down that path, some sort of a negotiation. Because if I'm Sorsby, I don't want to punt on these millions of dollars.
Yeah, I think that's the big thing.
As a second-round pick, I might not ever make $6 million. But so I might go to Tech if I'm Sorsby and be like, man, I'd really like to go, but is there some sort of a buyout you could pay me to go away so this problem goes away and you can kind of save face yourself? I don't know. I did find it interesting that Hokut said yesterday that Sorsby looked him in the eye and promised him he would never bet against it. He had never bet against his team or did anything to compromise the result. If you need Sorsby to tell you that yesterday, it just puts a lot of uncertainty into the situation. And McGuire saying we hope to have him ready, but the anxiety is overwhelming, and we got to monitor his phone. Like you're not just bringing in a recovered gambling addict. You're bringing in a guy who is an active live threat to the integrity of any game he plays in. The way that you're painting that, and obviously the evidence does not clear him, in your opinion. If you need him to look you in the eye and promise he never did anything, and again, $6 million is on the line. What is that promise actually worth? Not jack squat, if you ask me. He has to answer that way.
Right.
It's like Jaden Blue right now saying, oh yeah, I'm a totally different guy. You have to say that. You're trying to get on the field. If you weren't, you would not be professing the opposite. Pat Forty on SI with the headline, "The Big 12 must stop the Brendan Sorsby scam before it engulfs college football." Pat Forty is one of the most credible voices in national media.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's definitely it is a giant issue and talking point right now, and I wonder if Texas Tech is fully aware of, I guess, what the repercussions could end up being. Because
I don't know that there will be any.
If there will be any, I mean, I don't know how this goes.
Texas Tech hasn't really done anything illegal in this. I guess the issue would be everyone else just trying to say you shouldn't play the kid. Right, but then it to me that's where I have a problem with this. Is it's easy for all these other schools to puff their chest out and be like, oh my gosh, how could you even fathom starting this kid? When my belief is the majority of all these schools would also be doing the same thing Texas Tech is. Like, Brian, if he had gone to LSU and this was LSU right now, and Lane Kiffin says Brendan Sorsby is our best chance to win, are they second guessing not playing him if he's eligible? I believe they're going to start and play him.
That's the way the world works.
Yeah.
Right. So, I mean, Tech needs to. I don't think they've done a great job of handling this at all. This is definitely waters that nobody else has had to fish in before. But Tech has certainly made it look worse on themselves. But just as Texas Tech as a whole, they haven't really done anything wrong here outside of people saying, how dare you even consider playing this guy?
I would like to know, and I wish I could figure this out. Maybe I could ask somebody at LSU. How much did you guys know as you were recruiting him in the portal? How much did you know about his gambling? Is this something that Cincinnati hid from everybody?
From what we understand,
and the kid hid it, and then all of a sudden it comes out.
Yeah.
And now these Tech got blindsided. LSU got blindsided. Anybody else that was recruiting
We're
this
kind
kid?
of victims too at Tech. Yeah.
Tech
So all
sent
of a
out
sudden,
an email today to their student body, and in that email it said that we didn't know about this until he was already on campus.
Okay,
and then it came out.
So they just got to lose $6 million. I understand, and if I was them, I'd say, well, maybe we can negotiate that if you make us whole again as a conference pitching in to our $6 million loss here. Maybe there is a way, but right now I would be highly concerned going into this week, and if I'm in Lubbock, that the Big 12 commissioners or the Big 12 athletic directors are going to get together early next week and decide to sanction us. Which, following this guy Tom Mars, the sports lawyer on Twitter, it seems like they have pretty ironclad ability to sanction and then to amend any Big 12 bylaws that they would specifically require to suspend or dismiss any school which knowingly plays an athlete who is admitted to placing bets on his own team. So, I would think, guys, if we get to next week and we let them put these events in motion, it might be too late. And, I'd be looking to have some very serious conversations. But it appears internally that the Tech leadership is taking the same posture as many of the Red Raiders on social media. We've done nothing wrong. You would do the same thing. We'll see you in court. And I'm kind of pulling for that to happen because I want the drama. It's an explosive story. Can the Spurs recover from the worst collapse in NBA history and make a series out of this, Chief? Do you think they can still force a Game 7?
I think forcing a Game 7 is going to be extremely difficult. I would put the chances at probably 10%.
Yeah.
I mean, I think winning Game 5, I think is feasible, but
it's over at Knicks and 6, baby.
Yeah, that ultimately it'll probably go down that way. That is just it's not something we've ever seen before,
and it might be over now. I mean, Wemby was talking about just how they didn't look quite the same after winning Game 7, like the emotional toll it took them, like mentally, like. Wemby might be fine, but the rest of that team, do they just recover from a 29-point blown lead like that?
Well, and I think Wemby's completely out of gas. I was looking at stuff from what he's done in this series and how much better he is in the first quarter compared to every other quarter in the game.
Wow.
He comes out pretty hot and then it just completely dissipates, and he's a negative net rating in every other quarter except for the first.
He's just got to add a lot more muscle.
Well, yeah, and he's used to playing 28, 29 minutes per game, and now he's been on a stretch where he's playing 40-plus minutes every night. High intensity.
All right, great stuff, gentlemen. We got to run. We're coming back, walk you up to the pregame show and maybe deliver 60 seconds on soccer if we have time. Keys to victory as well coming up next in the nation.
All right, we got to talk about new vodka and the best two words in sports, which are Game 7. But the number 7 has even more meaning when it comes to vodka, because when a vodka is 7 times distilled, it creates a smooth, premium taste that is absolutely unbeatable. And there's no better vodka than new vodka. That's NUE vodka, which is 7 times distilled, not 7 times the price. It's an award-winning American-made vodka that is smooth enough to sip and bold enough to mix. So at a time when everything costs more, new vodka is the best deal in town, and we need those good deals. Pick up a bottle of new vodka at your liquor store today, and cheers to something new. Visit newvodka.com to find out more. That's NUEvodka.com.
For all the things you have to do and places you need to be, let Uber take you there. Because you had just one more 3 rounds ago. Because the 5 a.m. flight seemed like a good idea at the time. Because check engine lights always appear at the worst possible times. And because parking downtown is a nightmare. Because there are nights out, airport trips, and car troubles in your area, there are drivers in your area. Uber. Request a ride today. Wait time varies. Terms and conditions apply. See app for details.
Texas. Let's talk Wagyu. Better yet, let's taste it. Booth Creek Wagyu is now open at Park Village in Southlake. Stop in and experience it for yourself with a complimentary sample of our Wagyu beef. From our ranch to your table, every cut is raised, finished, and crafted with one goal: incredible flavor and consistency you can trust. Booth Creek Wagyu, changing the way America eats beef. Visit us in Southlake or at boothcreekwagyu.com.
We're getting ready for Team USA, baby. It's the biggest sporting event in the world, and a superior light beer, you need that to match it. Michelob Ultra for every single match, every goal, every superior play on the world's biggest stage, because from the pitch to the pour, superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, official beer sponsor of the FIFA World Cup 2026. Enjoy responsibly. 2026 Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Brewery, St. Louis, Missouri.
Tolo, celebrate America's 250th anniversary with CertaPro Painters and get $250 off projects of $2,500 or more. Schedule by July 10th and let freedom and fresh paint ring. You can schedule your free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. And Tolos, now's the time to complete that painting project you've been putting off. CertaPro Painters provides a free estimate quickly and at the right price. CertaPro Painters knows how important your home is to you. They took care of me at the highest level, and they will do the same for you and your family. So schedule that free estimate online at CertaPro.com. That's Certa with a C. CertaPro.com. Each CertaPro Painters business is independently owned and operated.
'Twas the night before Father's Day, and all through the house, Dad slept in his recliner, completely passed out. The TV stayed on, volume low, soft, and slight, as Dad dreamed of gifts from Academy, the kind he'd like. Of a turtle box speaker with the whole day ahead, no plans, no errands, just Blackstone's lit red. Titleist golf balls for an easy swing, Magellan Outdoors, take on anything. Because tomorrow's not just Father's Day, you see, it's Dad Christmas at Academy. Academy Sports and Outdoors, fun can't lose.
Dawson back here with you for Window Nation. Go to windownation.com right now if you've been thinking or needing new windows in your home. Windownation.com. Buy 4, get 4 free. Limited time on this sale, and it gets better. There's no limit on that. You can get all new windows in your home, half of them for free, but also pay nothing for 2 years. Nothing down, no payments, no interest. Windownation.com. You're going to see why I love them. You know, have them out to the house. It'll be obvious from the very beginning. The professionalism, the customer service. Windownation.com. They will do a free eval on your existing windows. If they've lost all their energy efficiency, it could be costing you hundreds, if not thousands, every year. And very quickly, within a day, Window Nation can get this job done and have your home's AC and furnace just humming, operating more efficient than ever. You might hear your AC already not clicking off. It's running overdrive. It's failing to get down to the temperature that you've set it. Those are signs that your home is not as efficient as it could be, and the number one culprit is usually windows. So new windows from Window Nation are waiting for you at windownation.com. Buy 4, get 4 for free. Pay nothing for 2 full years. Tell them we sent you. Again, windownation.com. Salute.
It's a Friday night fan hang tonight. Come cheer on Team USA and join the fan hosts as we all chant and get rowdy at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. We'll have USA swag, drink specials, and a 50-inch 4K TV to give away. We'll see you tonight at 7:30 at Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers in Euless.
It's Brian Douglas. Do you owe the IRS $10,000 or more? Better tax reliefs, 100% money-back guarantee means zero risk for you. They can help. Call now. 888-578-9888. 888-578-9888. BetterTaxRelief.com.
If you're still using Sportsbook to bet on the finals, you're getting robbed. It's time to delete that app and join millions using Polymarket. Polymarket is a prediction market, not a sportsbook. You trade against other fans, not the house. That means more money for you and less for those greedy sportsbooks. Polymarket, your go-to prediction market for basketball's biggest stage, available in all 50 states. Download Polymarket in the App Store. Use promo code FREE50 to unlock $50 free for your first trade. That's promo code FREE50. Trading not available in all jurisdictions. Check local regulations before trading. Restrictions and eligibility requirements apply.
I'm Bob Burke, founder and chairman of Burke America Parts Group, a family of brands that includes RepairClinic.com, an appliance and HVAC parts solution company that's grown into an international brand. Before AmericanEagle.com, we partially launched a new technology platform developed by another firm. American Eagle helped take our technology to a whole new level with digital marketing, software development, and business insights into our key markets, appliances, HVAC, and outdoor power equipment, and did so both on time and on budget. AmericanEagle.com has the resources, experience, and talent needed to produce solutions. Our new technology platform, developed by AmericanEagle.com, has produced tremendous results with higher traffic, conversion, engagement, and online revenue. If you have any home repairs you need to take care of, check us out at RepairClinic.com. If you need a world-class website or technology project, then I would highly recommend AmericanEagle.com.
Call AmericanEagle.com at 773-NETWORK. That's AmericanEagle.com, 773-NETWORK.
Chance of showers and thunderstorms tonight. Overnight low 79.
Weather brought to you by Duke's Mayo. Welcome to Duke's Mayo Country, where the mayo is so smooth and creamy, it makes every bite better. Duke's Mayo. Look for the yellow lid.
This segment of The Fan is brought to you by the Cosm Dallas Experience.
Dallas, get ready. The 2026 World Cup presented by Fox Sports is coming to Cosm. Experience every pass, save, and goal in shared reality. With reserved seating or catch matches on our wall-to-wall LED display. With general admission. Secure your spot at Cosm.com/World Cup. Don't just watch the FIFA World Cup 2026. Experience it at Cosm.
Yeah, buddy, welcome back. It's the G-Bag Nation on 105.3 The Fan. Segment's brought to you by the Frankels. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call the Frankels first, 214 or 817-333-3333. There is never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. The Rangers are the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas. Let's get you some Rangers keys to victory, and then I'm going to try to pay off on this 60 seconds on soccer before too long. How do you beat Sonny Gray? It's crazy he's still in the game. But this man debuted at a young age. He has had a very interesting route through baseball. He dealt with some anxiousness as well and put his career in jeopardy. He solved that, and he's had a great career. And you got to beat him tonight. He's 7-1 on the year. One of the only things going well for the Boston Red Sox is Sonny Gray. So number one, you can't get beat by his sweeper. Last year for the entire season, it was 151 against him with a 42% whiff rate, and he's still working it well. So that means that right-handers, you can't chase that off the outside corner, and lefties, you can't give away at bats swinging on that back foot sweeper coming in on them. And you got to hunt the fastball against Sonny Gray to have success. That pitch has become very vulnerable. It's hovering around 91, 92 now. Last year, he absolutely got it teed off on, and he's had better results with it this year, but I don't know if you can expect that to hold at this point in his career. Now, on the other side of it, obviously, Jack Leiter just avoiding the blow-up inning. Brian.
I'm just so impressed with these keys to the game. It's amazing that you spend hours each night coming up with keys to the game. I really appreciate it.
Well, I learned this damn Baseball Savant page.
Oh, is that what you did?
Yeah.
I look at that thing and I get more confused every time I look at it.
Well, you got to take screenshots and then ask ChatGPT to put it in.
Oh, smart man.
Yeah. Explain this to me like I'm 4.
Smart man.
All right.
And it gets me there.
That's a good plan.
Okay, it's time now to
sweeper.
Oh, and other news, Mavs have said that Kyrie's not available in trade talks. That's by Stein.
Okay.
According to Stephen Jones.
Good deal. Well, I do know Rangers.
Fair. As he lied to you on the patio at Nobu.
He's not going to tell us.
He had sushi in his mouth.
And Eric said, "Good. Watch me turn around and grab another plate of food."
All right, so I guess I can get another plate then, Steve. Rangers pregame is coming up at 5:30, which means I look up at the clock and I realize we have plenty of time for maybe even 120 seconds on soccer. USA. Cold beers and cheeseburgers tonight, 7:30. Lush is going to be there. Fred Davis going to be there. Wolchuk.
That'd be fun.
And Chiafalo will be. You're not going to be there?
Nope, I wasn't invited.
What happened?
Family.
That's unfortunate. Well, we'll have at least 3 guys.
Medford's going to be there.
Medford's going to be
Bobby
there.
Belt's going to be there.
Belt's going to be there.
Probably already hammered there right now.
Hell,
Cold
maybe
beers
I'll be
and
there. Who knows?
cheeseburgers. Reasons to believe the USA could do it by process of elimination. Let me check my heart out. How we doing? We got 2.5 minutes. Number 1, being the best does not matter. Okay, you want some chicken soup for you, USA Soccer Soul?
I want it.
This is chicken
Being
Coke.
16th best matters.
Mediocre and win the World Cup. Since the World Cup ranking started in 1992, no world number 1 ranked team has ever won the World Cup. In fact, none of them have ever reached the semifinal.
Oh, wow.
Bye-bye to Spain.
Later.
You're out of here, Spain. Number 2, no manager has ever won the Premier League and the World Cup in his career. There is one manager that applies to currently, Carlo Ancelotti, who won it with Chelsea in 2009-2010. He is currently with Brazil.
Peace.
Bye-bye, Carlo. You're not winning it.
Brazil ain't doing it.
No manager over 60 has ever won the World Cup. That is Spain, Netherlands, Uruguay. It's a young man's game. Mexico, Belgium, and Colombia. Bye-bye. You're historically eliminated as well.
Damn.
No reigning World Player of the Year has ever won the World Cup. Say goodbye to France.
Oh, you're screwed.
Dembele, you're out of here.
Dembele.
Since 1966, the only first-time winners have been host nations.
Oh,
say hello to the USA, Mexico, and Canada. Say goodbye to Norway, Ecuador, Switzerland, among others. England has never won a major tournament playing outside of England. Say goodbye to England.
That's my club.
You ain't winning it. You ain't winning it.
No, baby, you're not.
Maybe the most talented roster they've had since '66. No player over the age of 40 has won the World Cup. Say goodbye to Ronaldo and Portugal. You ain't doing it. And a team that hasn't gotten out of the group the last 2 World Cups has never won it. Say goodbye to Germany.
Oh, Germany, you're so screwed.
Man, we eliminated most of the world.
That just leaves Team USA.
Just America.
We did.
World Cup champions 2026. Bye.
Say goodbye to us. Lucius Alexander on his way to Cold Beers and Cheeseburgers. You can crack him a cold one tonight in Euless. Thanks to Wolchuk and Chiafalo. Half of that nosebleed crew is going to be over there. Say hi to them. And thanks to Brian Broaddus as well. Till Monday at 2 o'clock, hopefully on the heels of another Rangers series victory, you're going home with the G-Bag Nation on 105 The Fan.
Hi, Babe Laufenberg here at Classic Chevrolet Fleet and Commercial with Brad Robler. Brad, how's it going?
It's going fantastic, babe. You know, we're America's #1 Chevy dealer. Well, we're celebrating America 250 with our Classic 250.